Chapter 461. Get Back to Laws. The Law of Death and the Law of Killing. Among the team of demon gods preparing to descend to the lower realm, there are people from Blue Star and Tianyi Realm. Among the demon gods, Feng Tianlin turned to look at a woman next to him and said, "You are so beautiful. My heart is moved. What should I do?" The woman turned her head and glanced at Feng Tianlin and said expressionlessly, "If you like a girl, you can't just look at her appearance." Feng Tianlin smiled and nodded. "I know," the woman said. "You also need to look at your appearance." Feng Tianlin. A group of people nearby laughed, especially those in Blue Star and Tianyi Realm who knew Feng Tianlin. At this time, when they saw Feng Tianlin asking for trouble, everyone was laughing so hard, and some were whistling hard. At this moment, Kimura Reifeng, who was laughing the most energetically next to him, was laughing too hard and couldn't control the ancient power in his body. So he farted loudly. A group of people around them all ran away. Feng Tianlin found an opportunity and sneered and said, "Can you please save some face and stop farting loudly in public?" Kimura Reifeng was very thick-skinned and said without changing his expression, "Farting is human nature." Feng Tianlin said angrily, "I feel embarrassed standing with you. And what on earth did you eat to make such a smelly fart?" Kimura Reifeng was taken aback. "Don't be too greedy. Just smell it. You still want the formula?" The two had a disagreement and started fighting. But Kimura Lingfeng was a little inferior, and Feng Tianlin held his head and punched him several times. "I can't beat Brother Fan, but I can't beat you in this little life." Feng Tianlin still had more to say. "I have tolerated you for a long time. You went against me like this when you were in the ancient god realm." Upon hearing this, the woman who had just spoken and a group of gods and demons immediately surrounded them. "Have you been to the ancient god realm?" "Of course I have been there," Feng Tianlin said. "I am the brother of the demon king. As soon as the ancient god realm was opened, we entered the ancient god realm and fought there for more than a year." The woman's eyes widened. "Are you the king's brother?" Just as Feng Tianlin was about to speak, Kimura Reifeng came to make trouble again. "Don't listen to his bragging. How can he be qualified to be a brother with the leader? He was a small villain back then and was beaten up by the leader. No, 2 times. After being beaten up by the leader, I was beaten up again by Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others." A group of gods and demons were about to speak, but shut up at the same time. The surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. Feng Tianlin turned around and saw Chen Fan behind him. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Are you also planning to descend to the lower realm?" People from Blue Star such as Feng Tianlin and Kimura Reifeng gained the most because they signed with Chen Fan relatively early, and they have all recently broken through to the level of God King. At the level of a God King, the risk is very high if you want to descend to the lower realm. It is safest for a lower demon to come to the lower realm. Above the average demon god, the higher the level of cultivation and the stronger the power, the easier it is for the space storm to stir up when descending to the lower realm. And it is very likely to be torn into pieces by the space storm before entering the mortal world, even with the weakest clone. It's the same. Feng Tianlin glanced at Chen Fan quietly and murmured, "You must be brave once in your life and elope with your ideals." Chen Fan. Feng Tianlin. "Well, in fact, you have been helping us for so long. We didn't even do anything to break through to the God King. Actually, we have always wanted to do something for you. I'm not that great and noble and shameless, so I can tell you what I want to do for the sake of this world. But the Demon King treats me as a brother, and I can go through fire and water for this brother." A group of gods and demons on the side looked at Feng Tianlin silently, in awe, especially the woman who had rejected him thousands of miles away before, looked at Feng Tianlin with eyes that started to sparkle. Suddenly, Reifeng Kimura said expressionlessly, "Don't be sensational. It's just sending the weakest clone to the lower world. It's so tragic and heroic. And it's not like the wind is rustling and the water is cold. The strong man will never come back once he's gone." In an instant, countless cold eyes fell on Kimura Lingfeng. Although everyone knows this truth, it is really annoying to have the good atmosphere ruined by this guy's words. A group of demon gods who were preparing to go to the lower world originally had a tragic feeling in their hearts that they would never return. But in the end, they were said to be worthless by this guy. This is simply unreasonable. Being shrouded in countless divine consciousnesses, Kimura Reifeng could not help but shudder even though he was already in the realm of a god king. His voice trembled as he said, "Leader, you have to cover me." Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, "The risk of the god king coming to the lower realm is extremely high. Have you really considered it?" "God King?" Is this guy a god king? A group of demon gods around them suddenly widen their eyes. The Legion, preparing to go to the lower world, is basically composed of lower-level demons. There is actually a god king in this legion? When Feng Tianlin saw the admiring looks around him, he immediately stood up straight, puffed up his chest, and said, "You have done so many things for this world, and for all living beings. What does our mere clone mean? Besides, I also want to go to another world and see its scenery." Chen Fan nodded slightly. The woman who was accosted by Feng Tianlin before took a step forward, looked at Feng Tianlin, and said with charming eyes, "Sir, let me join your team." Feng Tianlin had no expression on his face and nodded slightly. "Yes." Kimura Lingfeng rolled his eyes wildly. Feng Tianlin's sister, Feng Xiaoxiao, came over and said, "I went to the lower world to do serious things, but I have become the God King anyway. Don't embarrass the Feng family. Don't embarrass the God King. Don't embarrass the Demon King." Feng Tianlin straightened his face and said, "Sister, don't worry. I know. I will implement the demon blood plan as quickly as possible." At this time, the gods and demons gathered around him all gathered around Chen Fan. "King, let us go too. Although we, the Crimson Blood God clan, are few in number, we are still willing to work hard for the king. The same goes for our Black Flame Demon clan. Most of our Black Flame Demon clan are low-level demon gods. Let us go. We know the demon blood plan and know how to do it. I'll go too. I'm just a wandering evil god. I was almost swallowed by the void demon many times. It was the strong men of the dark abyss who saved me to the Dutian god realm. I am also willing to give my strength." Lines of spiritual consciousness surged in the void. Countless gods and demons rushed up. Sudden, Chen Fan's body shimmered with splendor. Two strange breaths circulated. An unspeakable killing intent. An unspeakable breath of destruction. The demon gods who had just gathered were all panicked and quickly retreated. Even Feng Tianlin and the others, who were already god kings, felt as if they were in a storm and were about to be torn apart at any time. A figure fell from the sky, and the angel god king quickly waved his right hand, and layers of space enveloped Chen Fan. Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian, and others also appeared around Chen Fan. "The power of law," the angel god king said with surprise and joy. "Did you get back the law of destruction and the law of killing?" These are the two laws that Chen Fan controlled in his previous life. Although Chen Fan has regained his past life memories, he has not yet truly mastered these two laws. When the demon gods around heard this, they immediately cheered. A few days ago, the demon king understood the laws of space and became the ancestral god. Now that he has mastered the two laws he controlled in his previous life, doesn't it mean that he has mastered the three laws now? Chen Fan, who narrowed his eyes slightly, stood still. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I have understood the law of destruction and the law of killing. The progress is faster than expected, thanks to the countless clones that have split off." The angel god king nodded appreciatively. As expected of the king of demons, when you take back the law of death, you will be able to possess the four laws. As he said that, he looked at Shin Tao and the others and said, "You have to speed up too. How can it be so easy to understand the laws? The god realm has existed for tens of thousands of years, but only a few ancestor gods are left now. But Shin Tao and Yi Hongyan are different. Recovering the memory of the previous life is equivalent to merging the soul of the previous life. It is not too difficult to understand the several laws controlled by the previous life. What's more, they are now at the 8th level of the void divine body, and can split countless clones to continuously comprehend and deduce." Shin Tao smiled proudly and raised 3 fingers. The angel god king was slightly startled. "Only 3 days? No," Shin Tao said. 3 months. All the gods and demons around. But having said that, it would take another 3 months to get back a few rules that I had learned in my previous life. This is indeed a bit earth-shattering. Many gods and demons may sleep for thousands of years. 3 months. Just a blink of an eye. All plans are going smoothly. The dark abyss was already empty, and the clones of the old demon dragon and others went in again, searching for the remaining void demons at the level of ancestor gods. In all the realms of the god realm, starting from the gods and extending to mortals, the scope of the Devil's Blood Project is constantly expanding. Millions of lower-level demons descended to the lower realm to promote the way of beast control and the Devil's Blood Plan. The seals of the 9 forbidden areas in the god realm have been stabilized. Not only are there a group of ancestor god clones guarding them, Qin Fan has also personally engraved void characters on those seals. The number of God Kings and Peak God Kings is growing at an unimaginable speed. Lao Yuan and Xiao He became ancestor gods one after another. In less than a year, the God realm seems to have completed a journey that took hundreds of millions of years to complete. But Qin Fan was not satisfied. In the main hall of Dutian Yi clan's royal court, a group of ancestor gods sat in a circle. Qin Fan tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically, and after a while he said, "In the past, the levels of power of the ancestor gods were mainly divided into divine power and laws. The ancestral god who has mastered 2 laws can crush the ancestral god who has mastered only 1 law. Now we know that the power that surpasses the ancestor gods is most likely the fusion of multiple laws. But the question is, how to integrate?" A group of ancestor gods looked at me, and I looked at you. But they were all silent. Even some of the ancient ancestor gods have no experience. Those ancient ancestor gods have only understood a few laws, but have not integrated the laws. Li Fengxing scratched his head in annoyance and said, "If Brother Fan's dream is really a memory fragment, our previous life was the strongest ancestor god. Why didn't we leave behind the memories of that life like this time? Where is the memory? It's good now. We don't have a clue how to integrate the laws, and we have no way to get in." Qin Fan sighed and said, "Maybe it's because we believe that we are now. Maybe it's too late. Maybe we want to go through reincarnation and become a blank sheet of paper and start from scratch." At that time, they went through reincarnation and exhausted the power of countless powerful ancestors to create this system. It can be seen that they have been planning since ancient times, or even further back. But in my memory, the time when I killed the Void Lord and sealed the Void Lord, I was very hasty and seemed to be forced into a dead end. The ancient ancestor of the ancient elephant god clan immediately asked, "I heard Yihao talk about this once, but it was not very specific. What happened at that time?" Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at Qin Fan without blinking. Qin Fan frowned. That dream was full of despair and sadness. Therefore, he sealed the memory in his mind and forced himself not to think about it or recall it. After a moment of silence, Qin Fan said, "It's just a very vague dream. I can't tell what happened. I only remember that Hong Yan died, Chu Xian died, Haozi died, countless ancestors and gods fell, and I was the only one left." The temperature in the hall dropped suddenly. The bodies of a group of ancestor gods tensed up instantly. "That seemed like the ultimate battle," Qin Fan said. "I carried the sky-breaking demon sword and struck into the void. Finally, he was surrounded by a Void Lord and a group of Void Lords. At that time, we should have already prepared for reincarnation and prepared the system. However, in the final battle, the strength of both sides was not at the same level. I entered the void with an attitude of never returning. Perhaps, what I was thinking at that time was, kill as many as you can. Kill 1 to earn enough money. Kill 2 to earn 1. A group of ancestor gods remained silent. Qin Fan said, "But then heaven showed up." The eyes of a group of ancestor gods lit up. I heard Qin Fan continue. "He sent the gods and demons of the ancient god world into the void. Perhaps, the gods and demons in the sky strongly requested heaven to send them into the void. They burned their divine bodies, burned their divine souls, and gave me all their power. I took the sky-breaking demonic sword, along with the 5-colored sacred stone and the heaven sacrifice monument and other magical weapons, and gathered almost the entire power of the god realm to kill several Void Lords and cripple the Void Lord, together with several other Void Lords together with countless Void Demon gods. They were sealed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms." Everyone present was speechless for a long time. Qin Fan laughed and said, "Don't miss the past. The future will not only be despair. Some time ago, when I opened the 9th level of the Void Divine Body, I sensed the last trace of my consciousness left on the system." "What?" A group of ancestor gods present were surprised and happy. Yihao said impatiently, "Brother Fan, I didn't hear you say that before." "That? Where's that touch of consciousness?" Qin Fan sighed and said, "It has dissipated." Everyone present was stunned. Qin Fan said, "The last few messages he left me. First, the things sealed in the 9 forbidden places in the god realm were intentionally done by them and were the food left for us. Second, he asked me to remember not to enter the void until I can't solve the 9 forbidden areas by myself. Third, perhaps there is no memory of the past. What they left to us is only the system and the belief that they will never admit defeat." Chapter 462 The Sacred Tree of the Sacred Tree Clan. Dushinshan Realm. A huge tree in the sky, almost covering a planet. This is not the World Tree. This is the mother tree of the Sacred Tree clan. The Shinmu clan is also known as the Tree Clan. According to legend, the Shinmu clan was born from this sacred tree. Therefore, the Sacred Tree family also calls the Sacred Tree the Mother Tree. Among the demon gods in the sky, the eternal Qingtian Emperor, who was the first to choose to sign a contract with Shin Fan, was another big tree born from this mother tree. The Shinmu clan can be said to have the largest number of members in the god realm. Big trees have deep roots and lush leaves. And then countless big trees grow out of countless roots. But the number is too much. In terms of strength, the Shinmu clan is not ranked at all in the god realm. The reason is very simple. In addition to the peak god king, the eternal Qingtian Emperor, there is also a junior god king in the entire Shinmu clan. You know, in order to prevent others from stealing the fruits of the world tree, the Dushanai clan summoned more than 100 god kings at once. And there are many late-stage god kings among them. Many thousands of years ago, the Shinmu clan was once bullied by other gods. The strong men of the Shinmu clan were captured and used to refine divine weapons. It was really miserable. It wasn't until the eternal Qingtian Emperor was born that the Shinmu clan had a patron saint. Now, because the eternal Qingtian Emperor was the first one to choose to sign a contract with the Demon King that day, the Shinmu clan has also received support from powerful people such as the Dark Abyss and the Dushanai clan, and is developing rapidly. In a short period of time, the Shinmu clan, which originally had only the eternal Qingtian Emperor to support the scene, now has 12 more god kings. As for the eternal Qingtian Emperor, when the Demon King broke through to the ancestral god, he quickly followed suit and broke through to the ancestral god. The Shinmu clan who possesses the ancestral god now walks with wind. Many powerful gods in the past were polite when meeting the Shinmu clan and no longer dared to show their arrogance. Suck! Xiao He, who was hiding in the air, looked at the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree clan and drooled. He didn't understand why either. He was originally idle and bored. But when he heard the people from the Sacred Tree clan talking about that sacred tree, he wanted to come over and take a look. But at one glance, he somehow wanted to swallow the sacred tree. It's really killing me. Others drool over the fruits on the sacred tree. But he keeps thinking about chewing tree trunks. Xiao He was also extremely depressed. But there is such an impulse in my heart. Can't figure out why. Before breaking through to the God King, he had evolved into the Dark Phoenix. In terms of race level, it might be already above Shuro, the ancestral god of the Phoenix clan. If I want to swallow the sacred tree, could it be related to the true nature of the Black Phoenix? Xiao He touched his chin. He really wanted to send a message back to the deity in the royal court of the capital god realm, and ask him to ask the boss Chen Fan. But now that the eternal Qingtian Emperor is no longer in the Sacred Tree clan, it is the best time to swallow this tree. After passing this village, there is no such shop. The eternal Qingtian Emperor is also an ancestral god and has understood the laws of space. Moreover, he is an old monster who has lived for who knows how many thousands of years. He is not that easy to deal with. Although Xiao He is quite conceited in becoming an ancestral god, he is also self-aware and knows that no matter his combat experience or divine power, he cannot defeat an old monster like the eternal Qingtian Emperor. Just 1 bite. 2 bites. 3 bites. Just 3 bites. Xiao He drooled and murmured to himself. Maybe it tastes bad? You can't kill the sacred tree even if you only take 3 bites. Just do what you say. Xiao He's body shape changed and turned into the appearance of an orange cat. The orange cat guy originally took the shape of Henry Chu. Just like Henry Chu's twin brother, Xiao He touched his face and wanted to scold her. He wanted to put the blame on Orange Cat, because Orange Cat had tricked him several times. But with this appearance, people from the Shinmu clan might mistake him for Henry Chu. Henry Chu is the brother of the boss, and his strength is amazing, so he can't be offended. After hesitating for a while, Xiao He turned into a virtual soul and sneaked down quietly. Around the huge sacred tree, there are many strong men from the Sacred Tree clan guarding it. The outermost layer of defense is the group of powerful Shinmu clan members who have just broken through to the God King. But how could a primary level God King send Xiao He, who is at the level of the ancestral god? Xiao He turned into a virtual soul and swaggered around the sacred tree. Suddenly, the sacred tree that was originally very quiet began to tremble violently. What happened? What happened? Why is the mother tree so panicked? Be alert. The mother tree has sensed a crisis. The alarm sound of the Shinmu clan spread instantly. Powerful men came from all directions. But after countless powerful men from the sacred tree surrounded the sacred tree, they didn't find anything unusual. The orange cat transformed into Xiao He quietly approached the sacred tree. This sacred tree is indeed a bit weird. Even he, who is at the level of the ancestor god, can sense it. You know, he is in a virtual soul state now. At the level of the ancestral god, he entered the void soul state. Even those ancient ancestral gods would probably have difficulty detecting it if they did not have a void divine body. Well, this sacred tree is indeed destined to Lao Na. Xiao He grinned. I heard that the eternal Qingtian Emperor grew from this tree. If I swallow this sacred tree, will I be able to break through to a higher realm earlier than Gongzi and Xiaobai? Anyway, let's eat 3 bites first. Whether it's useful or not, you'll know after taking these 3 bites. Xiao He raised his head and looked at the huge tree trunk, drooling even more. The branches and leaves of this sacred tree almost cover the entire planet. Its trunk is also huge. So these 3 bites. Can you take a bigger bite? Xiao He wanted to turn into a black hole, but he was afraid that if he couldn't control it well, it would swallow up a sacred tree or kill it. Never mind. If you say 3 words, you mean 3 words. As a man, you do what you say. With a thought in his mind, Xiao He's body grew crazily, and he hugged the trunk of the sacred tree and bit into it. Ah! A woman's scream resounded throughout the world, startling Xiao He. The next moment, Xiao He, who was in the virtual soul state, was sprayed by the dark green juice of the sacred tree, and his figure appeared directly. Xiao He, the sap of this sacred tree can actually make virtual souls appear? How could such a thing happen? Just as he was stunned for a moment, a god king from the Shenmu clan rushed over quickly. You little thief! Suffer death! Kill him! Don't let him get away! He must be crushed to ashes! With the roars of anger, the light of magic weapons, secret weapons, and magical skills flickered continuously. One attack after another, all landed on Xiao He with great precision. Boom! 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 Whether it was an attack from a magic weapon or a magic weapon, they all penetrated Xiao He. It was as if the little black in front of him was just a shadow. Void Soul? A god king of the Shenmu clan was shocked. Which god clan are you, a strong man? You have learned the virtual soul of the demon king. And how dare you come to my Shenmu clan to run wild? Xiao He wiped the dark green juice on his body. This stuff smells a little weird. While smelling it, Xiao He chewed the meat of the sacred tree he just took. Not as delicious as expected. On the contrary, it is a bit bitter. But I don't know why. The more I chew it, the better it tastes. The flesh of the tree contains surging power. But this little bit of power is like a drop of water in the ocean to the ancestral god. Xiao He glanced at the strong men of the Shenmu clan who were shouting around him. He didn't take these people seriously at all, regardless of whether he is in the virtual soul state or not. God King level attacks are basically ineffective against him, unless it is void chain or void confinement. However, the sacred tree screamed a bit sadly, and Xiao He was a little hesitant whether to take a second bite. At this time, a huge crack appeared in the void. In the crack, the furious face of the eternal Qingtian Emperor appeared. Who the devil dares to bully my Shenmu clan? Oops! Did this old monster come so fast? Xiao He was startled, and his virtual soul moved hundreds of thousands of miles away in an instant. Venerable Orange Cat? The eternal Qingtian Emperor was slightly startled. Many existences at the level of ancestor gods are respected as venerable. Although the Orange Cat is Qin Fan's beast, he is now his ancestor, and many ancient demons must respect him respectfully when they see him. However, the eternal Qingtian Emperor soon roared angrily. I want to go to the king to get your copy! You can't run away! A figure flashed in the air, and the eternal Qingtian Emperor had appeared at the location where the sacred tree was injured. Got bitten. But the heart of the eternal Qingtian Emperor is bleeding. Although it's just a mouthful, it's tens of thousands of miles in diameter. This orange cat is absolutely crazy. After the eternal Qingtian Emperor gritted his teeth and comforted the sacred tree, a ray of divine consciousness was transmitted to his own body. His true form is currently cultivating in the ancestral land of the Dushanai clan. The Shenmu clan has also moved to the Dutian god realm. Right? Qin Fan frowned and lightly drew his palm in the void. It was as if a curtain had been lifted. A large hall appeared in front of a group of powerful men. In the main hall, Venerable Orange Cat was seen hugging each other, fighting with a group of beauties giggling. Qin Fan, a group of strong men. The eternal Qingtian Emperor was so angry that he trembled. That's him! When he saw me, he entered the virtual soul state and ran away. The orange cat pushed away the woman next to him and raised his head. What's wrong? I came to the mortal planet of the Black Wind God clan to implement the Devil's Blood project. The speed is not slow. I have already taken care of 78 mortals. Planet, what do you want from me? Chen Fan said. Eternal Qingtian Emperor said that you ran to the territory of the Shenmu clan and took a bite of the mother tree of the Shenmu clan. With that said, Chen Fan turned around and looked at the Eternal Qingtian Emperor. You said you took a bite? How big was it? How is the sacred tree? The Eternal Qingtian Emperor said. The sacred tree is fine, but that mouth is tens of thousands of miles in diameter. Chen Fan's face sank, and he looked at the orange cat again. The orange cat grinned. I'm so full that I have nothing to do. So I'm going to eat a tree? Still seen by you? Eternal Qingtian Emperor. Can you move your wooden head? If I want to do something like this. Can you see it? You think I am an ancestor god. Are you lying? Hearing this, the Eternal Qingtian Emperor also frowned. But after a moment of silence, he still said, You are stained with the sap of the sacred tree. So you are acting like this. The sap of the sacred tree can break the invisibility spell. And, before the Eternal Qingtian Emperor finished speaking, his eyes widened. Chen Fan and the other demon gods also widened their eyes. The virtual soul was broken by the sap of the Shenmu clan? No, probably not. To be precise, is it the sap of the sacred tree clan that makes the virtual souls reveal their true form? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said, If I remember correctly, the sacred tree of the sacred tree clan seems to be older than the old devil dragon and the others. Right? The ancient ancestor of the ancient elephant clan said. When I was born, the sacred tree already existed and was deeply rooted. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Go and see the Shenmu clan. The Eternal Qingtian Emperor glanced at the orange cat hesitantly and said, King, it is contaminated with the sap of the sacred tree and cannot be washed away in a short time. The sap of the sacred tree has a peculiar fragrance. Even if the Holy Spirit tribe is contaminated, they will still have this fragrance within 10 years. Chen Fan smiled slightly, pointed at the orange cat and said, So, does the orange cat have that scent? No. The Eternal Qingtian Emperor said, But we can't rule out that it is one of his clones. TCH. The orange cat rolled his eyes and said, I advise you not to waste your time on me. I have no interest in chewing trees. With that said, Orange Cat waved his hand and closed the curtain, opened by Chen Fan. Chen Fan flicked his sleeves and robe. Let's go and see the sacred tree. As soon as he finished speaking, the light on him and the Eternal Qingtian Emperor flickered, and another clone appeared. Afterwards, the clones of Chen Fan and the Eternal Qingtian Emperor disappeared at the same time. The other demon gods immediately closed their eyes again. The royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian. Xiao He appeared next to the old ape. The old ape sniffed. What's wrong with you? Why do you have a strange fragrance? Are you wearing perfume? How can I, a grown man, wear perfume? Xiao He said. I know you are the most knowledgeable, and I just wanted to ask you if there is anything that can remove this scent from me. The old ape blinked. You must first find out what kind of fragrance this is, and how you got it, before you can find a way. Xiao He scratched his head. It can't be said that it was left behind by taking a bite of the sacred tree clan. Right. After a moment of silence, Xiao He looked around and said, Where is the orange cat? Before the old ape could speak, Chen Fan and the Eternal Qingtian Emperor appeared in front of him. Xiao He, the Eternal Qingtian Emperor said with a gloomy face. He has the scent of the sacred tree. Look. His neck, lips, hands and feet are all dark green. That's because they are contaminated with the sap of the sacred tree. Xiao He frowned and said, Don't accuse someone of their innocence out of thin air. Bang. Xiao He received a slap on the head from Chen Fan and was knocked directly into the ground. Chapter 463, this time, we will cultivate the ancestor gods. Huh? After slapping Xiao He to the ground, Chen Fan let out a light sigh. He moved his fingers, and a force pulled Xiao He out of the ground like a carrot. Xiao Haida pulled her head and said, I just took a small bite, but I can't kill her. Shut up. Chen Fan reached out and hit Xiao He on the head. Name of the beast, Dark Phoenix. Xiao He. Combat power level, elementary level of ancestral god. Able to understand the laws of space. Racial level, ancient myth. Beast control attribute, void demon. Beast controlling state, hungry and want to eat the sacred tree of the sacred tree family again. Beast control preference, devour the souls of various monsters to strengthen yourself. Breakthrough to the first level 2 requirements of the ancestral god, 9 pounds of life sap from the sacred tree of the sacred tree clan. 8 holy soul essences of the Holy Spirit clan. 1 demon fetus of heaven and earth from the 19th level of the dark abyss. 29 Fruits of the World Tree. The Power of Faith. Looking at Xiao Hei's attribute panel, Chen Fan was stunned. Starting from the realm of God King, he rarely used the system to cultivate Xiao Hei and others. Not just Xiao Hei and the others, but also other gods and demons. Because the level of the God King involves rules. Just like the level of the ancestor gods involves laws. Without understanding the rules, no matter how strong the divine power is, you will still be stuck at the peak of the upper demon god, making it difficult to make any progress. Chen Fan himself was like this back then. At that time, he and Shen Tao snatched the fruit of the world tree from the angel god clan, and used the fruit of the world tree to reach the peak of the demon god in one fell swoop. But after that, no matter how much power he absorbed from the fruit of the world tree, he could not break through to the realm of the God King. In desperation, Chen Fan prepared to return to the God realm and go to the dark abyss to find the old demon dragon. Even if he has no memory of his previous life, he can at least recognize the old demon dragon and let him guide him to reach the realm of the God King. Later he learned that if he wanted to break through to the God King, he had to understand at least one rule. Without mastering the rules, no matter how powerful your divine power is, you still cannot break through the barrier of the God King. But things like rules are mysterious, so it is impossible to break through the realm by eating and drinking like the previous cultivation of beasts. This time, due to a strange combination of circumstances, Chen Fan seemed to have discovered a new continent. You know, Xiao Hei is now the ancestral god. If the ancestral god wants to break through, in addition to the huge divine power, the most important thing is the law. Chen Fan squinted at Xiao Hei's attribute panel, touched his chin. Thoughtfully, the life sap of the sacred tree clan. This is the most precious thing of the Shenmu clan. Although the sacred tree of the sacred tree clan is extremely huge, and its branches can even directly cover a star. After 10,000 years, the sacred tree may not be able to store a pound of life sap. According to legend, it is the real life spirit liquid, as long as the soul is not scattered. Whether it is a god, demon or mortal, it can be saved with life spirit liquid. Holy soul essence of the Holy Spirit clan. The Holy Spirit clan whereby Rouge belongs is the condensed essence of countless holy souls. According to legend, as long as the essence of the holy soul is enough, a person's soul can be immortalized. The 19th level of the Dark Abyss. The devil fetus of heaven and earth. Chen Fan in his previous life was born from the womb of demons in heaven and earth. But in fact, it was the great elder of the Dutianyi clan who injected a touch of spiritual consciousness that Chen Fan left behind back then into the demon fetus of heaven and earth. The great elder has been guarding this secret. He didn't even tell the old devil dragon. He just told the old devil dragon to protect the devil fetus. These things were revealed by the great elder some time ago, when Chen Fan was about to return to his position as co-master of heaven and earth. There are only a few demon fetuses of heaven and earth capable of giving birth to life in the 19 levels of the Dark Abyss. Chen Fan looked at several other items, each of which could be regarded as a treasure from the divine world. But then again, in front of the void divine body, all these treasures now seem to have lost their meaning. Chen Fan never expected that these things could actually help an ancestor god level breakthrough. Speaking of which, Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the rest of the ancestor gods have achieved another breakthrough in their cultivation realm. It's even a relatively fast method, just like raising animals in Blue Star. Before this, all the ancestor gods were doing these things. Absorb the power of the Void Lord in the ancestral land of the Dushanai clan. Split countless clones to understand the laws and deduce the void divine body. Through Chen Fan's breakthrough, share the rules of Chen Fan's enlightenment. But now, the system seems to be restarted and breeding animals can begin again. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. As for Xiao Hei, Chen Fan looked at him with hair all over his body. Snapped. Chen Fan gently patted Xiao Hei on the shoulder and said, "This time, you did a good job." "Oh?" Xiao Hei and the eternal Qingtian Emperor thought they heard wrongly. Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at the eternal Qingtian Emperor. Sure enough, he also saw the root and materials for the eternal Qingtian Emperor's breakthrough on the attribute panel. Although they are all treasures. But today's God realm is united around the Demon King, and its cohesion is extraordinary. If Chen Fan wanted a Protoss to donate their most important treasure, he only needed one sentence. "King!" "Me." The eternal Qingtian Emperor was also a little embarrassed by Chen Fan, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Chen Fan gently patted the eternal Qingtian Emperor on the shoulder and said, "Don't take it to heart because Xiao Hei is fooling around. However, he has made a great contribution by making such a fuss." "Oh?" Emperor Qitian and Xiao He were stunned on the spot. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said, I have found the fastest way to help the ancestral god break through. What? The eternal Qitian Emperor almost jumped up. Xiao He narrowed his eyes and said, Is it like raising animals before? You're not stupid. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao He and laughed dumbly. Beast breeding. The eternal Qitian Emperor's eyes widened. Both Blue Star and Tianyi Realm were moved to the God Realm by Chen Fan. There are also many people from Blue Star and Tianyi Realm in the royal court of the Tianyi clan. Therefore, the gods and demons in the God Realm are now very familiar with Chen Fan's feat in Blue Star. Moreover, after Chen Fan implemented the way of beast control in the God Realm, he used his clones to help the gods and demons of the major gods and demons break through at all times. However, only under the God King. But what Chen Fan is talking about now is to cultivate the ancestral gods like a beast. This, Emperor Qingqian's lips trembled. The king of demons passed on his understanding of the law to his beasts through the way of controlling beasts, which was like the beginning of the world. Unexpectedly, he has now found a way to directly cultivate the ancestor gods. Let's go to the Divine Tree clan to see the Divine Tree first. Chen Fan lifted Xiao He's neck and moved the eternal Qingqian Emperor directly out. Realm of Gods. Outside the Valley of Death, a group of powerful demon emperors in the Dark Abyss are fighting a group of void demon gods. The 5th level demon emperor raised his hand and killed a God King level void demon god. He sneered and said, Garbage. Vulnerable to a single blow. The 6th level demon emperor said in a deep voice, Don't be careless. There is an endless supply of these void demon gods, and there may be existences no weaker than us hidden among them. That's impossible. The 5th level demon emperor said coldly, I am only a small step away from the ancestral god. I may break through to the ancestral god at any time. And the void divine body is already at the 7th level. The 7th level demon emperor, they are even on the 8th level. Unless there is a void demon at the level of the ancestral god, there is no way any void demon can be our opponent. When several demon emperors heard this, they didn't bother to persuade him. In theory, it is. A group of demon emperors in the Dark Abyss were already at the peak of God Kings. Later, Chen Fan helped them open the void divine body and learn the void chain and void confinement. If they join forces, even if an existence at the level of ancestor gods arrives, they may still be able to fight. Not to mention the level of God King. Theoretically, under the ancestral god, almost no one can be stronger than them. Suddenly, the 5th level demon emperor approached the 7th level demon emperor and whispered, Old Chi, when are you going to tell the king and help us open the 8th level of the void divine body? A group of demon emperors immediately pricked up their ears. Not all of the 19 demon emperors in the Dark Abyss have opened the 8th level of the void divine body. Only the 7th level demon emperor and the 19th level demon emperor, who were loyal to Chen Fan, opened the 8th level. As for the 5th level demon emperors, who originally clamored to steal the demon king's memories of his previous life, although they were finally exempted from punishment, they have not yet opened the 8th level of the void divine body. On the one hand, the main reason is that the void energy required for the 8th level is too huge. On the other hand, it was Chen Fan who did this on purpose, deliberately leaving them in the dark so that they would have a long memory. It's just such a difference, and the strength of the two sides is completely different. Not to mention other things, the 19 demon emperors are also in the ancestral land of the Tianyi clan, drawing on the power of the void monarch. The speed of the 7th level demon emperors, who can transform into a black hole, is far faster than that of the 5th level demon emperors. This made the demon emperors on the 5th level feel the urge to vomit blood. But who made them cause trouble in the first place? He even wanted to take advantage of the old demon dragon's weakness to snatch away all the memories of the demon king's past life. The 7th level demon emperor said calmly, When the time is right, the king will naturally open the 8th level of the void divine body to you. The 5th level demon emperor gritted his teeth. She hated the 7th level demon emperors, neither yin nor yang virtue, the most. What does it mean when the time is ripe? Isn't this a matter of just a few words from Wang? At this time, the 8th level demon emperor said, The king opened the 9th level of the void divine body before, and the void energy has been exhausted. Wait a minute. If you're really in a hurry, try to kill more void demons. If you kill dozens of void demon gods at the God King level, it might be enough for one person to activate the void energy of the 8th level of the void divine body. The 5th level demon emperor rolled his eyes and flicked his left hand casually. Countless rays of sword light suddenly flashed up, directly passing over other demon emperors, sweeping away the densely packed void demons around them. The 5th level Demon Emperor smiled slightly and said, "The key is, where can we find so many void demons at the level of God Kings? That's fine now. I don't need to waste time and energy looking for them. These void demons, in order to rush into the Valley of Death, are like moths rushing towards the flame. If they are just right, I will kill them and bleed into the sea." As he spoke, the 5th level Demon Emperor dodged his body, crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, and rushed into the overwhelming group of void demons. Ha 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 ha. The 5th level Demon Emperor laughed wildly, spread his hands outward, and countless terrifying sword auras instantly appeared around him. The crisscrossing terrifying sword energy was like a big net, pushing in all directions like lightning. Wherever the sword net passes, whether it is a void demon at the level of a superior demon god or a void demon at the level of a god king, it will be cut into countless pieces in an instant. The one-sided massacre made the 5th level Demon Emperor red-eyed. Her void power was so strong that she had no idea of conserving her strength. She seemed to want to kill him. Seeing this, the other Demon Emperors were about to persuade him. Sudden, boom, a big hand appeared out of thin air and pressed the body of the 5th level Demon Emperor onto a star. The stars and the body of the 5th level Demon Emperor exploded at the same time. Careful! The other Demon Emperors were shocked when they saw this. To be able to kill the 5th level Demon Emperor with one move, the person coming here must be at the level of the ancestral god. Really? In the Valley of Death, Li Fengxing rushed out carrying the sky hammer. He sensed the aura of the ancestor god. Unforgivable! Countless bits of light gathered together and condensed into the appearance of the 5th level Demon Emperor. The 5th level Demon Emperor has a beautiful and coquettish face, completely distorted and furious. Although he was not killed, he was pinched so hard that he lost a lot of void power. The 5th level Demon Emperor shouted loudly, "Master Tianlong Emperor, this guy is the ancestral god." Li Fengxing tilted his head. "Do you still need to remind me?" I saw a demonic shadow slowly appearing in the void ahead. Different from other void demon gods, this demonic figure is not that huge, only more than 2 meters tall, and has a slim figure. It seems to be a woman. However, it was surrounded by surging demonic energy, which even the divine consciousness could not penetrate. Therefore, except for Li Fengxing, none of the group of demon emperors could figure out the reality of the demonic shadow. The 5th level Demon Emperor sneered, and gently held his palm in the void in front of him. Click! A huge snake-shaped sword shimmering with light was caught in her hand. The 6th level Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Lao Wu is ready to fight for his life. This is, Li Fengxing said with a mocking smile, the law of destruction? Several demon emperors were surprised. No wonder the 5th level Demon Emperor was destroyed in one move. The void demon actually controls the most destructive law. If it weren't for the opening of the 7th level of the void divine body, the 5th level Demon Emperor would have been wiped out by now. The demonic shadow in front of him remained silent. There was not a trace of fluctuation in consciousness. She seemed to be very afraid of Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing put away his smile, held the sky-swaying hammer, stepped forward in the air, and walked over step by step. It's just that every random step he takes costs tens of thousands of miles. After just a few steps, Li Fengxing had already closed the distance between the two parties and stood in front of the demonic figure. After quietly taking a look at the demonic figure, Li Fengxing threw the sky hammer in his hand. The sky-swinging hammer rose in the wind, as if covering the entire world, and crazily pressed down directly on the demonic figure. The demonic figure was surprised. When he raised his head, he was ready to move away. A void chain carries the law of space, winding around it like a snake, and then suddenly strangles it. TSK, TSK, TSK! The demonic figure's body was instantly cut into many pieces. Then, the sky-swinging hammer fell, smashing the flesh and blood into nothingness with one hammer. Call! Li Fengxing took back the sky hammer, turned around and walked away, saying as he walked, "Be careful. There is probably an ancestral god-level void demon god coming." A group of demon emperors. Chapter 460 for the creation of the Shenmu clan. Realm of gods. Outside the Valley of Death, the demon emperor on the 12th level of the dark abyss glanced around and smiled. Not so free lately. Countless void demons rushed toward the Valley of Death like moths to a flame, which saved them a lot of trouble. But a few days ago, even the ancestral god-level void demon god appeared. But he still couldn't be careless. The 12th level demon emperor lightly touched the smart watch on his left wrist. A clear light curtain immediately appeared in front of him. The 12th level demon emperor opened a document, typed quickly on the virtual keyboard with both hands, and started writing a diary. Another busy day. There are more and more void demons outside the Valley of Death. My heart is heavy. The number of void demons exceeds our imagination. If the king had not returned, it is still unknown whether we would have survived until now. At the beginning, the major Protoss thought that after opening a shelter, they would be able to resist the pollution of the void. But now it seems that those demon gods of the void have raised the gods and demons of the divine world as piglets. Thinking of this, my hair stood up on end. Looking back now, I still feel scared. It's hard to imagine how bad it would be in this world without the Demon King. The mood is a bit complicated. The writing is a bit messy. These demon emperors in the dark abyss have become much more active recently. In the past, I liked to hide in the magic mist, pretend to be gods and ghosts, and be aloof. Now, in order to reach the realm of the ancestral gods, in addition to splitting countless clones to deduce the rules, everyone often gets together to share the results of their cultivation. It is hard to imagine that in the dark abyss of chaos back then, a group of demon emperors are now as close as brothers. This is all because of the Demon King. Without a king, the so-called demon emperor is nothing. Correct. Today, the void demon god at the level of the ancestral god appears again. The last time the ancestral god level void demon god appeared, the 5th level demon emperor was slapped to pieces. If it weren't for the 7th level void divine body, perhaps there would never be a 5th level demon emperor in this world. Sometimes when I think about it, I feel sad. Whether gods or demons, they think they are superior. But in the end, what is the difference between them and mortals? It's nothing more than being stronger and living longer. Even the peak god king can be destroyed with a snap of his finger in the hands of the void demon god at the ancestral god level. Until the king returned across time and space and gave us the void divine body. The great demon king will definitely be recorded in history. I am proud to be loyal to such a great being. Anyway, another ancestral god appeared today. We are all in a tough spot. The reason is very simple. It is the bad idea that the 5th level demon emperor had. She believes that those of us demon emperors who have not yet broken through to the ancestral god can fight against the existence of the primary level of the ancestral god as long as we join forces with all our strength. The 9th level demon emperor was the first to agree. I have no way. Because these guys all have void divine bodies. They all believe that they are immortal and no longer take the ancestor gods in their eyes. So this time when the ancestral god appeared again, the 5th level demon emperor and the others stopped the angel god king who came out to investigate. Then, a group of us demon emperors were beaten to death by the ancestral god level void demon god. Is it really him? Can the power of the law be resisted by the god king? I went up and didn't even make a single move, but was directly blown away by the power of the law of death. It was simply unreasonable to lose the power that I had extracted from the void lord in the recent period. The 9th level demon emperor, who originally agreed with the 5th level demon emperor, was the most cunning. He deceived others and escaped the fastest. When we blamed him later, he always said it was to lure the enemy deeper. It's so damn boring. Running away is running away. Why are you pretending to be so stupid? But Lao Jiao has this ability. Even if he is beaten to death, he will not admit it. Even if he is trapped in the bed, he will shout, "I haven't gone in yet." Now it's better. The arrogance of a group of arrogant demon emperors has been extinguished. Wang said that this is also a good thing. Alas, when will the rest of us be able to break through to the ancestral gods, like the 19th level demon emperor and the others? To be honest, I felt very aggrieved when I was defeated by one move today. Furthermore, we actually really want to break through to the ancestral god, so that we can help the king share more of his workload. Now, according to Blue Star, he can only fight monsters. Once a big monster appears, we can only watch the show from the side and applaud. The 12th level demon emperor finished writing his diary, closed the document, and opened the chat software. The fingers of his hands were tapping. The hand speed of someone who has been single for hundreds of thousands of years is definitely not comparable to that of an internet troll. Suddenly, he stopped with a dark face and said coldly, "What are you doing?" All around, there are lines of spiritual consciousness. That is the consciousness of other demon emperors guarding the periphery of the Valley of Death. The 5th level demon emperor said strangely, "What is this? What are you doing?" "Oh, this is Blue Star's technology," the 12th level demon emperor said. "Didn't you notice? The king and the angel god king both have smart watches on their wrists. After the king brought Blue Star from the lower world to the Dutian divine realm, Lord Tianlong Emperor found a group of god kings and cooperated with Blue Star's scientists to build a network in the major divine realms. This thing is more powerful than the magic of gods and demons. You see, I am currently chatting with netizens in the Dutian God realm. All of you are peak God kings. Can you transmit sounds from the Tianjin realm to the Dutian God realm? Divine consciousness can you break through the space and see things in the Dutian divine realm? Isn't it possible? I can just use the internet. A group of demon emperors. At this time, the 5th level demon emperor noticed the chat history on the screen of the 12th level demon emperor. Sunshine Girl. If a woman says she doesn't want it, she just wants it. Do you understand? Straight man. Crystal Boy. Got it. Sunshine Girl. What are you doing now? Crystal Boy. I'm picking shit. Do you want to come? Sunshine Girl. No. Crystal Boy. Okay. Then I'll send someone to pick you up. Sunshine Girl. 5th level demon emperor. Who are these two idiots? What kind of bullshit are they talking about? The 12th level demon emperor said expressionlessly. This Crystal Boy is my online name. A group of demon emperors. The 5th level demon emperor turned to look at the 7th level demon emperor. Is it time to tell the king and let him take good care of him? The 7th level demon emperor said nothing. The 9th level demon emperor said, Old 12. Help me get a smartwatch and register an online name for me. Okay. The light on the palm of the 12th level demon emperor flickered. And he took out a brand new smartwatch and said, What online name do you want to register? Well, I am the 9th level demon emperor. The registered online name must be different. Have a temperament. And be popular. The 9th level demon emperor said, Let's call it Chasing the Wind Boy. A group of demon emperors. The 5th level demon emperor stretched his face and stretched out his hand. Give me one too. The 14th level demon emperor walked away with a look of disdain. After walking away, the light on the open wrist of the 14th level demon emperor flickered, and a smartwatch appeared out of thin air. Then, she skillfully opened the chat software on the smartwatch and blocked the Crystal Boy on it. After blocking Crystal Boy, she sent a message to another netizen with a boy's avatar. Sunshine Girl. If I told you that I was the demon emperor of the Dark Abyss, would you believe it? Dushinshan realm. The territory of the Shinmu clan. After the Shinmu clan moved to the Dutian divine realm, they only occupied a small star field, not very far from the royal court of the Dushanai clan. At this time, countless Shinmu clans gathered around the royal court of the Shinmu clan. Hearing that the demon king was coming, the Shinmu clan was extremely excited. Countless powerful men from the Shinmu clan want to see the demon king and see what the reborn co-lord of heaven and earth looks like now. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was currently studying the life spiritual liquid in the royal court of the Shinmu clan. This is the spiritual liquid bred on the sacred tree. It was when Chen Fan saw the life spirit liquid on Xiao Hei's attribute panel that he wanted to study it. According to legend, this thing can give birth to human flesh and bones. It can also help the strong men of the Shinmu clan to cultivate their souls and bodies. The eternal Qingtian Emperor's ability to become the peak god king is also closely related to the life spirit liquid, because the life spirit liquid bred over millions of years has been used in his body. According to Xiao Hei, even a radish can become a spirit if placed in the spiritual liquid of life for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. More than 10 kilograms of life spirit liquid, all dark green like jade, was suspended in front of Chen Fan, spinning slowly. Beside, Xiao Hei sensed the breath released from the life spirit liquid, and was fascinated. This is the smell. This is the smell. My bite lasted her thousands of miles, but there was only a little bit contained in it. Life spirit liquid? Chen Fan raised his head. His gaze penetrated the layers of buildings and landed on the sacred tree. This sacred tree has grown for who knows how many thousands of years. It has already developed spirituality and can cultivate on its own. But according to the level of cultivation in the divine world, the divine tree is still only the peak of the upper demon god, not even the god king yet. But Chen Fan sensed the breath of law in the life spirit liquid. How is this going? A very subtle breath of law. Chen Fan can be sure that he definitely did not feel wrong. He has now understood the 3 laws. Although there is no law of life among them, he is extremely sensitive to the breath of other laws. The breath of the law of life. It's no wonder. Chen Fan touched his chin. Life spirit liquid plus some other things can help Xiao Hei break through. It turns out that it contains the power of law. In this way, several other things, such as the Holy Soul essence of the Holy Spirit tribe, also contain laws within them. Whether it is the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree clan, the Holy Soul essence of the Holy Spirit clan, or the Devil fetus of the Dark Abyss, they have all been passed down to ancient times. Maybe these things are left behind by the supreme power back then? After a moment of silence, Chen Fan looked at the eternal Qingtian Emperor and said, How much life spirit liquid do the Shinmu clan have? The eternal Qingtian Emperor didn't even think about it, and immediately replied. There are still 342 kilograms. You're lying! Xiao He yelled. The sacred tree as big as the planet has lived for millions of years. And now it only has 342 kilograms of life spirit liquid? Is it 342 tons? I'm not lying. I'm not you. The eternal Qingtian Emperor sighed and said, There is very little life spirit fluid. In tens of thousands of years, the sacred tree cannot produce much. And the Shinmu clan is too weak. From time to time, powerful demon gods will come and demand the life spirit liquid. It's already a miracle that I can keep 342 pounds now. If I hadn't broken through to the peak of the God King, maybe I wouldn't be able to preserve a drop of life liquid now. That's enough. Chen Fan didn't say much, just nodded slightly. The eternal Qingtian Emperor's expression moved slightly and said, King, in the entire God realm, apart from the God tree itself, I am the only one who is most familiar with the life spiritual liquid. But, can life spiritual liquid really help the ancestral God break through? Xiao He also said, Yes. You said that you would use life spirit liquid to heal the ancestor gods. I definitely believe it. But you can help the ancestor gods break through. If ancestral God wants to make a breakthrough, he mainly needs to understand the laws. Otherwise, no matter how huge the divine power is, it will be difficult for the ancestor God to reach a higher level. Chen Fan said nothing, but his eyes flashed slightly. Then, he stretched out his hands forward and tore apart the space with a gentle touch. On the other side of the space, a group of ancestral gods from the Dutianyi clan's ancestral land were startled, and auras rushed in quickly like an overwhelming force. It's me! Chen Fan's voice sounded in the void, making all the ancestors breathe a sigh of relief. The ancestral land of the Dutianyi clan has layers of restrictions imposed by the ancestral gods. He was suddenly torn apart, frightening a group of ancestral gods. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the Holy Spirit Clan God King with incomparable accuracy. And he said, Uncle Bai, give me 9 Holy Soul Essences. Okay. The Holy Spirit God King flicked his hand, and 9 light groups flew towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to catch it, then looked at the old demon dragon and said, Old man, are there any demon fetuses of heaven and earth? Give me one. The old demon dragon threw the demon fetus of heaven and earth over and said, What do you want these actions for? Although these things are rare treasures, they should be of no use to the existence of the ancestor god level. Right. As he said that, he glanced at the eternal Qingtian Emperor next to Chen Fan, and then said, Are you going to help the Shinmu clan cultivate a high-level demon god? No, Chen Fan said. This time, I want to cultivate the ancestral god. What? The old demon dragon was startled and stood up directly. When the other ancestor gods heard this, their eyes widened. Chen Fan didn't explain too much. He just asked for one thing after another from a group of ancestor gods and god kings. When everything is gathered together, ancestor god and god king split into clones, passed through the space torn apart by Chen Fan, and appeared in the royal court of the Shinmu clan. Xiao He was a little nervous. I will help me break through this time. Will I directly surpass the ancestor god? Chen Fan smiled and asked Xiao He to go back to dreaming. In dreams, it is still possible. Everyone laughed, but they were still full of expectations. With the talents of Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through to the realm of the ancestral gods after regaining their previous lives. Chen Fan can actually cultivate ancestral gods. If he really succeeds, doesn't it mean that he can help several ancient ancestor gods in a short time and go further? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Fan began to cook hot pot. The difference from when he was at Blue Star was that now he no longer needed a pot to cook hot pot. As soon as he thought about it, the sky fire started to burn. The life spirit liquid was mixed with various other materials and rolled over the flames, but not a trace leaked out. Still the same taste. Xiao He sighed. It seems like thousands of years have passed, but I will never forget the scene when the boss cooked hot pot. Pa! Orange Cat slapped Xiao He directly and said, What 1,000 years? Only 1 or 2 years have passed. Xiao He turned his head. Your slap clearly contains personal grudges. Nonsense, said the Orange Cat. Which bastard pretended to be me and came to the Shinmu clan to eat the big tree? Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao He. Xiao He was not ashamed but proud, and said, Don't even think about it. That big tree is not delicious at all. Everyone. Gongzi glanced sideways at Xiao He and said, You haven't been beaten enough. Have you? Xiao He sighed and said, It doesn't matter. I'm a little tired. I am the sad rose at midnight. Gongzi. Convex, convex. After a while, Chen Fan's hot pot turned into an orb the size of an egg. Everyone's eyes fell on the orb. Could it be said that the ancestral god's breakthrough relied on this orb? Even refining elixirs is not that simple. Right? This only takes a few words. Just when everyone was stunned, Chen Fan suddenly said, Xiao Hei, how many beasts have you signed now? Xiao Hei is Chen Fan's beast. But after Chen Fan spread the way of taming beasts, Xiao Hei and others also started to sign contracts to control beasts themselves. According to Chen Fan's Matryoshka plan, he only signed contracts with the god kings of the major god clans at the beginning. And then, those god kings signed contracts with their own clansmen. Layer by layer, Xiuhei and the others have become the ancestral gods. And now I don't know how many gods want to sign contracts with them. Only 7 beasts have been signed. Xiaohei smiled proudly and said, I signed a contract to control the beast. It's more expensive than fine. Snapped. Before he could finish his words, Chen Fan slapped him to the ground. What are you pretending to be? Chen Fan said, Your breakthrough to the ancestral god some time ago was all wasted. If you sign more contracts with beast masters, you might be able to create more god kings in the god world. Xiaohei rubbed his head and got up and said, I'm just talking nonsense. In fact, I signed a contract for 148 beasts. It's still too few. Chen Fan said, You bit the sacred tree of the Shinmu clan for 10,000 miles. And now you go out to sign contracts with the Shinmu clan for 10,000 people. After that, I will help you break through. Aw? Xiaohei jumped up. You can't use that much. Right. How long will it take to get it? The orange cat shook his head and said, You are now the ancestral god. How huge is your spiritual consciousness? With such intensity of consciousness, once activated, it can easily cover more than 1,000,000 miles. No matter how many beasts you sign, it only lasts a few breaths. Is that so? Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the eternal Qingtian Emperor. You won't refuse. Right. If you are willing, it is the creation of the Shinmu clan. The eternal Qingtian Emperor's face straightened, and he bent down. Venerable little Hei. Please. Just when Xiaohei was about to go out, the eternal Qingtian Emperor said again, Venerable little Hei. Although our Shinmu clan is relatively weak, we are extremely numerous. Otherwise, you're just going to sign a contract for 100,000 people. Right? Xiaohei stumbled. His left foot was tripped by his right foot, and it turned into a rolling gourd. Chapter 465 Law of Life. Xiaohei actually signed a contract with the Shinmu clan worth 100,000 yuan. Chen Fan didn't stop him. The eternal Qingtian Emperor complimented him a few times, and Xiaohei was as light as a swallow and felt as if he were a fairy. The void divine body at the ancestral god level originally had endless clones. With this level of strength, Chen Fan created the way of beast control. In his previous life, even if there is no system, the number of beast control contracts that can be signed is very large. 100,000 is not Xiaohei's limit at all. It's just that this guy is used to being free-spirited and doesn't want to sign too many beast control contracts to restrain himself. Beastmasters and Beastmasters are meant to help each other. The Beastmaster has signed a contract with many Beastmasters, and a huge number of Beastmasters can break through, which can also help the Beastmaster become stronger. For beings at the level of ancestor gods, unless they have a huge number of beasts, the power that the beasts feed back to the gods is better than nothing. The eternal Qingtian Emperor promised to provide Xiaohei with life spirit liquid all year round. Xiaohei's mouth was full of saliva, and he nodded directly without even thinking about it. Many other powerful men from the god clan were filled with envy and hatred. No one doubts the demon king's methods. There will be almost no suspense about Xiaohei's breakthrough this time. The only suspense is how much stronger Xiaohei can become. Is it a surge in divine power? Or do you mean controlling a law? It seems that the former is more likely. But no matter which one it is, the Shinmu clan will gain huge benefits this time. If it doesn't work well, several god kings will be born directly. And if Xiaohei really controls another law, after a beast master reaches the level above the god king, he can transmit the rules comprehended by the god king and the laws comprehended by the ancestor gods to the beast master from the soul level. This will make the originally relatively weak Shinmu clan quickly become prosperous. You know, the Shinmu clan now has an ancestral god like the eternal Qingtian Emperor. Under the expected gazes of all the powerful men, Xiaohei swallowed the orb, handed over by Chen Fan. As soon as the orb was swallowed, The strange fragrance of life spirit liquid was released from Xiaohei's body. Then, Xiaohei's whole body began to turn green from top to bottom. Xiaohei. Jade came out and walked around Xiaohei curiously. If she hadn't been very familiar with Xiaohei, she might have thought she had met a fellow slime. Xiaohei looked at the wide-eyed Jade, raised his head, turned his nostrils to the sky, and said, "If you want to improve your cultivation, you must have a little green on your body." Jade scratched her head, turned to look at Gongzi, and said, "What do you mean?" Gongzi rolled his eyes. As for Xiaohei, just treat it as a fart. Jade nodded. Yeah. Xiaohei, Orange Cat imitated Shinfan, touched his chin, and said, "Is it getting greener and greener because of eating that orb? Or is it because of signing a contract with the Shuanchi human race?" Gongzi said speechlessly. Boss didn't turn green when he signed the contract for Jade. He didn't turn into a cat when he signed for you and Xiaobai. Everyone burst into laughter. At this time, Xiaohei suddenly fell down softly as if he was drunk, and then fell asleep. Yi Hongyan and Henry Chu looked at each other, a little puzzled. Xiaohei's changes this time seem a little different from Qinfan's previous beast breeding. Hee. Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground, laughed and reached out to scratch in the void a few times. Sudden, with him as the center, countless green lights appeared all around. The power of life. The eternal Qitian Emperor was taken aback and blurted out, "The divine power of life is more pure than the sacred tree." A group of ancestor gods were slightly startled. To this day, no matter how arrogant the demon god is, he dare not say how powerful his divine clan is in front of the divine power of the void. The divine power of each god clan is different. The Dark Abyss has eerie dark divine power. The Angelic clan has incomparably holy angelic powers. The Tianlong clan also has the power of Tianlong. But now, the divine power of these powerful gods has been transformed into void divine power. Xiaohei, who has a void divine body, naturally has void divine power. Why does Xiaohei release the divine power of life? Is it because the orb, refined by the Demon King, contains a lot of life spirit liquid? Something's wrong. The orb that Qinfan refined used not only the life spirit liquid of the Shenmu clan, but also the treasures of other gods. In fact, a full 29 fruits of the world tree were used. But why is Xiaohei only releasing the divine power of life now? And it is a life power that is more pure than the sacred tree of the sacred tree? Life liquid comes from the sacred tree. As a result, Xiaohei, who drank the life spirit liquid, released the life power that was purer than the sacred tree. Is this? A group of ancestor gods looked at each other for a moment, and their eyes widened instantly. Powerful spiritual consciousness instantly covered Xiaohei. The power of law. As soon as the divine consciousness covered Xiaohei, a group of ancestor gods were suddenly surprised and delighted. Xiaohei fell into a sleep. Was he actually comprehending the law? Judging from this divine power of life, could it be said that what he understood was the law of life? It seems like he still needs some time. After Qinfan silently checked Xiaohei's status, he casually used void confinement to trap Xiaohei. Then, his eyes slowly swept over everyone present. Many strong men were immediately shocked. Qinfan scanned the attribute panels of everyone present and couldn't help but sigh and said, "I was careless. The God King needs to understand the rules, and the ancestral god needs to understand the laws. I thought that the breakthrough of the God King and the ancestral god, apart from using the void divine body to devour the void demon, was mainly achieved through their own enlightenment. I didn't expect that the system can even cultivate God Kings and ancestor gods." Yi Hao immediately took a step forward and said, "So, Brother Fan, are you ready to cultivate us again like you did at Blue Star, so that we can break through and become stronger?" "It's not that simple." Qinfan frowned and said, "I checked and analyzed it, and I can probably confirm a few points. First, a large amount of void energy is still a necessary element for the ancestral god to break through. Second, it also requires a lot of faith. Third, various heaven and earth spiritual treasures, such as the Holy Soul Essence, Life Spirit Liquid, and World Tree Fruit used before. This third one is the simplest and easiest." "Right," Shen Dao said. "Back then, two Protoss could fight for thousands of years for the essence of a holy soul. They could also fight to death for a few World Tree Fruits. I live. But now that the divine world is unified, if you want these things, it's just a matter of words." Qinfan shook his head, then flicked it in the air. In the void, a strange plant appeared. The plant was pitch black, no more than 3 meters tall, and covered with thorns. Each thorn turned out to be a snake head, and each snake head was shaking and twisting, spitting out apricots. At the top of the plant, there is an equally dark flower. The flower shone faintly, and there was nothing strange about it except the darkness. But when a group of powerful people looked at it, they always felt that this flower was a bit strange. Xin Fan said, "Have you ever seen this kind of plant?" Everyone shook their heads. Even the ancient ancestor gods looked blank in their eyes. "Wait a moment." The previous generation of Angel God King suddenly frowned and said, "I have seen this plant on the murals in the ancestral land of the Angel God clan." "That's right," Shen Hongxiu said. "I have seen it too. When I saw this plant on the mural, I felt unspeakable disgust in my heart and wanted to erase it. However, I was scolded by the elder. I still remember it fresh. When you see this painting, do you feel unspeakable disgust in your heart?" Chen Fan sighed and said, "This thing is called Angel Sorrow. According to legend, its true form is a void demon. A void demon similar to the Shinmu clan. The void demon disguised itself as a tree, killed many angels and Protoss, and then devoured them. Every time an angel Protoss is swallowed, a snake head will grow out." "What?" Shen Dao Dao and the other angels and the Protoss suddenly became furious. Shen Fan continued, "It's strange. They only devour the angels and gods. When they fight against other Protoss, they will transform each snake head into the original appearance of the angel Protoss. Many gods lost their minds because of this, and were eventually killed by them after they found a loophole. Later, I angered a powerful ancestor of the Angel God clan. The ancestral god single-handedly entered the Void Demon God's base camp, destroyed the Void Demon God's body, cut off his head, carried his head back, and finally sealed his head in the Angel God King realm for countless years. After that, there was such a plant in the Angel God King realm. Legend has it that if the angelic tribe with the power of holy angels eats the flowers of this plant, they will become stronger." Ugh! Shen Hongxiu bent down and retched. Everyone else was also stunned. These things, even those ancient ancestor gods, have never heard of. Obviously, these things come from a much older time. Chen Fan did not wake up the memory of that time. He could know this. He only saw this thing from the attribute panels of Shen Dao Dao and Shen Hongxiu. Various materials on the property panel have detailed descriptions. "Wait a moment." Shen Taoao was startled and said, "Brother Fan, you don't want to tell us that the ancestor of our Angel God clan wants to eat this thing if he wants to break through, do you? Then I would rather rely on my own understanding. This is disgusting. I feel like I'm eating the ancestors of the angels and gods." Shen Hongxiu nodded repeatedly. At this time, Li Fengxing suddenly said, "Actually, you don't have to think so much about it, Tao Tao. Although you have got back the memory of your past life, your name is still Shen Tao Tao. But to be honest, what is your relationship with the Angel God clan?" Everyone was stunned. Shen Taoao was also stunned for a moment. Li Fengxing said, "Brother Fan just said that the angel Protoss with holy angel power can become stronger by eating the flowers of this plant. But do you have angel power now? When you came back from reincarnation, you opened the void divine body with the help of Brother Fan from the beginning. Now you only have void divine power. Where can you find the angelic divine power? Are you still related by blood to the Angel God King?" Shen Tao Tao, the Angel God King, was furious. "What are you talking about?" Li Fengxing quickly put on a smile. But when everyone thought about it, it was indeed the same thing. At this time, Shen Fan said, "I can't explain the specific reason, but Tao Tao and Hongxiu really need this thing for their subsequent breakthroughs." Shen Tao Tao, Shen Hongxiu. "Oh," Shen Fan said again, "I'm talking about the future. That is, after you get back your own laws." A group of strong men were shocked. The Angel God King Shen Naonao, as well as the Dutian Empress Yi Hongyan, had controlled several laws in their previous lives. In this life, they will first understand the laws of space. Then, like Shen Fan, they can take back the laws of the previous life. I am afraid it will not take long to surpass the previous life. And what Shen Fan just said was that after they get back those laws, they can also use the weird plants just mentioned to improve them. Don't think about whether it's disgusting or not. Shen Fan said, "What I just wanted to say is that many of these things are probably hard to find. Among them, the easiest thing to find is the fruit of the world tree. Each major Protoss probably has a few left behind. There are still some fruits of the world tree of the gods that are not yet ripe." Everyone nodded. At this time, the green light spots around Xiaohei became more intense. Gongzi stretched out his hand and probed into the space condensed by the confinement of the void. A few drops of green light fell into his hand. Why do I feel like it's raining life spirit liquid? Gongzi's words brought back the thoughts of all the strongmen present. Everyone was thinking about the plant just now, but they didn't notice that the green light spots around them had become so dense. The eternal Qingtian Emperor stretched out his hand to grab it and said, "It is not a life spirit liquid, but it condenses the extremely pure divine power of life. In a sense, this should even be considered a higher level of life spirit liquid." He just finished speaking. The orange cat took out a big gourd from nowhere, opened the gourd cover, and pointed it at Xiao Hei. Everyone, call! Countless green lights gathered towards the big gourd in the orange cat's hand, and were finally taken in by the big gourd. The orange cat shook for a moment, ignored the gazes of others, and continued to collect patiently. The eternal Qingtian Emperor wanted to turn into a black hole to collect it. He glanced at the other ancestor gods around him, gritted his teeth and endured it. Sudden, Xiao Hei, who was lying down and sleeping soundly, slowly floated up, and then naturally sat down cross-legged. The green light spots emerging around him were originally like river water, quickly converging towards the orange cat's big gourd. But at the moment when Xiao Hei sat down cross-legged, it's like a river pouring back. The river, in the big gourd in the orange cat's hand, flowed backwards toward Xiao Hei, and finally sank into Xiao Hei's body. "Your uncles!" The orange cat cursed, and quickly covered the big gourd. Bang! The moment he covered the gourd exploded. Countless green light spots gathered like a tide, and were sucked in by Xiao Hei. "My gourd!" The orange cat beat its chest, and stamped its feet. This is a treasure that he refined after he became the ancestral god, collected heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the god realm, and used the power of the ancestral god and the techniques from the Tianyu realm period. I just took it out and used it once, and it was destroyed by Xiao Hei. The orange cat almost vomited blood. "It's done." Chen Fan laughed and said, "I thought it would take at least several days, or even months, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." Several ancient ancestor gods nodded repeatedly. "Xiao Hei is just a little too lazy. In fact, his talent is very high." The old demon dragon narrowed his eyes. "Is this the law of life?" The angel king frowned and stepped back. One of the two laws he understood was the law of death, which was completely opposite to the law of life. Therefore, he was born with a feeling of disgust and vigilance towards the aura of the law of life released from Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Like a magic stick, he silently glanced at everyone present and said calmly, "The law of life is very simple." Chapter 466. Is the true nature of the divine tree the divine realm? Xiao Hei just comprehended the laws of space not long ago and broke through to the ancestral god. In such a short period of time, with the help of Chen Fan, he understood the laws of life, which can be regarded as an unprecedented success. Although it is actually Chen Fan's contribution, it is human nature for a little black guy to pretend to be green. A group of strong men smiled and shook their heads with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Suddenly, the orange cat said, "How to attack this law of life? I see that the breath released by Xiao Hei contains rich life energy. Isn't it drowning the enemy with life spirit liquid? The more we fight, the more powerful the enemy becomes?" Xiao Hei. A group of ancestor gods laughed dumbly. Even Gongzi and Lao Yuan glanced at the orange cat sideways. This is really not something that a demon leader who has lived for hundreds of years can say. Chen Fan moved his fingers lightly, and a force pushed the orange cat out, and said, "Xiao Hei, use the law of life to attack the orange cat and see." The orange cat's hair stood on end. "Why do you want me to be a test subject?" Chen Fan. "Because it was you who asked just now. Don't you suspect that the more we fight, the more powerful the enemy will be?" The orange cat blinked, chirped, and ran out like lightning to escape. He also controls the laws of space, folding space tens of millions of miles in an instant. But in front of Chen Fan, who has opened the 9th level of the void divine body, this method is still a little too naive. You know, the 9th level of the void divine body involves the mystery of time. When Shen Dao activated the God King's 12 wings, he couldn't escape from Chen Fan's 5-finger mountain. As soon as the orange cat moved out, he snorted and returned to the same place. After an awkward glance at Chen Fan and the people around him, the orange cat moved and folded more space. Next moment, in a flash of light, he was back where he was. Too bullying. The orange cat looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and chose to accept his fate. When Xiao Hei saw this, he smiled sinisterly, making the orange cat tremble all over. Under everyone's gaze, the orange cat, who looked exactly like Henry Chu, quickly changed from young to middle-aged, and then from middle-aged to old. In just 2 seconds, the orange cat, who was originally full of breath, became decadent and extremely old, as if his skeleton would completely fall apart if he took one step. "Oh my waist!" The orange cat held his waist and howled. "My divine power! My divine power is dissipating! What is mine? Why have I become so old? Xiao Hei! I'm going to kill you! Believe it or not!" Just when the orange cat was furious, countless green light spots converged towards him. The old orange cat began to look young again, and finally returned to its original state. "Yeah!" The orange cat cursed, looked at his hands and said, "It feels like a dream where the laws of life are so terrifying. Even the laws of space can't stop it." Before the experiment, this guy secretly activated the law of space, hoping to resist the law of life so as to attack Xiao Hei. Unexpected, the old demon dragon said with envy on his face, "This law of life is really magical. It has both creation and destruction." The ancient ancestor god of the Burning Sky clan said, "It can extract the life force of the enemy and give life force to others. I am afraid that only the death law of the angel god king can resist it." The ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan nodded and said, "If you control life, even gods and demons will have trouble escaping. It is really strong." The angel king blinked. He controls the law of death, which is the opposite of the law of life. But the law of death can only destroy life. But it has no such heaven-defying power as creating life. Although the law of death can resist the law of life, in comparison, the law of death always feels less interesting. At this time, Xiao Hei looked at the sacred tree of the sacred tree clan, and immediately turned into a magic stick and said, "I bit you, and I got an opportunity because of it. So I will give you a good fortune." As he spoke, Xiao Hei tapped lightly towards the sacred tree. In an instant, it seemed as if the life energy of the entire world was converging towards the sacred tree. The sacred tree that originally covered a star began to tremble violently and began to grow crazily. In just a short time, the area covered by the canopy of the sacred tree became 10 times larger, and it continues to expand. The eternal Qingtian Emperor and the Shenmu clan are overjoyed. A group of ancestor gods were also amazed. The law of life. Wonderful ruas. After a while, a light flashed on the sacred tree, and a woman in white came out. The woman in white bowed slightly toward Xiao Hei and said, "Venerable Xiao Hei's kindness will never be forgotten." Xiao Hei waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about repaying the favor later." Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Hei. He suspected that Xiao Hei was driving, but he had no evidence. Then, Chen Fan punched Xiao Hei on the head. The eternal Qingtian Emperor blinked and thought hard for a long time. He couldn't figure out why the Demon King would hit Xiao Hei. What Xiao Hei said just now, is there any problem? Unable to think of an answer, the eternal Qingtian Emperor also felt very annoyed. Behind the torn space, Zhang Jiang lightly kicked Li Mu. "Huh?" Li Mu looked back at Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang glanced at Xiao Hei and winked at Li Mu. Li Mu blinked, then flew to Xiao Hei's side with a whoosh, patted Xiao Hei's shoulder and said, "Ha ha ha. Xiao Hei is really amazing. When you were just a bird, I thought you were extremely talented. Extraordinary. Xiao Hei. Everyone else." Li Mu continued, "Xiao Hei, you are from our blue star. Now that you have become an ancestral god and have mastered the 2 laws, shouldn't you take care of Blue Star at this time?" Xiao Hei's face was expressionless, and he raised his head slightly, looking neither yin nor yang. Snapped. Chen Fan slapped Xiao Hei on the head. "My senior brother is talking to you. Why are you pretending to be smart?" Hey. Xiao Hei immediately changed his appearance and said, "I am also an ancestor god who has understood the 2 laws. Isn't it normal to put on airs? It doesn't matter if I help Blue Star. It's just a matter of seconds." While speaking, Xiao Hei touched his hands gently in front of him. The space opened, and the aqua blue star appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Hei casually pointed at Blue Star. There was a flash of green light. Boom! Blue Star shook violently. A god king arranged by Chen Fan on Blue Star soared into the sky, as if facing a formidable enemy. At this time, Blue Star's flowers, plants and trees, which had grown several times larger than in the lower realm, changed again. Not only did they become larger, they even gave birth to many lives. Countless tree people came out and looked around curiously. There are many plant-type beasts, and their power is rising crazily. All kinds of changes caused the entire Blue Star to be in chaos instantly. Upon seeing this, Li Mu quickly got out of the space crack opened by Xiao Hei. The next moment, Li Mu's huge face, like an ancient god, appeared above the blue star. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please be patient. I am Li Mu from the Tang dynasty. I just asked Xiao He to give Blue Star life energy. So there was a change in Blue Star." The chaos subsided instantly. But countless huge tree people running around also made the various countries of Blue Star a little confused. Fortunately, in addition to the God King, there are many demon gods guarding Blue Star. With the help of these demons, the riot was quickly brought under control. However, I don't know whether it was because the life energy was too strong or Xiao He was too generous. Under this move, Blue Star's mutations continued to appear. Whether it is beast control or wilderness monsters, whether it is combat power level or racial level, there have been huge changes. You must know that when Chen Fan moved Lan Xing to the God Realm, Lan Xing was bathed in the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the God Realm, and a change had already occurred. But this change is even more exaggerated than the last time. At this time, the blind man also came out. Okay, I know. Tianyi Realm. Seeing this, Xiao He hurriedly stopped the blind man from speaking, and sent another burst of life energy to Tianyi Realm. Tianyi Realm, like Blue Star, has experienced changes. The other ancestral gods were a little itchy watching this scene. Each of these ancestor gods controls different laws. But among these laws, except for the law of creation and the law of life, it seems that none of them can give creation, like Xiao He. For example, Chen Fan understood the law of killing through his past life memories. How to use the law of killing to help Blue Star, or the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree clan? Once the law of killing comes out, not to mention a sacred tree, an entire star field may be completely wiped out. Just when a group of ancestor gods were envious and jealous, Chen Fan gently patted Xiao He's head and said, "Create a clone and try to communicate with me using your soul to see how much understanding of the law of life can be transmitted." Between the Beast Master and the Beast Master, souls of different races can communicate, just like when Chen Fan communicated with Xiaobai and Gongzi. As a Beast Master, Chen Fan, after understanding the rules, can use this channel to teach the beast he signed. Similarly, as a Beast Master, Xiao He, after understanding the laws, can also pass them on to Chen Fan, a Beast Master, through this channel. It's just that the transmission of beast control is a little more difficult. Xiao He didn't dare to neglect and immediately created a clone. Chen Fan carried Xiao He's clone and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the voice of the woman in white, the incarnation of the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree clan, rang in Chen Fan's mind. "Dear Demon King, can I talk to you alone?" "Huh?" Chen Fan turned around. He let go of his hand, threw Xiao He out, and then walked towards the incarnation of the sacred tree. Xiao He was stunned. His eyes widened and he said, "Boss, don't do anything stupid. Empress Dutian and the princess of the Angel God clan are still here." Chen Fan was furious and slapped Xiao He hundreds of thousands of miles away. "You go back first," Chen Fan said. "The sacred tree has something to say to me." The cracks in space closed quickly, including the eternal Qingtian Emperor. All the powerful people disappeared. No one knew what the sacred tree wanted to say to Chen Fan. But the divine tree has survived for countless years. So even if she knew some of the secrets of the divine world, it was normal. In the main hall of the royal court of the Shenmu clan, within a closed space, only Chen Fan and the woman in white were left. The woman in white lowered her head and suddenly knelt down. "Great Demon King, my master, Qingyi has waited for many thousands of years, and finally waited for your return." "Master?" Chen Fan sat down on a chair and tilted his head slightly. "Where do you start talking? Get up and talk." Qingyi stood up slowly and said, "Master, the sacred tree was planted by you 3 million years ago. For 3 million years, I have remained unknown just because I was waiting for your return." Chen Fan looked at Qingyi silently and said nothing. He was observing Qingyi's attribute panel. But nothing can be seen from Qingyi's attribute panel. The sacred tree he planted 3 million years ago? It took a full 3 million years to cultivate to the level of demon god, which seemed a little too weak. What is the significance of planting such a sacred tree? Qingyi seemed to have guessed what Chen Fan was thinking, and said softly, "The great Demon King, my respected master, the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree clan, is not actually my true body, but just one of the billions of roots." Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said, "What is your true body?" Qingyi lowered his head slightly and said, "My true body is the divine realm." "What?" Chen Fan was surprised. "Are you kidding me? Qingyi's true body is the divine realm?" "Wrong. According to what those ancient ancestor gods said, the world of God should have been opened up by beauties, Qingyi said. 3 million years ago, Yi Hongyan, the ancestor of the ancient gods, opened up the divine world. Just in case, after the opening of the god realm, you thought that the god realm lacked a lot of things compared to the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. So you planted the god tree and made the god realm the soul of the god realm. After 3 million years, the sacred tree and the divine world have been completely integrated. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, "How can I prove the truth of what you said?" Qingyi said, "My true self has been sleeping. If you wake up my true self and then sign the contract to be the beast master, you will naturally know the truth and falsehood." Chen Fan nodded and asked, "Where is your true self?" Qingyi said, "On the 19th level of the Dark Abyss." Dark Abyss? The 19th floor? Chen Fan was stunned again. The true form of the sacred tree is on the 19th level of the Dark Abyss. But the old demon dragon never knew about it. "Isn't this old man a little too immodest?" Qingyi said. "The reason why my true self chose to sleep on the 19th level of the Dark Abyss is because after your death, the great elder of the Dutianyi clan sent a ray of consciousness you left behind to the 19th level of the Dark Abyss, and injected with the devil fetus of heaven and earth. I am sleeping on the 19th floor, but I am actually protecting your rebirth." Chen Fan fell silent. These things are nothing. After the great elder of the Dutianyi clan told it, the eternal Qingtian emperor and others already knew about it. The fact that the demon king was born from the demon womb of heaven and earth is not a secret in the god realm. Chen Fan rubbed his temples and said, "I don't have the memory of that life, so I can't figure out the timeline. You have lived for 3 million years, so why don't you help me sort out the timeline? Do you know that the sky-breaking demon when was the knife cast? After planting me," Qingyi said. "More than 100 years after the master planted me, I gave birth to consciousness. Suddenly one day, you told me that you and the goddess were going to the cracks in the universe to collect star cores and forge the sky-breaking demon sword." Chen Fan's eyes flashed. There are some things that no one except him, and Yi Hongyan knows it all. After casting the heaven-breaking demon sword, the heavenly lady told him that because 2/3 of the power of Heaven's Tao was integrated into the heaven-breaking demon sword, Heaven's Tao could only resist the void for another 3 million years. If what Qingyi said is true, then the timeline will become clear in an instant. Chapter 467 Fusion of the Law of Life and the Law of Death. "Do you know the specific time when the sky-breaking demon sword was cast?" After a moment of silence, Chen Fan finally asked the question he was most concerned about. "I know," Qingyi said, "because you told me, after the sky-breaking demon sword was cast, in order to deduce the void and create a void system, you entered the void alone with the sky-breaking demon sword. 100 years after entering the void, you were seriously injured and were brought out of the void by the demon princess Xiaobai, who was transformed into a weapon spirit." Hearing this sentence, Chen Fan's heart suddenly sank. Time is running out. The sacred tree was planted by him 3 million years ago. More than 100 years after planting the sacred tree, he, Yi Hongyan and others followed the goddess to forge the sky-breaking demon sword. After that, enter the void for 100 years. After the goddess forged the sky-severing magic sword, she said that there were only 3 million years left. A rough calculation shows that there may be less than 200 years left. Perhaps only more than 100 years. In other words, after more than 100 years, the seal of the sky, transformed from the colorful divine stone, will no longer be able to seal the impact of the void. When the seal is opened, the Lord of the Void will lead the Void Legion to invade this world. Less than 200 years. It's too short. For most gods and demons, it is just the blink of an eye. What can be accomplished in 200 years? Chen Fan raised his head. His eyes penetrated the hall and saw the vast sky. The clouds are light, and the wind is light. As if in a dream. "Owner?" Seeing that Chen Fan was absent-minded, Qingyi asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you going to see Qingyi's true self now? There's no rush." Chen Fan waved his hand gently and said, "In 3 days, I will come to the Shinmu clan to look for you." His voice still echoed in the hall, but the person had disappeared. Qingyi silently looked at the place where Chen Fan had been sitting, opened her mouth, and said after a while, "Kicking over the world with 2 feet, shouldering all the sorrows of the past and present on one shoulder. My master, when will you be able to fly freely?" Xingyi, who was wearing white clothes, slowly disintegrated, and finally disappeared without a trace. The ancestral land of Dutianyi clan. With a flash of light, Chen Fan walked out. Yi Hongyan and Henry Chu immediately came forward to greet them. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Fan's face sinking like water, Yi Hongyan asked with concern. Chen Fan smiled slightly. It's nothing. Stop pretending, Henry Chu said. You are not a skilled actor. Chen Fan. Yi Hao also smiled and said, Brother Fan, if you have any bad news, just tell me directly. If the sky falls, we can carry it together. Powerful divine senses came over. Although the group of ancestor gods did not speak, they all expressed their thoughts. Chen Fan's eyes slowly swept over Yi Hao, Shen Taotao and others. There are not only a few people in the front. In addition to them, there are gods and demons, and those countless ancestors who fought bloody battles for this world and finally turned into dust. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, There are less than 200 years left. The air around him suddenly solidified, extremely cold to the bone. Everyone understands the meaning of this sentence. This time is really too short. So short that even if they want to do something, they have no idea how to do it. Sudden, Dutian God King came out and said, Let the ancestor gods and the God King enter the world. The number of lower-level demon gods who have descended to the lower realm before is still too small. God Kings and ancestor gods above the 7th level of the void god body have countless clones. Split the clones to the maximum number. Reduce the power to the minimum. And use the virtual soul to descend to the mortal world. A clone can control a world and gain access to a world's void energy and power of faith. The ancient demon god king also came out and said, This method is good. Count me in. The other god kings and ancestral gods all came out. At this time, the ancient ancestor of the ancient elephant god clan said, Don't waste the energy of the void and the power of faith on others. As I said before, the demon king built the void system to gather the power of the entire world. Mortals, gods, demons, all living things, even heaven. As he spoke, he turned to look at the other ancestral gods and said, Except for the recent breakthroughs, most of the ancestral gods have understood the laws of space. The laws that the previous ancestral gods have understood are not the same. Every person split into a clone, using the soul connection between the Beast Master and the Beast Master to teach Chen Fan the understanding of the law. The old devil dragon said with a happy face, That's right. Before you understood the laws of space, wasn't it because the angel god king sacrificed several clones? Just 1 or 2 clones? What does it mean? If the little lunatic can be allowed to understand the 9 laws in a short period of time, this is 1 or 2 more laws that we old guys have mastered. But it is countless times stronger. A group of ancestor gods nodded repeatedly. The way of controlling beasts. Coordination system created by Chen Fan was simply flawless. A group of ancestral gods began to shine with light. One by one, clones came out. Good. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you all. Saying that, Chen Fan looked at Xiao He. Xiao He blinked. Am I going to lose a clone too? Yi Hongyan knocked Xiao He on the head and said, You have just understood the law of life. Among all the ancestors, you are the only one who has understood the law of life. Xiao He scratched his head and split into a clone. At this time, Chen Fan himself appeared and opened the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space. All the clones of the ancestor gods, together with Chen Fan himself, all entered the beast-controlling space. Everyone gathered around Chen Fan and sat down cross-legged. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the void chains pierced through the divine bodies of a group of ancestor gods with a few hisses. With the void chain and the soul communication between the Beast Master and the Beast Master, the information of the law became clearer. The 9 known laws are the law of space, the law of creation, the law of destruction, the law of fate, the law of life, the law of death, the law of the 5 elements, the law of killing, and the law of reincarnation. Chen Fan has now understood the laws of space, the laws of destruction, and the laws of killing. There are also 6 laws. Among this group of ancestor gods, many of the laws that the ancestor gods have understood are repeated. But even if it is the same law, the understanding of the law and the process of enlightenment are very different. Auras of laws flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Sudden, the 2 laws in his mind were entangled. It is Xiao He's law of life, and the law of death of the angel god king. These 2 laws are mutually exclusive, yet dependent on each other. Their relationship seems a bit special. In addition to these 2 laws, the same is true for the law of creation and the law of destruction. They seem to be completely opposite, but they are intertwined. Life. Die! Chen Fanro realized something and took back the other void chains, leaving only the 2 chains on Xiao He and the angel god king. The Demon King in his previous life also understood the law of death. Although he has not yet taken back the law of death, Chen Fan's understanding of this law far exceeds that of other ancestral gods. Chen Fan looked at his nose with his eyes, and his mind with his nose, allowing himself to enter a strange ethereal state. In this state, his soul seemed to be merged with the souls of Xiaohe and the angel god king. A world of only black and white quickly formed in his mind. The breath of the law of life and the law of death also converged into the colors of black and white, entangled together. Black is death. White is growth. They are constantly circulating and growing and decreasing each other. This is how the next life and death arise. Dominate life and death. Control yin and yang. Create life. All things in heaven and earth have their own rhythms in their ups and downs. Flowers wax and wane, and trees wither and flourish. Existence is permanent and impermanent. Life and death are impermanent. The two trees are withered and flourishing. North, south, west and east. Neither false nor empty. What is Tao? Heaven and earth are the Tao. All living things are the Tao. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the Tao. The rotation of the sun and the moon is the Tao. Spring thunder and winter rain are the Tao. Destruction is the way. Creation is the way. Virtual reality is the way. Chen Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, had a smile on his lips and gently spread the palms of his hands. Just above his palm, two balls of light, one black and one white, appeared. The left hand is white and the right hand is black. Subsequently, the two light balls came together and slowly transformed into Tai Chi. The secret of the origin of life and death turns out to be here. The law of death. It turns out there is more than just death. Countless mysterious auras surged forward and turned into characters one after another, flashing continuously in Chen Fan's mind. At this time, among the void characters on Chen Fan's void divine body, two characters also flashed. This is... Chen Fan was stunned. The next moment, he felt the breath of the law of life and the law of death from those two characters. He suspected from the beginning that the void characters contained the power of law. Really, however, there are only 9 known laws in total. Even if there are still unknown laws, it is definitely not too many. But there are tens of thousands of void characters. Just when Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, the two shining void characters actually began to absorb the law aura transmitted from Xiaohe and the angel god king. Strange. When he first understood the laws of space, this situation did not happen. Later, when the law of destruction and the law of killing were retrieved through the memories of the past life, the void characters did not experience such changes. Why is this happening now? At this time, the light of the two void characters became stronger and stronger. And with the breath of law absorbed by the two void characters, Chen Fan's understanding of the law of life and the law of death is also constantly deepening. The two void characters seemed to be two clones of Chen Fan. The aura of law absorbed by the void characters appeared clearly in Chen Fan's mind. A mysterious aura lingered in Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan spread his hands. His left hand filled with abundant life energy, and his right hand gave birth to the aura of death. These two completely opposite auras awakened the other ancestral gods around them. All the ancestral gods looked at the changes in Chen Fan's body with a bit of surprise. They had just entered the beast-controlling space for a while. Isn't Chen Fan's speed in comprehending the law too fast? If they didn't all know, Chen Fan still hadn't understood the laws of life and death. Feeling these two auras at this time, I might have thought that Chen Fan had already understood these two laws. Time passes little by little. Boom! The strange changes in Chen Fan's body awakened a group of ancestral gods, who had fallen into a deep sleep again. The breath of the law of life and the law of death escaped from Chen Fan. The grassland in the beast-controlling space immediately began to undergo drastic changes. The grass grows wildly, then withers into mud. Seeds sprouted in the soil, and countless exotic flowers and plants appeared. In the small lake, schools of fish of various colors kept popping up and growing rapidly, which made a group of ancestor gods marvel at them. 7 days only! 7 days! The eternal Qi Emperor sighed and said again and again, "Who can do such a thing except the Demon King?" The other ancestor gods nodded. Xiaohe laughed and said, "This flattery is not smooth at all." The eternal Qi Emperor, Xiaohe said, "It only took me a short while to understand the law of life." The old demon dragon laughed dumbly and said, "I admire Xiaohe's shameless attitude." A group of ancestor gods laughed. At this time, the aura of the law of life and the aura of the law of death all around suddenly began to gather rapidly towards Chen Fan again. When these laws converged on Chen Fan seemed to have turned into an ordinary person. without any trace of the laws in his body. Just when a group of ancestral gods thought that Chen Fan was about to call it a day, a strange aura appeared on Chen Fan's body. The black and white light bands condensed from the aura circled around Chen Fan's body. At the same time, void characters appeared one after another on Chen Fan's body. This is... A group of ancestor gods looked at each other, feeling incomprehensible. After a while, the clone of the ancient ancestor god of the Burning Sky clan said, "He seems to be fusing the law of life and the law of death?" Exclamation point. A group of ancestor gods' eyes widened instantly. Chen Fan has understood the laws of life and death? Just after understanding these two laws. Do you want to merge these two laws? But, didn't he say before that he didn't know how to integrate? Under the dumbfounded gaze of a group of ancestor gods, the black and white light bands surrounding Chen Fan really merged together. And above this light belt, the light of void characters actually flashed. Why do the void characters resonate with these two laws? The ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan was thoughtful. The old demon dragon said, "The little madman said before that the void characters should be integrated with the power of many rules and laws. Therefore, when Li Mu and the others were swallowed by the ancestral god-level void demon, the void character prevented the void demon from absorbing their power. Only the power of the law can stop the power of the law. And the power of law contained in the void characters must be more than just one." While speaking, Chen Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, all the ancestor gods present had their hairs standing on end, and stood up as if out of reflex. Chen Fan's eyes, one black and one white, were extremely strange. But that's not really the scary part. After all, no matter how scary you are, how can you scare the ancestral gods? The most important thing is the aura released by Chen Fan. That aura spread out and enveloped all the ancestor gods in the beast-controlling space, making them instantly feel like they were wandering between life and death. Just a breath made a group of ancestor gods horrified. This, Xiao Heiqi slipped over and said, "Boss, you haven't merged the law of death and the law of life, have you?" "That's right." Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, "I used the void characters to merge these two laws." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Hei had already activated the law of life on him. But what happened to the orange cat before did not happen to Chen Fan. On the contrary, Xiao Hei, who had used the law of life, began to have wrinkles on his face, and his hair turned gray. Seeing this, the angel god king hurriedly stopped him. "Xiao Hei, that's enough." Xiao Hei smiled and said, "Calm down. Calm down. I'm just giving it a try. Can I still hurt my boss? Hey, why do I feel so tired after just 2 words? The angel god king shook his head, and with a flick of his hand, a water mirror condensed in front of Xiao Hei. "Who is this old man? He looks familiar." Xiao Hei was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he jumped 3 feet high. "Nanny! Yes, uncle!" Chen Fan slapped Xiao Hei to the ground. The moment he knocked Xiao Hei down, Chen Fan's power of the law of life and the law of death was activated, restoring Xiao Hei to his normal appearance. Chapter 468 Jin Qing's Decision. The void corrupts the heaven and earth. In the final battle between the ancient gods and the ancient demons, almost all of them were killed or injured. The demon king Chen Fan absorbed the power of hundreds of millions of gods and demons. And after killing a void lord and all the void monarchs, he sent the surviving gods and demons into the boundless god realm, opened by Yi Hongyan, rebirth in the divine world. And the demon king also entered reincarnation. Countless thousands of years later, a little skeleton was born in the demon womb of heaven and earth in the dark abyss of the god realm. Venerable demon dragon, the ancestor god of the dark abyss, silently guarded this little skeleton. In this dark world, the grandfather and grandson live a funny and warm life. The little skeleton walked up step by step, and finally walked out of the dark abyss, and then step by step, stirred up the god realm. Once upon a time, many gods wanted to join forces to kill this demon, but for some reason, it all came to nothing in the end. Some people say that it is because Empress Dutian of the Dutian Knight clan shocked the gods and demons in the sky. Others say that the ancient ancestors of several major Protoss seem to value the little skeleton very much. In short, every time the little skeleton encounters a crisis, a mysterious force will appear to help him resolve the crisis. In the end, this little skeleton became the demon king of the dark abyss. Many powerful Protoss feel threatened, but after the demon king unified the dark abyss, the cohesion of the dark abyss became extremely powerful. The angel god king, the ancient demon lord, and the heavenly dragon emperor and other powerful men who were originally enemies of the demon king ended up not knowing each other and becoming friends of life and death. Many years later, the Demon King, who was once the enemy of the entire God realm, became the king of the God realm and the co-lord of heaven and earth. However, the Void invasion, catastrophe in the divine world, the Demon King led the gods and demons to fight against the mysterious and unknown power of the Void. And finally they all fell. 20,000 years later, Void demons sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Without the Demon King, the divine world is extremely fragile. Several ancient ancestor gods have never taken action. The gods and demons in the sky were forced into a desperate situation. In order to consolidate the divine realm, the gods of the vast God realm planted the world tree, allowing the roots of the world tree to extend to thousands of small worlds to swallow up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in thousands of small worlds, resulting in the world of small worlds like Blue Star. The spiritual energy is completely lost. After the world tree absorbed thousands of small worlds for more than 10,000 years, it almost entered every small world in the age of ending law. It could not withstand the corrosion of the Void, and the space began to break, and countless small worlds connected with each other. Cracks appeared one after another in the sky of Blue Star and Tianyu Realm. Every crack leads to an unknown world. The alien invasion that people are worried about will soon arrive. In the classroom at Blue Star Tangwa War God Academy, a teacher was telling the story of the Demon King. This teacher was none other than Jin Qing, the deputy leader of the Ares Pioneer Regiment, who was rescued by Chen Fan. Jin Qing only followed Blue Star's large army and entered the ancient God realm after the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star was opened. After fighting in the ancient God realm for a long time, Chen Fan's breakthrough caused changes in the ancient God realm. So together with Li Qingyan and the others, they left the ancient God realm again. This time, Jin Qing made a bold decision after hearing what King Dutian said. At this time, the classroom was full of people. Even the corridor outside was full of people. But the scene was very quiet, with only Jin Qing's voice. "The world needs heroes," Jin Qing said. "Chen Fan is such a hero. And this hero, after reincarnation, came to Blue Star, to Donghai City Ares Academy, and to this classroom." The whole classroom suddenly became excited. "He saved Tang State, saved Blue Star, and saved Tianyu Realm." Jin Qing's eyes were a little confused and she said, "Someone must fight with blood, so that there is hope for this world. All the burdens are on him alone. This is very inappropriate." Suddenly, a female classmate raised her hand and stood up and said, "But teacher, we are so weak. Let alone go to the God realm. We can't even get out of the Blue Star. How can we share the burden on the shoulders of the Demon King? Go and kill," Jin Qing said slowly. "Use all your strength to kill the demon." Jin Qing pointed to the big tree with no top visible outside the window and said, "At the request of Minister Li Mu, Chen Fan's beast control Xiao He gave Blue Star a fortune. Blue Star's star power now is hundreds of times what it was when Chen Fan was at Blue Star. Whether it is you or your beast masters, their cultivation strength has improved by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, because the Demon King is repassed on the way of beast controlling, anyone can become a beast control master, and can easily sign contracts with about 5 beast control masters. You know, in those days, besides Chen Fan, others also when he was at Ares Academy. Even the top genius Yi Hao could only sign up for 4 beast masters." The students nodded repeatedly. They had heard many things about Chen Fan and Yi Hao countless times. Jin Qing continued, "You haven't killed a single monster or demon, so you can help the Demon King collect some void energy. So regardless of our level of cultivation, we can all help the Demon King." The students applauded wildly. A student asked, "Teacher, there are rumors that the Demon King has moved both Blue Star and Tianyu Realm to the God Realm. Is this true?" Before Xiao He gave Blue Star his fortune, some time ago, Blue Star's heaven and earth vitality suddenly changed drastically, becoming dozens of times stronger than before. Hearing this, Jin Qing laughed and said, "Want to know whether Blue Star has reached the God Realm now? That requires your own efforts. Work hard to become stronger. When you become stronger and can jump out of the Blue Star and enter the starry sky, you will naturally know." Another student asked, "Teacher, did you hear that Xiao He has become an ancestral god? When he was in Ares Academy, he often made the Ares Academy crazy and was beaten every day." "Right." Above the classroom, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Xiao He stuck his head out and said, "Who is it? Who is praising me for being handsome?" A group of students were stunned. Immediately, all the students stood up and looked at Xiao He curiously. Jin Qing was about to speak. Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand. pinched Xiaohei's neck, and pulled Xiaohei back. The crack in the void closed again, but that startling glimpse still made the classroom boil. Teacher, is that the Dutian Empress Yi hung in just now? Teacher, I heard that Xiaohei was a soul-eating bird back then. Is he now more powerful than Empress Dutian? Teacher, did Xiaohei and the others tear apart space just now? Like on TV. Can they tear apart space? Teacher, can you go to the Dutian clan only if you reach the 9th level or above? When the classroom is in chaos. In the void outside Ares Academy, Li Mu and Jinqing were fighting side by side. Have you decided? Li Mu looked at Jinqing with a serious look and said, You are now in the middle stage of the God King. Do you really want to split into countless clones and go to the lower world? After a moment of silence, Jinqing said, Before King Dutian said this method, I had already thought about it. Although relying on the benefits brought by Qinfan's contract, my cultivation has grown at a rate that I can't even dream of. However, compared with him, Hongxiu and the others, they are still very different. So I have been thinking, he has been helping us all this time. How can we help him? In other words, how can we, who are so weak, protect this world? The divine void body transformed the 60 trillion cells in the body into clones, which gives us endless imagination. Instead of staying in the God realm and relying on Qinfan's light to break through, why not split these 60 trillion clones and help Qinfan do something? Li Mu was silent. Before, the God realm had sent several groups of armies to the lower realm. Every time, it is on the order of millions. But relatively speaking, the number of 1 million is still too small. But with the help of Qinfan, a powerful man who opened the 7th level of the void divine body, one person can split into dozens of trillions of clones. And gods and demons with cultivation levels above God King are powerful enough to support so many clones. As long as a God King level being is willing to do this, the energy of the void and the power of faith will grow exponentially. King Dutian proposed this method immediately after hearing Qinfan say that there was only more than 100 years left. But in fact, it is not that others have never thought of this method. Only, for a God King level being to split his clones and go to the lower realm, the risk is too great. Feng Tianlin split into a clone and went to the lower realm. There is nothing to say about this, because even if this clone dies, it will only lose a little bit of power. But the God King split the number of clones to the limit. This kind of loss is unimaginable. This is true. A strong man never returns once he is gone. Nowadays, not only Jinqing, but also Blue Star and Tianyi Realm, Tianai Clan, Angel God Clan, Tianlong Clan and Ancient Demon Clan. Many strong men on the 7th level of the void divine body have all volunteered to prepare to split their clones and go to the lower realm. As the absolute leader of Blue Star, Li Mu feels very heavy now. It was also his idea to let Jinqing leave a clone and become a teacher at Ares Academy. At the same time, he also asked Jinqing to leave a clone in the Dutian clan. This has a bit of a save the flame feel. Even if those countless Jinqings cannot come back after going to the lower world, there are still Jinqings in the God realm. Li Mu looked at the blue sky, suddenly laughed and said, Is there a possibility that we are actually one of the ancestor gods who fought with Xiaofan back then? Jinqing, Li Mu said, Xiaofan can be reincarnated. There is no reason why an ancestor god as powerful as him should die cleanly. Jinqing, the minister's mind is indeed very big. This possibility does exist. But did you change the topic too quickly and bluntly? But I heard Li Mu say again. So, is it possible that you have fallen in love with Xiaofan in ancient times? That's why Tiandao arranged for him to meet Chu Xianyao and the others in Donghai City, so that you and him could also meet here? Minister, what are you talking about? Jinqing didn't expect it and blushed instantly. Li Mu shrugged and said, There is no one else here. Don't pretend that when you were in the Dutian clan, I was not the only one to see the nymphomaniac look you looked at Xiaofan. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you. Jinqing moved and disappeared out of thin air. Woman, Li Mu shook his head and sighed. What's wrong with the woman? Gongzi walked out of the void behind Li Mu. Huh? Li Mu was startled and said, Gongzi, don't be like Xiaohei, who is so unpredictable and scary. Gongzi blinked and said, I heard them say that many people are preparing to split all their clones and go to the lower world. Can Jade and I do the same? No, Li Mu said with a straight face. Others can, but you can't. Gongzi was stunned. Why? We have become ancestral gods. We can split more clones and control the laws. Even if we go to the lower world and encounter powerful void demons, we don't have to be afraid at all. Li Mu turned around and looked at Gongzi silently. Gongzi looked at him and asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Mu said, "All the powerful people in Blue Star and Tianyu Realm signed contracts with Xiaofan before he left for God Realm. Theoretically, I am his Master Beast. And you are also his Master Beast." Gongzi nodded. "Yes, but that's not actually the case," Li Mu said. "His real Beast Masters are only you and Xiao He. Do you understand?" Gongzi blinked. "I don't understand. You have signed a contract with the boss. Isn't it him who controls the beast? It's different." Li Mu shook his head and said, "The feelings are different, and I don't know how to explain it. In short, you and Xiao He will definitely benefit the most from Xiaofan's breakthrough. So they will break through the fastest. This is not jealousy. It is the result of my long-term observation and research. Observation and investigation." Gongzi was stunned for a moment. Li Mu said, "I know you all want to do something for him. But there are already people doing the splitting of clones. And many people are doing it. Just practice hard and it will be fine." Gongzi was a little frustrated and said, "But we are still too weak. I thought that after becoming the ancestral god, I would be able to help the boss do many things. As a result, when we arrived at the forbidden area that day, hundreds of clones sprang out. And they were all shattered by a random flick of the tentacles. Existences of that level are not everywhere," Li Mu said consolingly. "The most terrifying of the 9 forbidden places in the God Realm is the Valley of Death in the God Realm. You have only understood the laws of space now, and you cannot resist the attack of that kind of existence. But what if you, like Xiao He, control 2 laws or even 3 laws?" Gongzi's complexion immediately improved a lot. Li Mu continued, "Before you came, I was talking to Jinqing. I said that I suspected that we might be the reincarnation of the ancestor gods from ancient times." "Oh?" Gongzi looked at Li Mu with a strange expression. "Li Mu, what on earth are you thinking about in your head?" Li Mu continued. "Back then, apart from the Demon King and Empress Dutian, there were many powerful ancestors in the God Realm. It's just that they all fell in the end. No, they fell one step earlier than him. They were wiped out in ashes." Gongzi turned around and wanted to leave, but was held back by Li Mu. Li Mu said, "What I mean is that there is God's will in the dark. If we stay by his side, we can do more things. Like Xiao Bai. None of you knew before that Xiao Bai would be the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword? Damn it. This topic goes around and around. And it can come back again." Gongzi scratched his head. Li Mu is sometimes unreliable. But in fact, he is quite reliable. "That's okay," Gongzi said. "Then Fei Sui and I won't leave. We will always stay by the boss's side, no matter the wind or rain." Chapter 469 Xiao He is hunted down. The 9th level of the Dark Abyss. A figure is folding space crazily, traveling through the endless starry sky at an unimaginable speed. Behind him, 3 black lights pursued him relentlessly. "Come on! Come after me!" Xiao He turned around and shouted. "If you catch up with me, I will hack you." The 3 black lights behind were faster. But even though they were fast, they were still not as fast as Xiao He, who activated the space law. Xiao He left the 3 black lights behind for a long time, then stopped and stood there waiting. This made the 3 void demons at the ancestral god level behind them very angry. Demon King's beast controller Xiao He. There is information about Xiao He in their memories. 2 years ago, this was a demon-type soul-eating bird with a low level and weak strength. It only wanted to cause trouble and get beaten every day. But 2 years later, this soul-eating bird had evolved into the mythical beast Dark Phoenix. This even surpasses the peak of the Phoenix God clan. The most unimaginable and unacceptable thing is that Xiao He actually controls the laws of space and the laws of life. The void demon god at the level of the ancestral god, who roams the god realm. Has he ever been teased like this before? The 3 ancestral god level void demon gods were really furious, and showed that they would not give up until Xiao He was killed. When Xiao He saw the 3 void demon gods rushing towards him, he hurriedly turned around and quickly folded the space again. Careless. "I didn't expect that the law of life consumed so much divine power. The void divine power of a clone cannot support it at all. In the end, I didn't kill those 3 big demons. I almost died myself." Xiao He pushed the space rules with some difficulty and kept folding the space, although he controlled the 2 laws. Because his breakthrough was too fast and his foundation was unstable, his power was far inferior to the 3 void demon gods behind him. What's more, it's just a clone. On the other hand, the divine power consumed by the law of life is too huge. The stronger the enemy's divine power, the more void divine power is consumed. Xiao Hei's entry into the dark abyss, this time was originally aimed at these few fish that slipped through the net. He originally thought that relying on these two laws, he could easily kill the ancestral god-level void demon god. Unexpectedly, as soon as the law of life covered the three void demon gods, his void divine power burned quickly. The three void demon gods have not yet shown signs of fatigue, and their void divine power is almost exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that the void divine body cooperates with the law of life and is endless and endless, I would have to explain it here this time. I just kept stopping along the way. Not to pretend to be beautiful, but actually because can't run anymore. Xiao Hei was laughing and cursing, but he was also vomiting blood in his heart. When the void power is not enough, although it can open a certain distance, it cannot get rid of the bone-attached gangrene behind it all. If it continues to be used up, I'm afraid it will be a tragedy. As Xiao Hei ran, he forced himself to calm down and began to sense the presence of Gongzi and Xin Fan. After signing a contract with Xin Fan, Yusho not only has a unique communication ability with Xin Fan, but there is also a special channel between Yusho. After reaching the level of the ancestral god, the passage became significantly clearer, far beyond the coverage of divine consciousness. The communication of spiritual consciousness must be within the coverage of spiritual consciousness. But the communication between the Beast Master and the Beast Master, or Xiao Hei and Gongzi, can transcend this distance. As long as Gongzi, Xin Fan and the others are on the 9th floor, they will be able to sense their aura sooner or later. Xiao Hei was silently sensing while folding the space. Can't sense. Xiao Hei was a little annoyed. After Gongzi and Jade became ancestral gods, they also sent clones into the dark abyss. How can they have moved tens of millions of miles using the law of space, and still can't sense their breath? Where have they all died? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have gone out for a walk alone. After all, it's just a clone. Using one clone to defeat three ancient void demon gods. Who among the ancestor gods would dare to do this? Alas, it's over. If this clone is destroyed, Gongzi and the others will definitely laugh to death. Xiao Hei panted, and after putting some distance away from the three black lights behind him, he simply stopped running and directly split into a group of clones. A group of black men activated the void confinement at the same time, using layers of space to build a fortress for themselves. As soon as the fortress was successfully constructed, three black lights, like three black dragons, surrounded the fortress. There is no sound. There is not even any spiritual communication. But Xiao Hei inside the fortress felt unspeakable malice. The void demon god at the level of the ancestral god is really terrifying. Just the malice emanating from it can cause someone to have a nervous breakdown. Right? I am also an ancestral god. I still control the existence of the two ancestral gods, and my void power restrains their void magic power. Afraid of him, Xiao Hei sat in the fortress and said with a smile, "The so-called void demon is nothing more than that. Three ancestral god-level void demon gods are too weak to be able to do anything to even my clone." The speed of the three black energies is getting faster and faster, and they are constantly circling around the space created by the void confinement. Xiao Hei felt tremendous pressure as he passed through the layers of space. After frowning, Xiao Hei split into another clone. The clone transports the divine power of the void and supports the space. And he himself turned directly into a black hole. Use the black hole to communicate with Xin Fan and Gongzi faster. But he didn't dare to transform into a black hole before building a fortress. Because of this level of black hole, the three void demon gods can easily collapse if they take action. The black hole has just formed. Xiao Hei's consciousness exceeded the speed of light, and ran very fast in the black hole. "Boss! Gongzi! Xiaobai! Jade! Help!" Throughout the ages, Xiao Hei was definitely the first person to use a black hole to shout for help. The last time Shen Tao was chased, he used the black hole to seek help. But he was calm and composed, far from being so panicked. "Boss! Gongzi! Xiaobai! Has anyone in Jade heard my cry for help?" "Xiao Hei! What's wrong?" "Huh? You are an old ape." "It's me. I'm practicing as a black hole. I just sensed your voice. I thought I was hallucinating. What happened? I'm on the 9th level of the Dark Abyss, and I'm being chased by three ancestral god-level void demon gods. Please call the boss and the others to save me." The old ape was obviously stunned for a moment. There should be 4 more ancestral god-level void demon gods trapped in the Dark Abyss. But the Dark Abyss is too big. After the old demon dragon and the others destroyed several void demon gods last time, the remaining ones hid directly. Trying to find them in the dark abyss is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unexpectedly, Xiao He actually lured out the 3 void demon gods. I've passed the message to Boss and Gongzi. Hold on. I'll be there soon. The old ape usually talks little, but he is really reliable at critical moments. Xiao He was extremely moved. Come quickly. You will collect the body for me later. No, there can't be a body at all. It is probably just a few pieces of dust spit out from the teeth of the void demon. Hurry up. I can't hold it anymore. The power of the clone is too weak. In the black hole, light flashed. The old ape, who looked like an iron tower, stepped out. As soon as he appeared, he didn't say a word, and countless clones appeared instantly, just like Xiao He did before, activating the void confinement and helping Xiao He strengthen the defense of the fortress. Very strong. Sensing the auras of the 3 void demon gods outside, the old ape's face became solemn. Do you even need to say this? Xiao He sat down on the ground and said, That's the void demon god who has lived for who knows how many years. If I hadn't controlled the 2 laws, I would have stumbled this time. It sounds like you didn't stumble. The old ape glanced at Xiao He. Xiao He was stunned. Look what I do. Come on. The old ape shook his head and said, If you can't get there, you can't beat him. Xiao He's eyes widened. You can say such embarrassing things? If it was Gongzi, he would have rushed forward. The old ape said without changing his expression. If you can't beat me, you can't beat me. What's there to be ashamed of? I've only lived a few years, and I can't defeat the void demon god who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Isn't it normal? Gongzi is murderous, but he is very smart, but not as brainless as you said. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. I suspect you are saying that I have no brains. Don't get me wrong, said the old ape. I'm just saying you have no brain. Xiao He, the old ape said, with the power of my clone, it is more than enough to block them for 3 days. But in less than 3 minutes, the boss and the others will arrive. Xiao He rolled his eyes again. The boss said you are the most stable. But you are too stable. The old ape silently observed outside. The 3 void demon gods turned into terrifying black energy. The law of death. The law of destruction. The law of killing. There are also the 5 elements law. The old ape murmured. One of these 3 demons controls 2 laws. No wonder it can force you into such a mess. Xiao He smiled. He didn't have the nerve to tell the reason. It wasn't those 3 demons who cornered him. It was because he was too impulsive. Fighting 1 against 3. Directly activating the law of life. Exhausting the divine power of the void. And was chased until he had no way to go to the sky or to the earth. At this moment, several rays of light in the black hole lit up at the same time. Xiaobai and Gongzi, as well as Jade and Little Skull, walked out together. Xiao He was stunned for a moment. Why are there only a few of you? Where is the boss? Where are Xiao Qing and the others? Chen Fan didn't come. The few royal beasts that Chen Fan collected at the beginning didn't come either. Xiao He was very frustrated. Is my popularity so bad? Gongzi said. Boss is studying the fusion of laws. He doesn't have time. Let us come over and take a look. Look. Xiao He jumped 3 feet in the air and said. Those are 3 ancestral god-level void demon gods. One of them also controls 2 laws. As he spoke, the 3 black energies that were circling crazily stopped at the same time. In the turbulent black air, 3 strange-looking demons appeared in their true form. One of them is a huge eyeball, which looks a bit like a beholder. But unlike the beholder, this huge eyeball has countless eyes densely packed on it. Each eye is filled with a strange light, as if it can penetrate space and capture people's soul. The other void demon looked like a huge white bone. However, there was an upright eye on the white bone. The eyes were blood red. Silently watching Xiao He and Xiao Bai in the layers of space. Jade looked into those eyes, trembled all over, and immediately hid behind Xiao Bai. The last one looked like the Minotaur on TV, but on its forehead, there was the word King for Tiger, and its 2 eyes were like 2 black holes, with no eyeballs visible at all. Gongzi grinned and said, You can't find anything even if you wear iron shoes. It takes no effort to get here. I remember the boss said before that if we destroy an ancestral god-level void demon god, the void energy will be enough to help one of us unlock the 9th level of the void divine body. 3 fish that slipped through the net. This time we are going to catch the turtle in the urn and beat the dog behind closed doors. Xiao He narrowed his eyes. Where did you learn these idioms? Gongzi said. I saw it on TV. Xiao He. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed and he said, I'll entangle the Minotaur. You guys will divide into 2 teams and get rid of the eyeballs and bones as quickly as possible. Wait a minute. Xiao Hei was startled and said, the one who controls the two laws is the Minotaur. You alone, Xiao Bai said indifferently. I am enough to kill him. Xiao Hei scratched his head, looked at Gongzi and said, where does Xiao Bai's arrogance come from? Has she recovered her memory from ancient times? Snapped. Xiao Bai almost knocked Xiao Hei to the ground with a slap. Pay attention! Xiao Hei was about to speak. The earth on Xiao Bai's body released a fierce and domineering sword intent. That sword intention seemed to tear apart the space and destroy everything. Xiao Hei, who had controlled the law of life, was particularly sensitive to the sword's intention. And he jumped back in fright. Just pure knife intention. It is neither the law of destruction nor the law of killing. But this sword intention, in Xiao Hei's perception, seemed to be able to easily break his law of life. Next moment, Gongzi and Jade stood to the left and looked at the big eyeball. The old ape and the little skeleton fought to the right, staring at the big white bone. A group of people have already chosen their target. Kill them! Xiao Bai's tone was as if he was talking about killing a few bugs. Xiao Hei at the back clenched his fists and muttered to himself. Holy shit! Holy shit! This is the model! This is how you should pretend to be successful. But at this time, Xiao Bai's consciousness had been firmly locked on the Minotaur, and he ignored him at all. I saw the light on Xiao Bai's body begin to flicker, and his whole body seemed to turn into a magic knife. The sky-breaking demon sword! Xiao Hei exclaimed. Brush! The moment, the old ape unlocked the space created by the void confinement. Xiao Bai directly transformed into the sky-breaking demon sword, and struck at the Minotaur like void demon god like lightning. Simple. Direct. Crazy. Overbearing. The Minotaur looked solemn and retreated instead of advancing. But under the blessing of the law of space, Xiao Bai's speed is so fast that it is unspeakable. After the Minotaur retreated tens of thousands of miles, Xiao Bai's transformed sky-breaking demon sword appeared above his head. It was as if the Minotaur deliberately retreated tens of thousands of miles to meet Xiao Bai's sword. Roar! The Minotaur was furious. The law of death and the law of killing converged into two demonic dragons, staggered into the sky, and cut toward Xiao Bai like giant scissors. Careful! Xiao Hei behind was shocked. Xiao Bai wants to use one law to challenge two laws. Which is too messy. It's too late. It's faster than that. Boom! The sky-breaking demonic sword cut off two demonic dragons and landed on the Minotaur's head. The Minotaur's body split into two instantly. Chapter 470, The 11th Lord of the Void. Call! The Minotaur was split in half by the sky-breaking demon sword, and its body directly turned into two strands of black energy, which wrapped around the sky-breaking demon sword like snakes. Noob! Xiao Hei shouted, stretched out his hand, and the law of life was ready to activate. However, he saw the sky-breaking demonic sword violently shake. The blade's light surged, and it instantly tore the two black energy into countless strips. Xiao Hei was stunned for a moment. How did Xiao Bai do it? In the void, the countless black energy gathered together again, condensing into the appearance of the Minotaur. In Xiao Hei's perception, the Minotaur was obviously much weaker. Xiao Bai had only understood the laws of space. But in the fight with the Minotaur, who possessed two laws, he actually had the absolute upper hand. This puzzled Xiao Hei Bai. He understood the laws of life and space, but it was impossible to suppress the Minotaur. After all, it is just a clone with limited divine power. What's more, in terms of combat skills and combat experience, how could they possibly compare to a void demon of this level? However, Xiao Bai actually suppressed the Minotaur and beat him. I saw the sky-breaking devil sword flying up and down, as if controlled by an invisible big hand, and actually used the 9 sky-breaking swords to kill the Minotaur back step by step. On the other side, Gongzi and Jade deal with Big Eyeball, and Old Ape and Little Skeleton deal with Big Bone. Their power was far less powerful than Xiao Bai's, but together they were able to completely suppress the two strange-looking void demon gods. On Big Eyeball's side, Gongzi was holding the broadsword forged for him by the Dutianyi clan, and he was slashing violently, like a warrior desperate for his life. Jade stands in the distance, attacking from a distance like a mage in the game. Gongzi and Jade understand both the laws of space, but with Chen Fan's thorough knowledge of the law of killing and the law of death, they also had an inexplicable understanding. When the space law is activated, it naturally brings a hint of death and murderous aura. This battle between the two sides was earth-shattering. There was even more movement over the old ape and the little skeleton. The old ape, who usually looks the most honest, has directly transformed into the true form of the chaos demonic ape. His body even overshadowed a big star. As if beating an insect. He punched and punched the big star with one eye. Bones. The little skeleton was like a ghost in the shadows. In his hand was also a magic weapon made by the Dutiani clan, spinning around the big white bones like a ghost. Every time the big white bone avoids the attack of the old ape, the little skeleton will find a flaw and give the big white bone 2 blows. Xiao He was watching the show while stimulating the law of life, constantly plundering the power of the surrounding heaven and earth to restore his divine power. The void divine body can transform into a black hole and swallow up the energy between heaven and earth. The law of life can transform all kinds of energy into life energy or void divine power. A group of ancestor gods fought, and almost all the power that escaped was plundered by Xiao He. However, at this moment, no one has time to pay attention to Xiao He. Hurry up! Hurry up! You can't just be a bystander on the sidelines. Hurry up and regain your strength. After they are beaten to death, I will go up and hit them again. Xiao He looked like a peerless strong man and glanced above from the corner of his eye. Just above his head, a memory crystal was shining. Recording a video. An existence at the level of an ancestral god can actually record this kind of image with just a spell. But memory crystals do not require divine power, can be stored for thousands of years, and are easy to copy and back up. So when the angel god king killed the ancestral god level void demon god in the dark abyss, he used a memory crystal to record everything. After returning to the Dutian divine realm, it happened that the Dutian divine king and other 4 great god kings broke through to the ancestral god. The 4 heroes were so heroic that they ran in front of the angel god king. Before they could pretend to be green, the memory crystal in the angel god king's sleeves fell off, revealing the scene of him slaying the void demon in the dark abyss. In that scene, the angel god king killed an ancestral god level void demon god with one move. The 4 god kings, including Dutian god king, who had just broken through to the realm of the ancestral gods, were choked to death. Just as Xiao Bai made his move, Xiao He threw out a memory crystal. But Xiao He's memory crystal is not to record the power of Xiao Bai and Gongzi. He wanted to record himself. Looking at the 3 battlefields, Xiao He showed a smile like the Mona Lisa. But just then, the sudden change. The 3 void demon gods on the 3 battlefields activated the power of law at the same time, forcing their opponents away. Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others stepped back at the same time. Immediately, I saw the 3 void demon gods turning into 3 streams of light, converging as fast as lightning. Xiao He was stunned for a moment. What do these 3 old monsters want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable evil aura erupted from where the 3 void demon gods gathered. Careful! Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others folded the space at the same time and quickly escaped. Xiao He hid far away, and seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly flew towards Xiao Bai and the others, and joined them. At this time, where the 3 void demon gods gathered, a demonic shadow was slowly rising. Around the demonic figure, the space trembled. An endless demonic energy rolled like a sea. I saw the demonic figure, holding a halberd with the same terrifying black energy in its right hand, looking towards this side silently. 2 blood-red eyes hung high in the night sky like ghostly fire, exuding a crazy aura. Something is wrong. Xiao He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Why does the void demon god still have this kind of fusion technique? There are no such records in the memory of the ancestral god-level void demon god we killed before? Xiao Bai and the others didn't speak, but everyone's expressions were a bit ugly. The 3 void demon gods merge into one. It seems that it is not as simple as 1 + 2 = 3. In the previous 3 battlefields, they directly pressed each other to fight. Maybe it won't take long for them to kill the 3 void demon gods. But now that the 3 void demon gods have gathered and fused, the aura that burst out gave them all a very bad feeling. Brush! Lao Yuan and Gongzi were the fastest, and they split into countless clones at the same time. They used void confinement to build spaces one by one, forming layers of barriers. These layers of barriers have just been stacked up. The halberd in the demonic shadow's hand struck directly. Careful! The old ape was shocked when he saw that the space he and Gongzi had built was instantly shattered. A group of people moved extremely fast, dodging towards both sides in the midst of lightning and flint. How can you be so strong? Gongzi was shocked and angry and said, I haven't heard that the void demon gods can be together. If they had such a technique, they would have used it long ago. So why wait until now? Xiao Bai and the others didn't speak. The scene in front of me was beyond imagination. And the demonic shadow in front of me is also a bit ridiculously strong. Perhaps this demonic shadow is no stronger than the existence in the seals of the 9 forbidden areas in the God realm. However, it is enough to crush this group of people. The question is, 1 plus 2 equals 10. How is this possible? At this time, Xiaobai said, "It is the fusion of laws." Everyone was even more puzzled. Gongzi said, "No way. Therefore laws are just merged together so simply. How is this possible?" Xiaobai frowned and said nothing. Suddenly, a circle of ripples appeared in the void behind them. Qinfan walked out. "Boss!" Gongzi and the others are overjoyed. Xiao Hei shrank his head and hid behind the tall old ape. Qinfan smiled and nodded at Gongzi and Xiaobai. And then his eyes fell on the demonic figure in front of him. He tilted his head and said calmly, "Send your name." The demonic figure in the black mist ahead sent out fluctuations in consciousness. "The 11th Lord of the Void." "What?" Gongzi, Lao Yuan, and the others were shocked. "Is this demonic figure in front of me the Lord of the Void? Weren't all the Void Lords killed by the Demon King from ancient times?" "The 11th Lord of the Void?" Qinfan said indifferently. "It's just a white bone of Lord Void scattered in the God realm." "Right. A white bone controlled 3 ancestral God-level Void demon gods, and then robbed them of their power. How dare you pretend to be in front of me?" Void Lord 11 looked at Qinfan coldly, seeming to be searching for relevant information about Qinfan in his chaotic memory. After a while, he said, "Demon King? No, you are not the Demon King. The Demon King who killed us back then was not so weak." "Ha." Qinfan smiled and touched his nose and said, "It is indeed a little weaker, but I won't take too much effort to kill you." Void Lord 11 was silent, just like the devil looking at an ant. Then, he gently poked down with the halberd in his hand. A breath of destruction, accompanied by an unspeakable killing intent, rippled in all directions. Xiaobai and Lao Yuan even had to activate the laws of space to trap themselves in each space. The fusion of the law of killing and the law of destruction? Qinfan was not surprised but overjoyed. "I have also understood the law of killing and the law of destruction. But I cannot merge these 2 laws. Unexpectedly, you delivered it to my door." Void Lord 11's consciousness fluctuated and came over. "Mortals, you are just food for the Void Demon God, and you have no right to make irresponsible remarks in front of me. Never qualified. Although I don't know what the relationship is between you and the Demon King back then. However, I'd better kill you first. After killing you, I will leave this dark abyss and rule the world. No one can stop me." Before Lord of the Void finished speaking the 11th chapter, his power far exceeds that of the ancestral gods of this universe. How could he endure the humiliation from such a weakling? However, Void Lord 11 wanted to stand up, but found that Qinfan's saws were stepping on the back of his head, and a terrifying force of rules oppressed his head, making him unable to lift his head at all. This is the breath of law fusion. The Demon King in front of me also incorporates laws. A trace of fear suddenly arose in the Void Lord's heart. This Demon King had no resemblance to the Demon King in his memory, regardless of appearance, aura, or power. But when he thought of the Demon King back then, the Void Lord was frightened for a while. "What did you just say?" "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again?" Qinfan exerted force with the soles of his feet and pushed down the head of the 11th Lord of the Void again. The 11th Monarch of the Void felt that the power of the law increased tenfold out of thin air. He was like an ant facing a mountain, completely unable to resist. "Impossible. This is impossible." The 11th Lord of the Void was both frightened and furious. "The God realm in my memory is obviously weak, and there are only a few weak ancestral gods. Who are you?" While roaring, the halberd in the 11th Lord's hand suddenly burst into light. A monstrous force of destruction was released from the halberd. Although the world-destroying divine weapon from the Void is in dilapidated condition, if it unleashes its full power, it could almost shatter most of the 9th layer of the dark abyss. "Snort!" Qinfan snorted lightly and casually grabbed it with his right hand. The sky-breaking demon sword seemed to have crossed space and was caught in his hand. Soon enough, the power of the black hole and the combined power of the law poured into the sky-breaking demonic sword. "Brush!" Qinfan casually waved his hand, and the sky-breaking demon sword swept across the halberd of the 11th Lord of the Void. The halberd that exuded the aura of destruction instantly shattered into ashes. Then, without saying anything, Qinfan punched Void Lord 11 with his left hand. Boom! 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 Every punch from Qinfan was like thunder. Every punch contains the power of multiple laws. The body of the 11th Lord of the Void was beaten to pieces with countless spider web-like cracks. The Void Lord transformed his body for the 11th time. trying to neutralize the power of Chen Fan's fist. But the punch Chen Fan fired was too terrifying. With his power that combines the law of killing and the law of destruction, he is even unable to resist it. Boom! 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 Punch after punch landed on Void Lord 11's body. And Void Lord 11's body continued to dent. Although no blood was shed, the aura of Void Lord 11 was declining significantly. Boom, boom, boom! The fist containing the rules, like a big hammer, hit Void Lord 11 one punch after another. The proud power of Void Monarch 11 is completely useless in the face of rules. The arrogant Void Lord 11, one of the monarchs from the Void, never imagined that he would fall into this kind of fate. Boom! When Chen Fan landed another punch, the body of the 11th Lord of the Void finally shattered and turned into the big eyeball, the Minotaur, and a white bone. The 3 Void Demon Gods slipped away and flew out in 3 directions. Can you run away? Chen Fan stretched out his left hand and grabbed it casually. Call! The 3 Void Demon Gods who escaped returned to their original places. Chapter 471 Despair. Impossible! Hysterical roars came from the Minotaur. 3 ancestral god-level Void Demon Gods took action at the same time and attacked Chen Fan wildly. 3 black beams of light cut through the space like tofu and rolled directly towards Chen Fan. At the critical moment, an extremely strange scene happened. The 3 beams of light that destroyed the world suddenly stopped in front of Chen Fan. Then, as if going back in time, the 3 beams of light quickly retracted. The 3 Void Demon Gods were stunned for a moment. Although the 3 Demon Gods were separated by Chen Fan, the one who looked like the Minotaur was also a super strong man who controlled the 2 laws. But such a strong man, in front of the Demon King, is like a 3-year-old child facing a giant. It's over! Void Chain shot out from Chen Fan's body like lightning, penetrating through the 3 Void Demon Gods. It is also a Void Chain. But there is a huge difference between the one Chen Fan used a month ago and the one he uses now. After fusing the Law of Life and the Law of Death, Chen Fan merged the power of these 2 laws into the Void Chain, which seemed to have inspired some kind of power in the Void Chain, causing countless Void characters to appear on the Void Chain. After the chains covered with Void characters penetrated the 3 Void Demon Gods, even the Minotaur, which controlled the 2 laws, was unable to move in an instant. Kakaka! Under the pressure of the power of law, the bodies of the 3 Void Demon Gods quickly fell apart. In the end, the bodies of the 3 Void Demon Gods were all shattered, leaving only their souls and divine power, which were compressed into 3 small light groups. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and took the 3 light balls in his hand. Why are you like this? What kind of method is this? Void Lord 11's confidence completely collapsed. His consciousness fluctuated, full of shock and fear. After hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly. Among the 3 light groups in front of me, there is a remnant soul of the Void Lord. Logically speaking, the Void Monarch itself is also a being that integrates multiple laws. There is no reason to be so shocked and afraid of the power of the fusion of 2 laws. What really shocked and frightened the Void Lord was the power of the Void Divine Body. The 9th level of the Void Divine Body is the fusion of all Void particles, and the whole person is transformed into Void. It was after opening the 9th level that Chen Fan gained the ability to turn back time. Regarding this ability, Chen Fan himself can't explain clearly yet, but he can indeed create a short period of time regression. In addition, it is the power of the Void Chain. Whether it is Void Chain or Void Confinement, they become stronger as the user himself becomes stronger. The same Void Chain, after being integrated into the power of law fusion by Chen Fan, has become thousands of times stronger than other people's Void Chains. The Void Lord has obviously never seen such a strange power. Chen Fan didn't say much. He just used Void Confinement to imprison the 3 light groups. According to the memories of the ancestral gods that were killed before, these 3 Void Demon Gods are now the last 3 ancestral gods trapped in the Dark Abyss. In order to deal with these ancestral god-level Void Demons, Chen Fan almost emptied the Dark Abyss. However, there is actually the remnant soul of the Void Lord hidden inside, which is an unexpected gain. There is no such thing in the memory of those ancestral god-level beings. Chen Fan turned around. Lao Yuan, Gongzi, and the others immediately came forward. The sky-breaking demonic sword also changed back to Xiao Bai's appearance. Chen Fan glanced at Xiao He. Xiao He felt guilty, lowered his head, and walked over bravely. Chen Fan stretched out his hand, rubbed Xiao He's head, and said, "Well done! A great achievement!" Huh? Xiao He immediately raised his head. Chen Fan then said, "But next time, don't fight alone like this because you still have a partner." Gongzi and Xiaobai grabbed Xiuhe's ears. Xiaohe screamed in pain. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. Chen Fan sighed and said, countless years ago, I had Hong Yan and Henry Chu. They sacrificed themselves to help me build the system. Otherwise, where would there be any demon king in this world? Xiaohe put away his playful smile. And the others also straightened their faces. Let's go back. In front of Chen Fan, a large whirlpool appeared out of thin air. Then, he stepped out into the maelstrom and disappeared. When Xiaohe saw this, he immediately wanted to follow. But Gongzi and Xiaobai grabbed his shoulders. What do you want? Xiaohe's voice was a little weak. Gongzi grinned and said, among these 3 void demon gods, there is actually the remnant soul of the Void Lord. It's amazing. You were chased by these 3 void demon gods, and you were not hurt at all. How did you do it? Arrived? Xiaohe puffed up his chest, and then said like a deflated rubber ball, that's really shit. Gongzi was stunned. What do you mean? Xiaohe waved his hand and said, I mean, don't mention it. Gongzi. Jade giggled. Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Although the little skeleton had transformed into a human form early, it was still taciturn, like a shadow assassin, standing silently and motionless on the side. The old ape said, let me mention it. We have too little experience in fighting with existences at the level of ancestor gods. Furthermore, it hasn't been long since we have understood the rules, and the application of the rules is quite unfamiliar. This level of combat should be studied repeatedly. Xiaobai grabbed Xiaohe's shoulders, lifted Xiaohe up, and said, go back first. Call Orange Cat and Xiao Qing. Let's study the battle at the level of the ancestor god. Xiaohe wanted to protest, but when he thought of Xiaobai's domineering power when he transformed into the sky-breaking demon sword, he shut his mouth. But after enduring it for a while, he still couldn't help but said, Xiaobai, at least I have understood the existence of the 2 laws. Can you please stop carrying me like a dead dog? Boss just said that I have done a great job. Xiaobai didn't speak. Gongzi rarely spoke for Xiaohe and said, it is indeed a great achievement. Without Xiaohe, it would be extremely difficult for us to find these 3 ancestral god-level demons. Moreover, those 3 void demon gods still have the remnant souls of the Void Lord attached to them. This time, because of Xiaohe, not only did we get rid of 3 void demon gods at the level of ancestor gods, but we were also able to use these 3 void demon gods to create 3 more ancestor gods. The old ape nodded and said, not only the remnant souls of the 3 ancestral gods, the Void Lord, may be able to help the boss understand the mystery of law fusion, as well as some of the secrets of the void. At this point, the old ape suddenly widened his eyes and stopped. Xiaobai also turned his head. Gongzi, Jade, Xiuhe, and Lao Yuan all opened their eyes at the same time. The Lord of the Void, able to integrate laws. But the boss just punched the Void Monarch, who could integrate the law, to pieces. Xiaohe's eyes widened and he said, boss, can you fuse the law now? Or should you say he has already fused the law, but he didn't pass this on to us? It's probably still under study, said the old ape. It's really unimaginable that the boss is so powerful. The little skull nodded, looking cool. A group of people walked and chatted as they stepped into the maelstrom. After one day, the royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian, Chen Fan was activating the void chain to extract the remaining soul of the Void Lord and refine it. Behind, a group of ancestor gods watched this scene excitedly and nervously. Lord of the Void. They are not strangers either. After all, there is a complete corpse of the Void Lord in the ancestral land of the Dutian clan. But the remnant soul of the Void Lord is still different from the corpse after all. The power of the remnant soul may not be very strong, but there are many mysteries about the void and the fusion of laws in the remnant soul. All the ancestor gods stared at Chen Fan's void chain. With Chen Fan's current strength, it actually took more than a day to use the void chain to extract the memory from the Void Lord's remnant soul. How much information is contained in the memory of this remnant soul? Under the gaze of all the ancestral gods, the void chain released by Chen Fan shook slightly, directly erasing the Void Lord's consciousness and memory. The Lord of the Void is the most powerful existence under the Lord of the Void, even if it is just a remnant soul. It contains unimaginable negative emotions. Kill, destroy, devour, hate. Indescribable negative emotions mixed together can easily collapse the consciousness of the existence at the level of the ancestor god. When Chen Fan used the void chain to extract the memory of the Void Lord, he would stop from time to purify himself. Now, after he has sifted useful information from the chaotic and terrifying memory of the Void Lord, there is no need to keep this remnant soul. The power of the remnant soul is still there. But memory and consciousness have been annihilated. Chen Fan sighed lightly. At this moment, a trace of luck came into his heart. If this was a game, then this remnant soul should be the big boss in the God realm. The existence of the seal in the 9 forbidden lands may be much stronger than this remnant soul. But after all, it is still under seal. And for tens of thousands of years, it is this remnant soul that has controlled everything behind countless void demons. Chen Fan also didn't expect that such a big boss would be lured out by Xiao He by accident. And then, he would blow him up with a few punches. If Li Mu and the others had not gone to the dark abyss for tourism, and then been devoured by these ancestral god-level void demons. If the old demon dragon did not seal the dark abyss immediately. If Xiao He didn't think he was so powerful, and swaggered to the 9th floor alone. If Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan hadn't returned to the god realm yet. The fate of the divine world may be in another direction. Chen Fan raised his right hand, and released his palm. His palms were covered in cold sweat. A group of ancestor gods around took a closer look, and were immediately surprised. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and used the void chain to extract useful information from the memory of the void lord and pass it on to all the other ancestor gods. After seeing the sacred tree, Chen Fan's inference was indeed correct. Time is running out. The seal between the void and the real world is constantly weakening. The power of the heavenly Tao and the colorful divine stones can no longer seal the void. The remnant soul of the void lord has also chosen to lie dormant all these years because it sensed all this. He is waiting for the void to come. For this kind of existence, 10,000 to 20,000 years is just a blink of an eye. When the void comes, that is when the passage between the void and the real world opens. At that time, the Lord of the Void will lead countless void demons into the real world. In the real world, no power can stop the Lord of the Void. However, the return of the Demon King disturbed the sleeping Void Lord's remnant soul. The power of purification made the Void Lord feel threatened. The Lord of the Void suspected that he was the Demon King of this generation. Perhaps the Demon King who killed the Lord of the Void in ancient times. So he led a group of ancestor god-level beings into the dark abyss, wanting to investigate Chen Fan's past and present lives. Who would have expected that the old demon dragon, who went to meet him, would immediately seal the dark abyss and catch a turtle in a jar? Although the remnant soul of the Void Lord sleeps most of the time, it will wake up from time to time, and then secretly control the Void Demon to stir up trouble in the God realm. He sent the God King level Void Demon into the Nantian Gate of the Dutian Divine Realm, hoping to rob the body of the Void Lord in the ancestral land of the Dutiani clan. At the same time, after many thousands of years of impact, he also successfully broke the seals of the 9 forbidden places in the God realm, and sent some Void Demon gods in, hoping to rescue the sealed evil forces. At the same time, he also commanded countless Void Demons to search for the ancient God realm and other 4 realms. However, almost all plans were defeated by Chen Fan. Some plans were defeated by Chen Fan on his own initiative. Some plans turned out to be a mistake. Chen Fan saw endless Void Demons in the memory of the remnant soul of the Void Lord. The most frightening thing among them is the ancestral god-level Void Demon God. A Void Lord actually has tens of thousands of Void Demon gods at the level of ancestral gods under his command. What is this concept? Before Chen Fan returned, how many ancestor gods were there in the God realm? How many ancestor gods are there now? Not to mention that the ancestral gods are also divided into levels and levels. Just this comparison in numbers makes people despair. Not to mention the Lord of the Void, who is hidden behind the scenes and barely appears. Chen Fan once thought that countless years ago, although he, Yi Hongyan and others fell, they still fought against the Void and both suffered losses. But now it seems that is not the case. Of course, all the Void Lords were killed by him. But there are still tens of thousands of ancestral god-level beings in the Void. And 2 Void Masters. And what is there in the divine world? The God realm now only has systems. And, less than 200 years, Chen Fan now merged the law of death and the law of life in a short period of time. But how can it be so simple to integrate other laws? Fortunately, he discovered the connection between Void characters and law fusion. As long as there is enough time, it is not impossible to understand several other laws and integrate multiple laws. I'm afraid I don't have that much time. In the main hall, there was silence. Only drops of cold sweat are dripping. The information obtained from the remnant soul of the Void Lord is simply disappointing. Sudden, Yi Hongyan said, since the sacred tree is the soul of the divine world, she should know the specific location of the colorful sacred stone that seals the void. Right. I want to see the seal. Chapter 472, The Seventh Lord of the Void. Realm of Gods. Valley of Death. The The huge tentacles shrouded in black mist were like the tail of a demon dragon. And the tail whipped Gongzi away. But the difference from before is that neither Gongzi nor Lao Molong could withstand this kind of attack. With every stroke of the tentacles, once touched, the clone will shatter into ashes. But this time, after Gongzi vomited blood, he staggered out and escaped, folding space to avoid the tentacles' pursuit. Asshole! On the other side, Xiao He was furious and rushed over to support. I'm warning you, old monster. Gongzi and I are brothers. We are as close as brothers. You can hit him or not. Gongzi turned his head. Xiao He, you are really my good brother. Boom! Xiao He, who was rushing over, couldn't dodge, and his body exploded. But soon, the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth quickly gathered and was transformed into life energy. In the black mist, Xiao He rushed out again, shouting, Come on! If you can't kill me, I will kill you sooner or later. With harsh words in his mouth, Xiao He ran away faster than Gongzi. With a shudder, he actually rushed in front of Gongzi. Gongzi, in the distance, the angel god king and the old demon dragon, as well as Xiao He and the old ape looked at this scene and couldn't laugh or cry. Walk! When Xiao He and Gongzi got closer, the angel god king immediately took action. And all the powerful men who controlled the space law activated the space law at the same time. When the tentacles below lashed upward crazily, everyone disappeared at the same time. Call! Outside the seal of the Valley of Death, light flashed and a group of ancestor gods appeared at the same time. Although Xiao He was a little embarrassed, he was also in high spirits. The angel god king looked at the ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan. The eyes of the ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan showed joy. And he said, As we expected, Chu Xian and Hongyan have taken back the laws of their previous lives. After the power of multiple laws is exerted on Gongzi, we can deal with the tentacles. The power of the tentacles is no longer enough to kill Gongzi. Having said this, the ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan looked at Xiao He again and said, Why did you run in and cause trouble? Xiao He curled his lips and said nothing. The old demon dragon touched his chin and said, Xiao He's void power is obviously far inferior to us old guys. Why did he recover so much faster than us after being killed by the tentacles? It's because of the law of life. The ancient ancestor god of the ancient elephant god clan said, Xiao He has understood the law of life. Even without the void god body, it is extremely difficult to kill him. The law of life combined with the void divine body, even if it cannot match the 9th level void divine body of the demon king, can still be regarded as truly immortal. Xiao He was proud of himself. Xiao Bai said, It's a pity that we haven't understood the law of life yet. And Xiao He doesn't know how to integrate the law of life and the law of space. Xiao He immediately rolled his eyes. It hasn't been long since I understood the law of life. And you're thinking that I'm going to fuse the law of life and the law of space. Is there any relationship between these two laws? How can they be so easy to fuse? Boss can fuse the law of life and the law of death because there is an inexplicable close connection between the two laws. Other laws don't have this connection. So he hasn't integrated the other laws yet. He can't even fuse. So you want me to fuse? Xiao Bai glanced sideways at Xiao He. There's so much nonsense. Xiao He rolled his eyes again and said, Speaking of which, what happened when you controlled the sky-breaking demon sword? Why were you able to split the power of two laws with one knife that day? Xiao Bai immediately laughed. Don't you understand? That's right if you don't understand. Because I don't understand either. Everyone, the ancient ancestor of the Burning Sky clan said, Xiao Bai is the fusion of the goddess of heaven and the demon princess from ancient times. Although she has gone through several reincarnations, the power of the laws of heaven cannot be erased. Even if Xiao Bai suddenly understands all the laws now, I won't be surprised at all. The group of ancestor gods present were immediately in awe. Regarding Xiao Bai's life experience, Chen Fan also mentioned it once or twice, so everyone actually remembered it. It's just that it's a long time ago, and Chen Fan and Xiao Bai have no memory of that life at all, so they can't dig deeper. But these words from the ancient ancestor of the Burning Sky clan reminded everyone present. According to this, old demon dragon said, Isn't Xiao Bai's talent stronger than that of the little madman? Everyone was stunned. Xiao Bai's face turned red and he said, It's not impossible. At this time, the old ape who had been silent said, The cultivation talent must be the strongest among the bosses. Everyone was stunned. Lao Yuan is a good old man. Honest and honest. He never offends others. And he has a very good relationship with Xiao Bai. It seems that it is not his style to belittle Xiao Bai at this moment. Then the old ape said, theoretically, the legendary way of heaven is a collection of all the rules and laws of the world. It is a kind of will. Illusory. But the collection of all the rules and laws of the world couldn't resist the pollution of the void. And finally found the boss. This shows that heaven has placed all its hopes on the boss. Perhaps the boss at that time was far less powerful than Tiandao. But Tiandao voluntarily divided 2/3 of his power into the sky-breaking demon sword. And then handed the sky-breaking demon sword into the boss's hands. What does this mean? It means that Tiandao can't survive this disaster. But the boss may be able to turn things around. Everyone nodded. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Xiao Hei stopped the old ape from continuing and said, you praise the boss for being stronger. And you praise the boss for being more talented than Xiao Bai. I agree with this. But now is not the time to talk about these things. Right? If you want to flatter me, wait until the boss is present before you flatter him. Snapped. Xiao Bai slapped Xiao Hei on the head, shortening Xiao Hei's neck by a few inches. Everyone smiled bitterly. The old ape also smiled and said, I took the topic away. I didn't mean to belittle Xiao Bai. In fact, I wanted to say that the boss is the hope of this world. And so is Xiao Bai. Damn. You learn so fast. Xiao Hei said, I just reminded you that you will no longer take pictures of the boss. But the Xiao Bai who is present. Everyone was speechless. The old ape said, the seniors of the Burning Heaven clan just said that even if Xiao Bai suddenly understands all the laws, he will not be surprised at all. Our biggest problem now is actually the fusion of laws. The method of controlling beasts created by the boss. After signing the contract with you, it won't take too long for you to understand all the 9 laws. But now, he is only integrating the law of death and the law of life. During this period, the boss has been trying to integrate other laws. But even with the help of void characters, he still hasn't succeeded yet. But if Xiao Bai can stimulate the memory of ancient times, he may be able to integrate the rules faster than the boss. But? Xiao Bai frowned and said, I want to work hard. But I can't find the direction or method to work hard. I activated the sky-breaking demon sword and split the power of 2 laws with 1 sword. I just felt that I could split. But I didn't know why I could split. And I didn't know why I could do this kind of thing. Everyone present was silent. Suddenly, Gongzi said, because the power of the 9 principles may be integrated into the sky-breaking demon sword. This sky-breaking demon sword is just a projection clone of the sky-breaking demon sword. The power itself is not very strong. But after you became its weapon spirit, I'm afraid you complemented each other and helped each other. You inspired the law power of the sky-breaking demon sword. So you were able to do this kind of thing. A group of ancestor gods nodded repeatedly. Xiao Hei said something embarrassing again. However, we still don't know how to help Xiao Bai awaken or understand the mystery of law fusion. Everyone was a little annoyed. But what Xiao Hei said is right. Sometimes, it's just so helpless. I want to work hard, but I can't find a way or a direction. The road is long. You can walk slowly. The problem is, you don't even know which road to take or which direction to take. The great elder of the Dutianyi clan coughed lightly and said, Chu Xian and Hongyan have taken back the laws of their previous lives. And now they are also comprehending the fusion of laws outside the Valley of Death. Chen Fan is now inside the seal. Let's wait until he comes back. The old demon dragon raised his head, glanced above, and said quietly, they went to the place where the 5-colored sacred stone sealed the void. Do you think there is no other power that can seal the void or extend the seal except for the power of the 5-colored sacred stone and the way of heaven? Time? Even if it is extended for another 300 to 500 years. It would be great. Now there are many god kings, split into countless clones and descended to the lower world. As long as we are given a few hundred more years, the mortal planets will be like Blue Star and Tianyu Realm, or like Dutian Divine Realm and Dark Abyss, providing us with huge amounts of void energy and the power of faith. Ah! Hearing this, the faces of everyone present became a little ugly. Obviously, there may be no other power in the entire god realm that can strengthen the seal. Since Heavenly Tao could transform into a goddess back then to guide Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan, now it can also transform into a goddess to direct or remind them. But, the great elder of Dutianyi clan said, perhaps the sky-destroying devil sword can be used, and the heaven sacrifice monument and chaos ribbon can also be used. But these magic weapons are now suppressing the world-destroying demon. Hearing this, Xiao Hei, Gongzi and the others, a group of ancestor gods, raised their heads at the same time. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms. During this period of time, everyone seems to have forgotten these most important 4 realms. Before this, it was because demon gods above the high-level demon god entered the four realms such as the ancient god realm, which would awaken many sleeping void demon gods in them. Therefore, Qin Fan took out Xiaobai and the others, whose cultivation base had improved rapidly, then prepared to clear out the void demons in the god realm first, and then consider matters in the ancient god realm and other four realms. Nowadays, in addition to the threats of these 9 restricted areas in the god realm, the void demon has become irrelevant. A group of ancestral god-level void demon gods were previously sealed in the dark abyss, and were all killed in the end. Although the current void demons still exist at the ancestral god level, they can no longer threaten the god realm. On the other hand, Henry Chu and the others took back the laws of their previous life. The other ancestral gods also borrowed Qin Fan's light to understand other laws one after another because of their contracts with Qin Fan. The current power of the god realm seems to be able to do something to the ancient god realm and other four realms. Right? The 5-colored divine stone, combined with the power of heaven, can seal the void? What about the memorial monument? Where's the sky-breaking demon sword? Where is Chaos Ling? What about the Tantian divine pillar? As long as it can be retrieved from the ancient god realm and other four realms, can the void seal be strengthened? Hope was rekindled in everyone's hearts. At this time, Qin Fan was inside the seal, turning into a black hole, swaggering to swallow the power escaping from that finger. In this world, there is no other sound except the whistling sound caused by the surge of energy. If there is, it must be the voice of the remaining soul in that finger cursing. Every once in a while, the finger, suppressed and sealed by the Tantian divine pillar, will release crazy and violent power. It was this power that turned into tentacles, broke the seal, and rushed outside the seal. But since Qin Fan opened the 9th level of the void divine body and came down for a walk, Qin Fan would come down to harvest the fruits every once in a while. He clearly turned into a black hole, swallowing up power. But no matter how the evil remnant soul activates the power of the law, it can't hurt Qin Fan, nor can it interfere with Qin Fan. If the finger could vomit blood, he might have bled to death by now. With its knowledge, he couldn't figure out why Qin Fan could do such a thing. In just 2 months, Qin Fan kept coming down to harvest his power. And now, he did not dare to reveal his power easily. But under the pressure of the seal, it was like a huge millstone, grinding and grinding. No matter how he controlled it, the power would always leak out. And the power that leaks out, whether it turns into tentacles to penetrate the seal, or escapes around, will soon be swallowed up by Qin Fan. This is so shameless. Call! When all the surrounding black mist was swallowed up, light flashed in the black hole, and Qin Fan appeared. Then, he raised his head and stretched out his hand. Another black hole formed, swallowing up the tentacles above that broke through the seal. The tentacles seemed to be conscious, struggling desperately. But no matter how the tentacles struggle, their size is getting smaller, and their length is shrinking. After a while, the entire tentacle was pulled into the black hole. Qin Fan glanced at the suppressed demonic figure and said, "Why are you so stingy? The energy this time is much less than last time?" Not only did the demonic figure make no sound, it simply closed its eyes. The void demon is good at killing, destroying, and devouring. But he is not good at cursing. Besides, scolding is useless. Correct. Qin Fan added, "A few days ago, I destroyed the remaining soul of the 11th Lord of the Void in the dark abyss. Brush!" The demon's eyes suddenly opened. 2 blood-red eyes were fixed on Qin Fan. "It seems that you are not the Lord of the Void," Qin Fan said. "How could the Lord of the Void care about the remnant soul of a mere Void Lord? In the final analysis, you are nothing more than the remnant soul of the Lord of the Void. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of hiding your identity?" After being silent for a while, the demonic figure's consciousness wave came over. "I am the 7th Lord of the Void." Chapter 473. The puppet became an outcast after all. Sad. Qin Fan put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I thought I controlled all things and controlled life and death. But in the end, none of them even had names, and could only be coded with numbers. In the final analysis, they are just puppets controlled by the Lord of the Void. In my several reincarnations, I have been fighting with people like you. Snort. Millions of years ago, I killed all 13 of you Void Lords. If the predictions are correct, the Lord of the Void should have supported other Void demons to become Void Lords. Right. The puppet will eventually become an outcast." After saying that, Qin Fan's body quickly disintegrated and finally disappeared without a trace. Within the seal, the demonic shadow stood motionless, beyond the valley of death, Henry Chu, Yi Hongyan, and the others were sitting cross-legged on the edge of the exit of the Valley of Death, with their eyes closed. Farther away, a peak God King level being was patrolling back and forth. Suddenly, like a figure in the sky, Chen Fan appeared at the exit of the Valley of Death. He didn't say anything, and the void chains on his body quickly escaped and penetrated the bodies of Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan one by one. Henry Chu and others opened their eyes. Brother Fan, this power is getting less and less each time. Yi Hao frowned and said, that guy has been cutting leaks by you, and now he is probably struggling to control his power. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Ever since he entered the seal and harvested once, the Void Lord 7th began to control the power to leak out of thin air. The advantage is that the less the Void Lord 7th power leaks out, the more stable the seal will be. The bad thing is that Chen Fan can't cut too many leaks. The power of the Void Lord is too terrifying. Even if it's just a finger that has been sealed for who knows how many thousands of years, the power contained within it is earth-shaking. Unless Chen Fan himself arrives. Even if his clone is on the 9th level of the Void Divine Body, he will not be able to swallow such a huge power in a short time. So every time he harvested the power, he compressed it into the black hole, and then distributed it to Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan through the void chains. Chen Fan didn't really care. Every time you harvest leaks, the energy of the void will increase a lot. Compared to this pure power, he actually values void energy more. The energy of the void and the power of faith are extremely important for the understanding of the law. Helping others break through to the ancestral God, or to ascend to a higher level of the ancestral God, requires the use of huge void energy. As long as you continue to harvest like this, sooner or later you will have to cut off your fingers until only the leak roots are left. At the same time, in the other 8 forbidden areas in the God realm, Chen Fan's clones were doing the same thing. Therefore, not only Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan, but also Xiaobai and Gongzi's void power has been rising steadily recently. Because of the leaks in the 9 restricted areas, this group of beings who had just broken through to the ancestral gods not long ago were quickly solving the shortcomings of the void divine power. But Chen Fan couldn't be happy. Over this period of time, many of his clones have been devouring the power of the Void Lord. But at the level of the ancestral god, divine power has become an auxiliary and the basis for the application of laws. Improving a large amount of divine power is far inferior to understanding a law. And understanding 2 or 3 laws is far inferior to integrating 2 laws. To this day, Chen Fan has tried many times, but he still cannot confront the 7th finger of the Lord of the Void head-on. In the system, the last consciousness left in his previous life told him, never enter the Void before he can single-handedly eliminate the existences in the 9 forbidden lands. This was regarded as a task by Chen Fan. The top priority is to complete this task. At this time, Yi Hongyan said, when you entered the seal before, Senior Demon Dragon and the others mentioned something and asked if they could take action against the ancient God realm and other 4 realms now. What they mean is that the power of heaven and the 5-colored sacred stone seals the void. Can I retrieve the Tontian divine pillar or the chaos silk from the ancient god realm to strengthen the seal of the void? Chen Fan frowned and was silent for a while before saying, I have thought about this before. Judging from our reincarnation and gathering in Blue Star East China Sea, it seems that although Heavenly Tao is sleeping, it is still driving all of this behind the scenes. What we can think of. There is no reason why heaven can't think of it. Shen Hongxiu said. You mean to say that even if we retrieve the divine weapons such as the Tontian divine pillar or the chaos ling, we cannot strengthen the seal of the void? So Heavenly Tao did not remind or urge us to retrieve these things? Chen Fan nodded and said, these magical weapons might have been forged by the goddess of heaven back then. But each of these magical weapons has its own power. The sky-breaking demon sword focuses on killing and destruction. The 5-colored divine stone focuses on defense and sealing. And the heaven sacrifice monument focuses on devouring and plundering. Taking out several other divine weapons may not extend the duration of the void seal. And the most important thing is, I'm afraid we won't be able to retrieve these divine weapons in a short time. Shen Tao nodded and said, according to the information in Brother Fan's original dream, the ones suppressed by the heaven-breaking demon sword and other divine weapons are probably the Void Monarch and the Void Master. Now that we can't solve even one finger in the Valley of Death, how can we solve the more powerful seals in the ancient God realm and other 4 realms? Brother Fan, you and Sister Hongyan went to the clone that was sealed in the void. Haven't you sent back any information yet? Chen Fan shook his head. Henry Chu asked again. The fusion of the law of death and the law of life is easy and casual. It can even be called extremely simple. Can other laws still be unable to be integrated? Chen Fan shook his head again and said, the fusion of laws cannot be traced. Just like understanding the laws, it depends on chance. The reason why I understood the fusion of the two laws in the first place may be because I have a relatively good understanding of life and death. But the void characters play a catalytic role in the integration of laws. There is no doubt about this. The problem now is to find the corresponding void characters among the tens of thousands of void characters. For example, if I recently want to integrate the law of killing and the law of destruction, I need to find the void characters related to these two laws among the tens of thousands of void characters. This still requires a lot of effort. But fortunately, I already know the direction. Henry Chu nodded. We have also gotten back the laws of the previous life. And now we are also trying to integrate the laws. I have found the void character that combines the laws of destruction and the law of 5 elements. If you can't do it, it will be one step faster than your fusion of the law of killing and the law of destruction. As he spoke, in front of Henry Chu, a void character about 1 foot in diameter appeared out of thin air, flashing with golden light. Chun Fan, Yi Hao and others immediately stared at the void character and memorized it firmly. The rules of enlightenment are different for everyone. However, there are only 9 known laws in total. Through the soul communication of Chun Fan's way of controlling beasts, everyone will understand the 9 laws sooner or later. Therefore, after Chun Fan merged the law of death and the law of life, he immediately told others about the void character. Now that Chu Xian has found the void character that combines the law of destruction and the law of 5 elements, this will be of great help to everyone in the future to integrate these 2 laws. Li Fengxing asked, Are you sure it's this void character? I just found this void character in my void divine body, but I didn't sense a trace of destruction in this void character at all. Henry Chu said, I also sifted for a long time before I noticed this void character. Whether I activate the law of destruction or the law of 5 elements, the power fluctuations of this void character are the same as other void characters. They are very stable and have no abnormalities. But when I found similarities between the 2 laws, and then tried to fuse the 2 laws, this void character started to shine like an unstable energy pile. So I tried to integrate the power of the law of destruction and the law of 5 elements into this void character. Unexpectedly, as Chun Fan said, this void character is like a perfect container, really carrying the law of destruction and the law of 5 elements. But when I integrated the power of these 2 laws into other void characters, I encountered indescribable repulsion. Great. Chun Fan nodded and said, I will now look for the void characters that combine the law of killing and the law of destruction, while you continue to try the law of destruction and the law of 5 elements. Henry Chu nodded. Shen Taofao and Yi Hao looked at each other, both a little unconvinced. But Henry Chu is indeed 1 step faster than them. Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge didn't care much, because of Chun Fan's method of controlling beasts. Now everyone's souls are interdependent. And even because they have countless clones, they can use the method of sacrificing their clones to pass on the penetrating laws to others as quickly as possible. Whether it is Chun Fan's fusion law or Chu Xian's fusion law, it can be regarded as a great progress for this group. This is much better than fighting alone in ancient times, even if everyone understands all the 9 laws within 10 or 8 years. It is normal. Chun Fan's system, combined with a way to control beasts, broke the practice system of gods and demons that had existed for thousands of years. However, the price of all of this is too heavy. In addition to Chun Fan and the others, there are countless powerful ancestor gods who have fallen. In the end, even their spiritual consciousness may be destroyed and they will never come back. The ancestral land of Dutianyi clan. A powerful aura suddenly rose into the sky. The law is the breath of the law. Who broke through to the ancestral god this time? It's really unexpected that after the king returned, he completely broke the old path of god and demon cultivation, allowing powerful demon gods to continuously break through to the ancestral gods. No, this aura is a bit familiar to me. I encountered it in the ancestral land of the Dutianyi clan. This is Blue Star Martial Ancestor Chen Han, the king's father. What? Didn't Mr. Chen Han understand the laws of space some time ago? In such a short period of time, he has understood another law. It's unbelievable. I won't talk about the heaven-defying talents of the King of Angels and the Lord of Ancient Demons, but they recently understood the laws because they got back the memories of their previous lives and the laws of their previous lives. But Master Chen Han, the martial ancestor, just when the spiritual consciousnesses were discussing one after another, in the ancestral land of the Dutianyi clan, the old demon dragon, the great elder and others also opened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Others may not know, but they know very well. After Chen Han came to the ancestral land of Dutianyi clan, He has basically been practicing in seclusion. During this period of time, Qin Fan did not give Qin Han any special resources at all. The father and son were both busy with their own affairs and had no communication. The father of the Demon King in this life. Is this talent too unbelievable? At this time, the blind man and the lame man, as well as Li Mu and others, all rushed towards Qin Han's position with a cheer. A group of people surrounded Qin Han. Ecstatic. A figure flashed in the air, and Qin Fan appeared next to Qin Han. Dad, have you understood the laws of life? Qin Fan felt the aura on his father's body and was surprised and happy. After Xiao He understood the law of life, he has been collecting various materials during this period, preparing to help everyone break through. But the time is too short, and many materials still need to be found in the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. Therefore, except for Xiao He who swallowed the orb and understood the law, no other ancestor gods have made breakthroughs through this method. Unexpectedly, his father actually understood the laws of life himself. Qin Han nodded with a smile and said, "Thanks to Xiao He." Eyes immediately focused on Xiao He. Xiao He raised his head. Feeling proud? Qin Han said, "Xiao He sacrificed a clone so that I could understand the law of life." The old demon dragon coughed dryly and said, "We also have a clone of Xiao He, but we haven't understood the law of life yet." The great elder of Dutianyi clan said, "To be honest, although Xiao He sacrificed a clone, I have not made any progress in understanding the law of life." Several other ancient ancestor gods also nodded. This made Qin Fan stunned for a moment. "Xiao He has so many clones?" "Oh," Gongzi said. "That day after we finished studying the battle with the void demon in the dark abyss, I casually said how to help the boss. And Xiao He said that you are the only 2 people in the entire god realm who have the law of life. He can split his clones and come out, just like the angel god king sacrificed his clones last time, to help everyone understand the laws of life as quickly as possible." Li Mu said, "Xiao He split into so many clones. It's not just as simple as his strength weakening. Sacrificing the clone is also destroying the soul." Qin Fan cast his eyes on Xiao He. Xiao He smiled and rubbed his head in embarrassment. Qin Fan laughed, grabbed Xiao He's shoulders, and shook him hard. Xiao He suddenly rolled his eyes and said, "Huh? That's not right. Now shouldn't be the time to be grateful to me. Right? Everyone was stunned. Xiao He added, "Now is the time to praise Daddy." The dad, he refers to as Qin Han, because Qin Fan regarded Gongzi and Xiao He as brothers. Gongzi and Xiao He both called Qin Han Dad. Hearing Xiao He's words, everyone burst into laughter. Qin Han gently patted Xiao He's shoulder, as if patting his own son's shoulder. Qin Fan looked at this scene and suddenly fell in love with the current god realm. From his previous life to now, after millions of years, he still feels the most warm now. This world and these people are worth fighting for, worth risking their lives for. Chapter 474, Entering the Ancient God Realm. Angel God King Realm. Feng Tianlin is running for his life. Behind him, a group of void demon gods were chasing after him. Suddenly, the whirlpool portal appeared out of thin air, and 2 void chains escaped from the whirlpool portal like lightning. A void chain wrapped around Feng Tianlin and instantly pulled him into the whirlpool portal. The void chain on the other side, like a divine dragon waving its tail, twitched violently and swept across the hundreds of void demon gods behind it. Countless bones flew up and turned into ashes. Roar! Almost at the moment when those white bones turned into flying ash, in a crack in the earth, a huge claw suddenly grabbed the void chain that swept away the void demon god. Snort! Qin Fan's voice came from the whirlpool portal. I saw the void chain stretch straight with a crackling sound, like a spear, piercing through the claws. The 5 fingers of the devil's claw closed and grabbed the void chain at this time. The power of several laws exploded on the void chain. Boom! The void chains exploded into ashes. The devil's claws took advantage of the situation and grabbed the whirlpool portal. In the whirlpool portal, black light flashed, and the sky-breaking devil sword flew out like lightning, splitting the devil's claws directly. Endless storms sweep across. Snowy mountains were swept away in an instant. In the beast-controlling space, a group of ancestor gods such as Lao Molong and Yi Hongyan watched this scene intently. But Feng Tianlin, who was lucky enough to escape, swallowed hard. Fortunately, those who were chasing him were all God King level beings. If the devil's claws came to catch him, 100 of him would probably be wiped out in ashes. Although it was just a clone, the fear was real. Very strong. At least someone who controls the 4 laws. Qin Fan withdrew the sky-breaking demon sword and the sky-breaking demon sword immediately transformed into Xiao Bai and stood beside him. The corner of the old demon dragon's eyes twitched and he said, "The 4 laws are not integrated into the laws." "Are they?" "No," Qin Fan said. "So the power of the fusion of my law of death and the law of life is enough to destroy it." Yi Hao immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Brother Fan, take action and kill it directly. Then you can take back the Chaos Silk." "It's not that simple," Shin Taoda said. "You have seen the previous attempts. Whatever kind of cultivation being enters, it will awaken a void demon of similar cultivation level. Feng Tianlin, who is at the level of a God King, has reduced the power of his clones to the weakest, but he still attracted a large number of God Kings. As soon as Brother Fan's void chain was released, he immediately attracted an ancestor god level existence. If Brother Fan personally enters the realm of the Angel God King, there might be news that a bunch of ancestor gods will appear." "What the H.L.?" Yi Hao cursed and said. "How do these void demon gods practice? How come the God Kings are everywhere and the ancestor gods are as numerous as dogs?" A group of ancestor gods looked at Yi Hao silently. Yi Hao was thick-skinned and pretended not to see it, and continued, "Speaking of which, those things were sealed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Why were they able to break the seal and take action?" Qin Fan said with a solemn expression. "It's just like the Valley of Death, a forbidden place in the god realm. The finger is still sealed, but the leak power still broke out of the seal and turned into a tentacle. It is impossible for them to completely break out of the seal in a short period of time. But after all, I don't know how many thousands of years have passed. Devouring is the nature of the void demon." The great elder of the Dutianyi clan said, "Existences at the level of ancestor gods must devour existences of the same level in order to become stronger and have hope of breaking out of the seal. As soon as a void demon at the level of a high-level demon god senses the existence of a high-level demon god, it will crawl out of the cracks and pursue it to the death. The same goes for void demons at the level of god kings. It's really unimaginable how many void demons have been sealed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms." Many strongmen present subconsciously broke into a cold sweat. The power of the void plane exceeds everyone's imagination time and time again. It's hard to imagine what kind of desperate predicament Qin Fan, Yi Hongyan, and the others faced back then, with Yukong's strength. If it weren't for the power of heaven and Qin Fan and the others' desperate efforts, this god realm, this world, would probably have been destroyed 10 million times. Yi Hongyan frowned and said, "It seems that the plan to enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms has to be put on hold." "No," Henry Chu said. "There is no need to shelve the plan. Just change it." Everyone looked at Henry Chu. Chu Xian said, "For existences at the level of ancestor gods to enter these 4 realms, it will be an earth-shaking war. In fact, we have not yet figured out the situation in the 4 realms such as the ancient god world. So existences at the level of ancestor gods cannot enter, but the God King and below can enter. In fact, aren't the lower demon gods of Blue Star and Tianyu realm, as well as the demigod realm and 9th grade realm, always fighting there?" Everyone nodded. Fan Qingqing said, "The void god's body is extremely powerful. Feng Tianlin only learned a few secret techniques from our celestial demon tribe and was able to defeat hundreds of God King level void demons with 1 against 100. Let the God King who has activated the void divine body enter. No matter how big the noise is, it will not alert the existence of the ancestor god level." Beside him, Feng Tianlin, who was originally in shock, puffed up his chest and looking forward to Zixiong. But at this moment, no one pays attention to him. Feng Tianlin asked for trouble and was unhappy. Qin Fan said, "Tianlin did a good job this time. He was defeated by 1 against 100, and he managed to escape calmly. In such a short period of time, he mastered the secret method of the Sky Demon Clan. His talent is so strong that it is surprising." Hearing what Qin Fan said, everyone looked at Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin's face suddenly burst into laughter, and he waved his hands and said, No. It's mainly because the elders of the Sky Demon Clan taught me well. Kimura Lingfeng learned it with me. I think the Sky Demon Clan is the 3rd one. He has learned and mastered all the secret techniques, but he hasn't mastered any of them yet." Behind the crowd, Kimura Lingfeng's face turned green. But what Feng Tianlin said was true. Kimura Lingfeng felt that he was suddenly shorter and lowered his head immediately, fearing that others would notice him. Just when Qin Fan and others were laughing, Feng Tianlin said again, "I went back to Blue Star a few days ago, and met Li Xinghai again in the Magic City. He is still in the 7th level, and he looks like he is lost. Look, because the story of you, the Demon King, was spread throughout the Blue Star by Zhenqing. Now Li Xinghai and the Li family know that the person they offended was the Demon King, and they are in constant panic. But the Li family also made great contributions to the Tang dynasty back then. So the minister asked me to bring something to their family, and tell them that Fan Geqian never thought about them at all. If you have ever thought about them, where is the Li family in the capital now? Li family? Chun Fan raised his head and said, obviously it happened a few years ago, but it still feels like a long time has passed. He didn't say much about the Li family, and immediately looked outside the beast controlling space and said, then, just do it according to what Henry Chu said. In addition to increasing the entry of people from lower-level demon gods and below, the middle-level demon gods, upper-level demon gods, and god kings who have activated the void divine body have all begun to enter the four realms, including the ancient god realm, in batches. Kill him and turn everything upside down. Behind, a group of god kings clenched their fists, with killing intent in their eyes. Chun Fan stood up and said, you all should go out and prepare. I will separate 4 clones and enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms to wander around. Everyone nodded. Chun Fan has now opened the 9th level of the void divine body, and it has integrated the law of death and the law of life. Even if he is no match for certain sealed beings, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. After a group of people left through the whirlpool portal, Chun Fan's body flashed with light, and he split into 4 clones. His true form still remains in the beast controlling space, while his 4 clones have entered the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm. Ancient god realm. The tall tower entangled by the chaos ribbon is still there. Under the tower, the headless demon is being suppressed. When Chun Fan entered the ancient god realm with the purified void demon god Nano, he awakened the headless demon god. At that time, it was Chun Fan and Chu Xian who tried their best to finally suppress the headless demon again. According to Nano, the headless demon god back then was a god king level existence. But after being decomposed and sealed, he has fallen to the peak of the demon god. At that time, the demon god at his peak still brought huge pressure to Chun Fan and the others. But now when Chun Fan looked at the tower, he could no longer make any waves in his heart. Chun Fan stood on top of the tower in his virtual soul state, looking at the tower silently. His appearance did not wake up the ancestral god level beings nearby. Is it because there is no ancestral god level existence nearby? Or is it that the void soul after the 9th level of the void divine body can escape the not very strong ancestral god? Chun Fan stretched out his right hand, and a black hole immediately appeared in his palm, covering the tall tower and the mountain below. Roar! The horrifying roar of the headless demon rang out. But how can a being at the pinnacle level of a superior demon god resist Chun Fan's black hole? Together with the tower and the mountain, the headless demon just roared and was completely swallowed. But at the moment when the headless demon was swallowed, from a huge crack tens of thousands of miles away, a claw covered with spikes suddenly poked out, broke through the space, and grabbed Chun Fan directly. Chun Fan didn't take it seriously. Call! The black hole disappears. The claws grabbed hold of Chun Fan. Just like in the Valley of Death, Chun Fan was like a shadow. The shadow penetrated the claws, and did not even touch the corners of Chun Fan's clothes. The power of the 3 laws! Chun Fan sensed the power of the claws, and his expression moved slightly. If he really wanted to take action, he should be able to kill this ancestor god level being within 3 moves. However, this move will definitely awaken a more powerful existence. And this time, he came in not to fight the ancestor god. Chun Fan took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. The claws clawed at the void a few times unwillingly, and finally quickly retracted it. The vortex portal opens in the void. A chaotic ribbon flew in, and was caught in Chun Fan's hand. There are many such sealed places in the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm. Every sealed place was suppressed by the magic weapons in the hands of people like Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. Taking back these things will soon greatly increase the power of the magic weapons in the hands of Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. Chun Fan was in the virtual soul state, constantly folding space, millions of miles in an instant. The divine weapons that were sealed everywhere were taken back by him. But this ancient world of gods seems to be boundless, and the void demons are endless. Along the way, he also sensed many auras that made him fearful. It is hard to imagine how many ancestral god-level void demon gods have been sealed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. At the same time, several of his other clones were doing the same thing in the 3 realms, including the angel god king realm and the ancient demon realm. This is the first time Chun Fan has entered the ancient god realm and other 4 realms after becoming an ancestral god. Now it seems that the original caution was right. Before opening the 9th level of the void divine body, even if the 2 laws were merged, It would not be so easy. But after activating the 9th level of the Void Divine Body, Chen Fan could remain invincible even when faced with beings much more powerful than him. However, in order not to disturb those things, Chen Fan only devoured those God Kings and the Void Demon God Seals, and avoided fighting those ancestral God-level beings. Just as he expected, not having to fight to the death with those ancestral God-level beings did avoid some uncontrollable things. The claws that appeared when he devoured the Tower of the Ancient God Realm were quickly taken back after he left, and did not pursue him. The Void Demon God who sensed him in other places also only used 1 or 2 moves. After he left the area, he gave up the pursuit. This actually surprised Chen Fan. Chen Fan silently remembered the areas where the ancestral God-level Void Demon God appeared in his mind. Leeks will be harvested sooner or later. There is no need to rush. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the mountain-like divine pillar in front of him. No matter how far you go, you can see the divine pillar that reaches the sky. But no matter how long you walk towards the Tantian divine pillar, you can't close the distance. Only now did Chen Fan understand that there were layers of space superimposed around this divine pillar. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, he immediately activated the laws of space and moved crazily towards the location of the Tantian divine pillar. 7 days later. What the hell? Chen Fan stopped. Under the circumstances that he controlled the laws of space, he continued to activate the laws of space. But he still could not close the distance with the divine pillar. The huge divine pillar reaching the sky is like an image in the void. No matter how far Chen Fan moved, the image was always in front of him. With Chen Fan's current level of cultivation, he couldn't understand the secrets and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If we rush towards the position of the Tantian divine pillar, it will probably be a useless effort. Chen Fan turned around and walked in another direction, continuing to search for the sealing place. After a while, a faint breath of Taishu Holy Mirror came over. Chen Fan took 1 step forward and moved directly to the position where the aura of Taishu Holy Mirror came from. It was a huge crack. Looking from above, it looks like a bottomless abyss. The aura of the Taishu Holy Mirror comes from within it. Chen Fan squinted his eyes slightly, his consciousness covering it downwards, like ocean waves. Boom! The moment his consciousness penetrated into the abyss, a terrifying breath rose from the abyss. Endless demonic energy rushed upward like a black dragon. An ancestor god-level existence? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Chapter 475 Seeing Taishu Holy Mirror Again. This was not the first time that Chen Fan encountered an ancestor god-level existence along the way. But the aura released from the seal of Taishu Holy Mirror gave him a feeling of palpitations. Although this feeling of heart palpitations is far inferior to that of the fingers in the Valley of Death, it is far stronger than other ancestral god-level void demon gods. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan, who was in his virtual soul state, moved and escaped into the abyss like crack like lightning. Bottom of abyss. A large formation shone with spiritual light. Above the formation, the Taishu Holy Mirror is slowly rotating. In Chen Fan's induction, the Taishu Holy Mirror in front of him was much stronger than the Taishu Holy Mirror in Bairuja's hand. But this level of power, even if combined with the sealing formation below, should not be enough to suppress the ancestor god level existence that just released its aura. Chen Fan's pupils shrank slightly, thinking of his own graveyard in the Taishu Holy Mirror. That time a giant skeleton claw was found in the cemetery. After saving Bairuj, he went back and asked a group of elders of the Holy Spirit Land for questioning. But none of the elders and god kings in the Holy Spirit Land knew why there was Chen Fan's grave in the Taishu Holy Mirror. There is no relevant record in Bairuj's memory of his previous life. Therefore, when he and Bairuj died, there was no tomb of the Demon King in the Taishu Holy Mirror, who can freely enter and exit the Taishu Holy Mirror, and then bury him in it? In addition, which life of his is buried in that cemetery? At that time, the giant skeleton claw came out and swept a bunch of tentacles directly. The old demon dragon couldn't help but exclaimed, saying that Chen Fan was not so powerful in his previous life. Now the projection clone of the Taishu Holy Mirror is suppressing the seals everywhere. Maybe it is relying on his tomb inside. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know how many years have passed since my death, but my bones are still helping the world. Isn't it a little too tiring? Brush! Just when Chen Fan was smiling bitterly, a strange claw covered in mucus and the seal grabbed Chen Fan from where he was. Chen Fan watched coldly as the claw grabbed it and then took it back. But the devil's claws haven't completely taken back the seal yet. In the Taishu Holy Mirror, a huge bone-white claw popped out and directly grabbed the strange claws covered with mucus into flying ashes. The crushed claws turned into endless demonic energy, rolling and rolling. Then, light flashed in the Taishu holy mirror, and a huge suction force came out. The endless demonic energy was immediately swallowed up by the Taishu holy mirror. Qin Fan looked at this scene without moving. The Taishu holy mirror has many projection clones, just like the five-colored divine stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword. But of course there is only one graveyard for the demon king in the Taishu holy mirror. After all, this Taishu holy mirror is actually more like a space entrance, a portal that connects the space inside the Taishu holy mirror. The bones in the Demon King cemetery are equivalent to monitoring seals through countless passages. In his previous life, he had planned everything carefully, so that he could win the last few hundred years for him now. However, not leaving any more reminders for himself made Qin Fan feel a little depressed. If he had known the function of the graveyard in the Taishu holy mirror early on, he could have used the clone and the void chain to channel the power of the Void Lord's corpse in the Dushanai clan's ancestral land into the Taishu holy mirror. In other words, in fact, in his previous life, he was not sure when the void system would truly succeed, so he did not leave any hints for him in the future. Qin Fan stepped into the seal, penetrated the layers of space, and entered the inner layer of the seal. The being sealed in it obviously felt Qin Fan's contempt, and clawed at him frantically. Unfortunately, Qin Fan completely ignored this attack as if he was in a different space. No matter the rules or regulations, all kinds of terrifying forces cannot shake him at all. Ahead, Qin Fan looked through the layers of black fog and saw a head penetrated by countless chains. The head has a strange shape and is densely covered with eyes. Every eye was staring at Qin Fan. Qin Fan sensed the power surging around him and was also frightened. It really doesn't compare to fingers in the Valley of Death, but it is indeed no worse than the things sealed in other forbidden places in the God realm. Unexpectedly, I would encounter such a thing while wandering around the ancient God realm. Along the way, although he encountered many void demon gods at the ancestral god level, Qin Fan didn't really take them to heart. He just didn't want to make any big move at this time. Otherwise, if he really wants to take action, those ancestor god level beings in front of him may have turned into pure energy groups and been sealed in the black hole by him. But the head in front of me is different. With his current strength, he can't eat this thing. The bones in the cemetery in the Taishu holy mirror should have this power. But for some reason, the bones inside only guarded these seals, but did not take action against them. Perhaps it is slowly devouring the power in these seals. Just after the giant white bone claws in the Taishu holy mirror crushed the devil's claws, this power was swallowed into the Taishu holy mirror. Qin Fan looked at the huge head silently. The countless eyes on that huge head were staring at him. All around, there was only the sound caused by the surging demonic energy. Like ocean waves, neither party spoke. There is not even any communication of spiritual consciousness. But Qin Fan sensed the surging negative emotions. Endless hatred, murderous intent, destruction. Qin Fan's body changed from void to reality, standing in the void, and said lightly, "A few days ago, I wiped out the 11th remaining soul of the Lord of the Void. After that, I swallowed the 7th point of the Void Lord's power. Which onion are you?" He spoke the language of the gods, but the sound was transmitted by the fluctuation of spiritual consciousness. Even if there is a pig in front of you, you can still understand his words. Really, a wave of consciousness came over. "Who are you?" With a thought in Qin Fan's mind, the sky-breaking demonic sword transformed by divine power appeared in his right hand. The eyes on the huge head below suddenly burst out with dazzling light. "It's you?" At this moment, it seemed as if countless people were roaring and roaring between heaven and earth. Qin Fan glanced at the huge head indifferently, and slowly raised his body, preparing to leave the seal. It didn't matter to him whether the other party was willing to reveal his identity or not. No matter whether you are the first or second Void Monarch, sooner or later you will still be a leak. No. In fact, it is now a leak. In the Taishu holy mirror, the corpses in the Demon King cemetery are all cutting leaks one after another. Brush! Rays of blood-red light shot out from each eye of the huge head and penetrated through Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked down and couldn't help but frown. This blood-red light can't hurt him either. But the space near him has been filled with holes by the bloody light. The things in the seal still have such terrifying power. Shabai! Qin Fan left a word and left the seal. From the seal, bursts of earth-shaking sounds came out. Cursing words are also very easy for people to understand after being spread through spiritual consciousness. For something like this that gathers a huge amount of negative emotions, a simple curse word has a good effect. Tentacles emerged from the huge head that had been calm for who knows how many thousands of years, and rolled towards Qin Fan crazily. But as soon as all the tentacles came out, the giant white bone claws in Taishu Holy Mirror emerged, as if pulling weeds in the rice field, uprooting each tentacle. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan came back again. Standing above the huge head, Chen Fan clasped his hands on his chest and said calmly, "Shabai stuff. Aren't you happy with scolding you? I cut your body into pieces and sealed it here for tens of millions of years. You said you're not a demon. What are you?" Roar! Amidst the roar, tentacles emerged again and rolled towards Chen Fan crazily. Chen Fan was a little doubtful that this was not the head of the Void Lord. The 1,000-legged centipedes he encountered at the level of demon gods were much smarter than this thing. If Xiao He were left here, would he be so angry that he would die in a few days? Boom! The giant bone-white claws protruding from the Taishu Holy Mirror swept across, crushing the countless tentacles in an instant. The rolling and terrifying power quickly flowed towards the Taishu Holy Mirror. The Taishu Holy Mirror is like a black hole, constantly devouring the power in the seal. "Don't you dare to tell me your name?" Chen Fan struck while the iron was hot and said, "The 11th Lord of the Void and the 7th Lord of the Void both said their names without hesitation. Why are you so scared like a grandson?" Another bunch of tentacles emerged. This is indeed an idiot. Chen Fan laughed dumbly. His strength is so strong, but his endless negative emotions seemed to have destroyed his sanity. After knowing that Chen Fan was the one who sealed it back then, as long as Chen Fan casually said a sarcastic word, the thing's mood would fluctuate greatly. When Chen Fan saw this, he took out all the curse words in his mind and cursed them. But this kind of thing is not what he is good at. After scolding for a while, he ran out of words. For this kind of thing, Xiao He and Orange Cat are more suitable. It's a pity that there is no internet here. Otherwise, why would it be so embarrassing if you just open the internet and search for those trolls? Pooh! After Chen Fan sighed, he still chose to leave. The Taishu Holy Mirror sealed here cannot be taken away. Let's go look for other seals. Chen Fan broke out of the seal, like a stream of light, traveling millions of miles in an instant. The royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian. Chen Fanzheng was discussing with Lao Molong and others about matters in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Suddenly, a huge roar came from a distance. A group of ancestor gods all looked at the ancient ancestor gods of the Burning Sky God clan and the ancient Elephant God clan. The 2 old guys have cultivated their skills to such an extent that they have cultivated their shamelessness to the pinnacle. Yet nothing happened to them. But they were pretending to be stupid. And Chen Fan couldn't pretend to be stupid. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and flew out of the royal court with a thought. Outside, a group of powerful men from the ancient Elephant God clan and the Burning Sky God clan flew over noisily. The strong men on both sides had their armor broken. Their hair was messy, and they were in a very embarrassed state. Obviously, there have been many deadly battles before. To Chen Fan's surprise, Chen Fan sensed the auras of Feng Tianlin and Kimura Reifeng. He turned around and saw 2 things that were almost burned to char, running over angrily. "Brother Fan!" One of the pieces of coke made Feng Tianlin's voice and said, "You should take good care of these bastards. They dare to attack so close to the royal court. It is simply lawless." As he said that, Feng Tianlin glanced at his hands. His whole body was filled with the aroma of being burned, and he wanted to take a bite of himself. If it weren't for the void divine body, it would probably have been reduced to ashes. "King!" Us? A god king from the Burning Heaven clan stepped forward and was about to speak. Chen Fan turned his head and said, "Drag me down and beat me to death. Hit everyone. Don't let anyone go." A group of god kings rolled up their sleeves from the dark abyss and rushed out. They held down the god kings of the Burning Sky God clan and the ancient Elephant God clan and beat them violently. They made those guys howl and scream, but they did not dare to resist. Chen Fan slapped the 2 god kings of the dark abyss away with one slap. "Why are you hitting them?" The 2 people beaten by the god king were Feng Tianlin and Kimura Lingfeng. These 2 guys were burned half to death by the flames of the Burning Sky God clan. And now they were punched by the dark abyss god king several times. And they were so aggrieved that they burst into tears. Chen Fan was speechless. And with a flick of his finger, the power of the law of life enveloped Feng Tianlin and Feng Tianlin. The 2 of them were like snakes shedding their skin. The charcoal on their bodies fell off one by one, and their whole bodies exuded endless life breath. Under this aura, a group of strong men nearby subconsciously gathered towards the 2 of them. "What happened to them? What happened to you?" Chen Fan frowned and looked at Feng Tianlin and Kimura Lingfeng. Feng Tianlin immediately said, "Isn't it just to grab the territory? Because all the major gods were fawning over Xiao He, and wanted Xiao He to help. Xiao He was impatient, so he made a few fountains of life. As a result, these gods fought for the fountain of life. The same goes for other Protoss. But other Protoss just scolded each other and didn't really take action. The Ancient Elephant God Clan and the Burning Sky God Clan thought they had ancient ancestor gods in their clans. So they became arrogant and domineering and started fighting directly. Kimura Lingfeng immediately said, "We were just watching the excitement. But we didn't expect it." Snapped. Feng Tianlin slapped Kimura Lingfeng on the head and said, "I wanted to go over and persuade them. Why are I just watching the fun?" Kimura Reifeng. "Oh no! You are more shameless than an orange cat." Boom! A hand broke open the space and stretched out, and slapped Kimura Lingfeng into the ground. Kimura Lingfeng burst into tears and stopped talking. Ever since Xiao He and Li Fengxing became the ancestral gods, those two guys basically didn't get beaten much. The one who got beaten was Kimura Lingfeng. Chen Fan tore open the space. In the space, I saw Xiao He with his legs crossed, and a group of beauties around him. Everyone. Chen Fan. Xiao He brushed his hands, sat upright, and said like a master monk, "The beauty in pink is a skeleton, and the beautiful city is like a white skeleton." Chen Fan grabbed Xiao He and said, "Don't you like to create a fountain of life? Go and create a fountain of life for every Protoss." Huh? Xiao He almost jumped up. "Then it will tire me to death? There are so many gods in the god world. Going or not? Just go! Next time any of the gods dares to fight, it's up to you to beat them to death, and then confiscate their fountain of life. Do beautiful women also want to be beaten? Okay. I understand that if the perpetrator is a woman, I will make their appearance look older. If the perpetrator is a man, I will shorten their crotch." The powerful men from all the major Protoss clans around had their hair standing on end. Chapter 476 Conference of Gods and Demons. The ancestral land of Dutianyi clan. In the void, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, his figure appearing and disappearing. The power of the law of life, the law of death, the law of destruction, the law of space, the law of killing, the law of 5 elements, and the law of 6 paths lingered around him. From the first law to now, 1 year has not yet passed. This kind of cultivation speed can be said to be unprecedented. But Chen Fan couldn't be happy. First, the most difficult thing is the power of the fusion law. So far, he has only merged the law of death and the law of life. And then after Chu Xian merged the law of 5 elements and the law of destruction. With the help of Chu Xian's understanding, he merged the law of destruction and the law of 5 elements. But no matter how Chen Fan tried to integrate the 3 laws, he never succeeded. The power derived from the fusion of the law of death and the law of life has surpassed any single law. But this kind of power still cannot compete with the 7th finger of the Void Lord in the Valley of Death. This shows that the 7th Void Lord has at least integrated the 3 laws. Among the memories of the 11th remnant soul of the Void Monarch that he obtained before, some of the Void Monarchs even integrated the 4 laws. No wonder any Void Lord back then could suppress the God Realm to such an extent that it couldn't lift its head. Without the power of heaven, without the goddess of heaven forging the sky-breaking demonic sword, no one in the God Realm could compete with the Lord of the Void. Not to mention the Lord of the Void hidden behind the Lord of the Void. Call. Chen Fan gently exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. The integration of laws requires opportunity and time. Without the memories of previous lives, it was too difficult to figure it out all by myself. Even if he uses hundreds of millions of clones to deduce it together, the progress is still extremely slow. Fortunately, there are Void characters to help. Even if there are 90,000 Void characters, if you use clones one by one and try them one by one, it won't take long for you to know which laws those characters correspond to. Chen Fan stood up, took a short step, and walked outside the ancestral land of the Dutianyi clan. Today's Dutian Divine Realm is prosperous. All the gods in the God Realm gather here. Even the demons in the Dark Abyss did not return to the Dark Abyss after Chen Fan eliminated the ancestral God-level Void demon inside, but directly took root in the Dutian God Realm. In the past, this was unimaginable. Although the Dutian Divine Realm is large, its resources cannot support the entire Divine Realm. But the Demon King is in the Dutian Divine Realm. All the ancestor gods are in the Dutian God Realm. The body of the Void Lord is also in the Dutian God Realm. And now, after Xiao He, Chen Fan, and Chen Han have understood the laws of life. Let alone, with Xiao He's law of life, even a desolate galaxy can become extremely energetic in an instant. except for sending people back to guard the World Tree. Almost all the major Protoss have abandoned their homes. All the Protoss are centered on the royal court of the Dutianyi clan and expand outward. The earlier you come, the closer you will be to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. The closer you are to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan, the closer you are to the Demon King. For this reason, the demon gods in the Dark Abyss fought with many gods. The demon gods in the Dark Abyss are all very violent. And because the Demon King is his boss, he is indeed a bit arrogant. Many gods dare to be angry but dare not speak out. But they became addicted to arrogance and bullied the ancient Elephant God clan and the Burning Sky God clan. The two major gods are as arrogant as the demon gods of Dark Abyss. They think they have ancient ancestor gods in their clan, and they are also very arrogant. As a result, a fierce conflict broke out, and a group of god kings fought in a deserted galaxy. After Chen Fan found out, he sent Gongzi out and beat both parties half to death. These arrogant and domineering guys finally behaved themselves. The Dutian Divine Realm is also much more harmonious. Now every Protoss territory has a fountain of life made by Xiao He. And they don't even need to rob it of resources. The Spring of Life does not actually mean that Xiao He created the Spring of Life. Xiao He's creation of a Spring of Life is actually equivalent to this spring water, like a black hole, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth in a radius of millions of miles, and turning it into a Spring of Life. This Spring of Life not only has the miraculous effect of converting human flesh and bones between life and death, but also contains the meaning of laws, which is also very helpful for peak God King level beings to break through to ancestor gods. Therefore, in order to compete for the Fountain of Life, the Ancient Elephant God clan and the Burning Sky God clan fought near the royal court of the Dutianyi clan, and burned Feng Tianlin and Kimura Lingfeng, who were watching the excitement to charcoal. No need to grab it now. Every god has a Fountain of Life. Several major Protoss such as the Angel God clan and the Dutianyi clan, because of Shen Daodao and Yi Hao, Xiao He directly created dozens of Fountains of Life. These Fountains of Life even caused the World Tree to undergo mutations, and blossom, and bear fruit in advance. Now several major Protoss are discussing whether to gather the power of the World Tree of all the Protoss, and create several more ancestor gods, like the Phoenix Protoss and Qilin Protoss did. But this proposal was rejected by Shen Tao, with Chen Fan's system combined with the way of beast control, and using the soul interdependent nature of the way of beast control to convey the meaning of the law. It has become much easier for the current peak God King to break through to the ancestral god. It is much easier for the current peak God King to break through to the ancestral god than it was for the previous high-level demon god to break through to the God King. But breakthroughs are breakthroughs. And the quick success, ancestor god has shortcomings in his divine power. Although there are many ancestor gods who have understood the laws, their divine power is too weak to support the power of the laws. You know, laws require divine support. Xiao He had suffered this kind of loss when he was in the Dark Abyss. Xiao He thought that he had mastered the two laws, which was enough to crush ordinary ancestor gods. So he let his clone enter the Dark Abyss and ran out to wander around. Unexpectedly, we actually lured out the hiding ancestral gods of the void. The lead was drawn. But when Xiao He activated the Law of Life and wanted to directly get rid of the three void demon gods, the clone's power was not enough, and he almost killed himself. In the end, in desperation, he was chased and jumped up and down in anger. Therefore, according to Shen Naonao, the fruit of the world tree contains huge divine power, and it is better to disperse it and leave it to the ancestor gods who have just broken through, gathering all the fruits of the world tree and using them to create one or two ancestral gods would not necessarily be successful. Even if it could be successful, it would be too wasteful. Chen Fan didn't say much. Therefore, the major Protoss did not dare to say anything, and followed the wishes of the Angel God King, and sent the fruits of the world tree to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. When Chen Fan came out from the ancestral land of the Dutianyi clan, a meeting of gods and demons was unfolding. This conference of gods and demons was hosted by the demon clan of the Dark Abyss. The location is in the desolate star field 700,000 miles northwest of the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. Such a conference was also held in the Dark Abyss back then. Unfortunately, that conference was just a cover, a trick played by Chen Fan in order to relocate the demon clan of the Dark Abyss. After gathering the demon clan together through the conference of gods and demons, Chen Fan sent out various ancestor gods to directly swallow the countless powerful men in the Dark Abyss one by one, and then transferred to the Dutian god realm. Naturally, the countless demon gods in the Dark Abyss did not dare to blame the Demon King. But a conference came to an abrupt end. leaving countless demon gods in the dark abyss unhappy. A group of god kings got together, and after muttering for a long time, they simply invited all the gods to have an unprecedented meeting of gods and demons. The prize even includes the fruit of the world tree. Because of the fruit of the world tree, not only all the gods participated, but even people from Blue Star and Tandy Realm came over to try their luck. Now, this conference of gods and demons has been held for more than half a month. The lower demon gods have their own arena. The upper demon god has the arena of the upper demon god. The god king also has his own arena. There is no arena for the ancestor gods. In fact, except for Xiaobai and Gongzi who came to watch the fun, there were no other ancestor gods here at all. The ancestral gods now have more things to do. They are guarding the 9 forbidden lands in their avatars, and are still frantically absorbing the power of the Void Lord in the Dutian Yi clan's ancestral land. How can anyone pay attention to this convention of gods and demons? But Xiaobai and Gongzi are here. After Xiaobai and Gongzi arrived, Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and Shen Naotao and their beast masters also came. This group of ancestral gods cheering raised the atmosphere to the extreme. Although these guys are not very old, the oldest among them, the old leader of the Orange Cat Demon Sect, has only lived for a few hundred years, and is incomparable to ordinary demon gods. But this is the real ancestral god after all. What's more, there are ancestral gods like Xiao He who have mastered the 2 laws. In this godly world where strength is respected, even a caterpillar will be enshrined on the altar if he has the cultivation of the ancestor gods. Chen Fan broke through the space and walked out. He looked at the countless gods and demons below and smiled slightly. When he was still in the royal court of the Dutian Yi clan, he sensed the auras of Xiaobai and Gongzi. At this time, Xiaobai and Gongzi were surrounded by demon gods, and these demon gods were holding delicacies from their own gods. Jade is now so round that it almost turns into a ball. After she transformed into a human form, she was originally a beauty, but her true form turned out to be the Slime Demon King. The delicacies of the gods were delivered one after another, and Jade was always stuffing them into his mouth with both hands. His body became larger and rounder. Jade! You can't eat any more! Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly stopped Jade. If you eat any more, you will really turn into a ball. Jade's mouth was full of food, and she slurred her words. Hui! It tastes delicious. The big man transformed into Chu Xian's beast, the heavy beetle king, nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's delicious. These 2 foodies. Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Xiaobai tilted his head and saw the cold pond golden horn dragon again. Oh no! This guy has long since evolved into an ancient frost dragon. However, his name has always been Xiaohan and has not changed. Obviously, Xiaohan is the most pretentious of all these people's beasts. Whenever this guy eats a fruit, he has to peel it slowly and then take a small bite very elegantly. The fruits said by the gods are quite big, according to the way Handan Golden Horned Flood Dragon eats. Handan Golden Horned Flood Dragon will probably have to eat the food Jade ate before for several months. The ice white python next to him, who was also already a giant frost dragon, was different. The ice white python sat on the chair, crossed his legs, sucked in his mouth, and all kinds of fruits on the table immediately flew up. And then the fruit skins fell off automatically, and finally they all fell into his mouth. The Handan Golden Horned Dragon despises the way the ice white python eats it. Is this how the ancestor god eats? This is obviously what pigs look like when they eat pig food. So much fruit and meat. Why are you mixing them all together and making a mess of sweet, salty and stewed things? The ice white python obviously also knew that the cold pond golden horned dragon did not like him. The 2 of them have been fighting openly and secretly since the time of Blue Star. Since they have basically the same attributes, they are both ice-type pythons. The ice white python swallowed a few fruits and looked at each other with the cold pool golden horned dragon. The 2 of them smiled and nodded at the same time, and then cursed in their hearts. Xiaobai! Xiaobai glanced at the cold pond golden horned dragon, then at the ice white python, and couldn't help but shake his head. This is not bad now. In the past, these 2 guys would fight every day. Later, the 2 guys got into a fight, and Xiaobai, without distinguishing right from wrong, held their heads down and beat them together. Then they stopped. Xiaobai looked at the orange cat again. Orange cats have been quiet lately. The main reason is that he always goes out of his body to see the beauties of the major gods. Same now. Xiaobai took one look and knew that this guy's soul had left his body again. In comparison, Yihao's Holy Moon Morning Glory is the most lovable, well-behaved and sensible. But the succubus princess of Yi Hao's family is a bit outrageous, and spends all day enchanting others. After attracting others, she smiled slightly, and said that she belonged to Yi Hao, the second prince of Dutian Yi clan. What the hell? All the gods who were charmed by her felt the urge to vomit blood. Who can afford to offend Yi Hao's people? Who dares to touch it? Fortunately, I didn't touch it. Each of the gods and demons felt like they were gone. As for the succubus princess, she likes to watch them change from a lewd look to a scared look. So she keeps scaring them again and again. One time, Xiaobai couldn't stand it any longer. So he secretly summoned an orange-red poisonous spider and secretly stabbed the succubus princess. The succubus princess was in so much pain that she screamed in bed for 3 days, scaring Yi Hao out, and was finally cured by Yi Hao. The poor orange-red poisonous spider, as Yi Hao's best beast, was almost skinned by Yi Hao because it stung the succubus princess. At the critical moment, he confessed Xiaobai, and Yi Hao gave up. But Princess Succubus has Xiaobai in mind this time. The problem is, let alone her, even Yi Hao can't afford to offend Xiaobai. Finally, when the succubus princess saw Xiaobai, she was so humble that she didn't even dare to raise her head. Jade is still eating. The orange cat is taking a nap. The old ape and the little skeleton are both reading. Gongzi looked at Jade and grinned. Xiao He had no expression on his face. And with a flick of his finger, a mirror appeared in front of Jade. Jade looked at the ball in the mirror and spit out a mouthful of food. Suddenly, Xiaobai suddenly raised his head. Above the void, Qin Fan had his hands behind his back and was looking at her with a smile. Xiaobai smiled like a flower and immediately flew up. A demon god below also discovered Qin Fan, and the venue was instantly detonated. With a bang, countless gods and demons stood up and saluted Qin Fan from afar. Gongzi, Feitsui, and the others immediately came forward. Handan Golden Horn Dragon wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully and was about to follow. The ice-white python next to it still had a fruit in its mouth. With a swipe, it had already passed Gongzi and rushed to Qin Fan first. Rude! Handan's Golden Horn Dragon's eyes darkened. Idiot! But when he flew up, Qin Fan was already surrounded by a group of people, and he couldn't squeeze in. Everyone is an ancestral god, and no one is any weaker than anyone else. The Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon wants to squeeze away the others, but it's not that easy. Standing outside the crowd, Handan Golden Horn Dragon was also extremely depressed. He couldn't understand why he was so smart and lost to the idiot Ice White Python. Chapter 477 Visitors from Another World. Conference of Gods and Demons. In full swing. Because of Qin Fan's arrival, the demon gods from all the major Protoss clans used almost all their strength, just to show off his strength and talent in front of the Demon King. Qin Fan watched the battles and listened to Gongzi and Lao Yuan analyzing the magic skills and fighting techniques of both sides, and suddenly felt a long-lost tranquility. I don't know when it started. Perhaps when he regained his past life memories. His nerves became very nervous. Having regained his memories of his previous life, he did not transform back into the Demon King he once was, with his personality as the dominant character in this life. He just read the memories of his previous life, just like using the Void Chain to read other people's memories. If there is a difference, it would be that reading the memories of one's own past life is more immersive. But even so, after getting back the memories of his past life and unifying the divine world, Qin Fan was still nervous every day. He has a feeling of racing against the clock. There isn't much time left. The Void system combined with the way of controlling beasts is indeed worthy of being regarded as a masterpiece. But there is no time. Maybe 100 years. Maybe 200 years. The seal of the Void will be opened. When the time comes, either you die or I die. His past lives. Past lives of past lives. Reincarnation after reincarnation. But this time, I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity. Once the Void comes, the legendary Master of the Void, which is formed by the fusion of many polluted heavens, will also enter this world. But now, Qin Fan and Chu Xian are still unable to solve even one finger of Void Lord 11. Qin Fan usually didn't show any abnormality. But in reality, I was anxious. Until now, when Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others were crowding around, chattering about the battle in the ring, Qin Fan suddenly relaxed. Simple relaxation has become a luxury. Qin Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. But he liked this feeling. Although he has understood the laws of life, he still cannot understand the meaning of life. He has been reincarnated for several lives, but he still cannot understand the laws of reincarnation. Qin Fan felt this ray of tranquility and simply emptied his mind, thinking about nothing. Like Gongzi and the others, he began to pay attention to the battle on the broken stars below. The two sides in the war are the three-eyed demon clan of the Dark Abyss and the angelic god clan. The divine power of the angelic Protoss naturally restrains the divine power of the demonic race of the Dark Abyss. The strength of the three-eyed demon clan is not weaker than that of the angels and gods. But in a fight, they are restrained in every aspect and are at a disadvantage. However, the angel god clan was also afraid of the power of the third eye of the three-eyed demon clan. So they did not dare to pursue the victory. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was extremely exciting, which aroused the applause of countless gods and demons around them. Sudden, Chun Fan raised his head, and his eyes changed slightly. Someone did not pass through the Nantian gate and directly tore open the space and entered the Dutian Divine Realm. You must know that the Dutian Divine Realm has now become the last pure land of the God Realm, and the last space area has long been sealed by him, the old devil dragon, and a group of ancestor gods. It is nothing to tear apart space within the territory of Dushinshan. No matter it is Xiao He, Gongzi, or even the peak god king who controls the rules of space. They can do it. But I want to tear off the seal from the outside world and enter the realm of Dutian God. Except for Chun Fan. No one else in the entire god realm can do it. Stop! Chun Fan's plain yet majestic voice resounded in the void. The noisy demon god and the two parties fighting in the ring fell silent at the same time. The next moment, Chun Fan stood up and flicked his sleeves. A gate 100 feet high appeared out of thin air. Withdraw all of them to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. Following Chun Fan's command, all the demon gods turned into streams of light and quickly passed through the gate and returned to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. Chun Fan and Xiao Bai took a step forward and appeared in a broken star field at the same time. Everyone looked up. Then I saw a crack appeared in the void and was slowly expanding. Seeing this, Gongzi flipped his wrist, held a long knife, and said coldly, "How brave!" Xiao Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. The person who can tear apart space from the outside world and step into the realm of Dutian God is not a good person. The Golden Horned Dragon in Handan immediately said, "Sir, take advantage of it when it's not prepared. No matter who it is, knock it out first. It would take a lot of effort for them to break the seal. This is when they are at their weakest." Chun Fan couldn't help but take another look at the Handan Golden Horned Dragon. "It's a good idea indeed. But," Chun Fan smiled and said, "let's wait and see." Handan Golden Horned Dragon nodded slightly. Now that Chun Fan said that, he couldn't say anything else. But whether it was the Handan Golden Horned Dragon or other beasts, they were all like Gongzi at this time, putting on their battle armor and sacrificing their divine weapons. Because the first law that all beasts understand is the law of space. Everyone's armor is covered with layers of space power. The surrounding space was shaking, as if it was about to fall into chaos. At this time, I saw a crack in the void, grabbed by two big hands, and suddenly torn open on both sides. The big hands were like dragon claws, but each hand had 16 fingers, and the fingers were wrapped with strange chains, shining with a faint light. Click! The terrifying power of law collides in the void. The cracks that were torn open finally stabilized. At this time, a monster with a height of 100 feet, a strange appearance, and flames all over his body came out of the crack. Not a void demon? Gongzi and Lao Yuan were all stunned for a moment. All the ancestor gods in the god realm are now gathered in the Dutian god realm. If this terrifying existence exuding the aura of the ancestral gods was not a void demon, where did it come from? Oh! Suddenly, a cold voice from the consciousness rang in everyone's mind. Is the seventh universe in such a state of decline? Are there only these few ancestor gods left? As the sound rang out, a woman who was also 100 feet tall walked out from behind the burning monster. Two powerful men, one with blazing flames all over his body, seemed to be burning the sky and boiling the sea. The other person's body was filled with terrifying demonic energy that was extremely dark and cold. At this time, the space in all directions shook. But Chu Xian, Yi Hongyan, and the others noticed something unusual and came over. A group of ancestor god level beings surrounded the two visitors, who were over 100 feet tall. Huh? The female voice that had sounded before resounded in everyone's mind. I have underestimated the fact that there are so many ancestor gods in your seventh universe. It's a pity that they are all too weak. Only a few have merged the two laws. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The visitor just sensed it casually, and knew which people had merged the two laws. Such strength cannot be underestimated. Introduce yourself. The woman with the devilish energy rolling around her body said through a voice transmission from her spiritual consciousness. We come from the third universe. I am Addis, the god of death. And the one next to me is Atalas, the god of fire who controls the flames of heaven and earth. Control death? Control the flames of heaven and earth. Yi Hao laughed and said, That's crazy. But what does the third universe mean? Literally, Shen Taodao said. Didn't Brother Fan say it before? The void covers billions of parallel universes and countless planes. And that Lord of the Void is a monster formed by the fusion of multiple universes' heavenly paths that were corroded and polluted. Addis, the god of the underworld, glanced at Shen Taodao in surprise and said, The god of the seventh universe actually knows the void and the master of the void? The expressions of Shen Taodao and others darkened. Yes. These two monsters treat us as inferior creatures. Right. At this time, Yi Hongyan said, Explain your intention. Otherwise, you will die. Addis, the god of the underworld, smiled slightly, showing his fangs, and said, Now that you already know the void and the master of the void, it will be easier to communicate. It's very simple. Our universe, like yours, is suffering from void erosion and is crumbling. We are doing two things now. The first thing is to open channels to other planes, unite other universes, and fight against the void together. The second thing is, forget about looking for that year. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Yi Hao was furious. What's your attitude? If you want to seek cooperation, then talk nicely. If you don't want to cooperate, then go back to your universe. Addis, god of the underworld, said, We are naturally here to seek cooperation. But the premise is that you are qualified to cooperate with us. Shen Hongxiu sneered and said, So, you want to have a fight? Right. As she said that, she tilted her head and walked forward with a sneer. You cannot! Addis, the god of the underworld, shook his finger and said, Although the feeling you give me is a bit weird, I can confirm that it didn't take long for you to break through to the ancestor god. So you are no match for me. Shen Hongxiu raised her eyebrows. Whether he is your opponent or not, you won't know until you beat him. Addis, god of the underworld, smiled slightly, pointed his finger at Henry Chu and said, You have merged two laws. After saying that, she pointed at Xiao He and said, You have also merged two laws. And you? The last person she pointed at was Yi Hongyan, artist, god of the underworld, said lightly, Although it has not been long since you broke through to the ancestral god, you have merged the power of two laws. Only the three of you are qualified to fight with me. As for the others, although I'm very surprised, it's not long since I broke through to the ancestral god. Why do you understand many laws, but don't have the law of fusion? No matter how many laws you have, you can't be my opponent. Yi Hao, Shen Taodao, and others laughed in anger. This god of Hades from the third universe is so arrogant that there is no limit to it. Everyone turned their attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who had activated the 9th level of the void divine body, was just like a passerby when he restrained his aura, not attracting anyone's attention at all. Although Addis, the god of the underworld, knew at a glance that Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan had merged the two laws. But he couldn't see through Chen Fan's true identity at all. Chen Fan walked out and said calmly, How many laws have you integrated? Addis, the god of the underworld, raised two fingers and said, I also merged two laws. But it has been more than 300,000 years since I became an ancestral god. I am definitely not comparable to these little kids. You? Having said this, Addis, the god of the underworld, looked at Chen Fan with a look of fear in his eyes. In her perception, the person in front of her was the weakest among everyone present. But it was obvious that everyone around him looked at him as if he was the master of the 7th universe. You came just in time. Chen Fan smiled and said, Actually, I am also looking for you. But I haven't found a way yet. I have a lot of questions for you. But I know you won't answer me obediently. So, Chen Fan raised his fingers towards Addis, god of the underworld, and said, Come here and get beaten. Everyone around him laughed. Addis, the god of the underworld from the 7th universe, speaks simply and directly. Chen Fan is more direct and straightforward than her. Addis, the god of the underworld, also laughed. You want to fight me? Don't get me wrong. I don't want to fight you. Chen Fan pointed at Addis, the god of underworld, and Atalas, the god of fire, and said, I just want to beat you two into submission. You two come together. You are looking for death. The fire god Atalas' eyes flashed. He became furious, and punched Chen Fan, although his body was over 100 feet tall, and could not compare with many ordinary demon gods. with one punch. His fist was so powerful that it shattered the stars around him. Is that all you can do? Seeing the fire god Atala's punching him, Qin Fan advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his 5 fingers and raised the sky-breaking demonic sword, slashing out towards the huge fist. But as soon as he swung the sky-breaking demon sword, crash! The god of Hades on the other side suddenly swung his right hand, threw out a chain covered with runes, and rolled it towards the sky-breaking demonic sword in his hand. The god of Hades also took action immediately. Yi Hongyan and others had angry looks on their faces, but they did not participate, but retreated at the same time. Snort! Qin Fan retracted his long sword, leaving a string of afterimages on the field among the lightning and flints, and dodged out. But his speed is fast, and the speed of Hades and Vulcan is not slow either. Qin Fan had not stopped before he stepped out, but to the left and right, endless firelight and terrifying black energy were already like 2 storms, strangling him at the same time. The fusion of the power of 2 laws? Nothing more than that. Qin Fan's eyes turned cold. He held the knife in both hands and turned it around like a whirlwind. Swipe! 2 knives came out at the same time, cutting through the underworld god and the god of fire, who were attacking madly. The god of fire, formed from a pile of stones, and the god of Hades, formed from countless small black snakes, were cut in 2 at the same time. Immediately, boom! The 4 bodies exploded into ashes at the same time under the force of the sky-breaking demon sword. Jia Jia Jia! It's amazing! The Vulcan's voice rang out in the void. With a single blow, our spiritual clones were destroyed. Unfortunately, it's still not strong enough. Qin Fan tilted his head slightly and saw lava surging on the left, death aura on the right, and the bodies of the god of fire and the god of Hades condensed again. The 2 masters from the 3rd universe did have some skills, and they actually replaced their true bodies with spiritual clones at the critical moment. The fighting spirit in Qin Fan's eyes soared. In the past, he had no interest in conquering other worlds. But it's different now. If you can find a way to enter other universes, unite other universes and collect void energy. Chapter 478, Conquer. Qin Fan's face was expressionless and his body floated a little higher. These gods of Hades and Vulcan from the 3rd universe have some tricks and are very cunning. After the 2 used their spiritual consciousness to clone the golden cicada to escape from their SHLs, they immediately disappeared into the void. The person standing in the void speaking was still the avatar of spiritual consciousness. Even the ancient ancestor gods did not notice this abnormality. But under Qin Fan's gaze, the 2 attribute panels were spinning around him, which was really funny. Qin Fan silently glanced at the god of Hades and god of fire directly in front of him. A spiritual clone of this level does not pose much of a threat to him now. But fighting the consciousness clone was not what he wanted. He has made great progress in cultivation. And now, he doesn't even use the virtual soul state. He just wants to have a head-on confrontation with the existence of the god of hell in Vulcan, which combines 2 laws, with a real sword and a real spear. At this time, the consciousness clones of Hades and Vulcan attacked again. With a thought in his mind, Qin Fan dodged and appeared behind the attribute panel of fire god Atala's. Vulcan. Next moment, boom! Qin Fan slapped the invisible fire god Atala's with his left hand. Atala's screamed, and his huge body appeared, falling rapidly like a huge meteorite. Brush! Attis, the god of the underworld, didn't seem to care about the life or death of his companions. He took advantage of Qin Fan's attack and attacked from behind. A strange force instantly enveloped Qin Fan's body. The law of death and the law of 5 elements? Qin Fan's expression changed slightly. Instead of anger, he was happy. And then, he directly entered the virtual soul state. The terrifying power of law enveloped him. But he lost his target instantly. This is impossible! Attis, the god of the underworld, was shocked. The power of laws is extraordinary. And the power of the fusion of 2 laws is even more devastating. But with such power, after covering the other party escaped calmly, without even touching the core of the other party's clothes. Wrong. He didn't escape at all. He's still there. But why? Regardless of the divine consciousness, the power of the fusion of the 2 laws at that time lost its target. God of the underworld Attis clenched his fist subconsciously. The power of the 2 laws exploded where Qin Fan was. Even a galaxy will turn into ashes in an instant when faced with such power. But Qin Fan, holding the sky-breaking demonic sword, did not receive any impact from the force and just looked at Attis, the god of the underworld, coldly. Attis, the god of the underworld, had his hair standing on end. and the fire god Atalas, who rushed back after being seriously injured, looked at this scene with a look of disbelief. Vulcan subconsciously activated the power of the law. The law of destruction and the law of killing? The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. These two ancestral gods from the third universe both merged two laws. And they were two different laws. Atalas, the god of fire, and Attis, the god of underworld, looked at each other. He's there, but he can't be sensed. The power of the law is also difficult to touch. Is it the law of space? The pure law of space cannot compete with the power of the fusion of the two laws. And I didn't feel the fluctuation of the power of the space law at all. The two people had a quick exchange of consciousness. The palm of Hades' right hand stretched out and shook it gently. The space around Chen Fan immediately began to fluctuate and overlap. This guy. Yi Hongyan and others couldn't help but shrink their eyes slightly. Attis, the god of Hades, also controls the laws of space. But it is also the law of space. This guy's application of the law of space is obviously far beyond that of the angel god king. Gongzi and Xiaobai. He can actually reorganize space. This method is difficult for everyone to do even if they control the laws of space. Unless imprisoned by void. Only by activating the void confinement can they reorganize space and divide it at will. Attis, the god of the underworld, who is activating the laws of space, looked increasingly serious. No matter how she reorganized or cut the space, Chen Fan was still there, just watching her silently. Chen Fan in that space is like a projection, not contaminated by the power of law at all, and ignores the cutting of space. Fire god Atalas turned his head and glanced at Hades, and the previous arrogant look disappeared without a trace. At this time, Attis, the god of the underworld, said, "Is this method of yours an illusion?" Apart from illusion, she really couldn't think of any other way to ignore the power of the law. In fact, even illusions will disappear without a trace when encountering the power of law. This time, Hades used "you" in his words. Chen Fan smiled slightly, and the light of the broken demon sword flashed in his hand. Brush! A ray of sword light directly broke through the layers of space and cut towards Attis, the god of the underworld. Attis, the god of the underworld, was startled and quickly tilted his head. The sword light cut off a strand of her hair and sent it flying. A drop of cold sweat flowed down from the forehead of Attis, god of the underworld. On the other side, Atalas, the god of fire, was also frozen like a sculpture, motionless. How to fight this? Before the fight even started, the opponent was already in an invincible position. The gap between the two sides cannot be calculated based on lies. At the moment when Hades and Vulcan were stunned, Chen Fan took one step forward, easily penetrated the space cage built by Hades, and appeared above the head of Hades. Not good! The god of Hades was shocked, and his huge body disappeared in an instant. But he activated the laws of space and moved out at the critical moment. Careful! As soon as Attis, the god of Hades, moved out, he heard the reminder from Atalas, the god of fire. What? At this moment, Attis, god of the underworld, sensed that Chen Fan was always on top of her head, like a gangrene attached to the bone. Void! Imprisoned! When Attis, god of the underworld, once again activated the laws of space, Chen Fan gently grabbed it with his left hand. A space cage instantly trapped Attis, god of the underworld. Seeing that it was the power of the law of space, Attis, the god of the underworld, breathed a sigh of relief. What she is afraid of is the magic knife in the opponent's hand. Her consciousness clone was also possessed by the power of the fusion of two laws. But under that knife, it was annihilated into nothingness with one strike. Even if the strength of the original god's body is far greater than that of the consciousness clone, she would not dare to take a direct blow. But Chen Fan didn't use the magic knife. He just used the power of space to restrain her. Attis, god of the underworld, smiled slightly, and activated the power of the space law again, and combined with the power of the other two laws. He wanted to break the space cage. Impossible! As soon as the power of the three laws was activated, Attis, the god of the underworld, showed a look of horror. Whether it is the law of space or the other two laws, they are blocked by layers of invisible space. Even the power of law cannot penetrate it. How is this going? She also understood the laws of space. But the space cage she constructed by activating the space laws cannot stop the fusion power of the two laws. Could it be said that this space cage was constructed by integrating the three laws? After Chen Fan sealed the underworld god Attis with one move, he slowly turned around and looked at the fire god Atalas. At this moment, the fire god Atalas who had been the ancestor of the third universe for hundreds of thousands of years, felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast, and shuddered subconsciously. Lava! See! Fire god Attalus shouted loudly. The unspeakable heat turned the nearby star field into a sea of lava in an instant. In the sea of lava, even the broken stars melted directly and decomposed quickly. Chen Fan sank into the sea of lava and silently sensed the power around him. This is a lava world created by the fire god Attalus by merging the law of destruction and the law of killing, and then combining it with the fire magic power. In terms of law fusion power, he is indeed relatively immature compared to these two people facing this kind of power. If it were old demon dragon and the others, they could only use virtual souls to fight against it. If you fight against the law, or if you don't have the void divine body and void soul, you will probably die miserably. Chen Fan felt the indescribable heat around him. Naturally, he could also activate the virtual soul to fight the void souls after the 9th level of the void divine body. Even the 11th void monarch in the Valley of Death can't do anything about it, let alone the mere fire god Attalus. But Chen Fan did not activate the virtual soul this time. He sank into the sea of lava and directly resisted with the 9th level of the void divine body. Open! As Chen Fan shouted softly in his heart, the sky-breaking demonic sword in his hand surged in brightness. The endless sword light split open the lava sea directly, revealing an avenue. Boom! In the lava sea, the lava waves surge into the sky. At this moment, a change occurred. Crash! A chain actually penetrated from the lava sea on both sides of Chen Fan, wrapping him around like lightning. Before Chen Fan could react, a big stone hand suddenly reached out from the void in front of him and grabbed the sky-breaking demon sword. He is indeed the legendary demon from another world. The voice of fire god Attalus rang out. If you don't use that invincible secret method, you are no match for us. Is it? Chen Fan smiled slightly. His body was entangled in chains, and the sky-breaking devil sword was also held by the god of fire. The lava below actually gathered together and condensed into a spirally rotating spear, which stabbed towards him from bottom to top. Come! Snort! Chen Fan was not afraid. With the divine power in his hand, the light of the sky-breaking devil sword surged, and it cut through the stone claws of the god of fire. And then he picked it up and severed the wrist of the god of fire. Attalus. Without looking back, Chen Fan slashed back with the sky-breaking devil sword, cutting off the chains wrapped around his body. Call! Taking one step forward, Chen Fan avoided the stab of the lava gun below in the midst of lightning and flint. He even had chains on him, and the man and the knife seemed to merge into one, slicing through the fire god Attalus behind him like lightning. After image? After scattering the fire god Attalus with one knife, Chen Fan's pupils shrank slightly. He ran pretty fast. The fire god Attalus was indeed cunning. Almost as soon as the chain broke, he threw away the other end of the chain and ran away. This guy is hiding again. The area covered by the lava sea continues to grow. The passage that was previously split open by the sky-breaking demon sword has also been closed. But a property panel appeared in front of Chen Fan, then behind him, and then to the left. Chen Fan dodged, resisting the unimaginable pressure of the lava sea, and appeared behind Attalus, the god of fire, Vulcan. This scene seemed familiar. Boom! Last time it was a slap. This time it was a kick. Vulcan screamed and turned into a big fireball again, falling crazily. Call out! The next moment he fell. A demon 10 times bigger than him appeared and grabbed his neck. The terrifying power instantly suppressed the fire god Attalus. The power of the fusion of the law of death and the law of life. The power of the fusion of the law of killing and the law of 5 elements. And the power of the 9th level of the void divine body. Under these forces, Vulcan felt like a 3-year-old child being pinched by a giant. As long as the giant exerts just a little force, he will be shattered to pieces immediately. Live for hundreds of thousands of years. Kill countless void demons. This is the first time that Attalus, the god of fire, feels the smell of death. At this time, the demon king's Dharma body quickly shrank in size and turned into the appearance of Chen Fan. Chen Fan let go of his hand. The fire god Attalus was also sealed in the void. On the other side, Attis, the god of underworld, and Attalus, the god of fire, looked at each other, feeling a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. It's not a level battle. If they knew the other party was so powerful, they shouldn't have been so rude before. Dear sir, Attis, the god of Hades, bowed and saluted in the space prison, and said, Your strength has impressed us and gained our respect. Please accept our deep apology and sincerity in seeking cooperation. I don't feel sorry, Chin Fan said. There is no trace of sincerity. Addis. Chin Fan added. I'm going to ask you something now. So answer it obediently. If you don't satisfy me with your answer, I will kill you. Addis. God of Underworld. And Atalas. God of Fire. Chin Fan said. How many existences like you are there in the third universe that combine two laws? Addis. The God of Hades. Immediately said. There are only 2 of us. But there are 49 ancestral gods in the third universe who have understood the law. There are 23 ancestor gods in the third universe who have understood the 2 laws. There are 8 ancestral gods in the third universe who have mastered the 3 laws. Plus the 2 of us. The group of ancestor gods around them all fell silent. According to Addis, the god of the underworld, the universe where Chin Fan and the others are now is the 7th universe. In this 7th universe, there are now a lot of ancestor gods. But compared with the 3rd universe, they are still far behind. Before Chin Fan returned, Universe 7 was even more miserable. The old demon dragon was tainted by the void and half dead. The great elder of the Dutianyi clan was contaminated by the void, completely demonized, and sealed himself. Several ancient ancestral gods are crumbling like candles in the wind. This gap is really too big. Chin Fan was silent for a moment and said, Although you have understood the laws of space, it is impossible to travel through the universe with your space laws alone. How did you go from the 3rd universe to the 7th universe? Addis, the god of the underworld, flipped his wrist and took out a triangular black stone and said, We rely on this boundary stone, which was left by the master back then. Without this boundary stone, even if we integrate the 3 laws, the 4 principles cannot travel across the universe at all. Is there such a thing? Chin Fan said, stretched out his hand, reached into the space where the void was confined, and took out the boundary stone. Very strange feeling. Deja vu. There are indescribable spatial fluctuations on this boundary stone. Chin Fan felt as if he had sensed this kind of fluctuation on the sky-breaking demon sword. But the casting material of the sky-breaking devil sword should not have a boundary stone. The original dream was very clear. Chin Fan remembered that the goddess collected countless star cores before successfully casting the sky-breaking demon sword. Chin Fan's expression changed slightly, and he asked again, Have you used boundary stones to visit other universes? Been there. Addis, god of the underworld, said obediently. We have been to the 5th universe, but our power is too weak. With the combined power of all the ancestor gods in our 3rd universe, we barely entered the 5th universe. Later, we cooperated with the ancestral gods of the 5th universe and finally entered your 7th universe. Dear sir, previously we just wanted to check the strength of Universe 7, and there was no malicious intent. We are here to seek cooperation. The horror of the void is unimaginable. Only by uniting the strong men of the universe can there be hope. Yihao rushed over. Brother Fan from the 2 universes. Enter these 2 universes immediately and implement the method of beast control and the devil's blood plan in these 2 universes. Chapter 479 Shameless God of Hades. What is beast control? What is the demon blood project? Addis, the god of underworld, and Atalas, the god of fire, were both stunned for a moment. Yihao said with a playful smile the method of controlling beasts created by Chin Fan and the devil's blood plan. No, I refuse. Addis, god of the underworld, changed his expression. Let us, who stand at the top of the universe, become your pets? Absolutely impossible. Fire god Atalas said expressionlessly. I'd rather die. You have the guts. Chin Fan nodded and said, Then, you can just die. Saying that, Chin Fan raised his hands. The palms of his left and right palms were respectively aimed at the god of Hades and the god of fire, who were imprisoned in the void. On the palm of your hand, a black hole forms. The terrifying devouring power came from the black hole and began to pull the gods of Hades and Vulcan, who were imprisoned in the void. Hades and Vulcan, the god of the 7th universe, is so crazy. If they disagree, they will be killed. They are the pinnacles of the 3rd universe. Nowadays, all major planes have a huge threat of the void. The existence of the fusion of 2 laws is the backbone of the fight against the void. How dare he really take action? Wait a minute. Please wait a minute. Hades panicked and said, Dear sir, we should have a better way to cooperate. Atalas and I are both existences that combine 2 laws. You can't find many with our strength in the 7th universe. If we perish, the 3rd universe will definitely not be able to withstand the void. If the void swallows the 3rd universe, you, the 7th universe, will never be able to escape. You don't have to worry about that. Shintao said. We can copy your laws and the laws of fusion. What? Hades and Vulcan were stunned for a moment. Simply unheard of. The power of law is completely different from divine power. Divine power can be forcibly plundered and devoured through various secret methods. But the rules don't work. This powerful man from the 7th universe can trap him and kill him. But how can he copy the laws he comprehended? Even if you search for souls and copy memories, you can't copy the power of the law at all? I don't believe it. This is impossible. Hades sneered. Shintao was also happy. Brother Fan. Look. This guy is still concerned about this kind of thing when he is about to die. Do I want you to believe it? Brother Fan. Stop talking nonsense with this kind of thing. Don't they like simplicity and directness? We also like to be simple and direct. We only have 100 and 200 years left. We have no time. Kill these two idiots. Halsey and I will use the boundary stone to enter the 3rd universe. Let's finish the 3rd universe first. Jin Fan nodded slightly. Okay. The words just fell. The power of the black hole in his palm has penetrated into the void imprisonment that imprisons Attis, the god of the underworld, the god of Hades, who was tightly suppressed in the void, could not move at all. As soon as the power of the black hole came, his left hand was swallowed up instantly, and his strength dropped sharply. Black hole! The corners of the eyes of Hades and Vulcan twitched. This powerful man from the 7th universe actually controls the power of black holes. The power of black holes is the most mysterious power in the universe. In the legend, the law of time is involved. Even light cannot escape from a black hole. An existence at the level of an ancestral god is so powerful that it can indeed easily collapse an ordinary black hole. But wanting to control the power of black holes is a delusion. Hades looked at the power of the black hole, starting from his shoulders and swallowing his whole body. Stop! The woman screamed. I surrender. I am willing to be your beast. A group of ancestral gods. Wasn't it quite courageous just now? The orange cat sneered and said, The longer you live, the more you fear death. The ancient ancestral gods of several major god clans, including the ancient elephant god clan and the burning sky god clan, looked at the orange cat silently. The orange cat is very shameless, and just pretends not to see it. Sign. Shen Fan activated the void chain, penetrated the body of Hades, completely sealed it, and then opened the beast-controlling space array. On the other side, the fire god Atalas opened his eyes wide and unblinking. After Chen Fan signed the contract with Hades, he looked at the fire god Atalas and said, What about you? Do you want to die or sign? I, Atalas, the god of fire, raised his head proudly. Sign the contract! Everyone. After signing the contract with Vulcan, Chen Fan untied the bonds of Hades and Vulcan at the same time. These two strong men from the 3rd universe looked downcast like defeated roosters. They did come to Universe 7 to seek cooperation. But who leads the so-called cooperation is the key. The weak eat the strong. This is an eternal truth. No matter the past or the future. No matter the 7th universe or the 3rd universe. Therefore, when they came to the 7th universe, they said it was cooperation. But in fact it was also conquest. Conquer the 7th universe. Suppress the 7th universe. Control the 7th universe. It's that simple. But Hades and Vulcan never expected that they had just entered the 7th universe. After a few moves, the two of them would become people's pets. This sense of frustration, this aggrievedness, is indescribable. But as the orange cat said, the longer you live, the more you fear death. Even if the gods of Hades and Vulcan, who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, really have the self-esteem of peak gods and demons, how can they be willing to really die? The god of Hades glanced at Chen Fan from the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's a pity that in the calculation of these powerful people in the 7th universe, she and the fire god Atalas were not taken into account. They were just clones. This clone was contracted to become a pet. So what? How could the strong man in front of them control their true form? Sensing the thoughts in Hades' heart, Chen Fan didn't take it seriously. He just took the boundary stone and threw it in his hand and said, How can I use this boundary stone to open the passage to the 3rd universe? Hades was startled. This is too impatient. Right? In other words, is this guy too arrogant? Do you want to rush directly into the 3rd universe without making any preparations and trample the 3rd universe under your feet? But as soon as the thought came up, Hades suddenly felt the urge to vomit blood. The 3rd universe really couldn't compete with her current master, even if her and Vulcan's true forms have divine power dozens of times stronger than their own. The power of the law is the same. The clone was defeated easily, and the original figure was no match for the man in front of him. As long as the channel is opened. The third universe. Hades lowered his head slightly and said, "Dear Master, the boundary stone has been used several times. We used the boundary stone to enter the fifth universe, and then returned to the third universe through the boundary stone. Finally, when we came to the seventh universe, the energy of the boundary stone was almost exhausted. After all, it should take thousands of years before it is." "Okay. Dot. Really?" Chen Fan smiled and put his right hand on Hades' right shoulder. Boom! The power of the black hole swallowed up the entire right arm of Hades in an instant. "Ah!" Hades screamed. "Just now my left arm was devoured. Now my right arm is devoured." The god of Hades lost his two hands. His breath dropped suddenly, and his face turned pale. At this time, Chun Fan came closer, looked into Hades' eyes and said, "After signing you as my beast master, I can understand what you are thinking and feel all the emotions in your heart. Playing tricks in front of me is not a good thing. This time it's an arm. Next time, I'll twist your head off." Pluto's whole body was trembling, and he lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Having been the ancestor of the third universe for hundreds of thousands of years, she didn't dare to say anything at this moment, even if she felt reluctant and resentful. Chen Fan had no expression on his face and threw the boundary stone in his hand. Then, the fingers of his hands changed rapidly like butterflies flying into flowers. A huge magic circle was quickly formed based on broken stars and meteorites with a radius of millions of miles. And the boundary stone floating in the center of the magic circle began to shine with a dazzling light. Why would he? Hades looked at all this in disbelief. These people in the seventh universe have obviously never seen the boundary stone. Why does he know how to use the boundary stone? Chen Fan said indifferently. "When my void chain penetrated your body, I had already read your memory. This magic circle is also learned from your memory." Hades. Chen Fan added, "I already know everything about the third universe. Do you want me to tell you one by one? For example, you two are just the weakest clones. Your true self has always been hidden under the heavenly gate of the god realm of the third universe. Usually, only clones appear. For example, you let the other ancestor gods of the third universe charge into the battle, but you hid behind to see the situation, and ran away as soon as the situation was bad." The lips of Hades and Vulcan were both a little purple. What kind of existence is this person in front of me? Just a chain penetrated their bodies, and their memories were read silently. You must know that for existences at the level of ancestor gods, the sea of consciousness is protected by the power of laws. How easy is it to break through the power of the law and read the memory silently? Chen Fan stopped talking to Hades and Vulcan, and just moved his fingers slightly. The huge magic circle immediately flashed with rays of light. The phantoms of Shen Dao, Chu Xian, Yi Hongyan, and Lao Malone appeared in the magic circle. Chen Fan said, "I marked your location." Yi Hongyan and the others nodded slightly, ducked at the same time, and got into position one by one. Chen Fan said, "Use your divine power and pour it into the magic circle." All the ancestral gods acted according to their words. The array's light flashes, and the void trembles. The divine power integrated with the law is vast and unpredictable, flowing along the spiritual lines to the boundary stone. That small boundary stone is like a sea, absorbing all the divine power, and the light becomes even brighter. Laugh! On the boundary stone, a ray of light rose into the sky. At the top of the light pillar, cracks appeared in the space. Pluto's mouth was bitter, but he still said, "That crack is the passage to the third universe. If you tear the crack open, you can enter the third universe. But the passage between universes is no small matter. Its space storm can easily swallow even ancestor god level beings. You must be more careful." She originally wanted to delay it for a while. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan acted so quickly without any delay. Chen Fan's body flashed with light, and a clone came out. His clone put away the boundary stone of Atalas, the god of fire, and stepped forward to the top of the light pillar. "Howsy, come with me to the third universe." As Chen Fan said these words, a figure flashed in the sky, and Yi Hao had already rushed forward. "Here he comes!" Below, Li Fengxing quit. "Brother Fan, let's go and have a look too. It's just one clone. We have so many clones." The corners of the lips of the god of Hades and the god of fire were slightly raised, showing contempt. Too many clones? At the level of the ancestral god, many clones can indeed be condensed. But the power of the clone comes from the original deity. The more the clones are divided, the weaker the deity's power becomes. No ancestor god would gather a large number of clones. because it is time-consuming and laborious. The clones of Shen Fan and Yi Hao tore open the cracks and escaped into the third universe. Then, he flicked his sleeves and opened the door to the sky. Everyone followed Shen Fan, entered the sky gate, and returned to the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. Hades lowered his head from beginning to end. After such a toss-up, she was completely convinced. It's okay not to be convinced. Even the memory has been read. Moreover, Shen Fan can know whatever thoughts he has in his heart. The royal court of the Night clan in Dutian. A group of ancestor gods gathered together. Everyone was sitting. Only Hades and Vulcan stood. Shen Fan said indifferently, "Does the third universe only communicate with the fifth universe? Doesn't it communicate with other universes?" "No," Hades said. "Crossing the universe requires a huge amount of power." Shen Hongxiu was stunned. "It's easy for us to open the passage to the third universe. And as you said before, there are many more ancestor gods in the third universe than in our seventh universe. That's our nonsense," Shen Fan said. Shen Hongxiu blinked. Shen Fan said, "The real number of ancestor gods in the third universe is 1/20th of what she said. F***ck. Shen Hongxiu cursed directly. "There is not a single truth in this woman's mouth." A group of ancestor gods looked at Hades with contempt. The number of ancestor gods of the third universe reported by Hades before made the ancestor gods of the seventh universe feel a little inferior. The difference in number is huge. And the seventh universe cannot be compared with the third universe at all. Did not expect? Is fake. After that, Hades said that it would take thousands of years for the power of the boundary stone to be exhausted. But Shen Fan exposed his lie with one sentence. Li Fengxing threw the cup in his hand and said, "Brother Fan, what are you keeping this kind of thing for? Just kill it and use the void chain to recreate the two ancestral gods." That's it. The god of Hades and the god of fire suddenly panicked. Shen Taotao also said, "We have collected so many beasts of all kinds, but I have never seen such shameless ones. Even the void demon has become our master beast and behaves well. She actually treats us like monkeys? My lord, what am I? You said you can take void demons as beast masters?" Pluto's eyes widened with disbelief. "Aren't you afraid of void pollution?" "Void pollution?" Shen Nato grinned, and a door opened in the void. Then, Shen Naotao stretched out his hand and grabbed a ferocious void demon from the door. God King level void demon. When Attis, the god of underworld, and Atalas, the god of fire, saw this, they were startled and subconsciously stepped back. Void demons at the level of god kings can actually be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. But the void pollution emanating from the god king level void demon makes even the ancestral god stay away. Why does this ancestral god of the seventh universe look like he doesn't care at all? Could it be that? Have they solved the void pollution problem? How can this be? The god of Hades and the god of fire changed their expressions again. Suddenly, the humiliating feeling of being conquered completely dissipated. Instead, there is hope. Chapter 480, Yi Hao bullies many with less. The third universe. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises were heard. And the feet of Shen Fan and Yi Hao stepped on the backs of Attis, the god of underworld, and Atalas, the god of fire respectively. Around them, a group of ancestral gods from the third universe were beaten into pig heads and looked miserable. Well, Yi Hao sighed and said, "No one in this bullshit third universe can fight." The faces of the group of ancestor gods in the third universe suddenly turned the color of pig liver. Fire god Atalas raised his head with difficulty and said, "Although you have understood several laws, you have not yet merged the laws. If it were not for the pillar in your hand, you would not be my opponent at all." Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and hit the god of fire Atalas on the head like a stick with the divine pillar in his hand. He said quietly, "You seem very unconvinced." "Of course I am not convinced," fire god Atalas said. "I am convinced to lose to that strong man, but I am not willing to lose to you." Yi Hao looked up at Shen Fan and said, "Brother Fan, can I kill him?" Atalas, the god of fire, was startled. At this time, Attis, the god of the underworld, who was stepped on by Shen Fan, said, "Two adults. We are also ancestral gods after all. If you break into the third universe like this and beat us up, aren't you afraid of arousing the wrath of heaven and punishing us?" Shen Fan and Yi Hao looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. He said a little speechlessly, "I admire your shameless ability. You and Atalas broke into our seventh universe, and you used this posture and action to trample us all under your feet. Now we are treating others the same way they are treated. Are you feeling unhappy? If you're unhappy, that's right." The gods of Hades and Vulcan had bitter taste in their mouths. Their clones went to the 7th universe. But the other party came over with the boundary stone. It seems that the clone has been destroyed by others. Otherwise, they would not be able to get the boundary stone. Nor would they know where she and the fire god are hiding. Grown-ups, Addis, god of the underworld, said, "We went to the 7th universe to seek cooperation." "Okay. We have heard your rhetoric several times in the 7th universe," Shinfan said. "We came to the 3rd universe also to seek cooperation." After hearing this, the faces of Hades, Vulcan, and a group of ancestor gods of the 3rd universe became a little better. Shinfan tilted his head slightly and said, "Howsy, tell them the way to control the beast and the devil's blood plan." "Let me do this again," Yihao said depressedly. "I told them once before coming here." Even so, Yihao repeated what he said before. A group of ancestral gods from the 3rd universe were all shocked. You want them to become pets. Not only these ancestral gods, but other demon gods also want to become pets. Too crazy. How dare they do such a thing? The god of Hades said hoarsely, "Sir, do you have to do this? It is impossible for heaven to allow it." "The way of heaven?" Shinfan's expression moved slightly, and he said, "You have said it once just now. What did you mean by heaven's punishment? Can you contact the heavenly Tao of the 3rd universe?" "No," god of the underworld said. "But heaven has contacted us to go to the 7th universe. And it was heaven that guided us. So we went there." Shinfan raised his head and glanced at the sky. Thoughtfully, the heavenly Tao of the 7th universe integrated 2/3 of its power into the sky-breaking demon sword. The remaining 1/3 of its power could not resist the erosion of the void for too long. But in the 3rd universe, or other universes, is the power of heaven complete? After retracting his thoughts, Shinfan said, "After signing the contract to become a beast master, it is normal for you to become a pet. But in fact, I just want to gather everyone's strength. And I am not in the mood to treat you as pets. In fact, all the ancestor gods and god kings of the 7th universe have signed contracts with me." A group of ancestral gods in the 3rd universe, Shinfan added, "Signing a contract with me is a win-win situation. I'm sorry, although it's a bit rude," Pluto said with a little lack of confidence. "But I still want to ask, where is the win-win situation?" Shinfan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what I mean by win-win is that I win twice." A group of ancestral gods in the 3rd universe, Yihao laughed and said, "Okay, Brother Fan, don't scare them. Let me do the talking." After coughing slightly, Yihao said, "Oh, you only have a few ancestor gods in the 3rd universe? They are too weak." A group of ancestral gods in the 3rd universe, Yihao rolled his eyes and said, "Oh no, your clones ran to our 7th universe. And after being defeated by Brother Fan, you still dared to lie to us. What did you say? There are 49 ancestral gods in the 3rd universe who have understood the law. There are 23 ancestor gods in the 3rd universe who have understood the 2 laws. There are 8 ancestral gods in the 3rd universe who have mastered the 3 laws. Plus the 2 of us. You're bragging about not paying taxes. Right? Now all the ancestor gods combined are less than double digits." A group of ancestor gods of the 3rd universe blushed. Hades really knows how to brag. There are only 6 ancestor gods in the 3rd universe. She was forced to blow her up to 80. Yihao added, "Becoming Brother Fan's beast master is indeed a win-win situation. For example, I also signed a contract with Brother Fan. I am his good brother. After several reincarnations, I signed the contract without saying a word. After signing the contract, Brother Fan has understood the rules thoroughly and can pass his understanding of the rules to me through the soul link of the beast. Similarly, if I understand the law, I can also pass it on to him through the soul link. Can you do this kind of thing?" "What?" A group of ancestor gods in the 3rd universe were shocked. How can something as ethereal as the law be transmitted like this? Can it still be shared? Yihao added, "In addition, after signing the contract, Brother Fan can help you activate the Void Divine Body." Upon hearing this, the group of ancestor gods in the 3rd universe did not react. They are already at the level of ancestor gods. The god of Hades and the god of fire have even merged 2 laws. Their divine bodies, tempered by the power of laws, are already the strongest in this universe. So what more divine bodies do they need? "Oh, you don't seem to care much?" Yihao released his foot that was stepping on Vulcan and said, "Weren't you very unconvinced just now? Okay, I'll give you a chance. I won't use the heaven-bearing divine pillar. I will fight you with my bare hands, so that you can see the power of the void divine body." Fire god Atala slowly stood up. Yi Hao actually gave him such a chance. Kagami didn't show it on his face, but he was happy in his heart. Even if you can't compete with Chen Fan, it's still very satisfying to beat up Yi Hao. Are you using your bare hands? Fire God Atalis frowned, as if he wanted Yi Hao to confirm. Yi Hao grinned and said, I'm barehanded, but you can use the magic weapon, and you can still wear this turtle SH.L-like armor. Chen Fan also let go of Atis, the god of the underworld. These ancestor gods of the third universe all retreated. Only Yi Hao and Vulcan Atalis were left on the field. Suddenly, Yi Hao said again, Wait a minute. What? Fire God Atalis frowned. Are you going to regret it? Of course not. Yi Hao said. I mean, fighting you with the void divine body would be too bullying. Let's do this. Including you and Atis, the god of the underworld. All the ancestor gods of your third universe will come together. What did you say? Atis and other ancestor gods were shocked and angry. How arrogant! It's so arrogant! It's okay if Chen Fan says so. Yi Hao hasn't even merged the two laws yet. Yet he dares to challenge all the ancestor gods of the third universe? And not using that magic weapon that looks like a stick? Chen Fan couldn't help but cover his forehead. Yi Hao has not yet opened the 9th level of the void divine body. If you pretend to be beautiful like this, it will be embarrassing if you accidentally pretend to be evil. But Chen Fan didn't want to stop him. Yi Hao, who got back the memory of his previous life, not only had the combat experience of his previous life, but also got back the laws of his previous life, and now has the power of the 4 laws. Although the power of the 4 laws has not yet been integrated, but combined with the black hole and virtual soul of the void divine body, plus countless clones and void confinement, if they really fight, they may not suffer. At this time, Hades looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and said, This is your chance to beat him up. If you miss this time, there will be no next time. With a who sound, all the ancestor gods of the third universe immediately surrounded Yi Hao. Void divine body? They wanted to take a closer look at how powerful this so-called void divine body was. No matter how powerful the void divine body is, can it still use the power of 1 law to compete with the power of the fusion of 2 laws? What a joke. It looks like you are all ready. Yi Hao smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Then, let's get started. The words just fell. His body instantly turned into countless dots of light, flying in all directions. The god of Hades and the other ancestor gods of the third universe were slightly startled, and the power of the laws immediately shrouded the countless bits of light. Although I don't know what Yi Hao is doing, the power of the law can shatter even the space for you. What's the use of turning into specks of light? Next moment, the faces of the god of Hades and other ancestor gods showed a look of horror. Those countless bits of light actually penetrated the power of their laws. Even the power of the fusion of the 2 laws only intercepted a few points of light. What kind of magic is this? Before Hades and the others could react, all the lights turned into Yi Hao in an instant. Countless clones of Yi Hao's virtual soul opened their hands at the same time. Void, imprisoned, Yi Hao, who also controlled the laws of space, activated the void confinement at an astonishing speed. Moreover, he also integrated the law of death, the law of 5 elements, and the law of killing into the void confinement. The previous void confinement was just condensed into a different space that could be cut and reorganized at will. But within the current void confinement space, there are also the law of death, the law of space, the law of 5 elements, and the law of killing. Because there were so many clones of Yi Hao, they were overwhelming. And before Hades and others could react, the surrounding space had been cut into countless pieces. Countless spaces were superimposed together to form cages, trapping them all in them. The space condensed by Yi Hao using void confinement is certainly far inferior to the space condensed by Chen Fan using void confinement. Moreover, this level of space cannot trap existences like the god of Hades and the god of fire that combine 2 laws. However, it is more than enough to trap other ancestral gods. What's more, if the god of Hades and the god of fire want to break through this space, it will be impossible for them in a short time. Yi Hao grinned, and countless clones released the void chains at the same time. Those void chains, like countless tentacles, penetrated into the void confinement space where the god of Hades and the god of fire were. The god of Hades and the god of fire were resisting several laws in that space. Seeing the void chains coming, they had to use their strength to resist the void chains. The void chain was actually blocked outside their bodies, making it difficult to move forward. He is indeed quite capable. Yihao nodded slightly and said lightly, "Void. Cut." The space that trapped Hades and Vulcan immediately began to be divided and reorganized. What? Hades and Vulcan were shocked. No matter how strong their divine bodies are, how can they stop the cutting of space? And it is a space cutting that transcends the laws of space. Once the space trapping them is displaced, their divine bodies and souls will immediately be divided into many pieces. At that time, it would be delusional to want to gather the strength to resist these laws and void chains. Ha! Roar! The god of Hades and the god of fire shouted loudly at the same time, activating the power of the fusion of the two laws to withstand the void cutting. The space that trapped them was not staggered. Chen Fan looked at Yihao with a half smile. He also wanted to see how Yihao dealt with the god of Hades and the god of fire. The divine power of both sides is no longer on the same level. The gods of Hades and Vulcan did not reincarnate, but actually lived for hundreds of thousands of years. On the other hand, the god of Hades and the god of fire have merged the two laws. Although Yihao could rely on countless clones to activate the void confinement to trap them, it was not that simple to win over these two head-on. At this time, each of Yihao's clones flew towards the space cages of Hades and Vulcan. At the moment when the gods of Hades and Vulcan were stunned, each of Yihao's clones penetrated the condensed space of the void and entered the spatial cage. Hades and Vulcan. Chen Fan. No one could guess what Yihao wanted to do. Next moment, all Yihao's clones that entered the space cage turned into black holes at the same time. Countless black holes appeared around the god of Hades and the god of Vulcan at the same time. The power of countless black holes burst out. Space was distorted, and even time changed. From Chen Fan's perspective, the movements of Hades and Vulcan seemed to have become extremely slow. They did not dare to collapse these black holes. Collapse of these black holes in the space cage will definitely shatter the layers of space, set off a space storm, and might be directly sucked into a different space. Instead of shattering these black holes, the power of each black hole is devouring the strength and vitality of the two people. To the gods of Hades and Vulcan, a black hole of this level may be like a small insect that has been bitten by one. Harmless, but with thousands of bugs surrounding them. That's another story. Besides, this isn't a real bug. This is a black hole. A black hole that can swallow even light. This madman. Why can he split into so many clones? Why can his clone turn into a black hole despite being very weak? Is this the void divine body? Pluto looked down and saw that 3 fingers were missing from his left hand. Stop! Hades shouted. I surrender! Chapter 481 I am the king of demons. Countless black holes dissipate. The dots of light in the sky gathered together to look like Yihao. This scene made a group of ancestor gods in the third universe stunned. Not to mention ancestor gods. Even low-level demon gods have such things as clones. This can also be regarded as a life-saving method, which can be regarded as a few extra lives. But cultivating a clone is not easy. Although each clone has the understanding of the cultivation of the original body, its divine power still has to be cultivated step by itself. The clone can never be stronger than the original. It may even be completely different from the cultivation level of the original deity. For example, if the God King condenses a clone, then the condensed clone will most likely only have the cultivation level of a lower demon god. However, because the clone possesses the God King's understanding of cultivation, the speed of cultivation will be much faster than that of other lower-level demons. But the clone is the clone. If the clone condensed by the God King wants to cultivate to the God King, it will be extremely difficult. A clone that temporarily uses the condensed spiritual consciousness is not the same as a clone in the traditional sense. After the god of Hades and the god of fire entered the 7th universe, the first person killed by Chen Fan was the consciousness clone. The clone of divine consciousness cannot last long, and it will eventually turn into divine consciousness. But the clone after cultivation can become a god or a demon like a single individual. Therefore, whether it is a god king or an ancestor god, the number of clones is extremely limited. It is simply unimaginable to split into countless clones like Yihao, and each clone can turn into a black hole. Seeing the gods of Hades, Vulcan and others dumbfounded, Yihao sneered and said, "The divine body of the void has thousands of transformations. How can you, a frog in the well, understand it?" With that said, he walked up to Hades. After looking at Hades twice, Yihao entered the virtual soul state, then looked at an ancestor god of the 3rd universe and said, "Attack me with all your strength." Chen Fan laughed dumbly. Yihao wants to pretend to be green, but he doesn't dare to choose existences like the god of Hades and the god of fire, which combine 2 laws. His current virtual soul cannot be shaken by ordinary ancestor gods. But the god of Hades and the god of fire, who merged the two laws, could still use the power of the fusion of the two laws to injure Yi Hao. At this time, the ancestor god of the third universe, who was being stared at by Yi Hao, came out and said, "Are you sure? Where's all the nonsense?" Yi Hao said, "Use your strongest means, your strongest magic weapon, to attack me." The ancestor god of the third universe took a deep breath, flipped his wrist, and took out a sledgehammer. The next moment, the sledgehammer flashed with dazzling light, and hit Yi Hao with one hammer. Boom! An existence at the level of an ancestral god takes action, and the world collapses. It was obviously just a simple hammer, but the terrifying hammer shadow was overwhelming, almost blocking all Yi Hao's escape routes. On the shadow of the hammer, lightning crackled and red flames burned. Extremely domineering. But such a powerful blow simply penetrated through Yi Hao's body, not even touching the corners of Yi Hao's clothes. Yi Hao in front of me seemed to be just a shadow. The ancestral god who took action shrank his pupils suddenly and turned around to look around. He thought Yi Hao had moved his true body out in an instant. Snapped! Yi Hao slapped the ancestor god, staggering, and said, "I'm standing in front of you. Where are you looking? This is impossible." The ancestor god of the third universe said in disbelief, "My hammer contains the power of the three laws. If you want to resolve the power of these three laws, you can only use a weapon no weaker than these three laws. Let's face it head on, with the power of Taoism. But I don't feel the power of law surging in you at all. And among all the laws, there is no such law that can ignore the power of other laws." The powerful men such as Hades and Vulcan also opened their eyes and nodded. Yi Hao said lightly, "This is the power of the void divine body, the void soul. Entering the virtual soul state can achieve a state of formless, colorless, soundless and formless state. This is the void divine body that Brother Fen helped us activate. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered it yet. It can be called an absolute defense against beings like you who don't have the law of fusion. But facing the god of Hades and the god of fire, this move is useless." Completely penetrated their attack. A group of ancestral gods in the third universe were completely petrified. Is there any force more powerful than the law in this world? A divine body that can even ignore the power of laws? At this time, Yi Hao said again, "Brother Fan's void divine body is much stronger than ours. Even if the Void Lord wants to attack him, he can't touch the corners of his clothes." This is a bit of a boast, but it's not entirely bragging. The finger in the Valley of Death in the god realm of the seventh universe is the 11th finger of the Lord of the Void. Although the fingers did not have the power of the 11th heyday of the Void Monarch, they were indeed unable to touch the corners of Chen Fan's clothes. Therefore, Chen Fan cut leaks one after another, making him jump in anger. But there was nothing he could do about it. Not even the Lord of the Void can touch the corners of his clothes. The god of Hades, god of fire and others looked at Chen Fan and were completely shocked. Suddenly, Yi Hao asked again, "There should be a void demon at the level of imprisoned God King in the seventh universe." "Right. Bring one out and let me have a look." "Yes." Hades nodded slightly. Immediately, she gently grabbed forward with her right hand. A huge whirlpool appeared out of thin air. In the whirlpool, a crystal coffin flew out quickly. Inside the crystal coffin, chains coiled with lightning were seen tightly binding a monster with 8 claws. "This is a God King level void demon," Attis, god of the underworld, said. "In order to prevent its void pollution from leaking, we used a unique material from the third universe to create this crystal coffin and imprison it. In addition to the crystal coffin, we also use space laws to construct multi-layered spaces." The surrounding group of third universe ancestral gods looked at the God King level void demon god with fear in their eyes. In terms of strength alone, these ancestral gods can easily kill thousands of God King level void demons with one slap. But void pollution is really too scary. The void pollution released by the God King level void demon makes even the ancestral gods retreat. Why are there only so many ancestor gods in the third universe? In the final analysis, they were all contaminated by the void and eventually killed by their own people. Hades sighed and said, "We have been studying this void pollution for hundreds of thousands of years, but there has not been much progress." Yi Hao said calmly, "Unlock the seal." "Oh?" Hades was startled and glanced at Chen Fan subconsciously. Chen Fan's face was expressionless. Seeing this situation, Hades, Vulcan and others retreated backwards. At the same time, they activated the divine shield and released the space seal outside the crystal coffin. Yi Hao casually waved the palm of his right hand, and the crystal coffin opened instantly. Roar! The void demon imprisoned in it immediately roared. although it is still suppressed by the seal of the power of the ancestor gods. This void demon still shows a crazy and violent attitude. Sir, please be careful of the void pollution on your body. Seeing that Yi Hao and Chen Fan had not retreated, Hades gave a hypocritical reminder. Void pollution? Yi Hao tapped the void demon with his right index finger. Purify! Thick black smoke immediately rose from the God King level void demon. The roar of the void demon immediately turned into a scream. After a while, the smoke cleared. The originally violent void demon suddenly became as motionless as a frosted eggplant. His originally blood-red eyes also changed color, revealing a look of fear and fear. Before this, even when facing a group of ancestral gods, even when death was imminent, this void demon kept roaring, as if he didn't know what fear was. But now, Pluto and others looked at all this and were shocked. What did Yi Hao just do? Purify. What did he purify? At this moment, one of the group of ancestral gods in the third universe exclaimed, The void pollution has disappeared. What's going on? What? The god of Hades, god of fire, and others all had disbelief in their eyes. The person speaking is the highest ranking ancestor god in the third universe. He is also the ancestral god who has the most say in void pollution. What he just said is not wrong. Yi Hao raised his head slightly, as if looking at a group of earth leopards, and said, The void pollution on this void demon has been purified by me. How is that possible? Hades and others were surprised and delighted. How many years? The third universe was tortured by the void until there were only a few ancestor gods left. At this moment, Hades, Vulcan, and others finally saw hope. The strong man from the seventh universe can actually purify the void pollution. What does that mean? Bang! The god of Hades faced Chen Fan, knelt on one knee in the void, and said loudly, Sir, we are willing to surrender. The god of Hades and the god of fire, who had been convinced by Yi Hao before and merged the two laws, were still a little unconvinced in their hearts. But now, whether it is the god of Hades, the god of fire, or the other ancestral gods of the third universe, they are all convinced. A group of ancestral gods in the third universe. Each of them had a torch of hope slowly burning in their eyes. Everyone's eyes are filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Still living till now. As long as the pollution of the void can be solved. As long as the void can be blocked. They are willing to do whatever they are asked to do. What's more, is there such a temptation as the void divine body? Chen Fan didn't say much, and directly activated the system to sign contracts with the ancestor gods of the third universe one by one. After signing the contract, he communicated through his spiritual consciousness, and in the shortest possible time, he revealed the void divine body, the way to control beasts, and the devil's blood plan. After hearing these things, a group of third universe ancestor gods were so excited that their whole bodies trembled. Pluto also clenched his fists and said, Heaven guides us. Let us go to the seventh universe. Saying that hope is in the seventh universe. It turns out to be true. It turns out to be true. Hearing this, Chen Fan didn't have much reaction. Before he came to the third universe, he had read the memory of Hades' clone and knew that the third universe had received guidance from the heaven of this universe through some kind of ritual. But he's still a little weird. According to Pluto's memory, he seemed to have been to the third universe and communicated with the heaven of the third universe. If it doesn't work out, I'll get help from the heavenly Tao of the third universe. Chen Fan just thought this. The god of Hades said, Sir, we are going to the seventh universe. We may have a conflict in language, but we are indeed seeking cooperation. We once saw a prophecy on a stone tablet. That is the guidance of heaven. He guides us to unite with the fifth universe and then enter the seventh universe to find hope. Countless thousands of years ago, it was a peerless, powerful man from your seventh universe who blocked the void and killed the void lord. This prevented the void from penetrating into every plane. It's a pity that the peerless strong man and his companions have already fallen. We are going to the seventh universe because we want to find what he left behind. And then we can unite with your seventh universe to fight against the void. Chen Fan and Yi Hao looked at each other. Yi Hao smiled and said, What's the name of the strong man you mentioned? Hades shook his head and said, We don't know his name, but heaven calls him Demon King. According to legend, this Demon King even single-handedly entered the void, stirred up chaos in the void, and then killed all the void monarchs. He alone, with a magic knife, killed the sky and the earth until the color changed. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid our universe would have been penetrated by the void long ago and eventually became a part of the void. The king of demons. That is the supreme of heaven and earth recognized by all universes. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan, sighed and said, Brother Fan, you have read her memory before. Do you already know this? Then if you just report your identity, why bother? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and said, You idiot! I told them that I was the king of demons. And they believed it? When I told you that I could breed animals, you still suspected that I was a liar. Yi Hao. Ha ha! Hades and other ancestral gods. Wait a minute. Pluto's eyes widened. He looked at Chen Fan and said cautiously, You are? My name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan said calmly, They all call me the king of demons. If I'm not mistaken, the demon king you talk about should be my previous life. All the ancestor gods of the third universe were stunned, with a thought in Chen Fan's mind. He already held the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. The fingers of his left hand gently passed over the demonic blade of Duan Tian. And he said indifferently, Is that the demonic sword you are talking about? Hades took a few steps forward, took a closer look, and looked at it carefully. Immediately, her eyes widened and she screamed, Desolate the sky demon sword. Chen Fan said a little surprised. Not only do you know about the demon king, but you also know about the sky-breaking demon sword? But I didn't see these memories in your clone's memory. The god of Hades was extremely excited and said, I'm sorry, King. Before we cloned ourselves, there were some important memories that were sealed by us. As she spoke, she took out a small stone tablet. I saw a strange brilliance flowing on the stone tablet, although it was only the size of a palm. Chen Fan and Yi Hao looked at it as if they were seeing a whole world. In that world, there was a magic knife hanging quietly, which was exactly the same as the magic knife in Chen Fan's hand. There are many strange text annotations on the side. Chen Fan and Yi Hao didn't recognize these words, but they understood them all after just a glance. Yi Hao's expression changed slightly. Is this the power of heaven in your third universe? Chen Fan was stunned. How did you tell? Yi Hao said. I guess this weird power is more terrifying than the finger in the valley of death. If it doesn't come from the Lord of the Void, it must be the heavenly way of the third universe. Right. I'm speechless. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids. In that stone tablet, many events of the Demon King's past were recorded. There are many things that even Chen Fan himself doesn't know. After all, except for the few dreams of forging the sky-breaking demon sword and killing the Void Lord, Chen Fan didn't dream about too many things from that year. Chen Fan took the stone tablet from Hades' hand and wrote down the records on it one by one. All right, Chen Fan said. Let's not talk about anything else. First, gather all the God Kings in your third universe's God realm and ask those God Kings to come and sign a contract with me. After that, you spread out and sign other demon gods, layer upon layer, ring within ring. Then immediately promote the Devil's Blood project from the divine world to the mortal world, covering all corners of the universe and all living races. No! A group of ancestor gods from the third universe knelt down at the same time. This sound was full of energy. Yi Hao folded his hands on his chest and laughed. This trip went much smoother than expected. Chapter 482, The Heavenly Way of the Third Universe? Yi Hao and a group of ancestor gods from the third universe were very excited. But Chen Fan was calm. Chen Fan took the stone tablet and looked at it silently. The breath of many laws circulates in this small stone tablet. It seems that it does come from the heavenly way of the third universe. Chen Fan frowned, and with a slight thought in his mind, the divine power of the void immediately penetrated into the stone tablet. The stone tablet began to shine again. But other than that, the stone tablet showed no other abnormalities. And Chen Fan's spiritual consciousness did not detect any other information in the stone tablet. Snapped! Chen Fan slapped the stone tablet with his palm, startling Hades and others. Then, he said, the heavenly Tao of my seventh universe, in order to prevent the invasion of the void, gave 2/3 of his power to help me forge the sky-breaking demon sword. As the heavenly Tao of the third universe, shouldn't you do something? The ancestral gods of the third universe such as Hades and Vulcan snapped. Chen Fan slapped the stone tablet again and said, the void invasion is not just an invasion of one universe. If the seventh universe falls, sooner or later you will become food for the Lord of the Void. The ancestral gods of the third universe such as Hades and Vulcan. Yi Hao couldn't help it anymore. Brother Fan, you don't think of this thing as the third universe's way of heaven, do you? This is just a stone. Because of the law of space, the power forms a space of its own, and then records a little information. I used my spiritual sense to check it before, and there is nothing unusual inside. Shut up. Chen Fan stared at the stone tablet and continued. If I hadn't killed 13 Void Lords and suppressed and sealed one Void Lord, your universe would have been destroyed long ago. Do you really want to be an iron rooster and never pluck a hair? There was still no response from the steel. A group of ancestor gods in the third universe looked at each other. If they hadn't been unable to defeat Shinfan, if they hadn't already signed a contract with Shinfan, they probably wouldn't be able to help but curse. This thing may indeed come from the third universe of heaven. But the way of heaven is a collection of laws, rules, and origins. It is a kind of will, an ethereal thing, treating the stone tablet as the way of heaven and using the stone tablet to communicate with the way of heaven has been done countless times by the ancestor gods of the third universe. Unfortunately, the stone tablet is simply a dead object. No response. At this time, Shinfan let go of his hand. The stone tablet floated quietly in front of him. Shinfan held the sky-breaking demon sword in his right hand, pointed the tip of the blade at the stone tablet, and said, "In my heyday, I carried the sky-breaking demon sword and could fight with the Lord of the Void. Now that I'm back, I have perfected the Void system. If you give me a little more time, I will definitely be able to level the Void and kill the Master of the Void. Since you instructed Pluto and the others to go to the seventh universe to find hope, now that hope has appeared, you have hidden it, which is a bit unjustifiable. Aren't you afraid that after I break through to that level, I will kill you like a little chicken? God of Hades, God of Fire and others. This guy must be the king of demons. Besides the demon king, who else dares to threaten the way of heaven in a universe like this? Besides the demon king, who else dares to say such treacherous words?" Sudden, the small stone tablet began to tremble slightly, and a circle of colorful brilliance surrounded it. This, Hades, Vulcan and others were taken aback. The stone tablet has been in their hands for thousands of years, and there has never been such a change. On top of the stone tablet, a ball of light slowly floated up, and finally hovered in the air. At first glance, it looks like a colorful sun. Indescribable pressure came over, and the ancestor gods of the third universe, such as the god of hell and the god of fire, were trembling and couldn't help but kneel down in worship. Mortals are like ants in front of gods and demons. This is this. Pluto's voice trembled, as if speaking these words had exhausted all his strength. Vulcan and others' throats moved a few times, but in the end they didn't say a word. Yihao is better. Although he also felt huge pressure, he was not afraid, held the heavenly pillar, and stood beside Shinfan. The third universe's way of heaven? Shinfan tilted his head. Directly in front of him, there is an attribute panel, but the properties panel is blank. Shinfan was not surprised when he saw the power of heavenly Tao from the third universe appear, since the heavenly Tao of the seventh universe can transform into a goddess. Help him forge the heaven-breaking demon sword, and integrate his power into the heaven-breaking demonic sword. Then isn't it normal for the heavenly Tao of the third universe to come out and take a few steps? You can't say that your group of people have been killed in rivers of blood, and even the heavenly Tao of the seventh universe will be annihilated in a few reincarnations, while you, the heavenly Tao of the third universe, are here to watch the show and enjoy the results. Right. Shinfan. An extremely majestic voice came out from the seven-colored light group. Can't tell the difference between men and women. Every word is shocking. I have been waiting for you for more than 2 million years. Thank you for your hard work. The god of Hades, the god of fire and others burst into tears. It's really the way of heaven. He is really the demon king from ancient times. Even heaven has to thank the demon king. You also know that we work very hard. Shinfan said, I have experienced several reincarnations and have perfected the void system, which is enough to restrain the void. But my current strength is too weak. The bottom line is, we're running out of time. Vulcan was stunned, raised his head and asked, Sir, what do you mean when you say you don't have time? Shinfan ignored the Vulcan and just continued. I didn't give back the memory of ancient times, but I had a dream. It was a dream where I and the heavenly Tao of the seventh universe forged the sky-breaking demon sword together. In that dream, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao of the seventh universe told me that 2/3 of the power of the heavenly Tao has been integrated into my sky-breaking demon sword. The remaining power of heaven can only block the void for 3 million years. Now, almost 3 million years have passed. Less than 200 years left. Maybe only 100 years. What? The god of hell, god of fire, and other ancestor gods of the third universe were shocked. 100 years? 200 years? What can be done? If you want to understand a law, it will take hundreds of thousands of years. Not to mention the fusion of two laws. 200 years. The seven-colored light group was silent for a long time before saying, Chun Fan, we don't have much power left. What do you mean? Chun Fan's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. The seven-colored light group said, Your sky-breaking devil sword is not only integrated with 2/3 of the power of the heavenly Tao of the 7th universe, but also 1/2 of the power of the heavenly Tao of the other 37 universes. Yi Hao's eyes widened. Chun Fan frowned. The seven-colored light group then said, And in the final battle, you were able to seal the Lord of the Void, and you also borrowed a lot of our power. Otherwise, the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm and the angel god king realm, cannot seal this terrifying existence. Huh? Chun Fan exhaled heavily. He did not doubt the words of heavenly Tao of the 3rd universe. At least, there's no problem with the logic. It seems that I still overestimated my strength. Chun Fan smiled bitterly and said, I thought I was so talented that I killed 13 Void Monarchs by myself, and then sealed the Void Lord. Chun Fan, the great Demon King, said the seven-colored light group. You don't have to belittle yourself. In fact, you are more powerful than you previously guessed. The Void system is the best proof. Chun Fan was a little irritated, and his voice raised a few levels and he said, The question is what to do now. I don't have the confidence to surpass myself in ancient times in more than 100 years. Brother Fan, Yi Hao looked at Chun Fan with worry in his eyes. For such a long time, Chun Fan has been suppressing the uneasiness and boredom in his heart. But how could Yi Hao, Yi Hongyan, and the others not see it? Chun Fan now, who is serious about his speech, is completely different from when he was in Blue Star East China Sea City. Such a heavy burden rested on him. What should he do? Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and the others worked hard, and even split their clones to the limit, using countless clones to deduce the void. But it's still too slow. Until now, only Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan have merged the 2 laws. Although Yi Hao and Shen Taoao took back the laws of their previous lives and possessed multiple laws, they still did not merge the 2 laws. Even if the 2 laws are fused, it still cannot defeat a single finger of the Lord of the Void. What's more, the Lord of the Void? 100 years, or 200 years, is really too short. When Li Fengxing wanted to kill Chun Fan, he planned a conspiracy for 3,000 years. It took another 3,000 years to implement the conspiracy. 200 years is the time to sneeze. Yi Hao looked at Chun Fan and opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this time, the seven-colored light group said, You have already guessed what you are worried about now. Chun Fan, the seven-colored light group said, The universe is endless. There are only 37 universes participating in the final battle. As a matter of urgency, you can first use our power and cooperate with the Boundary Stone to open up the 37 universes. Although the power of the 37 cosmic heavenly laws is about to be exhausted. As long as each cosmic heavenly law contributes a little power, it can still be said to be earth-shaking. After hearing this, Chun Fan's expression became much better. Yi Hao also smiled and nodded. Brother Fan's void system needs to collect void energy and the power of faith. The energy of the void comes from the killing of beasts and faith. The seven-colored light group then said, After opening up the 37 universes, you can expand to other universes and find the way to heaven in other universes. What did you say? Chun Fan frowned again. You mean, let me go to other universes to fight with the way of heaven? The ancestor gods of the 3rd universe, including Hades and Vulcan, were also shocked. Simply unheard of. The heavenly way of the 3rd universe actually encouraged the Demon King to kill in other universes? Although the law of heaven does not say the word kill. If you rush into other universes and ask the heavens of those universes to contribute their power, why should people listen to you? If there's a disagreement, it's a fight to the death. Wrong! How could it be a fight to the death? The current Demon King has just merged the 2 laws. Although he has a void divine body and can beat the ancestor gods of the 3rd universe with a single blow, they are unable to fight back. But compared with the way of heaven, what is it? Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer. You want us to die, right? The sky-breaking demon sword. The seven-colored light group said faintly. This is a demon knife that is integrated with the power of 37 universes and has the power to destroy the heaven. Huh? Yi Hao was startled. The ancestral gods of the 3rd universe, such as the god of Hades and the god of fire, were even more stunned. They all know that the sky-breaking demon sword is powerful. However, it's not exaggerated to such an extent. Right. Can the sky-breaking demonic sword kill the way of heaven? The seven-colored light group said. Your dream is a fragment of memory. The memory is incomplete. So many things are missed. The 37 cosmic heavens are willing to dedicate their power to integrate into your sky-breaking magic sword because they recognize that you are the hope of heaven and earth. And they recommend you to become the true co-lord of heaven and earth. No one of the cosmic laws of heaven can compete with the sky-breaking demon sword. The eyes of Hades, Vulcan and others immediately showed ecstasy. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "The true form of the sky-breaking devil sword is now suppressing the ancient demon world. And its projection clones are even scattered in various sealed places. I met a six-eyed abyss lord in a seal before, and he had a sky-breaking magic sword embedded in his body. You want me to take this knife and kill in other universes?" As if with a click, all the ecstasy in the eyes of Hades, Vulcan and others was cut away by scissors. Yi Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes wildly. "Yes," the seven-colored light group said. "The true form of the sky-breaking demon sword cannot leave the ancient demon world now. But the 37 cosmic heavens can still gather their power on this sword." Chen Fan sneered and said, "Then it can beat other heavenly beings in the universe?" "You can't beat it," the colorful light group said. "But when everything is done, the void energy and the power of faith provided by the 37 universes will be enough to transform into a power that can destroy the world." Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. Really? Although he is anxious to integrate the law now. But the most important thing is the power of void energy and faith. These two are the keys to unlocking the 10th level of the Void Divine Body. The Void Divine Body itself is a fusion of multiple laws and origins. That's why the Void characters are so powerful that they can even suppress the power of the ancestor gods. The 10th level of the Void Divine Body may be the ultimate. It may even be a level beyond the Lord of the Void. Taking a step back, even if it is still not enough to open the 10th level of the Void Divine Body, by then, Yi Hao and Chu Xian will definitely be able to open the 9th level of the Void Divine Body. Thinking of the 9th level of the Void Divine Body, Chen Fan felt a little relieved. He is still exploring the power of the 9th level of the Void Divine Body. This 9th level already involves space and time. When he first opened the 9th level of the Void Divine Body, he was able to ignore the attack of Void Lord 11, making the remaining soul of Void Lord 11 furious. If we really have to fight with a being on the level of Heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately turned into a ghost, and then said, "Can you attack me in my current state?" God of Hades, God of Fire and others. The seven-colored light group was silent for a moment and said, "The heavenly Tao of the third universe in its heyday can hurt you now. The current heavenly way of the third universe cannot hurt you. It can only seal you." The ancestor gods of the third universe, including Hades and Vulcan, were completely stunned. They all know that Chen Fan is very strong. But I still didn't expect that it would be so strong. It was obviously just a fusion of two laws. But even the heavenly law of the third universe couldn't hurt him, and could only seal him? Unimaginable. Unbelievable. When you say that, I finally feel relieved. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, then follow the plan you said. Let's get through the 37 universes first." The god of Hades immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "I am willing to go through fire and water for you. No matter what." Chapter 483, Wrong Place? Realm of Gods. Valley of Death. Chen Fan's face was as heavy as water, and he circled around the demonic shadow condensed by the 11th Lord of the Void like lightning, and then slashed with all his strength. Boom! 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 The sound of heaven and earth shattering continued to sound. The demonic shadow condensed by pure demonic energy was constantly split open and dispersed by the sky-destroying demon sword. Roar! Void Lord 11 was extremely angry. Before today, Chen Fan couldn't hurt him at all even if he held the sky-breaking demon sword. Why? The power of the sky-breaking demon sword seems to be hundreds of times stronger. The crazed Void Lord 11 transformed into a myriad of shapes and launched various attacks towards Chen Fan. Landslides, tsunamis, burning the sky and destroying the earth. But no matter how he attacked, he could not hurt Chen Fan. The demonic body that took millions of years to condense was chopped into pieces by Chen Fan. Just when the Void Lord was at a loss, Chen Fan suddenly stopped. Immediately, he put away the sky-breaking demonic sword and turned it into a black hole. The vast power that he had split apart before immediately converged towards the black hole like a surging river. Void Lord 11's anger instantly exploded to the extreme. If he could curse, the curse words might have gathered into an ocean and drowned Chen Fan. But the angrier he gets, the more power escapes. Chen Fan's black hole was operating to its extreme, and it even vaguely shook the demonic shadow. This makes the Void Lord's hair stand on end. If this continues, it won't be long before Chen Fan's black hole can directly swallow up the demon body. When the time comes, If this finger hits the remaining soul inside, I'm afraid it will be completely wiped out. Call! When all the surrounding demonic energy was swallowed up, the black hole transformed into Chen Fan again. Chen Fan looked at each other, and the 11th demon body of the Void Lord, and nodded slightly. Thank you, Void Monarch 11. If you suffer a loss, you will suffer a loss, and you won't scold your mother. He watched helplessly as Chen Fan robbed him of his power. But he was helpless. In the past, it was just a matter of grabbing the leak power every once in a while. For this reason, the Void Lord had to shrink his power and control his power not to leak out. Unexpectedly, this time Chen Fan actually slashed at him, causing his demonic body to fall into pieces. This made Void Lord 11 terrified. At this time, a stream of light flashed rapidly in the sky. The god of Hades from the third universe appeared next to Chen Fan. She glanced at the huge demon body of the 11th Void Lord, and said with a sneer, "Such a terrifying existence! In front of the king, isn't it as weak as an ant? You are the 11th Lord of the Void! Shilu!" A tentacle suddenly flew out from the demonic body of the 11th Lord of the Void, and wrapped around Hades like lightning. Careful! As soon as Chen Fan's virtual soul was activated, the tentacles had already rolled the god of Hades over. Die! Void Lord 11, who was already furious to the extreme, grabbed the demon god with one claw and gave it a violent squeeze. Boom! The god of Hades was crushed to pieces without even letting out a scream. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly, and turned into a black hole again, swallowing up the power in an instant. After he and Void Lord 11 looked at each other coldly, he took a step forward and left the seal. Outside the seal, the god of Hades rushed over angrily. King! My clone? He killed one of my clones! Yihao sneered, rolled his eyes and said, Didn't you seek your own death and have to go inside to embarrass yourself? Besides, it's just a clone. Just a clone. Pluto glanced at Yihao and almost couldn't help but curse. You have activated the Void Divine Body, and you can have countless clones. But I haven't had time to activate the Void Divine Body yet. I only have 15 clones in total. This time, it is equivalent to losing 1/15 of the strength. The god of Hades looked at Chen Fan pitifully, with a look of pity on his face, and said, King, when will you activate the Void Divine Body for others? Chen Fan felt a chill, and didn't have time to speak. Someone came over from behind and kicked Hades away. Who? Who did it? Hades roared angrily. But that kick was so weird that with the powerful consciousness of Hades, he didn't even sense who had kicked it. Obviously few of these monsters in Universe 7 can combine the two laws. But all of them can transform into nothingness, and are ridiculously powerful. Hades looked at the group of people behind him angrily. Stop looking, Yihao said. These women standing in front of you have an affair with Brother Fan. You are lucky if I don't beat you to death. Bang! Chen Fan slapped Yihao to the ground. Before Yihao could get up, Yi Hongyan came over, took Yihao's collar, and lifted him up. Yihao quickly apologized and said, Sister, I used the wrong words. Before he finished speaking, Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing gathered around and beat Yihao with a barrage of punches and kicks that made Yihao scream. Xian Chu looked at Shen Taotao and said, I suspect that this Yihao was transformed into Xiao He. Shen Taotao nodded. It's possible. Xiao He turned to look at Gongzi and said, Tell me, are Henry Chu and the others praising me or scolding me? Gongzi said without looking back. I'm praising you. I'm praising you. Xiao He smiled proudly. As the first beings to understand the laws of life, it is normal for them to praise you more. Everyone. Pluto glanced at Yi Hongyan, Fang Qingqing and others, recalled Yihao's words, and subconsciously shrank his head. Universe 9. Chen Fan, Shen Taotao, and Yihao were a little confused. The ancestor gods of the 5th universe said that they had been to the 9th universe and fought against the ancestor gods of the 9th universe. They soon explained it clearly. But now, Chen Fan and the other three explained for a long time. But none of the surrounding ancestor gods responded. Oh no! There was actually a response. That was the response from knives and swords. The three deities merged with the existence of the three laws. This surprised and delighted Chen Fan and the others. Is there a problem with the information of those guys from Universe 5? Or has it been too long since those guys from Universe 5 visited Universe 9? What the ancestral gods of the 5th universe say is that there are only 3 ancestral gods in the 9th universe, who combine the 2 laws. But now, there are 3 beings who have integrated the 3 laws, even though it only has one more law fused. This kind of existence can crush the god of Hades, and the god of fire, who have 2 laws fused with one finger. If it weren't for the powerful void soul behind the 9th level of Chen Fan's void divine body, the clones of the 3 of them would have been revealed here. At this time, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were both shrouded in Chen Fan's virtual soul. The 3 of them looked at the 6 people around them and felt a little angry. After using his spiritual consciousness to transmit the message for a long time, the other party only responded with swords. How rude. Yi Hao said, a little annoyed. Brother Fan, continue to endure this. It's not our style. Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao speechlessly and said, Then go out and fight them. Yi Hao coughed dryly and said, I can't beat him. That is a being that combines the 3 laws. And there are 3 of them. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Taoao said. Do you really think you are a loser? Yi Hao frowned and said, I can't beat him. But Brother Fan can. You really think highly of me. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, If I hold the sky-breaking demon sword, I can chop them a few times. But the sky-breaking demon sword remains in the Valley of Death in the Heavenly God realm. Yi Hao, how about you try using my heaven-bearing divine pillar? With that said, he handed the heaven-bearing divine pillar in his hand to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the divine pillar, threw it in his hand, and said, The power of this divine pillar is still a little weak. Let me try. After saying that, Chen Fan raised his head, glanced at the leader of the strong men, and said, Let me talk to you nicely. You think we are farting. If that's the case, then you can't blame us. Take a stick from my old grandson. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tantian divine pillar turned into a towering giant pillar and smashed down on the man's head. The red cloak behind the ancestor god of the 9th universe squeaked with energy. But he calmly stretched out his right hand and grasped it. A huge palm immediately appeared in the void and grabbed the Tantian divine pillar. The power that combines the 3 laws is no small thing. But with such a simple grasp, it brings about a vision of heaven and earth that is more powerful than the Tantian divine pillar. I could see energy surging from all directions, as if the space had turned into waves, constantly surging and deforming. It's too late. It's faster than that. The Tantian divine pillar and the huge palm collided with each other in an instant. Boom! The huge palm shattered instantly. The divine pillar of Tantian fell down. What? The strong man from Universe 9 shrank his pupils slightly, moved his cloak behind him, and moved out like a ghost, avoiding the heaven-bearing divine pillar. Seeing this, the other ancestral gods frowned and looked puzzled. The strange and powerful man in front of him has integrated the law of life and the law of death, as well as the law of killing and the law of the 5 elements. He is not weak at all. But this kind of power is no match for a strong person who combines the 3 laws. How could it be possible that a stick smashed down and shattered the power of the fusion of the 3 laws? Where did this demon come from? Why is it so terrible? Before, the 3 of them transformed into nothingness, completely defeating the power of the laws of a group of strong men. Now in a head-to-head confrontation, this stick actually has the upper hand. Snort! The strong man in red cloak who moved out snorted coldly, his consciousness fluctuating. He is indeed somewhat capable, but it's still a dead end. Huh? Chen Fan said. Have you finally spoken? We came from the 7th universe to seek cooperation. Why are you attacking us without saying a word? The ancestral god of the 5th universe told me that he has communicated with you before. Why are you being so unreasonable now? The strong man in red cloak frowned. I don't know what you are talking about. We don't need to communicate with the void demon. Devil of the void. He? Chen Fan just smiled and immediately became serious again. Does this strong man from the 9th universe regard them all as void demons? Wrong. To be precise, Chen Fan has never been completely demonized by the void because of his system. However, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao have already been transformed into void demons. Likely Mu and the others. They are already void demons. Is it because these powerful people in Universe 9 know through some means that Shen Taoao and Yi Hao are void demons? So they have been refusing to communicate and just want to kill them quickly. Chen Fan's expression changed and he said, How did you know that they are void demons? The strong man in the red cloak flipped his wrist and pulled out a black stone. I saw a red light flashing on the black stone. Isn't this thing a bit behind in being able to identify void demons? Chen Fan grinned and said, The demonic aura of the void demon is overwhelming, and the whole body is full of negative emotions. If you want to identify the void demon, do you still need this method? The strong man in the red cloak said, The void demon has invaded this universe for millions of years and devoured countless demon gods. It is no longer the void demon it was back then. Today's void demons are so cunning that they even know how to imitate certain races of gods and demons. Chen Fan tilted his head and said, "But I am not a demon of the void." The strong man in red cloak snorted coldly and said, "Those who collude with the void demon will also deserve to die." Chen Fan. This is a bit unclear. Shin Tao and Yi Hao are indeed void demons, even though they only have the power of the void and no demonic energy. These strong men in front of them all accept death. Chen Fan frowned and said, "Have you dealt with the ancestor gods of the fifth universe before?" "I've never heard of the fifth universe." The strong man in the red cloak also frowned. Chen Fan. Yi Hao walked over and said, "Brother Fan, is there something wrong with the boundary stone, and we are in the wrong universe?" Chen Fan was a little speechless. "Then what universe are you in?" The strong man in red cloak's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean by these words? Are you from other universes?" "That's right," Chen Fan said. "We are from the seventh universe. Isn't your place the ninth universe?" The strong man in red cloak opened his mouth, and after a while he said, "I don't know what universe number ours is in. Are there other universe numbers?" There must be many ancestral gods polluted by the void. Right? After hearing the last sentence, the faces of the group of ancestor gods became very complicated. After fighting the void for millions of years, almost all the powerful men in this universe were killed or injured, making it difficult to survive. Suddenly a powerful man from another world appears, saying he can purify the void. There's no better news than this. But is this true? Even if the other party really has this unprecedented ability, is the other party really willing to help them for free? In this universe, many ancestor gods are now suppressed and sealed due to void pollution. But how can they trust this outsider? A group of ancestral gods all looked at the strong man in red cloak. In the void, there are extremely weak fluctuations of spiritual consciousness. Obviously, this group of ancestor gods were having a heated exchange. After a while, the strong man in red cloak waved his left hand lightly. In the originally empty sky ahead, a huge space cage suddenly appeared. There is a monster sealed in the spatial cage. The monster was like a ball of soft mud, with blood-red eyes densely covering its body, which was strange and terrifying. Even the ancestral gods, Yi Hao and Shin Tao felt upset and out of control after looking at those eyes a few more times. Brother Fan, this monster is a bit weird, Yi Hao reminded, in the layers of seals and layers of space. Just take a look like this. This is an ancestral god-level void demon. Chen Fan glanced at the attribute panel of the used monster, raised his eyebrows and said, "And it's a mid-ancestral god-level void demon." What? Yi Hao and Shin Tao were both shocked. The strong men in this universe are indeed powerful. They can actually seal the mid-level ancestral god-level void demon god. The strong man in the red cloak pointed at the sealed ooze monster and said, "This void demon is extremely terrifying. It has corrupted dozens of galaxies and caused 2 ancient ancestor gods to be polluted by the void. You just said that you can purify the void pollution, so let's use it as a guinea pig." "Okay." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "Let's release the space constraints." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of ancestor gods around him quickly retreated. Even the other 2 ancestor gods, who were as powerful as the strong man in red cloak, were extremely nervous and activated the space to wrap themselves up layer by layer. When Shin Tao saw this, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Since you are so afraid of void pollution, why not get a God King level void demon to come over? I have to get an ancestral god level void demon to come over, and then make myself terrified." Yi Hao rolled his eyelids and said, "You know nothing. For void demons at the level of ancestor gods, void pollution is the most terrifying thing. They captured this void demon, and it has obviously been sealed for many thousands of years. They probably wanted to study void pollution. However, after repeated research, they failed to understand it. Instead, this thing became the biggest disaster and a hot potato. Now if Brother Fan can purify it." Before Yi Hao could finish speaking, Chen Fan had already activated Purify on the ooze monster. Black smoke is rising. The ooze monster, still in the seal, let out a hysterical scream. The sound rippled in all directions. Yi Hao and Shin Nado's eyes darkened, and they almost fell down. So strong? Shin Tao and Yi Hao looked at each other in shock, with disbelief in their eyes. No matter what they say, they have already understood the existence of multiple laws. As a result, I almost fainted just hearing this monster scream. While everyone was watching, the ooze monster fell to the ground softly. Its entire body was many times larger than before, as if the ooze was spread out on the ground. The eyes that were originally shining with a strange light had lost all their light at this time. Seeing this, The strong man in red cloak took a step forward and closed the distance a little bit. And his consciousness had already probed over and checked the monster many times. The original endless hatred and killing, as well as the chaotic negative emotions, have all disappeared. It's not an illusion. It's real. I feel a tranquility like never before in this monster. This kind of tranquility can only be found by a god with a pure heart. I have only felt it in Master Nishang. It's unbelievable that this powerful man from another world really purified the void demon god at the level of the ancestral god. The void pollution that even Lord Nishang couldn't resist has been purified. Is this true? Does this mean that our universe, the whole world, is finally saved? Amid the discussion among a group of ancestral gods behind him, the strong man in red cloak walked outside the cage, as if aware of his arrival. The eyes of the ooze monster in the cage moved a few times. The strong man in red cloak looked at this scene with disbelief in his eyes. In the past, even he didn't dare to stare at those eyes for too long. But now, the monster's eyes no longer emit that evil and weird light, but more like a wronged and helpless rabbit. And whether he was activating his divine consciousness or the power of law, he didn't feel a trace of void pollution. Really purified. Really purified. All the void demon gods at the mid-level ancestral god level have been purified. The strong man in the red cloak could no longer maintain his previous composure, and his eyes became excited and fanatical. Bang! He knelt on one knee in the void and said, "Dear powerful man from another world, please save our universe and save Lord Nishang." Chen Fan and 3 others. Behind them, a group of ancestor gods also knelt down on one knee. The strong men in this universe are as strong as they are in the front, but they are weak in the back. Chen Fan, Yi Hao and others have long been accustomed to the power of purification. But for these powerful men, who have been tortured by void pollution for millions of years, purification can be regarded as a breakthrough. Before seeing purification, the world has no hope. Be it gods or demons, they are all just hanging on. Everyone understands that they cannot stop the void. When void pollution spreads throughout the entire universe, it is when the universe completely turns into void. That day will come sooner or later. But now, a savior comes from heaven. What kind of backbone? What kind of arrogance? Go to H.L. Everyone, please get up. Chen Fan raised his palm slightly, and the divine power of the void lifted up a group of strong men in this universe. I said before, we are here to seek cooperation. Before, our 7th universe has already united the 3rd universe and the 5th universe. And my brothers and I's clones are now using the boundary stone to travel to other universes. It's a pity that we have countless clones, but the boundary stones are limited, so we can only come one by one. By the way, if your place is not the 9th universe, which universe is it? The strong man in red cloak blushed slightly and said, we don't know about this either. We have never come into contact with strong men from other universes. But Master Nishang may know. She kept telling us to hold on and keep us waiting. She is the strongest person in our universe. We have cultivated to this point under her guidance and have wiped out all the void demons in this universe. Lord Nishang? Chen Fan was slightly surprised. She is stronger than you? How many laws has she integrated? The 4 laws. The strong man in red cloak said. Lord Nishang already integrated the 4 laws a million years ago. Without her, our universe would have been eroded by the void long ago. Pity. Because she fought to the death with the void demon god countless times. She was unable to withstand the void pollution in the end. She could only seal herself with our help. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Take me to see her. Wait, Shin Tao said suddenly. Brother Fan, can your current virtual soul withstand the power of the fusion of the 4 laws? Yi Hao touched his chin and said, Brother Fan, be careful. If your virtual soul cannot stop the power of the fusion of the 4 laws, what will happen if she slaps us to death after you purify her? Chen Fan scratched his head and said, just beat him to death. It's just a clone. But in this universe, there is at least one more peak existence that integrates the 4 laws. Even if she really beats us to death and is unwilling to cooperate with us, she will definitely be our help in dealing with the void. Hearing this, the strong man in red cloak and others looked moved. The strong man in red cloak said solemnly, Dear strong man from another world, Master Nishang is gentle and kind. He is not only the strongest man in our universe, but also the most powerful wise man in our universe. He is also the most beautiful person in our universe. She won't hurt you. Absolutely not. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Even if she wants to kill me, whether she can kill me or not is still a matter of 2 people. Come on. Take us to see her. Yes. The strong man in red cloak was overjoyed. He waved his palm violently and sent the ooze monster back to the sealed place. Then, he looked at each other with the other two strong men who had integrated the three laws. The three of them stood side by side and stretched out their hands at the same time. Click! The space split open, and an endless staircase appeared in front of everyone. At the end of the steps, you can vaguely see a temple emitting holy light. Right in front of the temple, there is a long knife inserted, exuding a fierce murderous aura. Seeing the long knife that was taller than the temple, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yi Hao Chen now. Yi Hao's eyes widened and he said, Brother Fan, doesn't that sword look too much like the sky-breaking demon sword? Shen Tao nodded and said, There's nothing much to say about the similarity of the sword. But the domineering energy exuded by that sword is indeed very similar to the sky-breaking demonic sword. As he spoke, he looked at the strong man in red cloak and said, Is that sword the sky-destroying demon sword? The sky-breaking demon sword? I've never heard of it. The strong man in red cloak shook his head and said, That sword is just a sculpture shaped by Master Nishan with great magic power. According to legend, it was the birth god of a peerless strongman back then. Soldiers, it's a pity that senior died millions of years ago. Lord Nishan almost collapsed. But then the void demon entered our universe again and wreaked havoc. Lord Nishan endured the grief and was born, leading us to kill everyone. Yi Hao touched his chin and said, Brother Fan, you have been to 37 universes including the 3rd universe and the 5th universe. The gods of those universes have lent their power to you. Will you really come to? Through this side of the universe? Chen Fan opened his mouth and said, Who the H, I am I asking? Yi Hao asked again, Brother Fan, if you really go back, how will you explain to my sister? Explain what? Chen Fan was stunned. Immediately, he raised his hand, ready to strike. Yi Hao laughed and hid behind Shen Tao. The group of people followed the strong man in red cloak and climbed up the steps. It didn't look very high, but a group of strong men marched by folding space. But they still walked for more than an hour. It is indeed the sky-destroying demonic sword. When he walked to the temple, Chen Fan looked up at the long knife inside. Yi Hao nodded and said, Even the patterns are the same. The strong man in red cloak glanced at the 3 people, feeling surprised and happy. These 3 people are actually powerful men who are related to Lord Nishan? That's great. Please! The strong man in red cloak turned aside and made a gesture of invitation. Chen Fan and 3 others stepped in. Although he had already said this, he still pushed the virtual soul into the mechanism. And in his hand, he still held the heaven-bearing divine pillar. It's a pity that the long sword is really just a sculpture, not the sky-breaking demonic sword. If it is the projection clone of the sky-destroying demon sword. Boom! In the golden temple, a gate appeared out of thin air, and the gate slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, Shen Nao and Yi Hao frowned at the same time. It's okay if the door doesn't open. When not open, the entire temple exudes golden light, just like coming to the Western Paradise on TV. But as soon as the door opened, the endless black energy poured out, giving people the feeling that they were about to enter a netherworld. Demonic energy. The vast and endless demonic energy. Such terrifying demonic energy is even more terrifying than the slime monster before. The powerful men such as Han Cloak activated the space laws at the same time, condensing layers of space and wrapping this group of people in it. The void pollution level is 88%, which is really a good number. Chen Fan sighed and said, If I hadn't entered a state of suspended animation, I would have fallen into madness now. When the strong man in red cloak heard this, he immediately said, Sir, is there any help? You are asking too much. Yi Hao said, We can purify even a complete void demon, let alone a void pollution level of 88%. Brother Fan, let me do it this time. Shut up. Shen Tao grabbed Yi Hao and said, You just reminded Brother Fan to be careful. What if she slaps you to death as soon as she wakes up? Shut up. You're the one who has to shut up. Yi Hao yelled angrily. You shouldn't talk like a crow. Shen Tao said aggrievedly. I didn't activate the Great Prophecy Technique. Chen Fan said, When you were at Blue Star, you didn't even know what the Great Prophecy Technique was. So you didn't just get whatever you said? No. Shen Nao shook his head and said, I said that a beautiful woman fell in love with me. But didn't it always come true? Chen Fan and Yi Hao, Red Cloak and other strong men. These 3 powerful men from another world are really weird. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, Chen Fan had a thought in his mind. and a void chain punched through the black gas-emitting door like lightning. The void chain found a sculpture deep in the temple, and with a bang, it pierced the sculpture like a javelin. The stone on the sculpture immediately split into countless spider web-like cracks, and then fell down. And a beautiful figure inside the sculpture was instantly awakened by the power of the void chain attack. "Be bold!" the woman shouted coldly, grabbed her right hand, and directly grabbed the void chain. But Xin Fan did not use the void chain to attack her, but used the void chain to transmit the power of purification. The moment the woman grabbed the void chain, the power of purification had spread throughout her body. Woo! Under the unspeakable pain, the woman also groaned miserably. Immediately, her eyes filled with violence began to become pure and then confused. "Who woke me up? The void pollution in my body has been purified? How long have I been asleep? Could it be that?" Xianyuan Nishang raised her head. Her gaze penetrated the endless black mist and space and landed on Xin Fan and Yi Hao. "Ah!" Xianyuan Nishang's body shook violently, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Yi Hao. "Depend on!" Yi Hao was startled. "Brother Fan, save me!" Chapter 485. Yi Hao got a slap. There is no need for Yi Hao to remind you. Before Xin Fan stepped into the temple, he had already activated his virtual soul to the extreme. Defenses cannot do without. "Call!" After Xianyuan Nishang appeared in front of Yi Hao, he hugged her, but the hug was empty. "Yi Hao!" Xianyuan Nishang did not use divine consciousness to communicate, but she spoke the language of the seventh universe's divine realm. Xin Fan and the three of them were stunned for a moment. Now! Xianyuan Nishang looked at Shinado behind Yi Hao again, and cried with joy. "You guys are finally back! I waited so hard for you!" Xin Fan and the three of them were silent. On the side, all the ancestral gods in this universe were inexplicably shocked. A strong man from another world is actually Lord Nishang's friend? That's great. However, Master Nishang, who is usually taciturn, was now in tears. How could she be so excited? "Where's my brother?" Xianyuan Nishang's eyes quickly swept over Xin Fan, then stared at Yi Hao. "Where is my brother?" "Ahem." Yi Hao coughed lightly and said, "This beauty. Can I ask, who is your brother?" "My brother is Xin Fan. Xin Fan, the king of demons." Xianyuan Nishang's eyes were a little panicked. "Yi Hao and Shen Taoao are both back. Didn't my brother come back?" I saw Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looking at Xin Fan at the same time. Yi Hao stretched out his hand and said, "Brother Fan, won't you just stand next to me? Brother Fan, do you know her?" "Brother?" Xianyuan Nishang's voice started to tremble, and he took 2 steps forward and hugged Xin Fan. But Xin Fan was in the virtual soul state and was nothing more than an image, leaving Xianyuan Nishang in vain. "Elder brother." Xianyuan Nishang burst into tears. "I am Nishang. I am your sister Nishang." Xin Fan blinked, without waiting for Xin Fan and Yi Hao to speak. Xianyuan Nishang flipped her wrist, and a long knife was already in her hand. Yi Hao was surprised. "Brother Fan, be careful." Xianyuan Nishang suddenly turned around and stabbed her backwards. Boom! The temple that exuded holy light was actually split open by her knife. "The 6th sword of the 9 cutting heaven swords." Xin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he finally completely believed what Xianyuan Nishang said. Xianyuan Nishang said in a very fast tone, "This is the 6th sword of the 9 heaven-breaking swords passed down to me by the last divine consciousness you left behind. It is the ultimate secret of the 9 heaven-breaking swords. Brother, you are finally back. I've been waiting for you for millions of years. Where's Xiaobai? Where's Sister Hongyan? Where's Hongxiu?" One by one, names came out of Xianyuan Nishang's mouth. Xin Fan released the virtual soul state and said, "They are all back." Bang! Xianyuan Nishang hugged him directly. Xin Fan sighed. Although he had no memory of that life and had no idea that he had such a sister, he could still feel Xianyuan Nishang's sadness and ecstasy. They were reincarnated without so much despair and sadness. But Xianyuan Nishang, who has been waiting for millions of years, has obviously suffered a lot. Xin Fan gently patted Xianyuan Nishang's head and said, "Stop crying. I'm back and everything is fine." A group of ancestral gods in this universe fell into petrification as they watched Xianyuan Nishang crying bitterly in Xin Fan's arms. Yi Hao stood on the side, touched his chin and said, "Brother Fan, your sister is a bit too beautiful. Just like my sister. I didn't expect that we entered this universe by accident and bumped into your sister." Xianyuan Nishang raised her head, still with a look of pear blossoms and rain. "Brother, are you the one who saved me?" I have been polluted by the void for many thousands of years, and even the power of heaven cannot purify it. So I have to seal myself. It feels like I've had a long nightmare, and I can't wake up. The strong man in red cloak immediately stepped forward and said, Master Nishong, it is your brother who has purified your void pollution. We had a little misunderstanding before, but this adult said that they came here to seek cooperation and could purify the void pollution. So I brought them here as soon as possible. Yunhong, thank you for your hard work. Xianyuan Nishong gently patted the head of the strong man in red cloak like patting a child's head. Yihao sneered and said, It turns out they are all juniors. A group of ancestral gods. Xianyuan Nishong turned around and looked at Yihao intently. Yihao was a little confused. There is nothing wrong with what he just said. He, Chen Fan and others, and Xianyuan Nishong were contemporaries of the same era. So these ancestral gods in this universe are indeed just descendants. Just thought about it. Xianyuan Nishong raised her hand and slapped Yihao. Her speed is too fast. And at this time, Chen Fan has already unlocked the virtual soul. Boom! Yihao didn't react at all. And like a missile, he smashed directly into the ruins of the temple that had just been split open. Yihao rushed out from the ruins, stretched out his hand to Chen Fan, and said, Brother Fan, give me the divine pillar of heaven. I will teach her a lesson. The words just fell. Xianyuan Nishong rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning and rushed directly into his arms. Shin Tao Ao. Chen Fan. Woo! Xianyuan Nishong cried again. I thought I would never see you again. You fool. Yi Hao. Chen Fan touched his chin and looked at Shin Nato. Shin Tao Ao was stunned. What's wrong? Brother Fan? It looks like she is Haozi's girl. There is no way she can rush over and hug me. I was thinking, Chen Fan said faintly. You didn't activate your great prophecy. So why did Haozi still get a slap? Shin Tao Ao. Before coming, he did say that if she wakes up, he would give Yi Hao a slap in the face. Shin Tao Ao blinked and said, I feel that my great prophecy technique has a lot of room for improvement. Chen Fan nodded. Speak more nicely next time. Shin Tao Ao. Yeah. A false alarm. Everyone is happy. Xianyuan Nishong tells many stories from that year. Chen Fan and the others had no memories of those years, but they listened with great interest. However, Yunhong and other ancestral gods became more and more frightened as they listened. The three people in front of me turned out to be the saviors of all worlds. Back then, they were the ones who blocked the void, killed the void princess, and even sealed the void lord. Unimaginable. Such a powerful person, after several reincarnations, with a ray of immortal consciousness, came back again. Master Nishong has waited for millions of years, and finally waited for them. Although their cultivation realm has not been restored, they can purify the void pollution. This alone is enough to change the entire world. If we no longer have to be afraid of void pollution, even if thousands of ancestral god-level void demons appear, what will we have to fear? That's just the way it is. Yi Hao told the story about the seventh universe, and Xianyuan Nishong, Yunhong and other powerful people were stunned. In just a few years, a large number of ancestor gods were created. Chen Fan's system is so powerful. This is the Devil King, the King of Demons. Yunhong and others looked at Chen Fan with reverence in their eyes. Brother, you are so awesome. Xianyuan Nishong hugged Chen Fan's neck again. This made Chen Fan very uncomfortable. After all, there is no memory of that year at all. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Girls, be more reserved. I will open the 8th level of the Void Divine Body for you first, and then open the 7th level of the Void Divine Body for others. Yunhong and others were overjoyed. Yi Hao had already told the Void Divine Body before, including the three of them breaking into this universe. Chen Fan urging the Void Soul to fight Yunhong and others. And everything was still intact. Virtual Soul. Incarnate into nothingness. This is a powerful method that can cross realms and powers. Even the power of laws, and the power of the fusion of multiple laws can do nothing. And the endless clones. Let the cells in your body awaken, and every cell become a clone. This is simply unimaginable. Under the expectant and nervous gaze of a group of ancestor gods, Chen Fan helped them activate the Void Divine Body one by one, from the 1st level to the 7th level. As for the 8th floor, there is no need to worry. The void energy required for the 8th level of the Void Divine Body is too huge. We need to wait until this universe starts to implement the Devil's Blood plan, like the 7th universe, and spreads the way to control beasts, trapping all the gods and demons like a Matryoshka doll. At that time, the way of controlling beasts and the Devil's Blood Plan will be pushed to the mortal world and spread throughout the entire universe. This is the Void Divine Body. Yunhong felt the power in his body and looked at the void particles he had awakened. His eyes turned red. Just by activating the Void Divine Body, his power increased several times. Not to mention the infinite mystery of the Void Divine Body. With such a divine body, such power, coupled with the 3 laws he fused, he is confident to kill no matter how powerful the Void Demon is. Fighting to the death with the Void Demon for hundreds of thousands of years. Only now did he see hope. Bang! Yunhong knelt down on one knee. Yunhong, thank you for the divine body you have given me. From now on, we will follow you, listen to your orders, and go through fire and water without hesitation. Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and said, the god of the underworld also said this. But the guy from the god of the underworld is sinister and cunning. It sounds like farts. He sounds much better when he says it. Yunhong. A group of ancestor gods also knelt down and repeated what Yunhong said. Qin Fan nodded slightly and said, the way of controlling beasts and the devil's blood plan still need your help. Don't worry, sir, Yunhong said in a deep voice. I will use all my strength and implement the way of beast control and the devil's blood plan as quickly as possible. Qin Fan looked at Yun Nishang and said, I heard you say something before. You say, you have been polluted by the void for many thousands of years. Even the power of heaven cannot purify you. Can you contact the heaven of this universe? Yunhong and other ancestor gods stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. When Qin Fan fought with them before, he once talked about the way of heaven, but they didn't believe it at all. Did not expect. Xian Yuan Nishang shook his head and said, it's difficult. Tian Dao dedicated his power to the sky-breaking demonic sword back then and wants to block the void again. It has been sleeping for millions of years. After I was polluted by the void, I felt the power of heaven. That power suppressed the void pollution in me, so I was not completely demonized. That's troublesome. Qin Fan said, now that I enter various universes, in addition to the way of controlling beasts and the Devil's Blood Project, I just want to contact the Heavenly Tao and borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao in each universe. But we only have a few boundary stones. Furthermore, the boundary stone is infused with the power of Heavenly Tao. If we need the help of Heavenly Tao from each universe, we can't always extract the power of Heavenly Tao from the 3rd and 5th universes. Right? I'm afraid that if I keep slapping, the 2 universe gods will fall out. Everyone. Yi Hao pulled Xian Yuan Nishang's sleeve and said, is there no way to wake up the Heavenly Tao of this universe? Wake it up and tell it that we want to extract its power. Everyone. Xian Yuan Nishang was silent for a moment and said, brother, did you bring the heaven-breaking demon sword? If you bring the heaven-breaking demon sword, you may be able to wake up the Heavenly Tao, because in addition to the Heavenly Tao power from all universes, the heaven-breaking demon sword also has the power of heaven in the universe. Shin Dao exclaimed. So that's how it was when Brother Fan threatened a stone with the sky-breaking demonic sword. But he actually communicated with the way of heaven. I still felt very strange at the time. It turns out it's really because of the sky-breaking demon sword. I didn't bring it. Qin Fan said. The 7th universe God Realm. The God Realm seals the 11th finger of the Lord of the Void. That thing is very weird. I can't cut it with my current strength. So I borrowed the 3rd one. After receiving the power of the universe's heavenly law, I left the sky-breaking demon sword there. Now, every few days, my clone will go over and chop him a few times, and then use the black hole to swallow his power. The leak was so angry that I jumped on my feet, but I couldn't do anything about it. Now I'm almost going crazy. Xian Yuan Nishang and others. Shin Taodao said, if that doesn't work, then we can only go back to the 7th universe first. Take the sky-breaking demon sword, and then wake up the way of heaven in this universe. Wait a minute. Xian Yuan Nishang's eyes suddenly lit up and said, just now Yi Hao said that he asked his brother to give him the Tongtian Divine Pillar. Did you bring him the Tongtian Divine Pillar? Qin Fan flipped his wrist and took out the Divine Pillar of Tongtian, and said, why? The Divine Pillar of Tongtian can also awaken the way of heaven? Of course. Xian Yuan Nishang said, there is also the power of heaven on the Tongtian Divine Pillar. Although there are not as many Tongtian Divine Pillars and colorful divine stones as there are magic weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword. They are all forged by the joint efforts of the 37 universes of heaven. Ah! Qin Fan, Yi Hao, and Shin Taoao looked at each other. No wonder these magic weapons are so powerful. Actually, every piece contains the power of heaven? And there is more than one way of heaven in the universe? Well, Xian Yuan Nishang sighed and said, "It's a pity that there was not enough time back then. Brother, you crossed the universe and only united 37 universes in the end. If we could unite a few more universes, maybe everything would be different." "That's not necessarily the case," Shen Taodao said. "The power of heaven cannot stop the corrosion of the void, and cannot solve the pollution of the void. That's why Brother Fan's system is needed in the end. Anyway," Brother Fan said, "there isn't much time left. So we have to enter these 37 universes as soon as possible. Then, there are other universes. First get rid of these 37 universes, and then implement the way of beast control and the devil's blood plan, and gain the power of heaven." Yun Hong stood up and said, "Let's do it now. Please rest assured, adults, we will get it done in the shortest possible time." Chen Fan nodded and stood up. Then, "Nishang, let's use the Tantian Divine Pillar to find the way of heaven first." Chapter 486 Destiny. Inside the Nantian Gate of Dushinshan Realm, Chen Fan sat cross-legged. Around him, there were countless dots of light, illuminating the darkness. Every point of light is a clone. Since the unification of the God Realm, Chen Fan has split countless clones and started practicing. Each body has its own body, each performing its own duties. One part is constantly deducing the void divine body, and the other part is constantly comprehending and integrating the laws. Even the clones guarding Nanchaman split into many clones, seizing even a little time to practice crazily. The beast control system is the void system. After the void system was upgraded several times in a row, it was never upgraded again. Now Chen Fan is constantly improving this system with the help of countless clones and the power of laws. Relatively speaking, law fusion is more difficult than perfecting the system. Chen Fan now has a thorough understanding of the 6 laws, but he only integrated the law of life and the law of death, as well as the law of killing and the law of the 5 elements respectively. But the remaining laws of space and the laws of destruction have never been successfully integrated with any other laws. His countless clones are deducing it day and night. Countless clones of Henry Chu, Yi Hongyan and others are also being deduced every moment. But until now, Chen Fan still does not have the power to integrate the 3 laws. This made Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Originally, he thought that after discovering the secret of the void characters, he could use the void characters to integrate the laws as soon as possible. As a result, the 3 laws have never been able to be integrated, and he has not even been able to understand the remaining 3 laws among the 9 laws. The 3 laws of creation, destiny, and reincarnation have so far not been penetrated by any gods or demons, including the ancestor gods of the 3rd universe and the 5th universe. These are the most mysterious 3 laws. Call! Chen Fan let out a heavy breath, opened his eyes, and frowned. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside him. Yi Hongyan has already sat next to Chen Fan. The strong men from the Dutian Yi clan on the side saw the Empress appearing and immediately bowed and retreated. Yi Hongyan took out a silk scarf and wiped the sweat from Chen Fan's forehead. He has cultivated to the level of the ancestral god and understood the laws of the 6 paths. And he is still sweating. How much pressure does Chen Fan have in his heart? Yi Hongyan felt distressed and helped Chen Fan wipe away his sweat and said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. We still have time. The 3rd universe and the 5th universe have been connected. Although there are not many boundary stones, other universes will soon participate. When the time comes, when each universe implements the way of beast control and the devil's blood plan, the energy of the void and the power of faith will increase at a rate 10 times and 100 times higher than before." "Yes." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "It's just that I haven't been able to integrate the 3 laws, and I feel a little annoyed. I'm weird." Yi Hongyan smiled and said, "Don't you wonder why we didn't leave memories like we did in the previous life? If we had left memories of the ancient times, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult for us to integrate the law." Chen Fan also smiled. Yi Hongyan seemed to be able to see through his heart. She knew what he was thinking. Yi Hongyan said, "I feel that the focus should be on the void system. When you broke through before, didn't you get information about the void? Perhaps after further improving the void system, we can find the answer when the void system is upgraded next time?" Chen Fan nodded. "It's possible that I'm just a little too impatient. I have gathered all the power of the God Realm into the Dutian God Realm, and it has only been a few months now." Yi Hongyan held Chen Fan's hand, put his palm against his face, and said quietly, "We are really useless. We have been putting all the pressure on you, and we can't help you even if we want to." "Superior, what are you talking about?" Chen Fan said, "The continuous improvement of the void system is all due to you and Henry Chu. Even The creation of the void system was achieved by you sacrificing your lives. And I can easily integrate the law of killing and the law of 5 elements through Chu Xian's understanding. Without you by my side, I, the king of demons, am nothing." The two looked at each other and smiled. At this time, on the large whirlpool of the plain not far from Nanchunman, a figure with a vast aura rushed out like lightning. "Careful!" Feeling the terrifying aura, Chen Fan was shocked and stood up, blocking Yi Hongyan behind him. The ancestral gods hiding nearby were also alerted by the aura. And with a roar, they all rushed over and protected Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan. I saw the person who rushed out of the big whirlpool. He was extremely beautiful, and his eyes were like gems. It was difficult to look away at one glance. "Who?" The old demon dragon roared loudly. And together with the other ancestor gods, they opened up space defenses. "Brush!" The strange woman instantly penetrated all the space defenses arranged by the ancestor gods and appeared in front of Chen Fan. "What?" The old demon dragon and other ancestor gods were shocked. But Chen Fan waved his hand to stop everyone from taking further action. Chen Fan said, "Calm down. We are one of our own." Others can only sense breath. But Chen Fan could see the properties panel. The Xianyuan Nishang in front of me is the 8th level of the void divine body. Among its skills is the 9 heaven-breaking swords. Elder brother, Xianyuan Nishang took a step forward and hugged Chen Fan. Yi Hongyan, who was behind, her face darkened. At this time, on the whirlpool of the plain, Chen Fan's clone and Yi Hao's clone flew over with Yun Hong in a red cloak. The two clones merged into one, and their memories quickly merged. After Chen Fan was in a daze for a moment, he slapped Xianyuan Nishang on the head. "Your sister-in-law is behind you. Don't be so reckless and do something that can easily be misunderstood." Night Beauty, Old Demon Dragon and other ancestor gods. Xianyuan Nishang immediately put her head in. "Sister Hanyan, I haven't seen you for millions of years, but you are becoming more and more beautiful." Night Beauty. Chen Fan accidentally bumped into that universe with Yi Hao, and then met Xianyuan Nishang. The powerful people present were all shocked. Chen Fan only had a few simple dreams about things in ancient times, so he didn't understand them at all. No one could have imagined that some of the strong men of that era would survive. And they were also strong men from other universes. Yi Hongtian, the ancestor of the Dutunyi clan, has also lived for millions of years. But this old monster is still far behind Xianyuan Nishang. Xianyuan Nishang was a strong man who fought alongside Chen Fan in that era. But Yi Hongtian was the junior who was lucky enough to survive the chaos. After finishing talking about that side of the universe, Chen Fan's eyes flashed. "Before you came, I was worried about being unable to integrate multiple laws." "Great." Seeing this, Yi Hongyan's expression changed. "How good is it?" The other ancestor gods also widened their eyes and pricked up their ears. When Yun Hong, who was wearing a red cloak, saw this, he smiled proudly and said, "Master Nishang, you are a being who has integrated the 4 laws." A group of strong men present were stunned for a moment. Integrated 4 laws. Suddenly, a voice that was neither yin nor yang came over. "How many millions of years did you live to integrate the 4 laws?" "Bold!" Yun Hong was furious. He accurately found Xiao Hei in the crowd and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Dare to laugh at Master Nishang?" Xianyuan Nishang looked at Xiao Hei and narrowed her eyes. Xiao Hei swaggered out and said, "I am 16 years old this year. I don't have the so-called past life memories of you strong men. Now I have understood the laws of space, the laws of life, and the laws of killing. You have lived for millions of years and have only integrated a few laws. What is there to be proud of?" Yun Hong was stunned. 16 years old. Have you mastered the 3 laws? Is he seeing a ghost? Wait, that's not right. Lord Chen Fan has talked about the void system before. This guy basically relied on the void system to activate the void divine body and understand the 3 laws. Right? Just when Yun Hong looked weird, Gangzi came out, grabbed Xiao Hei's head and shook it. "Damn it! Have you understood the law of killing? When did it happen?" Xiao Bai came over and said faintly, "What happened this morning? When I understood the law of killing this morning, this guy was right next to me. I don't know how, but he also directly understood the law of killing." Everyone. Is there such a thing with him? The information conveyed by the way of taming beasts is mainly about beast masters and beast masters, followed by beast masters and beast masters. Xiao Bai has understood the law of killing. Although Gongzi and Xiao Hei also have feelings and benefits, it is almost impossible to successfully understand them immediately. The old demon dragon and a group of ancestor gods looked at Xiao Hei with envy and jealousy. Among all the people, the ones who like to be lazy the most are Xiao He and Orange Cat. It's okay if the Orange Cat doesn't say anything. But Xiao He didn't do anything. He first understood the law of life, and then the law of killing. Xian Yuan Nishang walked slowly to Xiao He. Xiao He raised his head slightly, showing a look of disdain. The next moment, his body quickly turned into a spirit, and he hid behind Shen Fan. Everyone, where was your arrogance just now? Brush! Xiao He, who had turned into a virtual soul, was directly captured by Xian Yuan Nishang. Xiao He, old demon dragon and other ancestor gods. She captured them all after they were transformed into virtual souls. Xian Yuan Nishang, who was integrated with the four laws, was so powerful. Boss! Help! Help! Boss! Xiao He no longer had the arrogant attitude before, and started shouting loudly. Xiao He! Xian Yuan Nishang tilted her head and said, I haven't seen you for millions of years, but you are still so mean. Xiao He chuckled. What do you mean by that? Chen Fan was stunned. What do you mean? Xian Yuan Nishang looked around and glanced at Xiao Bai and Gongzi one by one. Her eyes were a little red and she said, It's you. You are all back. Brother. They are all brothers who fought alongside you back then. They were the strongest ancestors back then. Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan and others were stunned. It's not like he hasn't thought about it this way. Ever since he discovered that he, Shen Taotao, and others had a past life and were brothers in their previous lives, he had made this speculation. There are no such coincidences in this world. He traveled through that place and arrived at Blue Star East China Sea City. As a result, Chu Xian, Shen Taotao, and others were already waiting for him here. After all, there is a big hand behind it that is driving all of this. That big hand is naturally the way of heaven in this universe. Perhaps, it was heaven that found them after their reincarnation and brought them together. So, I also had a previous life? Was I also this awesome in my previous life? Xiao He was happy again. Gongzi, you have seen that not only Xiao Bai and the boss were brothers back then, but we were also brothers of the boss back then. Gongzi came over and slapped Xiao He. Xiao Bai is not the eldest brother. Xiao Bai is the eldest sister. Pa! Xiao Bai, who had never slapped Gongzi before, also slapped Gongzi. I'm not my sister? Everyone was stunned for a moment. And then, they all smiled like Mona Lisa. Xiao Bai's face turned red, and he turned into a flash of light and fled away. Chen Fan turned around and looked at Gongzi, Lao Yuan, Fei Chui, and the others silently. After going around and around, it turns out that the brothers, who accompanied him at all costs, were still by his side in the end. Even if there is no memory of that year, the memory of this life is enough for him to recall for a long time. When he went to the dark abyss to find the old demon dragon, Chen Fan had seen the avenue to the sky paved with bones. Those are the bones of those strong men back then. And in Bai Ruja's Taishu holy mirror, there are countless tombstones. Are these immortal beings who have sacrificed their lives and forgotten their lives, gone through several reincarnations, and have a wisp of immortal consciousness, finally come back? Suddenly, a hand waved twice in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Henry Chu angrily. Henry Chu said, Don't be moved by yourself. And you don't have the memory of ancient times. The top priority is to let Xian Yuan Nishang split into a clone to help you integrate the four laws. Chen Fan grinded his teeth. If Xiao He hadn't been standing nearby, I would have thought you were transformed into Xiao He. Xiao He immediately said, Boss, please don't accuse me wrongly. I don't deserve a beating so much. Everyone equals convex. Behind the crowd, Yi Hao drooped his head and remained silent. He is usually the most active person and always stands on both sides of Chen Fan. But at this moment, Yi Hao was like a passerby, silent from beginning to end. Yi Hongyan noticed something strange, pointed at Yi Hao and said, What's wrong with him? Chen Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Shen Taotao said, From today on, Yi Hao will abandon the entire forest and hang himself on a tree. What? Yi Hongyan was slightly stunned. Xian Yuan Nishang suddenly appeared next to Yi Hao like a ghost. She held Yi Hao's hand and said, Sister Hanyan, you don't have memories of those years. Don't you remember? I am his wife. Night Beauty. Yi Hao raised his hand and said, Brother Fan. Sister, I suspect she is lying. What did you say? Xian Yuan Nishang turned and stared at Yi Hao with cold eyes. Say it again. Yi Hao's head drooped again. Yi Hongyan nodded and said, Yi Hao, prevent him from lurking among those succubi all day long. Succubus? Xian Yuan Nishang raised her eyebrows. What succubus? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hao had already entered the virtual soul state and disappeared without a trace.
Can you run away?
Xian Yuan Nishang was furious. She turned around and wanted to chase him, but was stopped by Chen Fan.
Stop for a while. Helping me integrate the 4 laws is the most important thing. How's he can't run away?
Chapter 487, Ancient Demon Forbidden Land. Kill the first one first. 39 days after Xian Yuan Nishang arrived in the 7th universe, Chen Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the divine pillar, suddenly had strange and mysterious auras escaping from his body. This aura even directly penetrated the multiple seals of the Dushanai clan's ancestral land. All the ancestor gods who felt this aura opened their eyes instantly. Lines of spiritual consciousness came through the sky.
King! Is this the fusion of the 4 laws? It's unimaginable that Lord Xian Yuan Nishang has only been here for 39 days. And he actually... That's right. It's definitely a fusion of the 4 laws. The 4 laws of life, death, killing, and the 5 elements are completely integrated. This breath makes my soul tremble. It's great. It's really great. The Lord of the Ancient Demon and Empress Dutian have also integrated the 3 laws. Give them a little more time. Please give them a little more time.
One after another spiritual consciousness communicates in the void. Uncontrollable ecstasy. Heartfelt excitement. The 2 ancient ancestor gods of the ancient elephant god clan and the burning heaven god clan were even in tears. No matter how persuaded by the several ancestor gods around them, they could not stop their tears. When Chen Fan returned to the position of
co-owner of heaven and earth,
they knew that hope was coming. But at that time, they just saw hope. And now, they can touch hope. Integration of the 4 laws. Perhaps the current Chen Fan has still not reached the peak of the Demon King in ancient times. However, his breakthrough once again gave the gods a shot in the arm. What's more, there are other cosmic forces joining in, and the heavenly laws of the universe are helping each other.
Boom!
Just when all the ancestor gods were extremely excited, a figure rose into the sky. It was Chen Fan. Chen Fanqiu floated in the air and said in a deep voice,
Chu Xian, Han Yan, Nishang, let's take a trip to the ancient demon forbidden area.
Void oscillation. Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan walked out of nothingness and stood in front of Chen Fan. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao also flew over immediately. Yi Hao geared up.
Brother Fan, are you going to solve the 9 forbidden areas? Let's go together.
The ancient demon forbidden land is one of the 9 forbidden lands, just like the Valley of Death in the God realm. Among the 9 forbidden areas, the most terrifying is the Valley of Death. The finger sealed in the Valley of Death is the 7th finger of the Lord of the Void. It is so powerful that Chen Fan could not cut it with the sky-breaking demon sword before. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Henry Chu tilted his head slightly and said,
Things that are just a fusion of 2 laws are not qualified to go to the ancient demon forbidden land.
Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were furious. Fang Qingqing and Bai Ruja's faces turned red. Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes wildly. Henry Chu has a venomous tongue. Although he usually doesn't speak much, every time he speaks out, it can easily make people angry to death. But he's not like Li Fengxing and Xiao He, because he hardly ever got beaten.
If you don't go, you won't go.
Yi Hao grinned and said,
Why should I go? I'm already in the ancient demon forbidden land.
Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. The 9 forbidden areas are now guarded by a group of clones of the ancestor gods. To put it simply, in every forbidden area, there are Chen Fan and Yi Hao, as well as Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian. So after hearing this, Chu Xian was speechless for a while even with his brain. Shen Taoao laughed, feeling that he and Yi Hao were one step ahead of Henry Chu. The two winked and high-fived. At this time, Yi Hongtian, the oldest member of the Dutiani clan, came out and said,
Be careful. Although the ancient demonic forbidden land is far inferior to the Valley of Death, the existence of the seal within it has been sealed for millions of years, and its power has not been destroyed. Complete obliteration cannot be underestimated.
Before he finished speaking, Chen Fan and Chu Xian had disappeared without a trace. Yi Hongqian's beard twitched.
Why are you so rude? I haven't finished speaking yet.
The ancient ancestral god of the ancient elephant god clan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said,
I have just broken through to the ancestral god stuff. So you should shut up.
Yi Hongtian.
What the hell?
The rest of the people around him turned their heads. The ancient devil's forbidden land is in the angelic holy realm. According to legend, an ancient demon who destroyed the world was sealed in this forbidden area. Because of this, the ancient demon clan has been sending people to this forbidden area over the years to investigate the specific situation. As for the angel Protoss, because the holy angel realm had such a thorn in their side. They had trouble sleeping and eating. So they also sent countless strong men to come. But these 9 forbidden places in the god realm are too terrifying. The entrance to the forbidden area is full of spatial turbulence. Ordinary ancestor gods dare not touch this kind of spatial turbulence easily. Not to mention the god king and the superior gods and demons. The ancient demon clan and the angel god clan did not find any information and could not enter the forbidden area. Then they fought outside the ancient demon forbidden area for thousands of years. Many years later, the demon king Chen Fan was born out of nowhere and was chased outside the forbidden area by the powerful angels, gods, and ancient demons. Chen Fan looked at the angels, gods, and ancient demons who were bleeding like rivers of blood outside the forbidden area, and couldn't help but sigh.
A bunch of idiots can't even enter the gate of the forbidden area. They are killing each other outside the gate. What can they do?
Are the flowers here?
The strong men of the angel god clan and the ancient demon clan became angry and cooperated with those who were chasing Chen Fan, and finally forced Chen Fan into the ancient demon forbidden land. However, the demon king did not die just yet. Chen Fan came out of the ancient demon forbidden land with a magic knife in his hand. It was with that magic sword that Chen Fan, who had been chased up and down by all the major gods, began to kill everyone, and he became the only demon known to the gods and demons in the heavens who entered and came out of the forbidden land. Outside the ancient demon forbidden area, a group of god kings guarding outside the forbidden area came up to greet him. Chen Fan nodded slightly and entered the forbidden area with Yi Hongyan and others. In the forbidden area, the sky-breaking demon sword is like a mountain. Back then, Chen Fan entered this forbidden area and took away some of the power of the sky-breaking demon sword. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed, and this sky-breaking magic sword is still suppressing the demonic shadow below. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao gathered around. Shen Taoao said,
Brother Fan, do you want to take down this demonic blade? If you take off the demonic blade, you can get this demonic blade. With your current strength, you can chop that guy into ashes. But without the sky-breaking demon sword, there is a risk of it running away. You can't mess around.
Chen Fan said,
A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. Not to mention it's not yet sure whether we are the lion or he is the lion.
Yi Hongyan also said,
Don't be careless. The power of the thing below is not as powerful as the finger in the valley of death. But it won't be much different.
Yi Hao nodded, his fighting spirit rising.
Let's fight. We have been aggrieved for so long. It's our turn to counterattack.
Yi Hongyan tilted her head slightly and said,
You just merged the 2 laws. If you stay here and get in the way, go away.
Yi Hao and others, Old Demon Dragon and others came from behind. However, Xianyuan Nishang gently patted Yi Hao's face and said,
Okay. I'm here. Isn't my credit also your credit? I sensed the succubus breath. Did you really take the succubus?
Has the devil come to the Forbidden Land?
Everyone. Chen Fan held the divine pillar to heaven and hit Xianyuan Nishang on the head with a stick.
Be serious.
Xianyuan Nishang let out a strange cry, covered her head with both hands, and looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Chen Fan waved his hand and activated the virtual soul to the extreme, trapping Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. Yi Hao, Shen Taoao, and others quickly retreated.
Call!
A group of people instantly entered the depths of the seal.
Violent!
As if sensing the crisis, deep within the seal, a sharp cry that penetrated gold and cracked stone rang out. Endless black energy, rolling like a tide. Chen Fan did not speak, but quickly expanded the area covered by the virtual soul. Just under the shroud of his virtual soul, Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan dispersed, with a huge sky-breaking magic sword as the center. Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian, and Xianyuan Nishang formed a square formation.
Hiss!
Deep in the black clouds below, the thing that had been nailed into the ground by the sky-breaking devil sword suddenly raised its head. At first glance, this thing looks like a huge octopus as big as a mountain. Unlike the octopus, its body is covered with spikes. Moreover, the tentacles are densely packed and weird and disgusting, making one scalp numb just by looking at it.
I'll attack!
Chen Fan held the divine pillar, took a step forward, and struck the huge head below with a stick.
Boom!
Amidst the loud thunderous noise, black air was discharged to both sides like ocean waves.
Roar!
The big octopus below opened its mouth and a black beam of light spurted out, facing the Tontian divine pillar. 2 terrifying forces collided with each other.
Boom!
The black beam of light ejected by the big octopus was directly crushed by the Tontian divine pillar.
The divine pillar of Tantian remained unabated and continued to fall, hitting the head of the big octopus with one stick. The mountain-like head instantly opened with countless spider web-like cracks. The black ink-like juice overflowed from the cracks and actually started to burn. Good! Yi Hongyan and Henry Chu looked at each other with joy in their eyes. The power of the fusion of Chen Fan's 4 laws is actually much stronger than that big octopus. At this time, Chen Fan used the virtual soul to move faster and faster, quickly spinning around the head of the big octopus and hitting it with one stick after another. Chu Xian sacrificed the heaven sacrifice monument, and in conjunction with the black hole, began to crazily devour the escaping power. Neither Yi Hongyan nor Xianyuan Nishang took action. In Yi Hongyan's hand, 5 colorful sacred stones were slowly rotating. Xianyuan Nishang, however, stared at the other side. On the other side, there is a big octopus head. It was precisely because Xianyuan Nishang released the coercion and stared at that big head, that big octopus head, that she did not take action against Chen Fan. As long as another head dares to attack Chen Fan, Xianyuan Nishang, who is ready to attack, will definitely break out the most terrifying attack immediately. When it comes to combat experience and skills, if Xianyuan Nishang, who fought side by side with Chen Fan in ancient times, is ranked second, no one dares to be ranked first. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she looked at the head of the big octopus with a half smile. Sudden, it seemed that the big octopus couldn't wait any longer. Countless tentacles sprouted from its head and rolled toward Xianyuan Nishang. Xianyuan Nishang stood motionless in the void. She already knew that neither the big octopus nor the finger from the Valley of Death was powerful enough to shake the virtual soul of Chen Fan's 9th level void divine body. What's more, even without Chen Fan's virtual soul shrouding her, with her current divine body and strength, she wouldn't care about an attack of this level. Swish! 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 Tentacles penetrated Xianyuan Nishang's shadow. Really? Xianyuan Nishang smiled. Brother, this style of fighting is a bit bullying. As she spoke, she casually waved the long knife in her hand. The overwhelming tentacles were instantly cut off with a single knife, and all turned into black energy. Xianyuan Nishang raised her eyebrows and said, "Too weak." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly dodged and escaped from Chen Fan's virtual soul. Xianyuan Nishang entered his virtual soul state, and then appeared in front of the other head of the big octopus in a flash. Yi Hongyan couldn't help but shake her head. It's too messy. As she said this, there was no eagerness in her eyes. Although Xianyuan Nishang is the same as her, she only opened the 8th level of the void divine body. She does not have Chen Fan's 9th level of the void body, but her real strength is unimaginable. After all, Xianyuan Nishang has not been reincarnated, but has lived since ancient times until now. The moment she turned her hand, the world was shaken. Xianyuan Nishang was seen floating in front of the huge eyeball of the big octopus head. The long knife took off his hand and pierced into the big octopus's eyeball. The power of this long sword is even stronger than the divine pillar in Chen Fan's hand. With one strike, a black crack started from the big octopus's eyeball and quickly split forward. The huge octopus head split into 2 instantly. Boom! Endless black juice spurted out, condensed like countless swords, and pierced toward Xianyuan Nishang. Xianyuan Nishang snorted. The law of space was not applied to the whole body for protection. Instead, it was applied to the long knife, and he slashed it out at will. The black swords in the sky were all shattered in an instant. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A thicker tentacle flew out from below like lightning, and wrapped up Xianyuan Nishang. What? Xianyuan Nishang was slightly startled. With her current strength, as well as the 8th level of the void divine body, urging the void soul, can the tentacles of this thing still wrap her up? It's no wonder that the power of the 4 laws is fused. With a thought, Xianyuan Nishang's body further became blurred, and then Shiren broke away from the tentacle. Brother, this octopus is also integrated with the 4 laws. Henry Chu, Sister Hanyan, be careful, Xianyuan Nishang said, and with a casual knife, he cut the tentacle that had just wrapped around her into nothingness. Yi Hongyan frowned. This monster is indeed ridiculously powerful. If the 4 laws were truly integrated, then she and Henry Chu would have no need to take action. And taking action would also drag down Chen Fan and Xianyuan Nikhang. Yi Hongyan threw the 5-colored sacred stone, and then turned it directly into a black hole, and together with Henry Chu, began to wildly devour the surrounding power. And the 5-colored sacred stone flew down to Chen Fan's side with a roar, spinning rapidly around Chen Fan.
The divine pillar in Chen Fan's hand became even brighter.
It's over.
Chen Fan grinned, and the divine pillar in his hand suddenly grew in size. And he simply smashed the head of the big octopus that was spitting out black beams of light at him with a single stick. Chapter 488: The Void Demon that combines the three laws. The 19th layer of the Dark Abyss. In the vast mountains, the void suddenly shook slightly, and phantoms appeared one after another. In the middle is a huge skull throne. On the skeleton throne, an orange cat, who looked exactly like Henry Chu, was holding his chin with one hand, looking listless. To his left, Xiao He was gearing up. Around Xiao He, void chains were flying like whips, each chain piercing through a strange void demon. These chains strung together many void demons, and the scene was strange and terrifying. On the right side of the orange cat, Gongzi looked at the strings around him with a dark face, and was speechless for a while. This is the method suggested by Xiao He. Gongzi actually wanted to swallow these void demons directly into the black hole and seal them. But Xiao He said that it looks better this way, and is more deterrent to void demons. It was indeed more intimidating, because when they came along, those God King level void demons immediately turned around and ran away when they saw them. But the problem is, Gongzi believes that those void demons were not scared away by these strings, but by the breath of their ancestor gods. But forget it. Gongzi didn't want to quarrel with Xiu He either. Just string them together. Doing this finally has one advantage. It can boost morale. You see, the group of God Kings following behind are all as if they have been beaten to death. But this group of God Kings, who were like chicken blood, did nothing along the way and just watched the excitement. Gongzi himself will not say it. He is respected as the God of War by the powerful gods. Wherever he kills, the void demons will bleed like rivers of blood. And now, Xiao He, who has understood the three laws, is no longer as calm as before. Xiu He is more capable of killing than Gongzi. With these two great ancestral gods taking action, how could the following group of God Kings have any chance to take action? Not to mention these God Kings. The orange cat sat on the skull throne and didn't move much. At this time, a God King from the angelic Protoss flew to the side of the orange cat and said through his divine consciousness, "Sir, the stronghold of those void demons is ahead. Should we surround them and kill them all?" The orange cat tilted his head slightly, glanced at the God King, and said, "There is an ancestor god in there. How can it be so easy to kill them all?" The God King of the Angel God clan smiled sarcastically. The orange cat touched his chin and said, "These void demons are getting more and more cunning." After Chen Fan and the others emptied the Dark Abyss, none of the demons in the Dark Abyss came back. These void demons actually got into the Dark Abyss and brought them back. This is a habitat, Gongzi said. Perhaps they think that the boss and the others have emptied the area once and will not attack the Dark Abyss again in a short time. So they hide here? It's possible. The orange cat turned to look at Xiao He again. Xiao He, did you really find that there was an ancestral god-level void demon inside? Why didn't I feel anything at all? That's because you're too weak. Xiao He's words made the orange cat's eyes jump with anger. Gongzi said, Xiao He's law of life is extremely sensitive to the breath of the void demon. In this void, there are tens of millions of them inside, and outside there is a little bit of void demonic energy. And he can feel it. It's not surprising to find the void demon god at the level of the ancestral god. The orange cat immediately grabbed Xiao He and said, Xiao He, give me another clone to help me understand the law of life. Go away. Xiao He said angrily. Boss has also understood the law of life, and passed his understanding to Gongzi, and you threw the sole connection of the way to control beasts. Why do you want me to lose my clone? I gave you a clone, but your talent can't understand the laws of life. The orange cat's face suddenly darkened. If you don't want to give it, I won't give it to you. There's no need to mock my talent. Right? Isn't it? Xiao He was furious. I did not hesitate to waste my strength and soul to create so many clones and give them to you. As a result, my father understood the law of life in a few days, and you endured my death. The clone has not yet understood the laws of life. The dad in Xiao He's mouth is none other than martial ancestor Chen Han, because Chen Han is Chen Fan's father, and Chen Fan regards Xiao He and Gang Zi as brothers. Xiao He and Gang Zi directly call Chen Han Dad. Only Orange Cat didn't recognize this title because he was older than Chen Han. The Orange Cat blinked, coughed slightly and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about how to deal with the void demon at the level of the ancestor god inside. Gongzi tilted his head and said, Go straight in. Whoever kills the guy first will be his.
To kill an existence at the level of an ancestral god, you can pass through the black hole and the void chain, and finally plunder the power and laws of the ancestral god. So Chen Fan made a rule: whoever captures the ancestor god belongs to him, and others cannot steal it. Upon hearing this, the orange cat immediately stood up from the skull throne. But as soon as he stood up, he sat down again and said,
I didn't even feel the breath of that guy at such a close distance. It's not that easy to kill him. Don't think we have understood the two laws. Xiao He said calmly.
I have penetrated the three paths.
The orange cat gritted his teeth and continued.
But we are not yet able to control the power at the level of the ancestral gods. And the power of the law is still relatively unfamiliar, far from being comparable to those who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It's better not to fight alone, but to join forces.
Compared to Xiao He and Gongzi, the orange cat, who has lived for hundreds of years, is relatively safe. Gongzi was about to speak. Xiao He sneered and said,
Young master, I have already understood the three laws. If I still can't take down such a void demon, is that really true?
Gongzi frowned and said,
The three laws are not fused. This is not a mathematical calculation. 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. If you do not control the power of the law well, you may not be able to defeat a void with only one law. The devil.
Xiao He was very unconvinced.
Gongzi, are you scared? Afraid?
Gongzi sneered.
I have grown up so big that I don't know what it feels like to be afraid. Stop arguing,
Orange Cat said in a deep voice.
Don't you think Xiao He thinks that one person can defeat the ancestral god-level void demon god? Then I will give you this chance. Huh?
Xiao He was stunned. Since when did Orange Cat become so easy to talk to? There used to be a good thing, but he had to fight for it with all his strength. The Orange Cat said,
We will first use void confinement to confine the surrounding space, and use layers of space to seal the area with a radius of 1 million miles. After that, catch the turtle in the jar and beat the dog behind closed doors. If you can deal with that guy alone, then of course it would be best. We won't compete with you for the credit, but if you can't defeat it, I'm sorry to say that after we jointly suppressed it at the end, the credit has nothing to do with you.
Xiao He rolled his eyes twice, snorted and said,
Okay, I'll do as you say. If I can't handle it, even if I solve it later, I won't take the credit. I'll give it to you and Gongzi.
Gongzi shrugged, looking indifferent.
Hey!
The void chains around Xiao He quickly retracted, and were all included in the black hole. When Gongzi saw this, he quickly reminded,
Be careful. There is a large group of people watching here. Don't embarrass the boss.
Xiao He had no expression on his face, waved his hand and said,
When the general returns home in triumph, I'll have 3 more drinks with you.
Gongzi and Orange Cat.
Wait a minute.
The Orange Cat flew out with a void chain, grabbed Xiao He, and said,
Let's do it together first and imprison the surrounding area. Oh, I almost forgot.
Xiao He nodded, and together with Gongzi and Orange Cat, sealed the entire area with a radius of 1 million miles. All 3 of them have controlled the laws of space, making it easier to activate the void confinement. In the void, the 3 of them entered the virtual soul state. After just traveling back and forth for a short while, they had already laid out layers of space around them.
Call!
The Orange Cat landed back on the skeleton throne very gracefully, and then said calmly,
Go! Xiao He! It's up to you now.
Xiao He grinned, took a step forward, and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Gongzi immediately approached the Orange Cat and said,
Is Xiao He going to be okay? I can't feel the ancestral god-level void demon inside. I'm afraid that thing is not simple. Then what can happen?
Orange Cat said,
You are already at the 8th level of the void divine body, and you also control the laws of life and space. If you can't beat him, there won't be much of a problem. You have forgotten that back then in the dark abyss, Xiao He was chased by the 3 ancestral gods, just because he activated the law of life and exhausted his divine power.
Gongzi nodded. As soon as he nodded, there was a loud bang in the mountains ahead. The terrifying energy swept across, and the surrounding mountains began to be bulldozed. Subsequently, a figure rose into the sky and flew towards this side like lightning. Xiao He shouted while flying,
Hurry! Help! Help!
Gongzi and Orange Cat, a group of god kings behind. Is it a little too fast? What about Xiao He's arrogance just now?
Very strong!
Orange Cat and Gongzi looked at each other and flew out like lightning.
Brush!
Xiao He in the air also stopped. The 3 of them surrounded a big dog with 2 horns in the middle. Looking at the big dog, as big as a mountain, The orange cat couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Neither he nor Gongzi expected that the existence that could force Xiao Hei to shout for help in just a few moves would look like this. The orange cat narrowed his eyes and said,
Gongzi, look at whether this dog is male or female. You are the expert.
The corner of Gongzi's mouth twitched.
I feel like you are complimenting me. But it always sounds wrong to me.
Orange cat.
What's wrong? I was just praising you.
Xiao Hei jumped to his feet.
That's enough for you too. This guy is a fusion of two laws.
Huh? The orange cat was startled.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm shouting for help. Don't you understand?
Xiao Hei said angrily.
His attack can hurt me who has transformed into a virtual soul.
When Gongzi and Orange Cat heard this, they quickly activated the virtual soul to the extreme. The orange cat sensed Xiao Hei's injuries through his virtual soul. And then he breathed a sigh of relief and said,
Oh no! I almost scared you to death. But I only suffered a little injury. It's just like ordinary people losing their skin. So why don't you yell?
What's the strength?
Xiao Hei also calmed down and said,
Yes. I was mainly caught off guard and injured in the virtual soul state. So I lost my position.
Yeah.
Come together and kill him. The big dog
glanced at Xiao Hei and the others. His expression extremely solemn.
Gongzi said in a deep voice. Boss and the others have killed so many ancestral god-level void demon gods before. But they have never encountered an existence that fused the two laws. Where did this guy come from?
Orange Cat said.
Deal with him and extract his memory. Then you will know.
Xiao Hei said hesitantly.
3 ancestral gods. Beating up 1 ancestral god. Isn't this a bit too shameless?
The orange cat's eyes widened.
It's unbelievable that you actually know the word shameless. Then you can be more aggressive and kill him directly. Then he will have no chance to call you shameless.
Xiao Hei nodded.
That makes sense.
As soon as Xiao Hei finished speaking, a black beam of light from the
big dog's
mouth penetrated through the orange cat's chest.
Oh, it hurts a little.
The orange cat staggered in the air and said,
Isn't this in the power of 2 laws? This is the power of 3 laws. This kind of aura is similar to Yun Hong from another universe. I'm afraid this guy escaped from a certain seal.
What? Gongzi and Xiao Hei were surprised. The existence that combines the 3 laws is no small matter and cannot be defeated by them.
Xiao Hei, join forces with me to stop him.
Gongzi shouted loudly and said,
Orange cat, transform into a black hole. Contact the boss.
A figure flashed in the air, and Gongzi and Xiao Hei stood side by side. The orange cat appeared behind them again and turned into a black hole, trying to contact Chen Fan and Chu Xian through the black hole.
Hold on a little longer. The black hole can't contact Chen Fan that quickly.
The orange cat was afraid that Gongzi and Xiao Hei wouldn't be able to resist, and in the end his black hole would be crushed by the big dog. Xiao Hei and Gongzi didn't say anything. One held a knife and the other a sword, and they rushed forward at the same time. Even if the opponent has integrated the 3 laws, it is not that easy to kill them now. The 2 of them took advantage of the void soul and the laws of space to quickly spin around the big dog and attack continuously. Although the opponent was not thrown into disarray, it was still overwhelming.
Chen Fan.
In the black hole, the orange cat's consciousness was rushing towards the depths of the black hole, shouting, Help! Dushinshan realm. Nanshanman. Chen Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, felt something. Immediately, after he split into a clone, his whole body instantly turned into a black hole. The black hole flashed in the sky and disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, in the black hole of the orange cat, Chen Fan's voice rang out.
You have already understood the 2 laws. What are you going to encounter when you call for help?
The orange cat was overjoyed.
The 3 principles have met an existence that combines the 3 principles. Gongzi and Xiao Hei are pestering that thing. Go quickly.
Before Orange Cat finished speaking,
Chen Fan's breath had disappeared. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, a figure flickered, and Chen Fan appeared out of thin air with his hands behind his back.
Very good!
The frightened group of god kings in the distance were immediately overjoyed. Chapter 489 Void Hell Dog. Mirror Image Clone.
Call!
Almost as soon as Chen Fan appeared, a huge flame swallowed him up instantly. On the other side, Xiao Hei and Gongzi, who were furiously attacking around the big dog, were also whipped away by the big dog's tail. Somewhat interesting. Amid the endless firelight, Chen Fan walked out slowly. The flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea did not even burn the corners of his clothes. Chen Fan looked at the huge, big dog, indifferently and frowned.
The Void Hell Dog that combines the 3 laws is really a dog.
He can see the other party's attribute panel, and naturally knows the other party's name. But after Chen Fan called out the name of the void-held dog, its originally violent eyes became much more solemn. Unlike Shuhei, Gongzi and the others, he felt the aura of law fusion in Chen Fan. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the void-held dog, and its huge body quickly shrank, finally turning into a black-robed woman. The black-robed woman stretched out her hand, and a pitch-black spear was already in her hand.
Alas!
The orange cat behind shouted,
It's a female!
Gongzi and Shuhei. At this time, the void-held dog stared at Chen Fan with a ferocious expression, and the black energy around him surged crazily like ocean waves. Although Xiaohei and Gongzi had all turned into virtual souls, they felt the power and still retreated. The next moment, the void-held dog standing in the void was split into two. Later, the orange cat laughed again.
Comparing with us? How fun!
That's not a clone. Chen Fan's pupils shrank slightly. In his induction, the two women turned into phantoms. But the phantoms were wrapped in vast demonic energy. The original form of the void-held dog seemed to have disappeared. Chen Fan scratched his head and glanced at the attribute panels of the two women. Mirror clone. This is a mirror clone condensed using the laws of space and the laws of death. Exactly how strong it is unknown. As for the true form of the void-held dog, Chen Fan silently glanced at the void on his right. His right-hand side was empty. However, the attribute panel of the void-held dog was emitting a dazzling light in Chen Fan's sight.
Call!
Just when Chen Fan was laughing, a void dog directly opposite him disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, a cold murderous intent suddenly struck from behind Chen Fan.
So fast!
Chen Fan was slightly startled, turned around quickly, and slashed out with his right hand the sky-breaking devil's sword. But the void-held dog moved extremely fast. The moment the sky-breaking devil's sword slashed out, she sank down like a ghost, dodged the sword, and struck Chen Fan's lower back with her left hand like lightning.
Boom!
Chen Fan snorted softly, feeling as if he was hit by a big rock, and flew out uncontrollably. When the orange cat saw this, he immediately shouted,
Don't be careless. Enter the virtual soul state.
Gongzi frowned.
Shut up and don't disturb the boss's actions.
Xiaohei grinned and said,
The 9th level of the void divine body is really powerful. After receiving such a slap, she was killed without any damage. Death.
The void-held dog, who thought he had the upper hand, came first and chased after him. The black gun in his hand brought a mountain-shattering force and hit Chen Fan's head like a stick.
Brush!
The shadow of the gun smashed through Chen Fan's afterimage, directly smashing out a huge deep pit in the mountains below. Chen Fan, who dodged the stick, dodged around the void-held dog several times, then stepped forward and slashed in succession.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
The light of the sky-breaking devil sword illuminated the night sky, forming a network of swords that shrouded down towards the void-held dog. The attacking void-held dog was just a condensed mirror image of the void-held dog. When she saw Chen Fan's sword urging her to kill him, she didn't even dodge and raised the black spear to strike hard. The shadow of the gun was like a dragon, and almost in an instant, it collided with the shrouded sword light.
Boom, 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 boom!
Dazzling light and deafening sound erupted. The two figures were separated as soon as they touched.
Call!
After a brief exchange, the two sides quickly separated and stopped. The arm of the void-held dog was cut off at the shoulder level. Chen Fan was unscathed, but Chen Fan, who had the upper hand, couldn't help but frown. In his spiritual perception, it is just a mirror image of an image, but the attack can turn into reality. In a sense, it is a bit similar to a virtual soul. No soul, no flesh and blood. It's just a mirror image of pure power, even if it was cut off by the sky-breaking demon sword. Under Chen Fan's gaze, the arm of the void-held dog immediately grew out. This scene immediately made the orange cats and others exclaim in surprise. At this time, the power of the void-held dog is still rising crazily. There seems to be no end. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he glanced ahead. There was the void demon stronghold that Orange Cat and Xiaohei had surrounded before. At this time, beams of light that were invisible to the naked eye rose up from somewhere in the middle and quickly converged towards the two mirror clones of the void-held dog. This void demon is actually extracting the power of other void demons. At this moment, the void-held dog opposite suddenly laughed strangely and spoke the language of the god realm.
Are you thinking about an escape strategy? Do you think you still have this chance?
Chen Fan stared at the void-held dog coldly and did not answer. The void-held dog yelled crazily.
My power is still rising and growing. Are you feeling depressed now? Do you feel hopeless? No. Chen Fan shook his head slightly and said, I just feel that you talk too much. Even if your strength increases 10 times, you still can't hurt me. Really? The void-held dog laughed angrily and said, You are too arrogant. Ignorant demon god of the 7th universe. You can never imagine how powerful I am now. When I completely integrate the power of millions of void demons, I can crush you into pieces with one move. Behind, Xiao Hei was stunned for a moment. What? There are millions of void demons in the stronghold we surrounded? The orange cat touched his chin. How do these guys reproduce? Are they all bugs? Is it? Chen Fan twisted his neck slightly and squeezed hard with the fist of his left hand. Suddenly, his body made an explosion sound like fried beans. Next moment, boom! The extremely terrifying aura immediately spread out in all directions from the blade of the sky-breaking demon sword. This is the breath of the fusion of the 4 laws. Feeling the terrifying aura, the void-held dog's eyes suddenly shrank, filled with fear. Although it is a mirror clone, it is also a carrier of power, so it cannot be wasted. Chen Fan said lightly, teleported, appeared on the right side of the void-held dog, and slashed out with a single slash. Presumptuous. The void-held dog, which had extracted countless void demons, didn't take it seriously. He raised the spear in his hand and raised it up. The mirror clone can be constantly reorganized, so she never thought about dodging. When? The peerless sword light of the sky-breaking demon sword instantly split the black spear into 2 pieces, and then fell down, splitting the void-held dog in 2. Boom! The 2 halves of the void-held dog's body exploded. Countless dots of light scattered in all directions. You? Another furious voice of the void-held dog came over. Snort! Chen Fan snorted, raised his head slightly, and smashed out the sky-destroying demon sword again. Having suffered a loss once, this time the void-held dog didn't dare to push it any further. He bent down and slapped it into the void with his palm. Void mirror! Tong tong tong! Divine power surged above the void, and 3 huge mirrors appeared in an instant. Each of the 3 mirrors is more than 10 meters thick, 100 meters wide, and 1,000 meters high, as if they stand tall on the sky and the earth. Every mirror is covered with runes. The light is flowing, and a demon releasing an evil aura is engraved on the top of the mirror frame. Boom! Soon enough, Chen Fan's sword energy struck the first mirror with lightning speed that could not cover his ears. The mirror suddenly shattered. The sword's light remained unabated and continued to advance, blasting the 2 mirrors behind it into ashes. But the void-held dog behind the mirror has disappeared. Next moment, mirror suddenly appeared around Chen Fan, surrounding him. Under the reflection of the mirror, dozens of Chen Fan seemed to appear in the night sky carrying the sky-breaking demon sword. Chen Fan was floating in the air with the sky-breaking demonic sword, remaining unchanged in response to all changes. Sudden, Chen Fan in one of the mirrors stepped out of the mirror and slashed down towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan was slightly surprised. Under the shroud of divine consciousness, there was no sign of illusion. Even the aura on the sky-breaking demon sword was the same as the one in his hand. How can this be? Chen Fan retreated with lightning and slashed out with his sword. But as soon as he took out the sword, another Chen Fan walked out of the mirror behind him and struck him on the head with the sword. Faced with attacks from both front and back, Chen Fan retracted the knife decisively and sank quickly. Call out! The 2 figures attacking from the front and back quickly crossed each other in the air, and then quickly chased Chen Fan. Chen Fan's body fell rapidly towards the mountains below like a meteorite. But the strange thing is that the mirrors around him actually fall as he falls. No matter how fast he was, those mirrors were always surrounding him like gangrene attached to his bones. Cut! Chen Fan frowned slightly, increased his speed suddenly, and fell into the canyon below with a loud bang. Chen Fan quickly appeared one after another in the mirrors. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and directly entered the virtual soul state. He had not entered the virtual soul state before, but just wanted to have a good fight with the existence that integrated the 3 laws. But the void-held dog himself was hiding outside, using this kind of magic trick to fight with him. But it made him feel bored. With this level of power, even if he doesn't enter the virtual soul, it's impossible for the other party to shake him. There's no point in getting hung up on it. TSK, 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 TSK! Attack after attack penetrated Chen Fan's body, but could not hurt Chen Fan at all. Chen Fan sneered, and even the image was completely put away, turned into nothingness, and disappeared without a trace. The Chen Fans, who were chasing him, merged into one, and took the form of the void-held dog.
The void-held dog stood in a pile of rocks and glanced around coldly.
Get out!
The void-held dog snorted coldly and said,
Do you think you can trap me with this crappy trick?
The words just fell. There was a sudden thunderbolt in the void, and a thunderball with a diameter of 3 meters hit her with a whirlwind.
Little tricks.
The void-held dog was content and unafraid, waving the spear in his hand like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, and pierced the thunderball with one shot.
Boom!
Before the thunderball even landed, it was blasted into ashes by the violent gun light. But when the storm swept across, Chen Fan appeared from behind the void-held dog like a ghost.
Brush!
The peerless sword light shows its sharp edge. The light of the sword stirred up the vitality of the surrounding world, causing strong winds and flying dust. An overwhelming and terrifying aura instantly filled the area with a radius of 10,000 miles.
Well done!
The void-held dog reacted extremely quickly, dashed forward quickly, and then turned around suddenly while dashing forward.
Ha!
The moment he turned around, the void-held dog roared loudly. Black energy surged in his arms. He grabbed the black gun in his hand and stabbed it upwards diagonally. The power of the fusion of the 3 laws was completely released at this moment. A black cloud the size of an acre immediately formed on the tip of the black spear of the void-held dog.
Boom!
A shocking sound erupted in the underground canyon. I saw the light of Chen Fan's sword and the black cloud that opened the tip of the void-held dog's spear. After splitting a hole, it shattered into pieces.
Snort!
Chen Fan snorted softly, and the power of the fusion of the 4 laws bloomed, leaving a series of afterimages on the field, and blasted out towards the void-held dog. At first glance, it looked like a dozen Chen Fans appeared on the field, slashing at the void-held dog with their swords at the same time.
Damn it!
The void-held dog couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's movements, so he had to move the spear back, grasp the spear with both hands and dance quickly, forming a protective net. As her spear danced, the same black clouds as before appeared above her head, front and back, left and right.
Boom, boom, boom!
All Chen Fan's attacks landed on the black clouds.
Boom!
The crazy superposition of power oppressed the black clouds, and the void-held dog pushed open the black clouds. The ground where his feet stepped was cracked every inch.
What kind of sword skill is this? Why is it that the power of the 4 laws is as terrifying as the Lord of the Void?
The void-held dog felt the terrifying power, and was frightened. Swish! 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 The endless sword light seemed to swallow up the sky and cover everything. Chen Fan's speed is getting faster and faster, and there are more and more afterimages. One knife after another. As fast as lightning. Endless. Keep falling towards the void-held dog. It's not so much one sword as it is 10,000 swords. The endless knife net completely enveloped the void-held dog. The power of each knife is superimposed together. The void-held dog's body was making bang 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 explosions, and it was almost unbearable.
Boom!
But in just a few breaths, the black clouds around the void-held dog collapsed. No matter how powerful the fusion of the 3 laws is, how can it be stronger than the power of the 4 laws? The seemingly indestructible black cloud finally completely shattered under the crushing force of Chen Fan's series of sword rays.
How can it be?
The void-held dog was stunned for a moment. At this time, Chen Fan appeared behind her like a ghost and swiped his knife across her lower waist.
Boom!
The sky-breaking demonic sword with blank power blasted the void-held dog into nothingness with one strike. Endless bits of light immediately converged towards Chen Fan under the guidance of the black hole. Chen Fan put away his sword and stood up, raised his head, and looked into the void. The mirror clone was crushed. And with the crazy personality of the void dog, he would never give up. As expected, just after a short while, above the void, with the light flashing, another void-held dog slowly condensed and took shape.
If we continue fighting like this, we don't know how long it will last.
Chen Fan frowned and murmured.
You have been watching the show for a long time. Have you seen enough?
The words just fell. Chen Fan has appeared behind the invisible void-held dog.
What?
The void-held dog was horrified.
Brush!
Compared with before, this knife is too simple, just like chopping wood. But what is different from the countless knives in front is that this sword is what truly activates the power of the fusion of the 4 laws. Chapter 498 Glimmer of Hope. Cooperation? With one sweep of the knife, the void-held dog's body was immediately split into 2. The next moment, the 2 broken halves of the body struggled wildly, as if trying to dissolve the power of the fusion of the 4 laws. But is this power so easy to dissolve? Even if Chen Fan stood still on the edge, the 2 halves of his body were constantly being shattered at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan thought and turned into a black hole. swallowing both halves of his body. The existence of the three laws is too precious. It would be a huge loss if it was really completely shattered by the power of the four laws. After putting away the black hole, Chen Fan was in a good mood. As for where this void dog came from, he was not in a hurry. Go back and refine it, and you will know everything naturally. Such a powerful ancestral god is enough to help an ancestral god integrate the three laws in a short period of time. At this time, a black hole appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan staggered, and his entire body was swallowed up by the black hole.
Depend on!
Chen Fan was so angry that he immediately transformed into a ghost, and then slapped him away with two palms.
Boom! Boom!
The black hole shattered, and two figures flew out in confusion. It was Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao.
You two idiots! Fighting in a black hole?
Chen Fan said angrily.
We haven't figured out the black hole thing yet. It's something that can swallow even light. Aren't you afraid of fighting and fighting in it? In the end, the black hole will twist and collapse, and you will die without a burial place?
Yi Hao shrank his neck and said,
This guy wants to steal the ancestral god from me.
Chen Fan was stunned.
What kind of ancestor god are you robbing?
Yi Hao said.
That's right. Brother Fan, have you already dealt with the ancestral god level void demon that integrated the three laws?
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Xiaohe and the others found out that they couldn't beat him, so they immediately used the black hole to contact him. As soon as he received the message, he rushed over. But before he had time to tell Yi Hao and the others, how did Yi Hao know? Chen Fan's expression changed and he said,
How did you know?
Yi Hao smiled and said,
I know everything about Xiaohe calling for help in the black hole. At that time, I was practicing as a clone in the black hole.
So? Shen Tao Tao nodded expressionlessly.
Me too.
Xiaohe almost jumped up.
What? Do you all know about such a shameful thing? Does it mean that other ancestor gods also know about it?
Chen Fan touched his chin. The black holes between them can indeed be connected to each other. When Shen Tao Tao was chased by his father, he finally transformed into a black hole and used the black hole to connect with Chen Fan who was coming. And then he escaped. Xiaohe used the black hole to contact Chen Fan in the Dutian divine realm in the dark abyss. And it was also through the black hole. However, Chen Fan did not expect that the black hole between everyone had become so close. Is it because he has understood many laws and improved his cultivation in ancient times? After thinking about it, Chen Fan decided to study it carefully when he went back. It would be much more interesting if they could use black holes to communicate across long distances and support each other through black hole jumps to fight against the void in the future.
Go home!
Chen Fan was in a good mood and waved his hand.
Wait a moment!
The orange cat quickly stopped Chen Fan and said,
There are still a group of void demons over there that have not been dealt with.
Chen Fan blinked.
I almost forgot.
Here is a stronghold established by the void demon. When the void hell dog fought with him just now, he activated a secret method to continuously extract the power of the millions of void demons in the stronghold. Millions of void demons. This is the first time even Chen Fan has seen such a quantity. At this time, those void demons were already panicking because the void hell dog was killed, and they tried their best to escape. But before Xiaohe and the others took action, under the guidance of Orange Cat, they used void confinement to condense the space within a 1,000,000-mile radius and completely confine it. After a group of void demons escaped a certain distance, they were all blocked by the impenetrable space one by one. Chen Fan tilted his head towards Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao and said,
Since you are here, you should also do some work, together with Xiaohe and the others. Go and deal with those void demons. Be careful. Don't kill them all directly. After sealing, let's distinguish whether the gods in the divine world are polluted by the void. The gods polluted by the void are left behind, and all other void demons are destroyed. Okay.
Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao immediately became excited. The two of them, along with Orange Cat and Xiaohe, led a group of god kings behind them and dispersed to kill them. Chen Fan shrugged, turned and left the dark abyss, realm of gods, valley of death. After Chen Fan slashed at the demonic shadow, it turned into a black hole again. He treated Void Lord Seven's finger like a leek and cut it off again and again until the remaining soul of Void Lord Seventh lost his temper. But until now, Chen Fan still hasn't killed him. It's not unwillingness, but his strength is still not enough. Even if he fused the four laws, he still couldn't completely devour the seventh power of the Void Lord alone. The Valley of Death is the most terrifying place among the 9 forbidden areas in the God realm. At this time, Chen Fan's clone, Xian Yuan Nishang, Yi Hongyan, and the others were sweeping through the restricted areas one by one. The existence of seals in those forbidden areas is far inferior to the 7th Void Lord in front of me. After the other 8 forbidden areas are solved, the power of the Void Demon God in those 8 forbidden areas is devoured, and the artifacts in the seal are retrieved. It will almost be the turn of the 7th Void Lord of the Valley of Death. Chen Fan was leisurely, and ready to leave the depths of the seal. Sudden.
Wait a moment.
The 7th voice of the Void Lord suddenly came over. Chen Fan turned around in surprise.
Why? You still want to keep me for dinner?
The 7th Lord of the Void.
King of Demons. I can feel that your power is increasing by leaps and bounds. Have you integrated the 4 laws?
Chen Fan tilted his head and said,
Not bad.
There is no need to hide this kind of thing. Even if the power of the fusion of the 4 laws is not activated, the existence of more laws can still be sensed.
The speed of your cultivation can be said to be unprecedented.
A ray of light flashed in the 7th eye of the Lord of the Void. And he said,
Could it be said that you have regained the memory of ancient times?
No. Chen Fan shook his head.
Impossible.
Void Lord 7th roared.
How could you practice so fast without getting back the memory of ancient times? The understanding of the laws and the integration of the laws are calculated based on millions of years. In such a short time. You stopped me because you wanted to say this nonsense?
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. Void Lord 7th was silent for a moment before saying,
Demon King. Actually, we can cooperate. Cooperation?
Chen Fan grinned. The remnant soul of the Void Lord, who is extremely evil, actually wants to cooperate. Are you getting anxious because you are about to cut the leak root? Just listen to the 7th Void Lord say.
You were right before. The so-called Void Lord is just a puppet. He doesn't even have a name. Only a numerical code. Under the Lord of the Void, all are ants. The Lord of the Void is no exception. King of Demons. You killed 13 Void Monarchs back then. But you could only delay them for a little while. If the Lord of the Void is willing, he can create thousands of Lords of the Void in just a few breaths. No matter your universe or other universes. It cannot be stopped.
Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Then, why should I cooperate with you? What can you give me? Why should you cooperate with me? I have been thinking about why I want to cooperate with you.
Void Lord 7 said.
I have been thinking about it for a long time. When a puppet realizes that he is a puppet, he will naturally no longer want to be a puppet. When a chess piece realizes it is a chess piece, it will find a way to get off the board. The Void Monarchs back then were killed by you. Some of them are probably completely dead. Others, like me, were cut into several parts by you and sealed in different places. We have naturally been treated as abandoned children a long time ago. When the Void comes, our fate and your fate will be the same. Destiny?
Chen Fan sneered. Void Lord 7 said.
Being assimilated by the Void and then completely swallowed up. This is your destiny and mine.
So, Chen Fan said.
Do you think we are dead? It's not death.
Void Lord 7 said.
It's more terrifying than death. I was also sealed for millions of years before I figured this out. King of Demons. It is undeniable that your talent is astonishing throughout the ages. But no, you cannot stop the Lord of the Void. That is an existence that can even swallow the heaven. Countless epochs have passed, and no one knows how many heavens they have devoured and fused. Nothing in heaven or on earth can stop them.
Chen Fan was silent for a while, and then said,
If you are so pessimistic, what is the point of asking me to cooperate? A glimmer of hope.
Void Lord 7 said.
Whether it's a mortal, a god or a demon, or a void demon, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, how can we let it go?
Chen Fan's face was as dark as water.
Where is the vitality?
Void Lord Qi did not speak, but looked at Chen Fan and laughed. Chen Fan said calmly,
Don't want to say. Forget it. After weakening your power to a certain extent, I will swallow you with a black hole and extract your memories.
The Lord of the Void shook his head and said,
Before I disappear into ashes, I will destroy all my memories. You can't see it.
Chen Fan's face darkened.
Is this your sincerity in wanting to cooperate with me? This is my trump card.
The Lord of the Void said,
With this trump card, you will be willing to cooperate with me. Without this trump card, why would you cooperate with me?
Chen Fan sneered.
Why do I think you do have such a trump card? You can take a gamble.
Void Lord number 7 said,
Gamble.
You won't lose.
After a moment of silence, Chen Fan said,
I need to know roughly. Otherwise, you will just wait to die.
The 7th Lord of the Void looked at Chen Fan and said nothing. After waiting for a moment, Chen Fan turned around and prepared to leave.
Good.
Void Lord 7 said,
It doesn't hurt to reveal a little bit. I know the weakness of the Lord of the Void.
You? Chun Fan laughed dumbly.
It's just a puppet. You just said it yourself. If the Void Lord is willing, he can create thousands of Void Lords in a few breaths. How can such a random product know the weakness of the Lord of the Void? Demon King.
Void Lord 7 said.
Your sky-destroying demon sword has a power that is not inferior to that of this universe. So, you who have not recovered your ancient memories should now understand what the multiverse is. The multiverse is a theoretically infinite, or finite set of possible universes. This universe is like a box, trapping you all in it. And there may be an infinite number of such boxes. The void is the cracks in these countless boxes. Do you know how the void was formed?
Chun Fan smiled and said.
Do you know? I don't know either.
Void Lord 7 said.
But Void Lord seems to know. If your side of the universe is a box, then the void is like a bigger box. A box that covers many universes. The Lord of the Void understands this. So he wants to get out of this box. It is devouring universes like crazy just to break the shackles.
Chun Fan fell silent. He had never heard of such a statement. Even though he had devoured many ancestral god-level void demon gods before, he had not seen these things from the memories of those void demon gods. Even the memory of the 11th Lord of the Void does not have this kind of knowledge. This 7th Void Lord knows a lot.
Right.
Chun Fan silently glanced at Void Lord number 7 and said calmly.
So, how do you cooperate with me?
The 7th Lord of the Void said.
You help me reorganize the demon body. And I will help you deal with the Lord of the Void. Reconstruct the demon body?
Chun Fan's lips curled up slightly.
You really have a big appetite.
The one who said they were cooperating was just a wisp of the soul left in the fingers of the 7th Lord of the Void. But this remnant soul asked Chun Fan to help him reorganize his demonic body. Does this mean to help him unlock all the seals and finally bring back a complete Void Lord 7th? What a joke. At that time, there will be no need for the Lord of the Void to come. Just the 7th Lord of the Void will be able to level this universe.
You don't have to be in a hurry to do this now.
The 7th Lord of the Void seemed to see Chun Fan's anger and said,
But you have to speed up a little bit. Because the time for the Void to come is almost here.
Chun Fan quietly glanced at Void Princess number 7. Then moved and disappeared out of thin air. Void Lord 7 stared at the place where Chun Fan disappeared for a long time before closing his eyes.
I actually want to join forces with the demon god of a universe to deal with the Lord of the Void. Am I crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. When the Void comes, that universe will go crazy. Let's all go crazy together. Have a party. Perhaps. The Demon King is the only hope for this world. Chapter 491 Angels and Demons Collude. This is a huge planet. At least 5 times that of Blue Star. After the bruised Shinyan climbed out of the space crack with difficulty. He lay on the edge of the cliff and finally got a chance to breathe. Space cracks are so scary. Even with the virtual soul turned on, she was still seriously injured when she passed through the rift in space. Her strength was almost exhausted, and she was split into countless pieces. But the Void Divine body is really too strong. Qin looked at his body, that was healing rapidly, and couldn't help but laugh. The energy in the surrounding heaven and earth was rapidly gathering towards her. Even if the Angel God clan's skills are not activated, the Void Divine body is still frantically absorbing the energy from the surrounding heaven and earth to heal itself. Qin took a breath and turned his head to look down the cliff. This mortal world is strange. The big trees are all in a mushroom state, and the flowers or fruits on the mushrooms are also emitting various lights such as red, orange, yellow, and green. Qin leaned against a big stone and dropped a pill into his mouth. Time does not wait. We must conquer this planet as soon as possible. Countless demons descended to the lower world. This was the plan of the Demon King. Coming to the lower realm and implementing the way of beast control, and the demon blood plan is a road of no return. Because returning to the god realm is more difficult than descending to the lower realm. He used his cultivation strength to split his clones against the weakest, and then used his virtual soul to swipe down the river. Although it was difficult, Qin finally succeeded in coming to this world. But if you want to go back, it's like going upstream. The strength is too weak, and it is impossible to swim against the current, because it cannot last long. And if the power is too strong, it will set off a storm in the space cracks and die faster. No matter how powerful the Void Divine body is, it cannot sustain indefinitely in the space storm. Maybe the Demon King can. But Qin knew that it was absolutely impossible for a low-level demon god like her to do such a thing. Well, ever since those old guys in the god realm planted the world tree, it has become like this. Before planting the world tree, mortals in the lower world could cultivate to the divine realm. Once you reach the divine realm through cultivation, you will see the passage leading to the divine realm, and then enter the divine realm. It's good now. The upper and lower realms are completely in chaos. The lower realm has completely become a place that provides energy to the world tree. The same goes for this world. With countless cracks in the sky. Every crack is connected to another world. The space barrier has become so fragile. If it hadn't been for the return of the Demon King, Shen Yun really couldn't imagine how long the God Realm would have been able to sustain it. Likewise, she could not imagine how long this world could last. After resting for a while, Shen Yun stood up. She entered the lower realm with a sense of mission in her heart. This is not about doing things for the Demon King. This is saving the world. Save the world of gods. Save heaven and earth. Use the fastest speed to conquer this world. And then extend outward through those cracks and secret realms. So that you can help the Demon King collect void energy and the power of faith as soon as possible. Huh? As soon as he stood up, Shen Yun showed a strange expression. At this time, her consciousness covered the entire planet. So she could see everything on the planet. Under the cover of her consciousness, she saw that a demon from the dark abyss had arrived first. Wrong. The demon was also covered in bruises and had the aura of space cracks on his body. He also just arrived. Asshole. Are you competing with me for territory and credit? Kill you. Over the vast jungle. Looking at the ferocious-looking and huge demon in front of him, Dino felt a trace of despair in his heart. Before taking action, he could already feel the indescribable gap between the two sides. This is not the same level at all. The Tianheng realm was devastated. He, the strongest person in the Tianheng realm, led countless people and finally sealed the raging demons. Why? Another one this big? What about the God we believe in? Where are the angels who promised to protect us? Where are you now? Dino's face was expressionless, but he was roaring in his heart. Behind him, the countless powerful men from the Tianheng realm also had despair in their eyes. Everyone knows the difference. Although the demon was covered in wounds, the demonic energy around him surged at will, sweeping away the surrounding jungle for thousands of miles. Terrible. No more waiting. Dino's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the moaning demon, although he didn't understand how the demon was so seriously injured. But take advantage of his illness and kill him. If you can't kill that demon now, you will never have the chance again. Dino gritted his teeth and stuffed several bottles of pills directly into his mouth. If you swallow so many elixirs, your skin will peel off even if you don't die. But at this moment, when the life and death of Tianheng realm is at stake, how can Dino care so much? As soon as the pill was swallowed, waves of terrifying power swept through Dino's body. The crazy impact of those energies immediately tore several of his meridians. Dino's eyes turned red as he activated his star power and guided the power into the star sea quickly. Die! The moment the demon in front raised his head, the long sword in Dino's hand burst out with dazzling light, and he slashed towards the demon's head with one sword. As soon as the demon raised his head, with a bang, he was struck down by Dino's sword. The demon's huge body directly smashed a bottomless hole into the forest below that had been cleared away by the demonic energy. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Chen Yun's loud laughter suddenly sounded in the sky above. Dino and a group of strong men from the Tianheng realm looked up and were immediately overjoyed. A pair of white wings exuding holy light. Isn't this the angel recorded in the mural? Angels know about the crisis in Tianheng realm and come to help us. Without waiting for Dino and others to react. Boom! In the bottomless pit below, the demon's huge body rose into the sky. A wisp of fierce and angry consciousness spread. You dare to beat me? Don't you want to live anymore? That voice exploded like thunder in the minds of Dino and all the powerful people in Tianheng realm, making their eyes black. Dino took a closer look and saw that there was not even a single scar left on the demon's head that he had slashed with his sword. Huh? As soon as the devil rushed out, he immediately discovered Shen Yun. He scratched his head and said, Are there actually angels in this world? Are you an idiot? Shen Yun said. I also just came out of the space crack. The devil's eyes suddenly widened. What? You want to compete with me for territory? Grab your uncle, Shen Yun said. Come down from the god realm to find the mortal world. And after rushing into the space channel, it is random. Who knows which mortal world you enter? Little devil, let me tell you clearly that since I appear here, I am the master of this place. You will be my assistant from now on. What a beautiful idea. The devil's body flashed with light and transformed into a short-haired muscular man. The short-haired muscular man waved his hand and said, We, the demon king of the dark abyss, are the co-lords of heaven and earth. The king of heaven and earth. You angels and gods must also bow their heads. How can you have the nerve to let me be your assistant? Shen Yun rolled his eyelids and said,
The Demon King is the co-owner of heaven and earth. Naturally, I have no objection. But this doesn't mean that your demon race is the top god race. If you dare to disobey me, believe it or not, I will kill you.
The short-haired muscular man sneered and said,
We are all low-level demon gods. And we have also activated the Void Divine Body and Void Soul. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Right.
Shen Yun was silent. What she said before was all because of the superiority of the Angel God clan. But analyze it carefully. Just like this guy said, if she wants to kill the other party, it may not be that easy. What's more, the relationship between the Angel God clan and the Dark Abyss Demon clan is actually very good. It was only later that the relationship became strained again because of the Killing Angel King's promiscuity. After the return of the Demon King and the Angel God King, they have become close buddies. Shen Yun rolled his eyes and said,
Okay,
I just meant to say harsh words. And I didn't really want to kill you. If I really kill you, I won't be able to do business with the king. Let's do this. Join forces once. After all, the world is quite big, and there are quite a few cracks and secret realms in the sky. They are spreading outward, and some of them are busy.
The muscular man with short hair nodded.
Okay.
Dino and other powerful people in Tianheng Realm were all shocked. They cannot understand the language of the gods. But angels and demons are united. Even a fool can see it. Why is this happening? Aren't angels and demons mortal enemies? Aren't angels here to help us in the Tianheng Realm? Has the world really gone crazy? Is there really no hope in this world? Dino's hand holding the sword tightened. His heart filled with despair. At this time, Shen Yun's voice rang in the minds of all the powerful people in the Tianheng Realm.
Everyone, let me make a long story short. From now on, I will be the boss here.
The devil turned into a muscular man.
This old bitch,
Shen Yun said.
From now on.
Dino held the sword in his hand tightly, took a step forward, and shouted coldly,
In the Tianheng Realm, you will never be a slave.
Behind, all the powerful men in Tianheng Realm raised their arms and shouted,
Tianheng Realm, never be a slave.
A fighting spirit rose up, gathering like a dragon. Shen Yun,
you may have misunderstood. We are not here to conquer the world, nor to make you slaves, nor to plunder your resources. Death, we have nothing to fear.
Dino took another step forward with his sword in hand and said coldly,
Be it an angel or a devil, you can never become the master of the Tianheng Realm. Angels who collude with demons deserve to die.
As soon as he finished speaking, Dino's body flashed twice quickly in the air and moved directly behind Shen Yun.
Tisk.
Shen Yun tilted his head. When? Dino's big sword landed on Shen Yun's left shoulder, making a loud sound of metal and iron. The violent energy exploded. Shen Yun remained motionless. But Dino was knocked away.
I can't understand people's words.
Shen Yun clenched his fist, and his fist made a booming sound. The devil immediately grinned.
It's not that you don't understand people. They don't listen to you at all. Stop talking nonsense. According to the style of our demon tribe, we should first beat him up, and then talk about it after he is defeated. Shut up,
Shen Yun said angrily.
I'm not a devil. I'm an angel and a god.
The devil stretched out his hand and said,
Then continue.
Shen Yun, can this still be said? The strong men in this world have surrounded her and the demons. They know that there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides, but they are not afraid of death. In order to protect this world, for the final dignity, Shen Yun suddenly thought of the demon King Chen Fan. The demon King Chen Fan and the angel god King Shen Tao talked about the blue star where they were reborn. This was how it was back then. Whether they were facing the huge threat from the heavenly demon clan or the threat from the void demon, they would not give in at all. The martial ancestor is gone, and the demon king is risen. In contrast, they, the gods, fight to the death for territory in the god realm and for the fruits of the world tree. Boom, boom, boom. While Shen Yun was thinking wildly, Dino and others' attacks continued. Attacks fell on Shen Yun one after another, but they were all annihilated without even penetrating her body-protecting power.
I have such a bad temper.
Shen Yun sighed and sat cross-legged in the void. She allowed the powerful men in the Tianheng realm to attack and just looked ahead calmly. The devil on the other side seemed deeply touched and sat down cross-legged. The next moment, the powerful men in Tianheng realm were divided into two groups. A group of crazy people besieged Shen Yun. A group of crazy besieging demons. Neither Shen Yun nor the devil fought back. They just allowed the powerful men from the Tianheng realm to attack. After fighting for a while, Dino and others also noticed something was wrong. As long as the angel doesn't fight back. That's all. Why didn't even the devil fight back? Is this still a demon? Is this completely different from the demons they have seen before? Seeing that it was pointless to continue attacking, Dino waved his hand. All the powerful men in Tianheng realm immediately retreated. Dino was silent for a moment, then walked toward Xinyun, and said through mental power, "You too, as gods and demons, why do you want to come to the mortal world? What do you really want? To save this world?" Xinyun did not speak, but his voice sounded in the minds of all the powerful men in the Tianheng realm. Dino said in a deep voice, "Our world does not need your saving. If you really want to save our world, you should help us suppress this terrifying demon next to us. But you are in cahoots with the devil. Collude with your uncle," Xinyun said. "If I want to kill you all and destroy this world, do I still need to collude with the devil?" Dino: "Yes, with the strength of this angel. Whether he wants to kill them or destroy the Tianheng realm, why should he join forces with the devil?" "When I say save the world, I mean the entire world," Xinyun said. "I'm not talking about your world. It's countless worlds like yours. It's this universe." Dino: This angelic young lady suddenly spoke such bold words, which really surprised him. Suddenly, the devil winked at Xinyun. Xinyun looked in the direction where the demon was looking and reacted immediately. In that direction, there is a huge seal, sealing a powerful void demon. The strong men in this world probably spent all their efforts to suppress and seal the void demon. Xinyun's expression moved slightly, and he waved his palm gently in the void, and the picture of the clear seal immediately appeared on the field. "You, Dino and other strong men were taken aback," Xinyun said. "Listen clearly. We come from the God realm. I, and this demon, both come from the God realm. Whether it's the divine world or your mortal world, there are void demons raging now. Our enemy, your enemy, and the enemy of all living things in this universe are only void demons. Is this demon a void demon?" Dino frowned and said, "Is it different from that powerful demon?" The demon in the dark abyss on the other side grinned. "I am indeed a demon, but I am a triangular demon clan from the dark abyss of the God realm. The triangular demon clan is both a demon and a god. Although I am a devil, I am not the evil-doing devil you imagine. On the contrary, our demon king of the dark abyss saved this world. Without him, the divine world would have been destroyed long ago, and all the mortal worlds would have been wiped out." "Hey!" Xinyun interrupted the devil and said, "Now is not the time to talk about that. Let's talk about the key points." Xinyun stretched out her hand, and the void demon in the seal was immediately captured by her. Dino and other powerful people in Tianheng realm were shocked. The demon they had finally sealed was finally released in one fell swoop. Chapter 492 Meet Shen Fan again. Seeing the void demon being captured by Xinyun, the powerful men in the Tianheng realm panicked. Not to mention other things. No one in this world can resist that terrifying void pollution, including Dino. All the powerful men in Tianheng realm quickly retreated, their eyes full of fear. Well, seeing this, Xinyun sighed and said, "Void pollution is indeed terrifying. Not to mention you mortals. Not even gods and demons can resist it. Nana." That, Dino was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "But it's different now," Xinyun said. "The most powerful god in the world, the king of gods and the king of demons, has solved the problem of void pollution." The words just fell. Xinyun silently glanced at the huge void demon in front of him and grasped it with his palm. Boom! The huge void demon exploded into blood mist. Then, all the blood mist quickly gathered and turned into a blood ball. A void chain flew out from Xinyun's body, pierced through the blood ball, and swallowed up all the power in the blood ball in an instant. All the powerful men in the Tianheng realm looked at this scene with horror. The demon they had tried so hard to seal was as ants-like in front of this angel, regardless of whether it is this angel or that demon. If they take action against them, the Tianheng realm will be crushed to pieces in an instant, and that angel not only united with the demon, but even directly swallowed the power of the void demon. This, don't you understand yet? Xinyun looked at the eyes of a group of powerful people from the Tianheng realm and was a little impatient. "The void demon is the real demon. The guys around me are just demons. But they are different from the void demon. We came to your world to help you. The only enemy of all our living races is the void demon." After hearing this, a group of strong men from the Tianheng realm finally let go of their hanging hearts. There is no need to lie to such powerful angels and demons. As long as the other party is willing, they can destroy the entire Tianheng realm in a matter of seconds. Understood. Dino stepped forward and said,
We misunderstood the two adults. Please forgive me.
Shen Yun nodded and was about to speak.
Sudden.
From the north of Tianheng realm, a wisp of energy fluctuation came over. This level of energy fluctuation is nothing to Shen Yun and the devil. But in this Tianheng realm, it is considered earth-shattering. Because, apart from Dino, there is only one other person left in the entire Tianheng world who can send out such tyrannical fluctuations.
Huh?
The devil scratched his head and said,
In this small mortal world, apart from this guy, there are actually more powerful beings. If you want to fight against foreign enemies, shouldn't you unite all powerful forces? Why are you sealing away more powerful beings?
Dino smiled awkwardly and said,
When we felt the auras of the two adults, we knew there was no chance of winning. Sealing him is also to preserve the fire. That child is the most talented person in our Tianheng realm. We also spent a lot of effort to seal him in a secret realm.
Oh! Shen Yun raised his eyebrows, flicked his palm lightly, and the space in front of him split open. On the other side of the cracked space is the secret realm that Dino mentioned. In the secret realm, I saw a young man covered in blood. He had torn open the seal and exposed half of his body.
King!
Seeing the young man, Shen Yun and the devil trembled and almost fell to the ground. The boy who broke the seal. It's Chen Fan! How is this going? Shen Yun was shocked, and stretched out his hand, and a void chain flew out like lightning, and rescued the trapped Chen Fan.
This?
The devil looked at Shen Yun, confused. There was no way they could admit their mistake. The person in front of me is Chen Fan. But this Chen Fan is completely different from the Chen Fan in the God realm. And his aura is completely different. There is no void divine body. There is no divine power either. Although Dino said that this young man is the strongest person in the Tianheng realm, this kind of power can only dominate the mortal world and has not reached the divine realm at all. If it is the clone of the demon king Chen Fan, even if its power is weakened to the limit, it cannot be so weak.
You, Chen Fan,
who was covered in blood, struggled desperately, looking at Shen Yun and the devil with eyes full of hatred. Dino quickly stepped forward and explained.
Chen Fan
finally put away his murderous intent and regained his composure.
Incredible.
Shen Yun also looked at the demon and said,
There is someone in this world who looks exactly like Wang.
The demon nodded. Shen Yun's spiritual consciousness asked via voice transmission.
Child, what is your name?
The boy who looked very similar to Chen Fan proudly raised his head and said,
My name is Chen Fan.
Shen Yun and the devil's body were shocked again. What the H.L.? It doesn't matter if they look alike. Why is your name also called Chen Fan?
What's the situation?
Shen Yun and the devil looked at each other. Dino and Chen Fan obviously didn't understand why these two powerful beings who came from the God realm were startled by Chen Fan. After staring at Chen Fan for a long time, Shen Yun took action directly and began to touch Chen Fan's arms and shoulders.
What are you doing?
Chen Fan's face turned red, and he wanted to resist. But his strength was far different. Besides, this angel sister doesn't seem to have any ill intentions.
Other than the name and the look, nothing else is the same.
Shen Yun let go of Chen Fan, touched his chin, and said with a look of disbelief,
Is it a coincidence? How is that possible?
Said the devil.
It's normal for the names to be coincidental. And it's normal for the looks to be similar. The names and looks are the same. It's almost impossible.
Shen Yun frowned and said,
Then you go back and tell those god kings?
Okay. The devil nodded and immediately turned around. But as soon as he turned around again with a dark face.
How the I am I going back? All the gods and demons who came to the lower world set out with the spirit of
a strong man once gone never to return.
It is very difficult to descend to the lower realm. Many gods and demons may have been torn apart by the space storm and floated to no one knows where. How easy is it to return to the god realm? They don't have the methods of the demon king.
Forget it. Let's do business first.
Shen Yun put his hands on his hips and said,
2 things. First, we will teach you how to become stronger and teach you how to control beasts. Second, the full name is demonized.
Before Dino could speak, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask,
What does the way of controlling beasts mean? We have only been practicing martial arts for a long time. And we can become very strong. Snapped.
Chen Yun slapped Chen Fan on the head and said,
Don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
The devil sweated coldly.
You dare to fight me too. He's not a king either,
Shen Yun said.
He just looks similar. And he happens to have this name.
Demon.
What's the way to control beasts?
Shen Yun said, with a thought. For summoning circles appeared around him. 2 angels and 2 demons rose up from the summoning circle. In the God realm. After Chen Fan got back the memories of his previous life, he had acquired the way to control beasts created in his previous life. So he spread the complete way to control beasts throughout the God realm. As long as you practice the complete method of beast control, you can open the beast control space and sign a contract with the beast control. This is a bit different from the time when Blue Star and Tianyi Realm were together. Tianyi Realm and Blue Star initially had boundaries between Beast Masters and Star Warriors. Those who cannot awaken the talent of beast control, but can absorb the star power of heaven and earth, are Star Warriors. Before Chen Fan went to the God Realm, he used the system to help all the Star Warriors awaken to the beast controlling space. But he was very tired. But the complete way to control beasts does not need to be so troublesome. The complete way to control beasts was originally created to cooperate with the void system. As long as you practice it, both gods, demons and mortals can open the beast control space. The clone actually belongs to a separate individual and an independent life. The main body has practiced the way of controlling beasts, and the clone will naturally do the same. The main body can open the beast control space, and the clone can naturally open it too. But the original body and the clone do not share the beast control space. The master's beast controlling space and the clone's beast controlling space are independent and different beast controlling spaces. So Chen Yun's clone also summoned the beast at this time. The 2 angels and the 2 demons just came out of the beast control space. When they saw Chen Fan, they immediately knelt down on one knee and said in unison,
"See my king!"
Chen Fan, do you know it all? Chen Yun slapped himself on the forehead.
"Get up! You have recognized the wrong person. This is not the king of demons. This is this boy from the mortal world."
What? The angels and demons who came out of the beast control space were shocked. At this time, the demon glanced at the 2 demons that came out of Chen Yun's space and said with a strange expression,
"Are you sick? Just sign a contract with your own tribe. What does it mean to accept 2 demons as beast masters? Do you treat us demons as pets?"
The 2 demons who crawled out of Chen Yun's beast-controlling space lowered their heads in embarrassment. But the faces of the 2 angels and gods were as dark as water. Chen Yun didn't even look at the demon and continued.
"This is the way to control beasts. By awakening the beast control space, you can sign contracts with other beings, and then practice together and grow together. Oh? Ignore me."
The devil was furious. Chen Yun pointed at the countless cracks in the sky of Tianling Realm and said,
"These cracks connect different worlds, and countless strange creatures will emerge from them." "Yes. Yes."
Chen Fan nodded repeatedly.
Snapped.
Chen Yun slapped him on the head again.
"I told you not to interrupt me. As long as you awaken the beast-controlling talent, you can sign contracts with various monsters and sign them to become beast controllers. Your beast control space can help them become stronger. They can also help you become stronger and become your partners."
As she spoke, she pointed at Chen Fan and Dino and said,
"For example, you 2 have the same cultivation level. But if one of you awakens the talent of beast control, you can summon 5 or 6 beast control during the battle. Even if I'm 1 against many, I won't be afraid of you."
Chen Fan puffed out his chest.
Snapped.
Chen Yun slapped Chen Fan on the head again. Seeing this, the devil couldn't stand it anymore.
Hey! Stop hitting me! If you hit me again, I'll get angry."
Chen Yun frowned.
"I didn't hit you. You are being my king."
The devil jumped angrily. Chen Yun was also angry.
"This is not my king. This is a fake."
The devil became even more angry.
"He looks exactly like my king and has the same name. If you hit him, in my opinion, you are being my king. I can tolerate other things, but I can't bear this. If you hit me again, I will fall out with you."
As soon as he said these words, the 2 demons summoned by Chen Yun also stood beside the demons and nodded toward Chen Yun. "Chen Yun?
Whose side are you 2 idiots on?"
The 2 demons looked at each other.
"Okay. If you don't want to fight, I won't fight. Who cares about fighting?"
Chen Yun said.
"I just explained it in such detail. Do you understand what the way to control beasts is?"
A group of powerful men from the Tianheng realm nodded. Being able to sign other monsters and grow together can really make their martial arts further.
"I am not interested."
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
"I am obsessed with the art of swordsmanship. How can I control a beast alone with a sword? This kid has quite a stubborn temper." "Huh? Do you also use a knife?"
Chen Yun was shocked again. The devil rolled his eyes and immediately said,
"King, cough. Take out your sword and have a look. It can't be the sky-destroying demon sword." "Right. What is the sky-breaking demonic sword?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then flipped his wrist and already held a long knife.
It's not the sky-breaking demon sword.
Both the demon and Shen Yun were a little disappointed. At this time, Dino asked,
Sir, can everyone awaken the talent of beast control? Our martial arts practice all depends on talent. And many people are unable to practice martial arts at all. Everyone can do it.
Shen Yun waved his hand and said,
This is the way to control beasts created by my king. Everyone can practice the way of controlling beasts. Sign a contract to control beasts. And then become stronger.
All the powerful men in Tianheng realm were stunned when they heard this. As Dino said, martial arts practice is about talent. Some people cannot practice martial arts no matter how hard they try. Unexpectedly, everyone can practice this method of controlling beasts. Doesn't this mean that anyone can own one or more beasts? Sudden, Chen Fan asked,
What about the second thing you said before? What does it mean when all the people are demonized?
The devil chuckled and said,
The whole people are demonized. Doesn't that literally mean that everyone becomes a demon? What?
Dino and others were shocked. The way to control beasts mentioned earlier made them extremely excited and eager to try it. But this
demonization of the whole people
caused them to hit rock bottom in an instant.
If you can't speak, just shut up.
Shen Yun glared at the demon angrily, and then said,
Let me tell you first. Why should everyone be demonized? For example, I am an angel, but in fact, I am also a void demon now. What?
Dino and other powerful people from the Tianheng realm were shocked. The long knife in Shen Fan's hand was pointed directly at Shen Yun. Shen Yun stretched out his hand, snatched the long knife from Shen Fan's hand, and then threw it away. When everyone was stunned, Shen Yun said,
Why do we need to be demonized? Because after being demonized, we will no longer be afraid of void pollution.
This, Dino said in disbelief.
Sir, once you become demonized, you will become a true void demon and will fall into crazy chaos. Some of our relatives were once contaminated by the void when fighting the void demon, and they could not be saved at all in the end. They have completely lost their minds and have no memory of the past. They are just like the void demon you killed before. They only know killing and destruction. Then look at me,
Shen Yun said.
Can you feel what you said on my body?
Dino et al. Shen Yun said.
There are 2 steps for the demonization of the whole people. One is demonization, and the other is purification. After being demonized, you will indeed become a demon, or a void demon. But after purification, it will return to normal. It's just that after purification, you don't have to worry about being polluted by the void even if you fight against the void demon for thousands of years.
Hearing this, a group of powerful people in the Tianheng realm were overjoyed and finally understood why all the people should be demonized. The original fear now turned into ecstasy. When Shen Yun saw this, he also laughed. After being demonized, it can be purified with the blood of the Demon King. And finally it can help the Demon King collect the power of faith. There is no need to explain to them. Anyway, no one can resist the temptation of controlling beasts and not being afraid of void pollution. Well, it seems there are still some. The stupid young man named Chen Fan in front of him is this. Is this kid still looking very unconvinced and unhappy? Chen Yun frowned, looked at Chen Fan and said,
Boy, you can practice with me from now on.
Chen Fan was stunned.
You want to accept me as your disciple?
Chen Yun rolled his eyelids and said,
I am willing to teach you how to practice, but I don't have the guts to accept you as my disciple. You don't have to call me master. Just call me sister. Well, it seems quite refreshing to have the Demon King call me sister.
3 demons and 2 angels on the side. Shen Yun.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Chapter 493 Middle-aged version of Chen Fan. Inside the splendid palace, Feng Tianlin was surrounded by a group of beauties, laughing and feeling proud. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the hall, and a beautiful woman with 2 horns appeared out of thin air. She knelt on one knee in front of Feng Tianlin and said,
My Lord God King, the leader of the resistance army ran away again. Bang!
Feng Tianlin suddenly changed his expression and smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. The wine glass turned directly into fly ash and disappeared without a trace. A group of beauties around, as silent as a cicada. Feng Tianlin said with a gloomy face,
What on earth are you doing? It's been 7 days. Although you guys are beast masters that I just signed a contract with, you are still lower-level demon gods after all. A group of low-level demon gods spent 7 days and still haven't caught a single mortal.
The woman with the 2 horns on her head had a red face and said,
That person is very strange. although he is only a mortal and in the demigod realm. He seems to have controlled the rules of space. You fart.
Feng Tianlin was furious.
If he masters the rules, won't he become the God King? The demigod realm has mastered the rules. Do you believe what you say?
The face of the firstborn woman with 2 horns turned even redder.
But every time, he escaped by tearing open space. I saw this with my own eyes, and several other companions also saw it. Is that so?
After hearing this, the anger on Feng Tianlin's face disappeared, and his expression became a little serious.
How could such a thing happen? A guy who has not even reached the lower level of the demon god can actually tear open the space. It's really unreasonable. I came to this world, obviously to save them. To save the world. Why the H? I do people in this world regard me as the big villain and the devil?
The firstborn woman with 2 horns raised her head, glanced at the group of beauties around Feng Tianlin, and immediately lowered her head. To be honest, he does look like a villain. But she could only say this in her heart.
Roji, do you also think I look like a villain?
Feng Tianlin's face darkened.
No,
the woman named Roji said hurriedly.
Sir, you are the brother of the Demon King. How can you be the villain?
The bodies of the women around them suddenly stiffened. Brother of the Demon King. He is indeed a big devil.
No!
Feng Tianlin sneered and said,
what you were saying in your heart. Do you think I didn't hear it?
Rouge. She also forgot. There is a soul connection between the Beast Master and the Beast Master. The Beast Master can hear or sense what the Beast Master is thinking. Rouge pouted, stood up, and said,
Sir, it doesn't matter whether he is a villain or not. The most important thing is to complete the mission of the Demon King. We don't have much time to waste. Well, you're right.
Feng Tianlin's face straightened.
Forget it. Since you can't deal with the leader of the resistance, then I will take action myself. Great.
Rouge was overjoyed.
You are the king of gods. As long as you take action, even a high-level demon can be defeated with just a few seconds.
Feng Tianlin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tyrannical consciousness spread out in all directions like lightning. Just 2 breaths of time. His consciousness has enveloped the entire planet. At this moment, all the creatures on the planet felt their hearts tremble, as if they were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. They were all short of breath and frightened.
The devil is the aura of the great devil. He's watching us. Oh my God! Why would such a terrifying demon king come to our world? God! Save us!
Feng Tianlin. Never mind. Let's capture the leader of the resistance first. Capture the guy and beat the rebels half to death before you can take care of the others. The majestic God King has come to your world. You don't feel honored. Instead, you regard me as a great devil? You really piss me off. And I can't do anything to you. Well, I came here to help Brother Fan collect void energy and the power of faith. I'm helping Brother Fan and saving the world. You can't get angry with these mortals. Feng Tianlin took a deep breath and felt silently.
Your uncle. I found you.
Feng Tianlin's consciousness focused on a void in the northeast of the planet. There is nothing above the void. Even if the god-level beast Feng Tianlin brought from the god realm passed by, it would be impossible to find anything. But Feng Tianlin is different. Although he is just a clone here, he is the clone of the God King after all. He signed a contract with Chen Fan relatively early, so when Chen Fan understood every rule, he benefited a lot. Although he hasn't understood the rules yet, he's just on the verge of getting there. Feng Tianlin's consciousness enveloped that void and quietly activated the void confinement. After a while, the void shook, and a man in black robe emerged silently. When the black robe man came out, Feng Tianlin in the hall grinned and tore a crack into space. Everyone in the hall immediately saw the man in black robe on the other side of the crack. The man in black robe was startled, turned around and ran away. But this time, his space secret technique didn't work.
Bang!
The man in black robe hit the space barrier with his head, causing his eyes to go black.
Do you think you can still run?
Feng Tianlin's voice sounded in the mind of the man in black robe. The man in black robe suddenly turned around. Then they saw Feng Tianlin, with his hands behind his back, and Sure Shiren walking out of the hall on the other side of the crack. Behind him, followed closely, was the woman with 2 horns. The man in black robe secretly complained. Even the woman with 2 horns on her head had no chance of winning. What's more, the big devil behind the scenes? But sitting back and waiting is not his style. The man in black robe flipped his wrist and already held a long knife in his hand, the light of the knife flashing.
Tisk!
Feng Tianlin shook his head and said,
Struggle to the death is useless. My void confinement can trap even a god king, let alone a mere mortal like you.
The man in black robe did not speak, but his aura was rising crazily. Feng Tianlin said, a little annoyed.
Hey! I came to your world to help you and save the world. What do you mean by treating me as a big devil?
The man in black robe glanced at the group of women behind Feng Tianlin and gritted his teeth. The group of women behind Feng Tianlin were all terrified, and their bodies were still shaking. This shameless thing. The man in black robe became angry and raised his right hand, pointing the long knife at Feng Tianlin. Not. Feng Tianlin couldn't help but shook his head and said,
It doesn't make sense to reason with you. So there's nothing we can do. Beat until you are ready.
As he spoke, Feng Tianlin moved his fingers slightly. The space that trapped the black-robed man immediately expanded rapidly. With a flash of light in Feng Tianlin's eyes, he had penetrated the space barrier and entered the space constructed by a void confinement.
Give you a chance. What do you want? Call!
Before Feng Tianlin finished speaking, the man in black robe's knife had already reached his head. You? Although Feng Tianlin was not afraid, the anger in his heart rose to the extreme. It's too late. It's faster than that. The black-robed man's long knife, with its dazzling light, landed on Feng Tianlin's head like lightning.
Boom!
The terrifying energy exploded, and the long knife instantly shattered. The black-robed man spurted blood and flew backwards.
Grown-ups!
The group of women behind Feng Tianlin exclaimed in surprise. Many women knelt down directly.
Lord God King, please let him go. Please don't kill him.
A group of women were crying, which disturbed Feng Tianlin's heart. His grandma's. The more he does it, the more he looks like a villain. But I'm really not a villain. Feng Tianlin scratched his head and said angrily.
Shut up! Why spare him? I didn't want to kill him either. I didn't even do anything. He was injured by his own star power.
A group of women stopped crying. I saw the man in black robes struggling to get up, breathing heavily and saying,
Why does it mean that such a powerful existence occupies our world?
Feng Tianlin said.
Who told you that I would occupy your world?
The man in black robes sneered and said,
You use force to suppress the 3 dynasties. Aren't you trying to slap our world in the face? You robbed so many women, not to dominate them, but to have a heart-to-heart with them. I use force to suppress the 3 dynasties because it was the easiest and most straightforward way.
Feng Tianlin said.
As for these women, you are right. I am really talking to them. I have been talking to them these days. Understand the customs of this world.
The men in black robes were shocked. How did this great devil master his shame? He has cultivated to such a thick level. Suddenly, a woman behind Feng Tianlin came out and said,
Sir, Lord God King is indeed having a heart-to-heart talk with us. He didn't touch us at all.
Other women also came out, chattering. Man in black robe.
Shameless guy actually used divine power to control the minds of a group of women.
Feng Tianlin.
It's not enough to say nothing. Forget it. I'll subdue you first, and then I'll reason with you. Snapped.
Feng Tianlin simply snapped his fingers.
Boom!
The black robe on the man in black instantly exploded into flying ash, revealing his true face.
Brother Fan Fan?
Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment. Who was standing in front of him but Chen Fan?
Wrong!
Feng Tianlin immediately said again.
Brother Fan is not that old.
The leader of the resistance army whose black robe was shattered is a middle-aged version of Chen Fan. This immediately stunned Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin turned his head, looked at Ruji beside him and said,
Ruji, look at this. Doesn't it look too much like Brother Fan? It's really similar.
Ruji said.
She looks exactly the same as Wang, but she seems to be a little older. In the whole world, it's actually not a strange thing if there are people who look very similar. That orange cat. Doesn't he look a lot like the Lord of Ancient Demons? You said orange cat. That's different. That guy.
Feng Tianlin frowned and didn't finish his words. Because, at this time, in the confinement of the void, the aura of the resistance leader whose black robe was shattered was rising crazily. You guy. Feng Tianlin flicked his finger, and a ray of divine power directly sealed the resistance leader who was about to self-destruct. After sealing the other party, Feng Tianlin walked up to the middle-aged version of Chen Fan and said helplessly,
You regard me as the villain and the devil. I am speechless. But let me ask you a few questions.
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan stared at Feng Tianlin, looking unyielding. Feng Tianlin said,
First, I can destroy this world with one finger. Why should I conquer such a world? Second, I am not only a god, but also a god king. Even in the god world, I am the master of one party.
Roji glanced at Feng Tianlin silently. To put it bluntly, there are as many god kings in the god realm as dogs. And they can't even be called masters.
Ruji, don't murmur in your heart.
Feng Tianlin was so angry that he yelled at Ruji. Ruji lowered her head. Feng Tianlin rolled his eyes and continued.
I am the God King. What I need. A mortal planet like you can't give me. If you put all the resources here together, I wouldn't even look at them. What do I do to conquer this kind of world? Third, it has been 7 days since I came to this world. Have I or my men ever killed anyone?
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan was stunned for a while. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. The arrival of the great demon king of fear to conquer and destroy this world is just a legend from beginning to end. Although the god king in front of him was indeed ridiculously powerful, apart from suppressing the 3 dynasties, he and his men had never killed anyone from beginning to end. Is there such a benevolent devil? And, as the other party said, in such a mortal world, what is there that he can covet? The middle-aged version of Chen Fan looked much better and said,
Then what do you want to do here?
Feng Tianlin smiled and said,
Save the world and help you deal with the Void Demon.
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan said,
What is the Void Demon?
Feng Tianlin. Ruji came over and said,
Sir, there is no Void Demon in this world.
Feng Tianlin was silent for a while, and then said,
Not now. Doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Right. Why are you looking at me like this? I tell you, the Void Demon has now spread to every corner of the universe. That is the enemy of all of us. The gods and demons.
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan looked at Feng Tianlin silently. Feng Tianlin had no choice but to look at Roji and said,
No, he doesn't believe it. What should I say?
Roji was also a little helpless and said,
Sir, why do you need to talk to him so much? Catch them. Suppress all the resistance. And then implement the way of beast control and the devil's blood plan, and that's it. They can't resist the power of this world. Even with one of my fingers. And the way to control beasts can be practiced by everyone and make everyone stronger. No one can resist this temptation. That's right. Why should I explain these principles to you?
Feng Tianlin rubbed his temples with a headache and said,
Whether you are convinced or not, I will help you open the beast control space. And then all the people will be demonized. Bah!
Said the middle-aged version of Chen Fan.
You really have a shady purpose. Whatever you say.
Feng Tianlin said.
But I'm really curious. You haven't even reached the divine realm yet. So why can you tear open space?
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan sneered.
Are you arrogant?
Feng Tianlin was happy.
I was very arrogant back then. But I got beaten all the time. Boy, what's your name?
The middle-aged version of Chen Fan said coldly.
I can't change my name. But I can't change my surname. Chen Fan. What did you say?
Feng Tianlin staggered and almost fell down. Ruji's eyes were also full of disbelief. Chapter 494, Dream Transmission. The Ancient Demon World. A skeleton demon was holding a bone knife and hacking at half of the bone dragon. The world of void demons is so cruel. When 2 void demons encounter each other, even if there is no competition for resources, both sides may fight non-stop because of a movement. Sudden, a gust of wind blew. The skeleton demon and bone dragon turned into ashes and dispersed in the wind without even making a sound. Several void demons in the distance noticed something strange and looked around, but found nothing. They did not notice that 3 figures were floating on the edge of the location where the skeleton demon and bone dragon were. Those 3 people were Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian. The 3 of them stood on the edge of the cliff, quietly looking at the abyss below. On the palm of Chen Fan's left hand, a ball of black ball floated and flickered with a strange brilliance. After a moment of silence, Henry Chu couldn't help but said,
Isn't it a little too risky? Just because the 7th Lord of the Void says he knows the weakness of the Lord of the Void, we have to help him find the sealed body. And finally help him break the seal and reassemble the demonic body? Yi Hongyan said nothing, but looking at the black ball in Chen Fan's hand, there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. That was the remaining soul of the 7th Lord of the Void. It was a ray of soul that Chen Fan pulled out from the finger of the Valley of Death. Only by relying on this remnant soul, Chen Fan could find the 7th body of the Void Lord sealed in the 4 realms as soon as possible. This approach, in the eyes of everyone, is indeed a bit too risky. According to the memory of the 11th Void Monarch who was crushed before, every Void Monarch is at least a terrifying existence that incorporates the law of 6 paths. Once you help the Lord of the Void reorganize his demonic body for the 7th time, in this universe,
No one can stop him. Even if it's just a broken body. The power of the law is still there. But now Chen Fan has only integrated the 4 laws. This gap cannot be calculated. Chen Fan did not speak. But the voice of the Lord of the Void number 7 came from the black ball in his hand.
Lord of the ancient demon. There is no need to worry. After all, we are just the abandoned sons of the Lord of the Void. He is unkind. So don't blame me.
Righteous.
I've been a puppet for countless years. And now I don't want to do it anymore. Only if you and I work together can we have a chance. Otherwise, you will not escape death. And we will not escape the end of being devoured by the new Void Lord.
Chen Fan didn't say anything. And activated his virtual soul. And together with Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian, they flew towards the depths of the abyss like lightning. After a while, through the black mist, a strange formation appeared. Chen Fan and the other 3 walked outside the formation and couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at the scene inside. Inside the formation, a huge head was nailed to the ground with a sky-breaking magic sword. There were countless chains piercing through the terrifying head. But the other end of the chain extends to no one knows where. The first sealing place that the remnant soul of the 7th Lord of the Void helped them find was actually suppressing his head. Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan looked at each other, their expressions becoming a little serious. They were unwilling to question Chen Fan's ideas. But a finger from the Valley of Death caused all the ancestor gods to panic. The head in front of me is obviously much more terrifying than the fingers. If this is really released, Chen Fan stretched out his hand and used the Void Soul to send the 7th residual soul of the Void Lord into the formation. In the formation, a black light flashed, and the remnant soul disappeared into the huge head. Outside the formation, Chen Fan said through his spiritual consciousness,
"Until I am absolutely sure to control him, it is impossible to help him reorganize his demonic body."
Both Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan nodded slightly. Chen Fan continued,
"It is almost impossible to directly extract its soul, and then find the secret of the fusion of the 6 laws from its soul. Just like the original Void Lord 11, their remnant souls do not have these memories at all. This is not their own doing. I'm afraid this is the work of the Lord of the Void."
Yi Hongyan glanced at the heads in the formation and said softly,
"That's why you want to cooperate with him, and finally defraud this most critical information? It's not a scam,"
Chen Fan said.
"In fact, this is one of the conditions for my cooperation with him. These Void Lords, who were not crushed, were dismembered and sealed. But the remnant soul of the 11th Lord of the Void that was captured in the Dark Abyss has no memory of the fusion of laws. I suspect that these most critical memories may be sealed somewhere in their brains. No matter where it is sealed. Only when I am strong enough to compete with the 7th Lord of the Void will I help him reorganize his demonic body. The Void Divine Body has infinite possibilities, even if it has never been able to integrate the 6 laws. When the Void Divine Body grows to a certain level, it will be enough to compete with the power of the 6 laws. You don't even need to wait until the 10th level of the Void Divine Body is opened."
The royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian. Chen Fan is
cooking hot pot.
The entire hall was filled with people. No way. This is no ordinary hot pot. This is a hot pot that can help the God King or the Ancestor God understand the laws. Just like helping Xiaohei understand the laws of life. This time, Chen Fan wants to help Xiaobai break through. Whether it was the God King or the Ancestral God. They all stared at Chen Fan's movements with their eyes wide open at this time. Although there were many people in the hall, it was very quiet. You can hear the needle drop. At this moment, a voice broke the silence.
"Lord Chen Fan! Lord Chen Fan! Who's making that noise?"
Gongzi rushed out angrily. He disturbed Chen Fan from doing his work, and also interfered with Xiaobai's breakthrough. Even if the Ancestral God came, Gongzi was ready to beat him up. But when the woman appeared, Gongzi rolled his eyes and loosened his clenched fists. "This is an acquaintance. In fact, we are not very familiar with each other. At most we are acquaintances. A succubus with enchanting appearance. One of Feng Tianlin's beasts." This guy was so shameless. He kept saying he was different from Yi Hao. But he ended up signing a contract with a group of succubi. Gongzi also had a good relationship with Feng Tianlin. So for Feng Tianlin's sake, he was too embarrassed to attack the succubus. He swayed and appeared in front of the succubus out of thin air, saying,
"Why are you yelling? The boss is helping Xiaobai cook hot pot. It has delayed a big event. Can you afford it?"
The succubus was startled and immediately covered her mouth. The group of people who looked back also turned their heads. But Chen Fan came over and said,
"What do you want from me?"
Seeing this, the succubus quickly saluted and said,
"Sir, I dreamed of my master."
"What?" Chen Fan was stunned. The succubus said,
I was sleeping at home just now, and suddenly I dreamed of the master. The master said that he met another you in the lower world. Tianlin met another me in the lower realm?
Chen Fan blinked and said,
I didn't send a clone to the lower realm. Wait, you said you were dreaming?
A succubus is a succubus. And a succubus is not an incubus. What a fuss about a dream. And this kind of dream is simply inexplicable. Chen Fan reached out and grabbed it.
Call!
The disheveled Feng Tianlin was holding another succubus, and was caught by Chen Fan. Depend on. Chen Fan moved his fingers and Feng Tianlin had already put on a set of clothes. Everyone. Feng Tianlin blushed.
Brother Fan, please tell me in advance before you come to see me next time. It's broad daylight. Can't you do something serious?
Chen Fan's face turned dark. He pointed at the succubus and said,
You said you dreamed that you met another me in the lower world. Damn!
Feng Tianlin almost jumped up.
I had this dream last night too.
Chen Fan's face turned even darker.
You had this kind of dream, and you didn't tell me?
Feng Tianlin shrank his head and said,
Isn't this kind of dream too strange and inexplicable? Moreover, I have only practiced the secret techniques of a few major divine clans, such as the Dutianyi clan and the Sky Demon clan. I have never practiced this unique skill of entering dreams. How can my clone traveling to the lower world know how to transmit sounds through dreams?
At this time, a god king from the Starry Sky Sea clan came out from the crowd and said,
In this method of dream transmission, in the entire god realm, our Starry Sky Sea clan and the Dream Demon clan of the Dark Abyss are the best at it.
As he spoke, he looked at Feng Tianlin and said,
Have you ever signed a contract with the Starry Sky Sea clan or the Dream Demon clan? Or have you learned this secret technique from the Starry Sky Sea clan?
Feng Tianlin blushed and said sarcastically,
After Brother Fan taught us the way to control beasts, my clone signed a contract with a Starry Sky Sea clan member.
Gongzi came over and asked,
Female? Yeah.
Feng Tianlin's face turned redder. Xiaobai pushed Gongzi's head away with his hand and said,
Now is not the time to talk about these things. Since Feng Tianlin's clone has signed a contract with the Starry Sky Sea clan, it is normal for his clone in the lower realm to have a dream and sound transmission.
Everyone nodded. A god king said,
After the world tree was planted, it destroyed the passage between the upper and lower realms. The consciousness of gods and demons that descended to the lower realms usually can only use this method if they want to communicate with the gods themselves. I'm afraid his clone going to the lower realm is really using this method to pass on information to you.
Chen Fan's expression changed and he said,
What was your dream exactly like?
When Feng Tianlin saw everyone staring at him, his face straightened and he said,
I suddenly saw that far away. Another me struggled to crawl over and told me that he met another you in the lower world. I thought he was talking nonsense. So I told him to get lost. Unexpectedly, a storm came and really swept him away.
Chen Fan. Everyone. The God King of the Starry Sky Sea clan rolled his eyes and said,
Have you forgotten that you are now the God King? How powerful is the God King's consciousness? Although it is far from the state of being able to follow the rules, it is your own after all. In a dream, you can turn everything upside down in your dream with just one word.
Feng Tianlin was startled and said,
Then I won't kill my clone. Right. That's not the case.
The God King of the Starry Sky Sea clan said,
But it is possible to lie in bed for several days and not be able to get up.
Feng Tianlin. Everyone was speechless for a while. Chen Fan looked at Succubus again. The succubus made a rumble in his throat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said,
I vaguely saw the master coming over. He told me that the hacker ignored me and almost killed him.
Feng Tianlin. The succubus continued.
He asked me to find you as soon as possible and tell you about the lower world. He met another you in the lower realm. That person looked exactly like you. And his name was also Chen Fan.
But, Chen Fan.
Just what?
The succubus said.
It's just that that person looks a little older than you. A middle-aged version of you.
Chen Fan. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan looked around and said,
They look exactly like me and have the same name. Why is this happening?
There is no answer. Even the gods and demons in the sky can't figure out what is going on. Chen Fan glanced at Feng Tianlin and said,
You and your succubus go back to sleep ahem. I mean sleep normally. See if you can get in touch with your clone again. And ask for more information. Okay.
Feng Tianlin nodded firmly.
I'll go to bed right away.
As soon as he finished speaking, he and the two succubi had disappeared without a trace. Gongzi gently pulled Chen Fan's clothes and said,
Boss, the hot pot is almost burned.
Chen Fan rushed over. It's a bit blurry indeed. Chen Fan looked at Xiaobai apologetically. Xiaobai smiled and said,
It's okay. I'd like to eat something a little mushy.
As she said that, she turned to look at Gongzi and said,
Gongzi, catch up with Feng Tianlin and beat him up. Okay.
Gongzi disappeared instantly. Xiao He, an orange cat, immediately followed. Chen Fan. Valley of Death. After Chen Fan slashed at the condensed demonic shadow of the seventh Lord of the Void, it turned into a black hole and began to swallow the power of the seventh Lord of the Void. Void Lord Qi was also very angry.
Are you sick? Are you sick? The front foot said that they would cooperate with me, and the back foot started to swallow up my power. Is this called cooperation? Cooperation. Of course. Is cooperation.
Chen Fan said.
There is no conflict between weakening your power and cooperating with you. The so-called cooperation is based on equality. The so-called equality also includes equality of power. I can swallow your power and become stronger so that I can cooperate with you in the future. But you have the power of law, so you don't have to worry about such a little divine power.
Void Lord 7th was so angry that he was speechless. Divine power is the basis of everything. Divine power is also the basis of the law. Laws are driven by divine power. If there is no divine power, even if there are 9 laws, they will be useless. He knew that Chen Fan knew this. In the end, Chen Fan still wanted to say such bullshit, which was simply unreasonable. The 7th incarnation of the Void Lord's demonic shadow closed its eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Now he really has no other choice. If you can't break the seal, you will only be a caged bird after all. But when the demon body is reorganized, thinking of the reorganization of the demonic body, Void Lord 7's heart became a little turbulent. But the commotion didn't last long. Soon, the Void Lord 7 frowned. Although the Demon King agreed to cooperate with him, it was impossible for him to help him reorganize his demon body so smoothly. This is cooperation and competition. In the end, whether the two sides can dominate the cooperation or gain the upper hand depends on their respective methods. Chapter 495 Harvest begins. Dutianshan Realm. During this time, Dutianshan Realm became more lively. In addition to the fact that all the gods in the entire God Realm have moved to the Dutian God Realm, it is also because powerful people from other universes are constantly arriving. In ancient times, Chen Fan united a total of 37 universes and injected the power of the heavenly laws of the 37 universes into the sky-breaking demon sword. Unfortunately, Void didn't give him much time. Otherwise, it is still unclear who will win the final battle. And now, the number of powerful people who have come to the Dutian God Realm of the 7th universe's God Realm has reached as many as 43 universes. In addition to Xianyuan Nishang's universe, the clones of Chen Fan, Yi Hao, and others also conquered several other universes. Yes, it is subjugation. In this world, the law of the jungle is an unchanging truth. Whether it's a god or a demon, it's all the same. Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. If you don't accept it, then beat it until you accept it. If you still refuse to accept it, you will be killed directly. This is Chen Fan's policy. There isn't much time left to dilly-dally. In fact, even in those 37 universes, there are many ancestral god-level experts who are dissatisfied with the 7th universe. They simply don't believe that the current Chen Fan is the Demon King in ancient times. In the absence of Tiandao coming forward, Chen Fan had only one way to take action. Whoever disobeys will be beaten. If he refuses to accept the beating, he will be killed directly. In fact, not many people were killed. But killing the chicken and showing it to the monkey is still effective. Chen Fan in ancient times would not have done this. After all, any ancestral god is a powerful force against the void. But today's Chen Fan doesn't think about this. And he doesn't need to think about it. There are void chains and black holes. And the ancestral gods killed, whether it is power or understanding of laws and rules, can be completely transferred to other people. Just like the Phoenix God Clan and the Qilin God Clan back then. Those major god clan gave birth to a total of 4 ancestral gods. In the end, they were all suppressed by Chen Fan. Chen Fan may even be able to open the 10th level of the Void Divine Body in less than 2 years. The 10th level of the Void Divine Body is the limit of the current system. According to the above instructions, if the 10th level of the Void Divine Body can be successfully opened, it will be enough to crush the Void. Because of this, Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian and others delayed opening the 9th level of the Void Divine Body. What they mean is simple. Even if there are 100 more 9th levels of the Void Divine Body, they are still not as good as 1/10th level of the Void Divine Body. This day, Chen Fan carried the sky-breaking demon sword and entered the ancient demon world again. Arriving outside the seal that suppressed the seventh head of the Void Lord, Chen Fan waved his hand as a greeting. On the huge head, several eyes rolled, and a ball of black ball flew out and reached the edge of the seal. After Chen Fan sensed the power of the black ball, he stretched out his hand and penetrated the seal directly, grabbing the black ball out. The Void Soul of the 9th level Void Divine Body can even completely ignore the 7th Void Lord's attack, penetrating the seal effortlessly.
He's become stronger again.
The black ball flashed with light, and the voice of the 7th Lord of the Void came out, saying,
Your growth rate is unbelievable. Have you borrowed the power of other heavens?
Chen Fan did not hide the aura of the sky-breaking demon sword. Therefore, Void Lord 7th immediately noticed the anomaly of the sky-breaking demon sword.
It's not strong enough,
Chen Fan said calmly.
At least, let me chop off your big head. I have no confidence now.
Void Lord 7th. Every time he saw Chen Fan, he would get angry. Very angry. This has nothing to do with the negative energy of the Void Demon. Simply because this Demon King really deserves a beating. Can we still have a good chat? Void Lord 7 suppressed his anger and said,
Keep looking. Now there is only one finger, one leg, and one head. I won't look for it today.
Chen Fan said.
Huh?
Void Lord 7 said a little warily.
What do you want to do?
Chen Fan said.
There is a cooperation agreement between you and me. But I do not have a cooperation agreement with other Void Lords. You mean to say?
The 7th Void Lord's voice suddenly became a little excited.
You want to deal with other Void Lords? Have you found the sealing places of other Void Lords? To be honest, I didn't find it,
Chen Fan said frankly.
But I still have you. Can you help me find it?
Void Lord 7. Chen Fan continued.
You also know that I have no memory of that year. So I don't even remember how many Void Lords I killed and how many Void Lords I sealed. But in the 4 realms, including the Ancient God Realm, you can definitely find other seals of the Void Lord. I may not be able to find it in a short time, but you definitely can.
The Void Lord 7th was silent for a long time, and then said,
So what if I find it? With your current strength, can you kill the Void Lord? Of course it can't be killed,
Chen Fan said.
But it's still possible to kill one finger. What did you say?
Void Lord 7th was startled.
What you mean is that you can now destroy my finger that was sealed in the Valley of Death.
Chen Fan nodded.
Not bad. But you don't have to worry. You and I have an agreement. I can at most steal a little bit of your power. But I won't really crush that finger of yours.
Void Lord 7th breathed a sigh of relief.
You are the supreme god of this universe. I hope you will keep your word.
Even if I don't keep my word, what can you do to me? Chen Fan did not say this. He just smiled lightly and said,
The so-called cooperation means mutual benefit. Now I ask you to help me find the sealing places of other Void Lords. I just want to get some benefits first. You help me find them. I will destroy them myself.
The 7th Void Lord's consciousness quickly glanced at the sky-breaking demon sword and said without hesitation,
Are you sure you have this kind of strength now? I'm not sure. I'll have to find the place where the seal is to be found.
Chen Fan said.
I will keep the finger that is stronger than yours based on that finger of yours. The one with a weaker finger than yours will swallow it.
Void Lord number 7.
You're a terrible guy.
Chen Fan grinned.
Thank you for the compliment.
Void Lord 7.
What if I refuse to help you find the sealing places of other Void Lords? Then the cooperation is invalid. I will operate on you first. Starting from that finger,
Chen Fan said with a smile.
Then the leg. And then the big head. You're cruel.
Void Lord 7th gritted his teeth.
Thank you.
Chen Fan nodded.
It's a pleasure to cooperate.
As soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown to the surface with the black light ball.
Let me feel it.
As soon as they flew into the abyss, the voice of the 7th Lord of the Void came out from the light group.
These seals you made back then not only included the ancient seal formation, but also the suppression of the divine weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword. You want to rely on me for a wisp of it.
I'm afraid it's not that simple to find the residual soul.
Chen Fan said nothing. The Void Lord 7th continued.
The reason why I can return to my sealed place is because of the connection and induction between the remaining souls.
Chen Fan still didn't speak.
Hello.
The 7th Lord of the Void felt a little uneasy when he saw that Chen Fan didn't speak.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying that it might take a while. It doesn't matter,
Chen Fan said.
The speed of my virtual soul can reach thousands of miles in an instant. I will take you to fly at the fastest speed. You just need to feel it carefully. The ancient God realm and other 4 realms are full of sealed places. The Lord of the Void can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers. Lord of the Void, We need to do some research.
As he spoke, Chen Fan activated his virtual soul, and with the seventh remaining soul of the Void Lord, he rushed into the distance like lightning.
This speed.
Void Lord number 7 clicked his tongue and said,
What happened to your void divine body? It's obviously just a fusion of the 4 laws. You are flying now. And you don't even have the power to activate the laws. Nor do you have the ability to fold space to jump. But at this speed, even an existence that applies the laws of space to the extreme cannot catch up.
Come on. Chen Fan's expression changed and he said,
Can you catch up with you in your heyday?
The 7th Lord of the Void hesitated and said,
I can't catch up.
Chen Fan said nothing. He couldn't decide whether the Void Lord's 7th sentence was true or false. But similarly, at this time, he did not push the virtual soul to the extreme. There is nothing we can do about being wary of each other. Even if the Void Lord can catch up with his current speed. So what? He doesn't have the power to activate the law yet. Even now, he is just a clone and does not have much divine power to use. If I take back all the power of my clones, I can span a galaxy with just one thought. Even if he is not as good as the Lord of the Void now, he will definitely not be too far behind.
Wait a moment.
Just when Chen Fan was sneering, Void Lord 7 suddenly stopped him.
Go over there. There is a familiar force over there.
As he spoke, a wisp of black energy turned into an arrow and appeared in front of Chen Fan. The arrow pointed at Chen Fan's right-hand side. Chen Fan immediately turned around and headed in the direction pointed by the arrow.
Near. Close. Hey. Go back if you go too far. Right where the big tree is.
Big tree? Chen Fan looked back. It was a big tree covered with sharp thorns. There was nothing unusual in his spiritual perception. Chen Fan turned into a virtual soul and landed next to the big tree, saying,
Here? Are you sure? Confirmed.
Void Lord 7 said,
Although it is very weak. There is indeed a very familiar breath in the ground.
Chen Fan nodded slightly and dived directly into the ground. This time, he slowed down and went down bit by bit, after descending tens of thousands of meters.
Call.
Chen Fan's virtual soul penetrated the soil and fell into a strange space. An ancient city. The entire ancient city was shrouded in endless black energy. A terrible breath came from inside. And above the ancient city, the Taishu Holy Mirror was slowly rotating.
There is also the Holy Mirror of Taishu here.
Chen Fan looked stern. Divine weapons such as the Taishu Holy Mirror and the 5-colored Divine Stone each have their own strengths. But there is one difference between the Holy Mirror of Taishu and the magical weapons such as Chaos Ling and the 12 wings of the God King.
Buried in the Taishu Holy Mirror is Chen Fan's body from a certain life. The projection of each Taishu Holy Mirror is like a space door connected to the Taishu Holy Mirror itself. Chen Fan's body buried inside was always staring at these seals. The beings in these seals did not dare to break out. Probably mainly because of Chen Fan's physical body in the Taishu Holy Mirror. Chen Fan couldn't tell how strong the physical body was. However, when the power of the 7th Lord of the Void in the Valley of Death was shattered into pieces by the claws of the skeleton ghost protruding from the cemetery, Chen Fan still remembered it.
Is it you or other Void Lords who are sealed here?
Chen Fan's hand holding the heaven-destroying demon sword tightened.
Don't talk. I'm sensing,
the 7th Void Lord said.
The 13 Void Lords are not very familiar to each other. I can only confirm that this must be the body of a Void Lord. But which one it is? We have to go in to find out. How about you go in and take a look?
Chen Fan didn't move.
Are you afraid?
Void Lord 7 said again.
Your Void Soul is almost completely immune to my attacks and immune to the power of the 6 laws. Unless what is sealed inside is a complete Void Lord.
Otherwise,
call!
Chen Fan entered the ancient city with the remnant soul of the Void Lord. The black ball immediately began to tremble violently.
Hack! I mean you go in and take a look. I didn't let you bring me in.
Next moment, a voice like thunder rang out.
Are you the 7th Void Lord?
Chapter 496, Reincarnation.
The 2nd Lord of the Void is the 2nd Lord of the Void.
The voice of the 7th Void Lord was a little trembling, as if he was extremely afraid of the 2nd Void Lord.
Is it?
Chen Fan looked at the dinosaur tail-like thing and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. As long as he is the Lord of the Void, it doesn't matter first or second.
Get out quickly!
Void Lord number 7 became a little anxious.
Void Lord number 2 has controlled the law of reincarnation, which is the most terrifying law among the 9 laws. You cannot be his opponent. The law of reincarnation?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Among the 9 laws, there are only the law of creation, the law of destiny, and the law of reincarnation. He has no access to them, and has never been able to understand them. Unexpectedly, there is a Void Lord who controls the law of reincarnation. But then again, this seems to be a normal thing. The Lord of the Void is something created by the Lord of the Void. The Lord of the Void is the complete form of heavenly Tao in Heiwa. It is not unusual for the Lord of the Void to grant this law to the Lord of the Void.
Brush!
Just as Chen Fan was thinking deeply, a huge shadow appeared out of thin air and rolled directly towards him. The phantom is the same as the suppressed tail. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slashed out with the broken demonic sword in his hand. The peerless sword light was so sharp that it collided with the virtual tail in an instant. Amidst the loud noise, the sword light and the virtual tail shattered at the same time. The sealed space that was originally filled with black mist surged crazily like sea water, setting off a tsunami. But after the storm swept over, it did not affect Chen Fan, who had entered the seal, at all. Void Lord number 7 immediately became a little excited.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How did you convince those cosmic heavenly beings to inject power into the sky-breaking demon sword? The current power of the sky-breaking devil sword can actually compete with the Void Lord's second tail.
Can it just compete with the second tail of the Void Lord? Chen Fan smiled. In fact, it's much more than that. On the one hand, after his heaven-breaking demonic sword obtained the power of those cosmic heavenly laws, he entered the ancient demon world and passed on the power within it to the heaven-breaking demonic sword itself. On the other hand, Xiaobai, the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword, did not enter the sky-breaking demon sword this time. The current sky-breaking demon sword is not the strongest posture at all. Chen Fan shattered the Void Lord's second attack with one strike. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and slashed in succession.
Brush! Brush! Brush!
After images flashed on the field, countless swords struck from all directions towards the tail of the second Void Lord.
The sky-breaking demon sword.
The second voice of the Void Lord exploded like thunder in the sealed space. This voice was full of fear. This is the ancient demon world. The one who suppressed the ancient demon world was the sky-breaking demon sword. And the one who chopped them into pieces back then was also the sky-breaking demon sword. The fear of the sky-breaking demon sword was hidden deep in the second heart of the Void Lord. But Chen Fan's feelings were not much better than those of Void Lord second. At this time, the blades of light tore through the black mist, leaving wounds on the huge tail. This level of harm is not what Chen Fan wants. Really. The seventh voice of the Void Lord immediately sounded again.
No! This tail is much stronger than the power left by my one finger. You can't win!
Chen Fan didn't speak. He just activated the virtual soul, covering the entire sealed space. The virtual soul covers the entire sealed space, and he seems to be omnipresent in the sealed space. This moment is here. The next moment, he appeared on the opposite side again. Or, they may appear in all directions in the sealed space at the same time. However, the sky-breaking demon sword could only open a few small wounds on the tail, which made Chen Fan feel awe-inspiring. The physical bodies of these Void Lords have been tempered by demonic energy for countless millions of years. Even if there is no pure demonic energy on it, or there is no power of law surrounding it, it cannot be harmed by ordinary magic weapons. Unless the divine power, or the power of laws reaches the same level. Even divine weapons such as the 12 wings of the God King may not be able to break through the defense of his physical body. Chen Fan is now fighting the weak against the strong, mainly relying on the power of the heavenly Tao with the sky-breaking demon sword. But looking at the current situation, just like what the seventh Void Lord said, Chen Fan can't do anything to the second Void Lord. After making several hundred cuts in a row, Chen Fan put away his knife and stopped. The second Void Lord, seeing that he could not attack Chen Fan, also chose to remain silent. Both sides strangely stopped at the same time. Only Void Lord 7th was like a chatterbox, shouting non-stop.
This tail is too powerful. What do you want to do with my fingers? I'm afraid it won't work. You also saw it. You cut it hundreds of times, but it didn't dissipate its power. Even if you activate the black hole now, you won't be able to absorb much of his power. It's better to go out first and think about it later.
On the straw pile, outside the ruined temple, Chen Fan was sleeping soundly. A bug crawled into his nostril.
Ah, sneeze!
Chen Fan sneezed and woke up. What a sweet dream. Disturbed by a little insect, Chen Fan was a little annoyed. But he still didn't want to get up. The winter sun shines warmly on my body. Although he was dressed in rags, a pile of straw kept out the cold air. After begging for a little food every day, he would spend most of his time sleeping in a pile of straw outside the ruined temple. I had a long dream today. In the dream, I became the king of demons. So fun. I don't know if it was because I listened to the book for too long yesterday that I actually had such a dream. But Chin Fan still felt a little regretful about this dream. In the dream, although he had parents, he did not enjoy the love of his parents when he was a child. Irritable. Chin Fan liked this dream very much. But after he closed his eyes, he couldn't fall asleep. Not only could I not sleep, I was also starting to feel hungry. The plan was ruined. Now I have nothing to eat at all. Are you going to beg again? Chin Fan sat up, took a straw in his mouth and chewed it. Well, how great would it be if that dream could go on forever? In the dream, he had parents. In the dream, he also had many women. One of them seems to be the Empress. By the way, what is the Empress's name? It's obviously on my lips. But I just can't remember it. This is a dream. Chin Fan rubbed his stomach and stood up. I'm getting hungrier. I have no choice but to go out and find something to eat. Chin Fan returned to the ruined temple and wanted to get the begging bowl. In the ruined temple, there is only one statue and no incense. Chin Fan glanced at the statue and couldn't help but sneered. God, can you protect me from hunger? No wonder I feel like a devil in my dreams. No, not just a demon, but the king of demons. Unfortunately, it's just a dream. In reality, are there really gods and demons? Chin Fan looked at the statue and was suddenly stunned. I always feel like I have seen this statue before somewhere. Alas, I have been sleeping in this ruined temple for several years. Of course, I am very familiar with this statue. Not right either. It does feel strangely familiar. Yes, this is the Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata Buddha in the Western Heaven. Etc. Who is Tathagata Buddha? I read books every day, but have never heard of Tathagata Buddha? Let me think. Chin Fan frowned and rubbed his temples. I remembered. Tathagata Buddha. That is the Buddha in the myths and legends of the earth. It was the Buddha who used Wuzishan to suppress the Monkey King. The Monkey King. Earth. Monkey King. At this moment, there was a bang in Chin Fan's head, as if an angry thunder exploded, and he felt like the world was spinning. Sudden. Above the void, a voice sounded, Chin Fan. Chin Fan! The voice seemed to be in an endlessly distant place, but also seemed to be very close at hand. The voice kept calling him. Chin Fan felt that his head was blank, and he was in a trance. He walked out of the ruined temple, and looked up at the sky. Chin Fan. Wake up! Strange sounds. Unable to distinguish between male and female. But there seemed to be an indescribable power that made Chin Fan start to wake up. Countless scenes that had appeared in previous dreams suddenly flooded into Chin Fan's mind. Before this, he had had such a dream. But after finishing it, most of the scenes were very blurry, and I couldn't remember them at all. And now, these scenes appeared very clearly in his mind. Demon King. Empress Dutian. Earth. Blue Star. Spirit World. Lord of the Void. The Void Monarch is second. That's unreasonable. At this moment, Chin Fan suddenly woke up. The sky-breaking demon sword. Chin Fan stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. A magic knife fell from the sky. In an instant, the whole world was shattered. It was as if the world had been shattered by a single blow from the sky-breaking demon sword. Chin Fan was in a daze for a moment and opened his eyes. Still under seal. What was different from before was that in the Taishu Holy Mirror, a huge white bone claw poked out and pinched the huge tail. And the seventh Lord of the Void was shouting urgently. Chin Fan! Are you awake? Are you awake? The voice that just called Chin Fan was not the voice of the Lord of the Void. Could it be said that the voice came from the cemetery in Taishu Holy Mirror? The Void Lord is second. Chin Fan held the sky-breaking demonic sword, with anger in his eyes. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. Accidentally, he fell into the trap and became a beggar. Chin Fan? Void Lord 7th is still calling. Are you awake? Stop screaming. Wake up! Chin Fan said angrily. What's going on? I have activated the virtual soul to the extreme. I am obviously immune to the power of the Six Paths Law. Why did I get attacked? Did you dream that you traveled to a certain world? Void Lord 7th said. Or did you become another identity? Chin Fan nodded slightly. Not bad. That's it, Void Lord 7th said. That's the law of reincarnation. Although the second Void Lord failed to really send you into reincarnation, the law of reincarnation interfered with the six paths of reincarnation and dragged your soul to the edge of the six paths of reincarnation. What? Chin Fan looked stern, and with a sway of his body, he led the Void Lord 7th out of the seal. This law of reincarnation is too weird. Quietly, even he, who had pushed the virtual soul to the extreme, was tricked. So don't be careless. Before entering the seal, Void Lord 7th reminded him. Unexpected. The 7th Void Lord said again.
The second Void Lord will integrate the law of reincarnation with the other 5 laws. It is powerful and terrifying. Other Void Lords are afraid of his law of reincarnation and dare not confront him head-on. Didn't you tell me earlier?
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows.
I said it,
Void Lord number 7 said.
But you didn't listen and rushed in with all your might.
Chen Fan frowned and said.
Is the law of reincarnation so terrifying? I didn't feel the fluctuation of the power of law at all. The simple law of reincarnation may not be able to defeat you now,
Void Lord 7 said.
But the law of reincarnation after integrating the other 5 laws is not as simple as the law of reincarnation.
Although this was a bit awkward to say, Chen Fan understood what he meant. Just like the laws of space. Chen Fan initially controlled the laws of space. Compared with later, it was a huge difference because later, he integrated the laws of space with other laws. The fusion of laws is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not even the virtual soul can stop it. Chen Fan looked at the huge tail in the seal and fell into deep thought. And the giant bone-white claws that were holding on to the huge tail quickly retracted it after Chen Fan left the seal. Seeing this, Void Lord number 7 suddenly said,
The white bone claws in the mirror are so terrifying. They can actually grab Void Lord number 2's tail directly. What are you going to do next? Unless the giant white bone claw is willing to cooperate with you, you may significantly weaken the power of the Void Lord's second tail in a short period of time. Otherwise, the next time you enter the seal, or even outside the seal, you may be sent to the edge of reincarnation by the power of his law.
After hearing this, Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then quickly moved back. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. No need to show off. After finding its weakness or making yourself stronger, it's okay to find a way back. Chen Fan raised his head and glanced at the Taishu Holy Mirror. The giant white bone claws in the Taishu Holy Mirror are extremely powerful. Judging from the situation just now, the giant white bone claws can actually crush the tail. But after so many years, the Holy Mirror of Taishu suppressed the seals everywhere. But the giant white bone claws did not crush those things in the seal one by one. It seems that this is waiting. Wait for Chen Fan to arrive and crush these existences personally. Back then, I really created a shocking situation. Whether it is the Void Lord or other Void Demons. It is like Chen Fan in ancient times left food for Chen Fan in later generations. However, Chen Fan is not that powerful yet. Now, he can swallow the finger of the Void Lord of Death Valley. But he cannot swallow the tail.
Go back and discuss it with Hong Yen and the others.
Chen Fan did not stay any longer. Quickly dodged, and left the ancient demon world with the 7th remnant soul of the Void Lord. The allure of the law of reincarnation is a bit great. How could he be so strong? Chapter 497 Feng Tianlin brought back middle-aged Chen Fan. The royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian. The auras of the ancestor gods made countless gods and demons tremble inside and outside the royal court. But it lasted for a long time. But there was no communication of spiritual consciousness. The atmosphere seems a bit heavy. The Lord of the Void's second law of reincarnation quietly made Chen Fan aware of it. And it was like a big stone, weighing on everyone's hearts. This is just a remnant soul. A tail. If he was the second Void Monarch in his heyday, who could resist him in the God Realm today? It is true that several of the Void Lords were deposed by Chen Fan back then. The remaining few are already half dead. But Void Lord 7th revealed a piece of information at the beginning. The Lord of the Void was created by the Lord of the Void. If the Lord of the Void is willing, he can create thousands of Void Lords. After the 13 Void Lords back then were deposed by Chen Fan and the others, there may be a new Void Lord in the Void now. Moreover, there are probably more than 13. This information, coupled with the Void Lord's second incident this time, seemed to have given the gods a slap in the face. Before this, in the eyes of all the gods and demons, the situation was excellent. As a result, all the gods have now seen clearly that the current God Realm, the known and united 43 universes of God Realm, is completely incomparable to the Void in strength. Even if Chen Fan solved the problem of Void pollution, the gap between the two sides still seemed like an insurmountable chasm. In the strange silence, Yi Hongyan's voice rang out.
7th Lord of the Void, how much do you know about the law of reincarnation? Not many.
The second voice of the Void Lord rang out.
I only know that all the Void Lords are existences that integrate the laws of the 6 paths. But most of the other Void Lords will immediately retreat when they meet the second Void Lord. Only the 4th Void Lord, who has controlled the law of destiny, is qualified to confront the second Void Lord head-on.
Law of destiny. The matter of the law of reincarnation has not yet been resolved. And Void Lord 7th mentioned the law of destiny again. Among the 9 laws, the laws that Chen Fan has not yet fully understood are the law of reincarnation, the law of destiny, and the law of creation. It wasn't just Chen Fan who didn't understand. No one in the 43 universes now united has passed through one of these 3 laws. The law of fate, like the law of reincarnation, is elusive and elusive. The law of reincarnation can control reincarnation. No matter if you are a god or a demon, you cannot escape reincarnation after all. The law of fate can even control the fate of gods and demons, in addition to using the same laws to fight. I am afraid that only the 10th level of the void divine body mentioned by Chen Fan could be able to block these laws. Suddenly, Li Fengxing's voice rang out.
Brother Fan, Void Lord 7 said before that the Void Lord's laws were actually given by the Lord of the Void. And the Lord of the Void is the Tao of Heaven that has been polluted. So, now that you can borrow the power of these 43 universes, why can't you let the heavens help you understand and integrate these 3 laws?
The other ancestral gods suddenly became commotion. One after another. Spiritual consciousness communicates quickly. But soon, he was interrupted by Chen Fan's words.
When I first entered the universe of Hades, I realized that the sky-breaking demon sword had borrowed the power of 37 universes. So, at that time, I communicated with the heavenly Tao of that universe about this matter.
All the ancestor gods on the field suddenly became nervous. Chen Fan continued.
The Tao of Heaven is the collection of all the laws and rules of the universe. But the Tao of Heaven cannot bestow the laws on any living being.
This group of ancestral gods were greatly discouraged. Chen Fan said,
I have communicated with the heavenly beings in several universes, and they are actually very surprised as to how the Lord of the Void gave the law to the Lord of the Void.
A stream of spiritual consciousness immediately locked onto the 7th remnant soul of the Void Lord in Chen Fan's palm. Void Lord 7 coughed dryly and said,
Don't look at me. I have no relevant memory. The beginning of my memory is like waking up. I am the 7th Lord of the Void. I have already integrated the laws of the 6 paths. Of course, my divine power is obtained by cultivating it on my own, and by constantly devouring other void demons.
Everyone, Chen Fan said.
Tiandao came to me and Chu Xian to deal with void. This was one of the reasons. The Tao of Heaven transformed into a goddess and helped me create the heaven-breaking demon sword. Using the heaven-breaking demon sword as a carrier, it was infused with the power of law. However, the way of heaven cannot allow Chu Xian and I to directly understand all the laws, or to integrate multiple laws. Otherwise, if Heavenly Tao directly helps Chu Xian and I integrate the 7 laws, wouldn't we be able to crush all the Void Monarchs?
The old demon dragon's voice sounded.
This 7th Void Lord is useless. It's useless to cooperate with him. You can just swallow his power.
The 7th Lord of the Void was furious.
Which idiot is talking?
Old demonic dragon.
Your grandpa and me.
The 7th Lord of the Void said angrily.
Grandson, aren't you just a piece of trash who has been incarnated countless times in the Valley of Death, and then was turned into a piece of trash by me?
Old demon dragon.
Young lunatic. This guy has always been scolded in the Valley of Death. If he doesn't know how to swear, how can he go out with you for a few times and talk swearing so easily?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Stop arguing. Shao Qi, how do you think we should fight against the law of reincarnation? Don't call me Shuqi.
Void Lord 7's anger was deadly.
I am Void Lord 7th.
Chen Fan.
Then, let me call you Cheer. Chi-Chi?
Void Lord 7 seemed to be grinding his teeth. After grinding for a long time, he hummed and said,
You should call me Shuqi.
A group of ancestor gods almost laughed out loud. One thing brings down another thing. Or only the Demon King can restrain the Void Lord. Void Lord 7 said,
I have said before that it is too difficult to deal with the law of reincarnation. Not only because the law of reincarnation is powerful,
but also because Lord of the Void secondly integrates the law of reincarnation with the other 5 laws. Even if you really understand the law of reincarnation or the law of destiny, without integrating the law of reincarnation with the other 5 laws, it will be difficult to compete with him.
Look, the old demon dragon said.
I just said, this is a piece of trash. He can't even make any useful suggestions. Why don't you keep it for the new year?
Void Lord number 7.
What the HL?
Another oppressive silence. After a while, Void Lord 7 suddenly said,
It's not completely impossible.
Chen Fan.
Say.
Void Lord number 7 said,
You can't beat that tail. But we can find other parts of Void Lord number 2. Although there are residual souls in every part that has been suppressed and sealed. The power of the residual souls can also be weak or strong. If you can't chop off the tail, you may not be able to chop off his hands and feet. What happens after cutting it off?
Chen Fan said.
I remember you said at the beginning that in order to avoid leaking secrets, you would seal many memories to avoid being drained and refined.
The seventh Lord of the Void said.
Even if we cannot rely on the method of extracting souls and refining souls to find information about the law of reincarnation, the law of reincarnation in this part and the information about other laws cannot be completely eliminated. So, with your talent and the help of heaven, you may have a chance to understand the law of reincarnation.
Hearing this, Chen Fan fell silent.
Indeed,
in the ancestral land of Dutianyi clan, there is now the body of a Void Lord. Although it was just a corpse without even a remnant soul, the aura of law lingered on the corpse. In addition to constantly devouring the divine power of the Void Lord, the group of ancestor gods now spend more time around the corpse, sensing and understanding the laws. Although until now, no one has understood a certain law because of the corpse. But the ancestral god who cultivated around that corpse did benefit a lot. After all, time is too short. Maybe in another 180 years, there will be an ancestor god who can understand a certain law or even the fusion of several laws through the corpse.
Good.
Chen Fan nodded and said,
This matter depends on you. I will take you with me, and you can help me find the Void Lord's second sealing place.
Why is it me again? Void Lord number 7 was a little depressed.
My sealing place is no longer found? Look for it too.
Chen Fan said.
Let's look for it together. To be precise, find all the sealed places of the Void Lord together. After you find it, consider taking care of the body and remnant soul of the second Void Lord one by one.
At this time, a ray of divine light suddenly flew towards the royal court of the Dutianyi clan at an extremely fast speed. A group of God King level guards outside the royal court sensed a familiar aura and did not stop him.
Brush.
That ray of divine light directly threw into the royal court of Dutianyi clan. Immediately, a voice that was somewhat familiar to many people rang out.
Brother Fan. Brother Fan. I'm back. I'm back.
He saw a man covered in blood, his clothes torn, standing in the royal court waving his hands. The figure flashed, and Chen Fan appeared in front of the man out of thin air.
Who are you?
Yi Hongyan and Henry Chu immediately laughed out loud. Forget about them. Even the God King outside knew who the person in front of him was. But Chen Fan was still pretending to be confused.
Brother Fan. I am Feng Tianlin.
Feng Tianlin hugged Chen Fan's thigh and cried bitterly.
Chen Fan said speechlessly, Were you beaten by Gongzi? But you don't have the aura of Gongzi's divine power.
Huh?
The aura of Space Storm? Have you ever entered a space rift? I didn't enter the space rift. I just came out of the space rift.
Feng Tianlin wiped away his tears and said,
9 death escape. 9 death escape. I almost couldn't come back. Oops. I forgot to mention it. Brother Fan. I am not Feng Tianlin's true self. I am a clone. I am the clone heading to the mortal world. I'm back from the mortal world.
Gods. Chen Fan. Although Feng Tianlin is also a virtual soul, it is almost impossible to go upstream from the lower world. After all, he is also a God King level existence. The higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it is to go against the current.
If Feng Tianlin was just a low-level demon god, then with control over the virtual soul, it might still be possible for Chen Fan to go upstream from the demon world and enter the god world like he did. But the God King...
Wait a moment.
Chen Fan frowned and said,
You went upstream from the lower realm and returned to the god realm. Why did I stay unaware of your clone at the Nantian Gate of Dutian Divine Realm? I didn't see you passing by the Nantian Gate. I didn't pass through the Nantian Gate at all.
Feng Tianlin said,
After I understood the laws of space and came out of the space crack, I tore the space directly, entered the Dutian Divine Realm, and then ran all the way here. I haven't even had time to meet up with myself yet.
Gods. Chen Fan. Yi Hao appeared and slapped Feng Tianlin on the shoulder.
Damn it. It's really yours. A clone entered the lower realm and understood the laws of space in such a short period of time?
Li Fengxing, Chu Xian and others also appeared one after another. Everyone looked at Feng Tianlin and marveled. Although after signing the contract with Chen Fan, it is no longer unusual to understand the laws of space. But Feng Tianlin himself has not yet penetrated it. Entering the lower realm, his weak clone has penetrated the laws of space, which is a bit unbelievable. Moreover, after becoming the ancestral god, this guy actually passed through the space storm and ran from the mortal world to the divine world. Ancestor god. When the ancestral god enters the space storm, just a little bit of his breath will stir up the space storm and finally set off a frenzy. No wonder he said he had a narrow escape from death. To be precise, this is simply death and no life. Yi Hongyan took a step forward and said,
You are desperate to return to the god realm from the lower world. Why? For the middle-aged Qin Fan who entrusted you with a dream?
Everyone was shocked. Everyone remembered what the succubus and Feng Tianlin said that day about
transmitting messages through dreams. Good.
Feng Tianlin nodded sharply and said,
Brother Fan, I have understood the laws of space this time. In addition to the insights you passed on to me, it was all thanks to middle-aged Qin Fan. So, I have to come back and bring him back no matter what.
As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Tianlin moved his palm. A figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the man was very similar to Qin Fan, but he looked a little older. Middle-aged Qin Fan. The middle-aged Qin Fan felt the aura of mountains and seas around him. And he was not afraid. And even straightened his chest. It was as if the Demon King was accepting worship from the gods. Obviously he is still just a mortal. He doesn't even have the realm of a lower demon god. A group of ancestor gods looked at the middle-aged Qin Fan. And their hearts surged. What exactly is going on? Are there really people in the world who look so similar and call them by the same name? Moreover, Feng Tianlin said that he understood the laws of space. In addition to the information that Qin Fan passed on to him through the way of controlling beasts. Did he rely on this middle-aged Qin Fan? A mortal who has not yet become a god helps a god king in the divine world and understands the laws? It's incredible. If a mortal understands the laws, he will no longer be a mortal, but an ancestral god. But the middle-aged Qin Fan in front of him didn't even have divine power or the aura of law. How is this going? Qin Fan and middle-aged Qin Fan looked at each other and were speechless for a while. Sudden, the middle-aged Qin Fan was shaken, covered his head, and squatted down.
What's the matter?
Feng Tianlin was surprised. And at this moment, Qin Fan's head shook, and the long-lost words appeared in front of his eyes.
The void system is being upgraded.
Please wait. A blue bar also appeared. Chapter 498, System Upgrade. Earth-shattering.
System upgrade successful.
The progress bar disappeared and Qin Fan opened his eyes. At this time, the middle-aged Qin Fan covered his head in a long dress. He no longer felt the pain before, but his eyes were extremely confused. The entire circle was glowing red and flickering. In another large circle, there are 4 laws: the law of 5 elements, the law of killing, the law of destruction, and the law of death. The circles surrounding these 4 laws are colorful and radiant. Outside the 2 large circles, there are bubbles floating one after another. In the bubbles are written the law of space, the law of life, the law of death, the law of destruction, the law of killing, and the law of the 5 elements. Qin Fan checked and did not see the law of destiny, law of reincarnation, or law of creation. At the moment when Qin Fan's consciousness covered everything, Qin Fan already understood everything. The 2 big circles are the laws that he has merged with. One of the circles is where he merged the law of life and the law of death. In the other circle, with the help of Xianyuan Nishang, he integrated the 4 laws of the 5 elements. The law of killing, the law of destruction, and the law of death. The bubbles floating outside the 2 circles, one was 6, were exactly the 6 laws he had understood. However, there were no bubbles in the laws of fate, reincarnation, and creation that he had not understood. A stream of information poured into Qin Fan's mind. Qin Fan's eyes are getting wider and wider. I feel like crying. The system has finally been upgraded. Because of the stimulation from middle-aged Qin Fan, the system was finally upgraded. This upgrade spans the ages, shocking the world, and making ghosts and gods weep. He is able to integrate the laws through the system, drag the law bubbles that have been penetrated into the circle to incorporate this law into it. However, the fusion of laws not only consumes a huge amount of void energy, but also consumes a huge amount of power of faith and the power of heaven. The energy of the void and the power of faith have now reached an extremely terrifying amount, and are still rising crazily. The power of heaven's law may be a little less, but now it has united 43 universes, and the heaven's law of these 43 universes are willing to contribute their power. Relatively speaking, it takes time for the energy of the void and the power of faith to gather. As long as the conditions are met, he can integrate the 5 laws. Even integrate the laws of 6 paths and 7 paths. The only depressing thing is that although the upgraded system can integrate the laws, it seems unable to help Qin Fan understand the remaining 3 laws. For the remaining 3 laws, you still have to rely on yourself. But one of the laws, the law of reincarnation, seems to have taken shape. Just beside the law of life, there is a seemingly transparent bubble. In the bubble, the word, reincarnation, was very blurry and translucent. This at least shows that although he has not yet understood the law of reincarnation, the door to the law of reincarnation has been opened. This gate. It was the middle-aged Chen Fan brought back by Feng Tianlin who opened it. Chen Fan glanced at the middle-aged Chen Fan. He didn't need to guess. When his consciousness covered the transparent bubble of the law of reincarnation, a lot of information poured into his mind. It's the Devil King of the Year again, setting up a trap. I saw the confusion in middle-aged Chen Fan's eyes slowly dissipating, and he looked at Chen Fan silently. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly at the same time. Immediately, just when everyone was confused, middle-aged Chen Fan sighed and said,
I have been looking for an answer for a long time. Who am I? Where do I come from? And what is the meaning of my existence?
Just as Feng Tianlin was about to speak, Yi Hao covered his mouth. The middle-aged Chen Fan continued,
I have had great power since I was born, so I know I'm special. But I always feel like the whole world is a little blurry. Like I'm in a dream. I've always wanted to get out of this dream. Or out of this box. To find the answer. It's just that I haven't found that way yet.
Chen Fan did not interrupt him, and allowed middle-aged Chen Fan to continue speaking. Middle-aged Chen Fan said,
Now I understand. I am you and you are me.
Gods. Chen Fan bowed slightly.
Thank you for your hard work.
Middle-aged Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Then, his body quickly disintegrated and turned into a point of light, sinking into Chen Fan's body. At this moment, Chen Fan noticed that the law of reincarnation bubble on the system panel flickered. Memories poured into Chen Fan's mind. Those are all the memories of middle-aged Chen Fan from the time he can remember until now. A life. Love and hatred. Endless killing. Lonely. Chen Fan was in a daze for a moment. This is the memory of middle-aged Chen Fan. But now it became his memory. This is completely different from using Void Chain to read other people's memories. Using Void Chain to read other people's memories is like watching a movie. You may have a sense of immersion, but you clearly know that it is not you. But Fuse memory is different. It was as if Chen Fan had crossed time and space and had completed the journey of middle-aged Chen Fan over the past few decades. This memory was mixed with the memories of this life, making Chen Fan feel a little confused. But how powerful is the consciousness of the ancestor god? Within a moment, Chen Fan regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, Chen Fan ignored the dumbfounded Feng Tianlin and others, and immediately began to check the system panel again. After the system upgrade, not only the law fusion appeared, next to Void Chain and Void Confinement, numerical values also appeared, and a plus sign appeared. In addition, there is one more button. On the button, there are two big words, Void. This is. Chen Fan's consciousness immediately covered the button. Really? This is the button that opens the door to the Void. It's like a button for entering and exiting the beast-controlling space. In his previous life, he spent countless years and reincarnations to build this system and pave this road for him. Chen Fan suddenly felt a little sad. Although it was something he did for himself, he couldn't help but want to say thank you to his previous life. Well, Chen Fan sighed and looked up at the sky. In fact, it was not just his previous life that was sacrificed. There are also Chu Xian, Yi Hao and others. There are countless powerful beings whose names he still doesn't know. There is even a way of heaven that has been annihilated.
Brother Fan?
In the crowd, Li Fengxing couldn't hold back after all and asked timidly. Although they had guessed something about what they were seeing, they still couldn't really be sure. Middle-aged Chen Fan was just brought to the God Realm by Feng Tianlin. After saying a few words, he disappeared. But now, Chen Fan's eyes became confused at one moment and sentimental at the other. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and glanced at Li Fengxing's attribute panel. Law bubbles and a large circle also appeared on Li Fengxing's attribute panel. In the large circle are the laws of life, the laws of death, and the laws of destruction. This guy is a bit weak, a bit too slow, and now he only integrates 3 laws. Chen Fan looked at Li Fengxing's Void Confinement and Void Chain again. Behind these 2 skills, there were also numbers and a plus sign, but the values were different from Chen Fan's. Chen Fan turned his head and took another look at the attribute panels of Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Look at this. As long as the energy of the void, the power of faith, and the power of heaven are enough, he can not only use the system to integrate multiple laws by himself, but also help others integrate the laws. This kind of thing. Even the way of heaven can't do it.
I'm fine.
Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and said,
The middle-aged Chen Fan just now is also my clone.
Everyone.
Huh?
To be precise, Chen Fan said.
This is a plan laid out by the Demon King countless thousands of years ago. The Demon King in ancient times probably didn't understand the law of reincarnation. So he came up with such a move. He cut his soul into pieces, threw it into the world, and entered reincarnation. I'm afraid Chen Fan exists in many worlds now. The middle-aged Chen Fan discovered by Tianlin is just one of them. And Tianlin brought back middle-aged Chen Fan. This is an opportunity. My void system has just been upgraded. Ah!
The gods present were overjoyed. Even the ancestral gods, even those ancient ancestral gods, are so excited that they forget themselves at this moment. Everyone knows that Chen Fan's void system has not been upgraded for a long time. But as long as you upgrade, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Just when everyone was staring at Chen Fan said,
the system can integrate the laws. Not only me, I can also help you integrate the laws. Boom!
An ancestor god couldn't control it, and his aura bloomed. The surrounding god kings were shocked and kept retreating.
Finally, I knew this day would come. There is hope. As expected of the King of Demons, he has laid out his plans from ancient times. Link by link. This is something that even heaven cannot do. It's unbelievable. No wonder even heaven has placed its hopes on the Demon King.
An ancestral god was extremely excited. Yi Hao and Shen Tao held Feng Tianlin's shoulders on the left and right, shaking Feng Tianlin violently.
Good boy. You have done a great job. Thanks to you. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Feng Tianlin laughed proudly and looked at Zixiong. Outside the crowd, Kimura Lingfeng and Shangguan Wulei were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Further away, Feng Tianlin noticed something unusual here and flew over. As soon as he flew over, Feng Tianlin looked at his clone and couldn't help but stayed for a moment. Yeah. What's going on? Why does it feel like my clone is now so powerful that it can crush me to death? Illusion. This is definitely an illusion. The clone is just a small force that I've branched out from. Etc. This is the weakest clone I created. The clone I sent to the mortal world. Why are you back? The next moment, Feng Tianlin fell from the sky with a bang, lying on the ground holding his head and howling. When Chen Fan saw this, he ducked and appeared in front of Feng Tianlin. A soft light emitted from Chen Fan's palm and enveloped Feng Tianlin's whole body. A clone at the level of an ancestral god, trying to integrate power and laws into the original form at the level of a god king, would almost explode the original form sea of consciousness. Feng Tianlin raised his head with tears in his eyes, pointed at the clone and said,
Brother Fan, this guy is wrong to want to murder his own husband. Murder me!
Feng Tianlin's clone rolled his eyes wildly. Alas, such a deity is so embarrassing. Feng Tianlin's clone took a step forward, ready to merge with the original body, but was stopped by Chen Fan.
Let him digest the information first. He can't bear your current strength.
The clone was startled and stopped quickly.
What is the law of space law?
Feng Tianlin held his head with both hands and felt that his head was in chaos.
My clone has understood the laws of space? My clone has become an ancestral god?
A group of ancestor gods looked at each other. It is simply unheard of for a weak clone to break through to the ancestral god before the original one. These ancestor gods who opened the void divine body split countless clones, and then let all the clones deduce the laws of enlightenment. But as long as they are still in the same space, the enlightenment of all clones will converge on the main body at the fastest speed. If one clone has penetrated 1 point, and 10,000 clones have penetrated 10,000 points, then these 10,000 points will converge on the main body in the shortest possible time and be absorbed by the main body. Therefore, it is simply impossible for a clone who has understood a little bit to understand the rules or laws one step ahead of the original person who has understood 10,000 points. Danfeng Tianlin. A group of ancestor gods were also envious and jealous, laughing and shaking their heads. After a while, with the help of Chen Fan, Feng Tianlin's clone and his original body merged smoothly. This god's divine body will break apart and reorganize at other times. That is the void divine body. If it had been any other divine body, it would have been destroyed long ago, with only the soul remaining.
Boom!
When Feng Tianlin's original body completely merged with his clone and became the ancestral god, a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. However, this momentum was suppressed by Chen Fan, who had been well prepared, and even the stones on the ground beside him did not move. Chen Fan patted Feng Tianlin on the shoulder.
Tianlin, thank you for your hard work this time. Fortunately, you risked everything to bring my clone back to the god realm. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Feng Tianlin shook his head with a silly smile. His sister Feng Xiaoxiao came out, slapped him on the back of the head, and said,
You brat. You finally gave our Feng family a sigh of relief. See what you were like before.
Feng Tianlin said with a dark face.
The me before was also a talented person, like Yushu Lin Feng.
Feng Xiaoxiao said.
Do you want me to post the video of you being beaten by Chen Fan outside the East China Sea City Lord's mansion for everyone to see? Huh? Is there such a video? Post it and take a look.
A group of ancestor gods gathered around.
You guys,
Feng Tianlin said with a long face.
Don't go too far. I am also an ancestor god now. I'm still the brother of the Demon King.
Annoys me. The ancestors who knew him or not all rushed over and grabbed Feng Tianlin. They all laughed wildly and slapped each other, making him laugh into a ball. Yi Hongyan, who is usually serious about words, pulled away the crowd and said with a smile.
Thanks to Tianlin this time. Otherwise Xiaofan's system would not be upgraded until what month?
Henry Chu nodded.
This kid is not bad.
Xiaobai came over and stared at Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin felt guilty after being stared at by her. But Xiaobai said,
I was wrong when Gongzi beat you last time. I apologize to you.
Feng Tianlin was stunned. Xiaobai has always been like a princess. Very proud. When has she ever apologized? Chapter 499. The 5 laws merge, and the sky-breaking demon sword is upgraded. The royal court of the Night Clan in Dutian. Almost all the ancestor gods were present. All the ancestral gods surrounded Chen Fan. Eyes wide open without blinking. I saw Chen Fan sitting cross-legged in the void. Motionless.
The void energy is enough. Faith is enough. All it takes is the power of heaven.
Chen Fan is waiting. All the demons are waiting. The power of heaven in the sky-breaking magic sword in his hand is not enough to help him integrate the 5 laws. So one of the clones has already gone to the realm of gods, to the land of death to find another clone with the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. Chen Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and simply sank into the bubble with the
law of reincarnation.
There is no progress bar on the bubble. If there is a progress bar, maybe it is 0.01%. Or 0.01%? The
law of reincarnation
bubble was opened by the return of middle-aged Chen Fan. Perhaps, with the return of Chen Fan in other planes, he will eventually help Chen Fan understand the true law of reincarnation. Chen Fan's consciousness penetrated the bubble of the
law of reincarnation.
Vaguely, he seemed to have traveled through time again, entered a strange and brand new world, and started a new life. However, this time is different from the last time he was sent to reincarnation by the Void Lord II. This time, everything was so vague and unreal. Chen Fan didn't get involved from the beginning to the end. It was like a short-sighted person watching a play. He couldn't see clearly and had no sense of involvement. It's just a middle-aged Chen Fan's life experience of several decades, which is far from touching the edge of reincarnation. But at least this allowed Chen Fan to see the direction of reincarnation. Chen Fan endured the discomfort and forced himself to merge into reincarnation and experience the illusory life. I don't know how long it took.
Brother Fan?
A misty voice sounded in the void. Chen Fan seemed to wake up from a dream. Countless images received like the tide. Chen Fan opened his eyes and saw a clone standing in front of him holding the sky-breaking demonic sword. Around them, Yi Hao and others seemed a little anxious. Chen Fan frowned.
How long have I been sleeping?
Yi Hao immediately said.
It has been 3 days since your clone came back the day before yesterday. But after we called you several times, there was no response. And we have waited until now.
Chen Fan nodded. Yi Hao and the others were right not to wake him up in a hurry. Once you really immerse yourself in understanding the laws, you will definitely gain something. If you are interrupted, you may miss the best opportunity and may also lose your insights. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the clone immediately merged into his body. The heaven-destroying demon sword brought back by the clone was also fused with the heaven-destroying demon sword in his hand. The power of heaven. Enough. Chen Fan took a deep breath and immediately closed his eyes. Immediately, his consciousness covered the system panel. In the largest circle are the 4 laws of the 5 elements. The law of killing, the law of destruction, and the law of death. After Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, his consciousness covered the bubble of space law and began to drag the space law. After the space law is dragged, there is still a space law bubble in its original position. Chen Fan dragged the space principle into the big circle.
Does it integrate the 5 laws? Yes. The energy of the void is enough. The power of faith is enough. And the power of heaven is enough. Let's start the integration. Consume void energy. Consume the power of faith. Absorb the power of heaven.
A loud boom sounded in Chen Fan's mind, as if thousands of angry thunders exploded. Even with Chen Fan's current consciousness, he felt a little unbearable, and there was severe pain in his head. The big circle completely turned into a ball of light. It's like a universe exploded. The surging and terrifying power made Chen Fan feel frightened. With him as the center, the power of the law rippled in all directions. Void Lord 7th was shocked.
Quickly retreat. Quickly exit.
All the ancestor gods squeaked and exited outwards. The elder of the Dushanai clan made a move, and the royal court of the Dushanai clan instantly turned into a small tower and fell into his hands. Next moment,
boom!
There was obviously no surge of divine power, but a terrifying loud noise erupted from Chen Fan. The area around Chen Fan seemed to have turned into a black hole. The vitality of the surrounding world gathered towards him like crazy. A group of ancestor gods who were far away were shocked and angry, and at the same time, they stared at the Void Lord number 7. Yi Hao's body swayed, and his palm directly grasped the 7th remnant soul of the Void Lord, and said angrily,
"The fusion of the 5 laws is so terrifying. Didn't you remind us before?"
Void Lord 7th was also angry.
"How do I know that his fusion of the 5 laws is so terrifying?"
Xianyuan Nishang came over and said,
"When I fused the 4 laws before, and my brother merged the 4 laws, there was no such abnormality. Unexpectedly, the fusion of the 5 laws seemed to destroy the world."
As he spoke, Chen Fan was surrounded by colorful brilliance and slowly stood up.
"Success!"
Yi Hao, Shen Taofao, and others were overjoyed.
"Don't go there yet."
Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand to block Yi Hao and the others, who were about to rush over.
"It's not over yet. It's not over yet."
Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Chen Fan still had his eyes tightly closed. The terrifying breath of law is still rippling outward. Sudden, Xiaobai screamed. When everyone took a look, they saw that Xiaobai's body was being pulled by an invisible force, constantly getting closer to Chen Fan.
"What happened?"
Shen Hongxiu was startled. Chaos Ling quickly flew out and caught Xiaobai. A terrifying force came, and Shen Hongxiu was pulled closer to Chen Fan. Red sleeves. Chen Fan's voice rang out in the void.
"Let go of Xiaobai. It's the power of the sky-breaking demon sword that's pulling Xiaobai."
Shen Hongxiu reacted and immediately let go of Chaos Ling. All the gods breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Xiaobai is the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword. If the sky-breaking demon sword pulls Xiaobai, it will not cause any harm to Xiaobai. But when the demon king was integrating the 5 laws, the sky-breaking demon sword pulled Xiaobai. Is this a coincidence? Just when many people came up with this idea, Xiaobai had already integrated into the sky-breaking demon sword. The sky-breaking demonic sword trembled suddenly, and the terrifying sword intention and the aura of law scared a group of ancestor gods to run around.
"What's going on? Why is the aura of the previous demon king coming from the sky-breaking demon sword? To be precise, it's that kind of aura coming from Xiaobai's body. Oh my god! Xiaobai is also integrating the 5 laws. Xiaobai is also integrating the 5 laws. What's going on? Hazi, we also signed a contract with Brother Fan. Why doesn't this good thing happen to us?" "Shut up. You ask me. Who am I going to ask? It must be related to the sky-breaking demon sword, because the sky-breaking demon sword carries the power of heaven."
The guesses of a group of ancestral gods were not wrong. Xiaobai is indeed integrating the 5 laws. This is after Chen Fan successfully integrated the 5 laws. The system prompted that the sky-breaking demonic sword had also been upgraded due to the power of heaven. Looking at the sky-breaking demonic sword shining with strange light, Chen Fan laughed and closed his eyes again. As soon as the 5 laws were successfully integrated, many mysterious auras appeared in his mind. He needs to become familiar with this power as soon as possible and then completely control it. All around, all the ancestor gods and god kings also sat down cross-legged. All the ancestor gods and god kings have signed contracts with Chen Fan, including the ancestor gods and god kings of dozens of other universes. Therefore, they are all his beasts. After Chen Fan understood the 5 laws, many unspeakable things have been passed on to all the beasts through soul connection. However, the time between Chen Fan's last fusion of the 4 laws and his current fusion of the 5 laws was too short. The last time I comprehended the 4 principles, many ancestor gods had not yet fully digested and understood it. Now it integrates the 5 laws. The entire heavenly god realm has become extremely weird. All the god kings have sunk into cultivation. All the ancestor gods even gathered near the royal court of the Dutianyi clan. This kind of scene has never happened before the Demon King. As soon as the powerful men from the major god clans saw each god king sinking into cultivation, they immediately understood that the Demon King might have begun to break through again. Every breakthrough made by the Demon King is a moment of celebration for the whole world. Seeing the ancestor god and god king sinking into cultivation in the royal court of the Dutianyi clan, the Lord of the Void was speechless for the 7th time. He had already learned some things about the way to control beasts after his remnant soul was taken out of the Valley of Death by Chen Fan. At first, Void Lord 7th did not believe it at all. But the Void Lord 7th looked at Chen Fan, then at the sky-breaking demon sword, then at the ancestral gods and god kings around him, and fell into deep thought. Although he knows a little bit about how to control beasts, what are the systems mentioned by the ancestor gods? Chen Fan's integration of the 5 laws this time seems to be through the system. But how could there be such a terrible thing in this world? With the law of fusion, not even heaven can help. How could an inexplicable system help Chen Fan integrate the 5 laws in such a short period of time? But Chen Fan really succeeded in integrating. And it only took such a short time. Putting it this way, doesn't it mean that it won't take long for this guy to be able to integrate the 6 laws, or even the 7 laws? The 7th feeling of Void Lord is unbelievable. 7 days passed quickly. 7 days later, Chen Fan's father, Chen Han, successfully integrated the 4 laws. 8 days later, Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian successfully integrated the 5 laws. 9 days later, she fell passionately in love with Li Qingyan and had an almost forgotten night battle, successfully integrating the 4 laws. 10 days later, Xiuhei and Gongzi successfully integrated the 3 laws. The 7th Void Lord was petrified. The method of beast control created by the Demon King Chen Fan actually helped his own beast control. Integrating multiple laws in such a short period of time? Only a few days. Let alone the Lord of the Void. Even for ordinary gods and demons. What is the difference between it and the time it takes to yawn? When did the fusion of multiple laws become so simple and such a piece of cake? After reaching a cooperation with Chen Fan, extracting a remnant soul, and leaving the Valley of Death, the 7th Lord of the Void still felt that he was superior. Except for Chen Fan, who could make him look him in the eyes. Everyone else was no different from ants in his eyes. But now, the 7th eye of the Void Lord watched helplessly as these ants grew stronger and stronger. In just a few days, so many people have integrated the 4 principles. If Chen Fan merges with the 6 principles after a while and reaches the level of Void Lord, doesn't it mean that these people will also merge with the 5 principles immediately? And if Chen Fan integrates the 7 principles, wouldn't these guys immediately reach the level of the Void Lord? The Lord of the Void wanted to scold his mother. He didn't know what the current situation was in the Void. But back then, there were only 13 Void Lords in total. That is an existence that is superior to all the ancestor gods of the universe. High and above. One can only look up. But now, the 7th Void Lord feels that these guys in front of him may surpass his heyday at any time. Yes. Heyday. Now he has not even found his hands and feet. Even if the demon body is found and reassembled with the help of Chen Fan, its true strength will still be vastly different from what it was in its heyday. But these guys in front of me are getting stronger and stronger. The Void Lord felt like he was about to explode. It doesn't matter that the Demon King is so weird and powerful. Even other ants may surpass him at any time. How can we bear this? Just when the negative energy in the 7th remnant soul of the Lord of the Void was rising crazily, suddenly, a strange force fell on his remaining soul. Ouch! Void Lord number 7 was like a cat that was scalded by red-hot iron, and roared directly. This roar woke up all the surrounding gods. Everyone took a closer look and saw black smoke rising from the 7th remnant soul of the Lord of the Void. Is this purification? Yes, it's purification. Chen Fan saw the demonic energy surrounding the 7th remnant soul of the Void Lord becoming more and more turbulent, and purified it directly. Asshole! Void Lord 7th roared. Chen Fan! What did you do to me? We promised to cooperate sincerely, but you made such a small move. How unreasonable! Chen Fan said calmly. Do you feel much calmer and more comfortable now? I feel much calmer and more comfortable. Void Lord 7 suddenly changed his expression. What on earth did you do to me? Why? Oh, it's nothing, Chen Fan said. This is a method I created that can make people calm down. The surrounding gods and demons suddenly smiled like Mona Lisa. Really? The 7th remaining soul of the Void Lord was dubious. But he checked and found no other abnormalities. After all, he is just a remnant soul without much power. Qin Fan would not have the idea of taking such a remnant soul from him. But something always feels wrong. Compared with before, he was much calmer. Almost unnaturally calm. The Void Lord is different from ordinary void demons. But the negative emotions in the Void Lord are actually more powerful than ordinary demons. Just because the Lord of the Void controls the laws and integrates the laws of the six paths, he can suppress these negative emotions. But now, the negative emotions seem to have disappeared. How is this possible? Even if it was just a remnant soul, even if Qin Fan used some tranquility method on him, wouldn't all the negative emotions disappear without a trace? But having said that, Void Lord 7 feels that his current state is indeed good. Very comfortable feeling. There is no need to activate the power of law to suppress negative emotions. Even these ants in front of me are no longer as disgusting as before. At this time, Qin Fan stood up and said,
"Let's go and meet the second Lord of the Void with me. The last time I was dragged into reincarnation, I became a little beggar. It's time to settle this account."
Chapter 500 Crush. The Ancient Demon World. Qin Fan stood outside the seal, silently looking at the huge tail inside the seal. The second tail of the Void Lord. Last time, he underestimated the tail, and ended up being dragged into reincarnation and turned into a little beggar. If the voice in Taishu Holy Mirror hadn't awakened him, he might have been immersed in reincarnation for thousands of years. Qin Fan raised his head slightly, and looked at the Taishu Holy Mirror above the seal. Then, he turned his head, and looked at Bai Rouge beside him. Bai Rouge nodded, moved her wrist slightly, and a Taishu Holy Mirror immediately appeared in her palm. A ray of light shone on Qin Fan. Qin Fan directly entered the Taishu Holy Mirror. After glancing at the endless tombstones, Qin Fan took a step forward and landed in front of the Demon King's tombstone. After looking at the tombstone silently for a while, Qin Fan said,
"I have integrated the 5 laws."
In the Taishu Holy Mirror, there was silence. Not even the wind. Qin Fan continued,
"I need more void energy and a thorough understanding of the remaining 3 laws. So I am ready to attack these void monarchs. You could have crushed them back then. But in the end you cut them into pieces and sealed them. Just to keep them for us. Right."
Still no response. There wasn't even a sound. Qin Fan, however, smiled slightly as if he was talking to an old friend and said,
"I was too careless last time and was dragged into reincarnation by the Void Lord II and fell into a dream. If you hadn't taken action, I don't know when I would have been able to escape. It's been millions of years."
"I don't know how much strength you still have left. However, Hong Yan and Chu Xian are still too weak to compete with the existence at the Void Monarch level. I can only come to you for help."
Still no response. After Qin Fan stood quietly for a while, with a thought in his mind, he immediately left the Taishu Holy Mirror.
"Brother Fan, what's wrong?"
As soon as Qin Fan came out of the Taishu Holy Mirror, Yi Hao, Shen Tao Tao, and others immediately surrounded him. Qin Fan blinked and said,
There was no response.
"Everyone." Fang Qingqing said,
"Are you really sure that the one who woke you up last time was the one in the Taishu Holy Mirror?"
Li Fengxing sneered and said,
"That's for sure. Is it possible that it's the Void Lord 7th, who is a loser?"
The 7th Void Lord was unusually lifeless, and just said lightly,
At that time, when Qin Fan was dragged into reincarnation and fell into a dream, it was indeed the giant skeleton claws from the Taishu Holy Mirror that flew out and grabbed the 2nd Void Lord. Tail. Of course the only one who can awaken Qin Fan at that time is the one in the Taishu Holy Mirror. Humph. I have been dealing with him in the Valley of Death for millions of years.
Yi Hongyan immediately asked,
Then how much do you know about him?
Void Lord 7th coughed slightly and said,
I don't understand at all.
Everyone
Equals convex.
The 7th Lord of the Void said,
I have always been curious before. What kind of existence is it? I only feel that its power is a little familiar. But I never thought that it turned out to be the bones of the Demon King in ancient times. In the Valley of Death. Over the past millions of years, I have tried countless times to escape. But what really trapped me was not the Tontian Divine Pillar and the Great Formation. But it's the existence in the Taishu Holy Mirror. Terrible. I have accumulated strength for hundreds of thousands of years. But as soon as there is any movement, it is crushed by one of its claws. Stop talking nonsense,
Shen Hongxiu said impatiently.
Since you went in to ask for help and there was no response, I think it's better not to take the risk. There's no need to rush to kill these guys. We have waited millions of years. So why should we miss it by just 1 or 2 days?
Bai Rouge and the others also nodded. Chu Xian, who had been silent, also advised.
Now that you have integrated the 5 principles, It will not be too late to harvest these things one by one after the void energy and the power of faith are enough to integrate the 6 principles.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
There are definitely risks. But you also know my temper. I am not a person who takes risks blindly. I already fought with him last time. At that time, I wasn't strong enough to crush it. But now, the only troublesome thing is his law of reincarnation. Intangible and colorless. Difficult to perceive. And difficult to resist. So I turned to the one in the Taishu Holy Mirror for help. But he hasn't responded now.
Shen Taodao said,
Brother Fan, let's avoid the second Void Lord first and attack other Void Lords first. For example, there is no law of reincarnation like the 7th Void Lord.
Void Lord 7th. After being purified by Chen Fan, his temper became much better. In the past, he had learned how to curse, and he would probably have cursed loudly. Chen Fan shook his head and said,
The law of reincarnation is very important. Even virtual souls can penetrate. If you want to resist the law of reincarnation or the law of destiny, you can only rely on the law of reincarnation and the law of destiny. Swallowing this tail, even if it cannot help me understand the law of reincarnation, can still help me take a step forward in the law of reincarnation.
After hearing what Chen Fan said, no one continued to persuade him. Yi Hongyan moved her palm slightly, and the 5-colored sacred stone flew out and slowly rotated around Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu's eyes flashed red, and Chaos Ling appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Chen Fan.
You all stand back.
Chen Fan gently grasped it with his palm, and he already had the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. Although a lot of the power of heaven is used up in the sky-breaking demon sword, it is the fusion of 2 sky-breaking demon swords. Moreover, Xiao Bai, the weapon spirit, has now integrated the 5 laws, even without the help of the Great Void Holy Mirror.
Chen Fan still has the confidence to fight against the Void Lord for the second time. The only trouble was that he didn't know how to resist the law of reincarnation. Therefore, we can only solve it quickly. Use the fastest speed to resolve the battle. It is not that easy for the other party to use the law of reincarnation to drag him into reincarnation. The last time, it was after he chopped off the tail hundreds of times that he was hit. Chen Fan stood on the edge of the seal and activated the virtual soul to the extreme. Immediately, he stepped into the seal.
Boom!
Almost the moment he stepped into the seal, the huge tail was already striking with wind and thunder. But Chen Fan did not fight hard. But at this moment, he spread the virtual soul throughout the seal. This time, Chen Fan's strength surged. But he was much more cautious. If you can't stop the law of reincarnation, then hide. The virtual soul covered the entire seal, just like Chen Fan was everywhere. But this time, Chen Fan hid his true body in the infinite clone of the virtual soul. If the law of reincarnation wants to drag him into reincarnation, it must at least find his true identity. Right? Chen Fan sneered. His true body flashed out and swept across with a sword.
Brush!
It was like a knife that created the world, swiping directly from the end of that huge tail. The power of the fusion of Chen Fan's 5 laws, plus the power of the fusion of Xiaobai's 5 laws. This sword seemed to cut through time and space. Everyone in the distance outside saw only a flash of light inside the seal. And then,
boom!
The end of that huge tail exploded and shattered.
Hack!
Void Lord 7th was dumbfounded.
Last time, he chopped off the tail hundreds of times, leaving only shallow cuts on the tail. Unexpectedly,
this time, before Void Lord 7th finished speaking, Chen Fan's true body had moved to another direction and slashed out with another slash.
Boom!
Another section of the tail was cut off and then split apart. In just a few breaths, the huge tail was shortened by a large length.
Call!
The second remnant soul of the Void Lord was obviously frightened and suddenly became illusory. Around the tail, countless spaces appeared out of thin air, layer upon layer, blocking Chen Fan out. At the same time, the sealed space that was originally filled with evil energy suddenly became filled with lifeless energy. In the virtual soul, Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that when the Void Lord saw his defeat at the second sight, he began to activate the laws of space to block his attack, and on the other hand began to activate the power of the laws to start a large-scale attack. After all, the space of the sealing formation is limited. The second Void Lord couldn't find Chen Fan's true body, so he directly chose to attack in a large area. The law of death and other laws were activated. Within this sealed space, not only was the space broken and chaotic, but even the 5 elements were in chaos. In this situation, if it were any other ancestral god, even if he incorporated the law of 6 paths, he would probably be filled with hatred on the spot. Pity. The void soul on the 9th level of the void divine body doesn't take these space cracks seriously at all. And the other laws cannot touch Chen Fan at all. Chen Fan's true body moved as fast as lightning with the help of the virtual soul covering the entire seal. And then penetrated the layers of space. Although it is quick, it still takes a lot of time. When Chen Fan noticed that there was only one layer of space barrier left in front of him, he did not directly penetrate it. Vaguely, he felt a hint of threat. It can threaten the 9th layer of the void soul of the void divine body, which is the law of reincarnation or the law of fate. Chen Fan's eyes flashed, and the void confinement shrouded the sky-breaking demon sword. Without penetrating that layer of space, he slashed out with one slash. Laugh! The fierce sword light cut open the space in a flash, and then fell on the tail. Boom! The tail that was originally 1,000 miles long was cut off again, leaving only less than 100 miles. And Chen Fan succeeded with one strike and used the virtual soul to move out again. Not only did he move out, he also activated the void confinement to add layers of space to himself as a protection. Roar! Within the seal, a roar penetrated the cracked gold stone. The second Void Lord, who was cut down to only a small section, was shocked and angry. The tail, which could not be more than 100 miles long, turned out to be like a bamboo shoot and began to grow longer again. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he saw that the chaotic power in the ceiling formation was gathering crazily towards the tail. If he were facing other Void Lords, Chen Fan could activate one black hole after another to plunder power in a faster way. But facing the second Lord of the Void, if Chen Fan activates the black hole, even if his true body is in the virtual soul state, he still cannot escape the law of reincarnation. Turning into a black hole is equivalent to marking one's own position. Instead of turning into a black hole, the power that just cracked the opponent's tail will probably be absorbed back into it before long. At this time, a ray of light breaks through the sky. It's Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the virtual soul had already covered the heaven sacrifice monument. Afterwards, the sky sacrifice monument swelled in the wind and turned directly into a black hole. The memorial tablet has no soul. No matter how strong the law of reincarnation is, can it still send a soulless weapon into reincarnation? Chen Fan laughed wildly, and his spiritual consciousness communicated with the heaven sacrifice monument, urging the heaven sacrifice monument to the extreme. The heaven sacrifice monument, shrouded by the void soul, began to crazily snatch the Void Lord's second power. Snort! A cold snort sounded. Among the huge tails, there was actually a tail that branched out, like a dragon's tail, and whipped towards the heaven sacrifice monument. Brush! The tail passed over the black hole formed by the heaven sacrifice monument. But it did not touch the heaven sacrifice monument at all. The heaven sacrifice monument shrouded by the virtual soul is like an image, completely powerless. The second Void Monarch was obviously shocked by this weird style of play, and Chen Fan took this opportunity to take action again. The tail that had just grown out was cut off at the waist again. The severed tail shattered into nothingness with a loud bang. Endless black energy, like a tide, rolls and rolls towards the heaven sacrifice monument. Good! Outside, Void Lord 7 shouted. A group of people on the side looked at him sideways. Sudden, the tail that only had half of it left not only started to grow wildly again, but also suddenly bloomed like a flower. With that tail as the center, countless tails sprouted out, like big snakes, burrowing in all directions. Not good! Chen Fan was surprised. The heavenly sacrifice monument is shrouded by the virtual soul, so there is no need to fear being bombarded by tails of this magnitude. But there are too many tails, and they are densely packed. If each tail has the power of the law of reincarnation, once it touches his true body, it will probably drag his true body into reincarnation very quickly. This is not fighting in the outside world. This is fighting within the seal. The space within the seal is extremely limited. If the power of the law of reincarnation fills the entire sealed space, Chen Fan has no choice but to leave the seal. Just when Chen Fan's mind suddenly changed, in the Taishu Holy Mirror, a huge white bone claw suddenly flew out, and with a crunch, it grabbed the remaining half of the tail. With this grab, the tails that had been expanding crazily outward instantly shattered into nothingness. Very good! It's now! Chen Fan took a step forward, and the magic knife in his hand swept out like lightning, barely swiping under the spot held by the giant white bone claw. Boom! The tail section grasped by the giant white bone claws directly shattered into nothingness, and then submerged into the giant white bone claws. Ha 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 ha! Chun Fan laughed wildly, turned into a flash of lightning, flew out again, and slashed Hua Shan with a knife. The light of the knife went from top to bottom, and directly split the remaining half of the tail into two halves. Boom! It was like the earth was falling apart. The huge tail was completely shattered. A remnant soul flashed quickly in the void, but it was like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere. Brush! Before Chun Fan could take action, the giant white bone claw grabbed the remnant soul. Don't! Chun Fan was shocked and shouted, Keep it for me! The giant claws of white bones clicked, and the 5 fingers closed together, turning into a cage, imprisoning the remnant soul in it. Then, the giant white bone claws released. A black ball of light flew towards Chun Fan. Chun Fan quickly caught it and applied several more void confinements on the black ball of light, completely sealing the second remaining soul of the Void Lord.